The weight of fate. Miles' parents sat on the living room couch, their faces still a mix of shock and uncertainty as they processed everything they had just learned. Magic was real. They were now under a protection spell. And most importantly, their fate had been altered. Miles took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the upcoming conversation. His father, Jefferson Morales, was the first to break the silence. He turned to Peter, a skeptical look on his face. "I appreciate the help, but..." He hesitated before continuing. "Why are you trying to protect us? I mean, I'm a cop, sure, but my job isn't that dangerous to warrant this level of supernatural intervention." Peter, arms crossed, nodded in understanding. "It's just a precaution, a safety net." Miles' mother, Rio, narrowed her eyes in concern. "But why us? We're just regular people. We don't get involved in superhero things." Miles, who had been quiet until now, suddenly tensed up. His parents noticed his shift in demeanor, exchanging a worried glance. "There's something else you need to know," Miles finally said, his voice solemn. His parents leaned in, sensing the seriousness in his tone. "What is it, Mijo?" Rio urged softly, placing a hand on his arm. "You can tell us anything." Miles hesitated, trying to find the right words. Then he dropped the bombshell. "There are certain events in the future that are meant to happen." His voice was steady, but the pain in his eyes was unmistakable. And one of those was Dad dying. Silence. Jefferson and Rio froze, their expressions shifting from confusion to disbelief. "What?" Jefferson finally breathed out, his voice barely above a whisper. Miles swallowed hard, forcing himself to continue. "You were supposed to die, Dad. And not just here, in every universe." His parents looked at each other, as if hoping the other had an explanation that could make this less terrifying. "But isn't that fate?" Jefferson finally said, shaking his head. "How can you change that? That's impossible, right?" Peter, sensing Miles' hesitation, stepped in. "Nothing is set in stone," Peter said firmly. "Fate can be changed, especially when you know about it in advance. That's why I placed the spell, to break the cycle." Miles' mother, Rio, clutched her chest, tears brimming in her eyes. "So you mean he's safe?" Peter nodded. "Yes. You'll both live long, healthy lives." A shaky breath escaped Jefferson as he leaned forward, elbows on his knees. He ran a hand over his face before looking up at Peter and Miles with deep gratitude. "Thank you," he finally said. His voice was thick with emotion. "I don't know how to, but thank you." Rio, eyes glistening, pulled Miles into a tight embrace. "Mi amor, I can't believe you've been carrying this on your own. You should have told us sooner." Miles, feeling the weight of his fears slowly lifting, hugged her back. Peter exhaled, relieved that the conversation had gone well. Because if there was one thing he knew from experience, messing with fate always came with a cost. A night of goodbyes. As the evening unfolded, Rio insisted on cooking dinner for Peter and Gwen, using the opportunity to delay dealing with her own emotional exhaustion. Peter and Miles sat at the table, enjoying a rare, peaceful moment. Meanwhile, Gwen, though grateful for the hospitality, remained distracted. Her thoughts were elsewhere, on her father. When the night finally arrived and the sun dipped beyond the horizon, it was time to leave. Gwen, standing near the doorway, felt a knot in her stomach. She was hesitant. She had seen Miles face his parents, and now it was her turn. After saying their goodbyes, Gwen activated her dimensional watch, conjuring a shimmering portal to her home universe. Miles turned to his parents, apologetic. "I'm sorry, Mom, Dad. I wish I could stay longer, but there's someone I need to be there for." Jefferson and Rio smiled knowingly. His father smirked. "Just be back in time for school tomorrow, Miles." Miles chuckled. Yeah, I got it, Dad." With one last wave, Miles stepped through the portal after Peter and Gwen, the vortex snapping shut behind them. Left alone in their living room, Jefferson and Rio exchanged a glance. "They're definitely dating, right?" Rio asked. "Oh, yeah." Jefferson chuckled. "But if they aren't already, it's only a matter of time." Facing the past, exiting the portal, the trio found themselves in Gwen's bedroom. Gwen sighed, feeling relieved yet anxious. "Well, this is it." Miles, standing behind her, offered a reassuring smile. "Hey, I came because you were there for me. We got this." Peter, watching them interact, mock-gagged. Please save your gross, lovey-dovey moments for when I'm not around. I might puke. Gwen jabbed him in the ribs, making Peter grunt. Shut up. Miles, suddenly embarrassed, looked away. After a few minutes of hesitation, Gwen took a deep breath. Then, she stepped out of her bedroom. Dad? Are you home? Silence. Her heart pounded. She called out again. Still nothing. But on the third try, a slurred, familiar voice responded. Gwen, is that you? The trio followed the voice to the living room, and what they found broke Gwen's heart. Her father, Captain Stacy, lay sprawled on the couch, half-empty beer bottles surrounding him. The room was dimly lit, filled with the smell of alcohol, sweat, and takeout. It smells disgusting in here, Peter commented, pinching his nose. Gwen's expression darkened. It had been 3 months since she disappeared, and in that time, her father had given up. Miles gave Peter a glance, both of them understanding that this was Gwen's moment. Dad! Gwen's voice softened, filled with guilt and sorrow. Her father's bleary eyes struggled to focus. Where have you been? She hesitated before answering, finding new friends to murder. The sarcasm dripped from her voice, but her father didn't laugh. Instead, he stood up unsteadily, mumbling something unintelligible before stumbling toward the kitchen. Gwen followed, frustration building. Where are you going? Coffee, her father muttered. I can't tell if you're actually here, or if I'm just very, very drunk right now. Miles and Peter stood by the doorway, watching in concern. Gwen crossed her arms. Are you finally going to arrest me, Captain? Come on, I'm turning myself in. Pull out the cuffs. Captain Stacy froze. A heavy silence filled the room. Then, he sighed, shaking his head. I can't. Why not? Because I quit. Gwen's breath hitched. Since when? You love being a cop. Her father looked at her, tears in his eyes. I lost you, Gwen. Nothing else mattered anymore. Gwen's anger faded instantly. Her eyes softened, and for the first time in a long time, she let herself forgive. She shot a web at him, pulling him into a hug. I'm not going anywhere. Her father held her tightly, his voice breaking. I can't lose you again. Shadows of the multiverse. The neon-lit skyline of the alternate New York City pulsed in hues of purple and blue, casting an eerie glow across the rooftop where Miles Morales stood frozen. His eyes locked onto the graffiti mural of his father, Jefferson Morales, painted onto the side of a building. Bold, unignorable letters spelled out, "Rest in peace." The words taunted him, a cruel reminder that no matter which universe they landed in, his father's fate always seemed inevitable. Peter, standing behind him, noticed the trembling in Miles' fists. He stepped forward, placing a steadying hand on his friend's shoulder. Hey, Miles. Take a deep breath. No response. I know this is a shock, but this isn't your dad. This isn't your universe, Peter said carefully, trying to anchor Miles back to reality. Miles' mind was spinning, his thoughts an unrelenting storm of confusion and grief. Gwen was right. My dad is destined to die in every universe. But why? What did he ever do to deserve this? Peter could feel Miles' shoulders stiffen beneath his touch. Miles, Peter tried again, voice gentle but firm. Your dad is going to be fine. You broke fate once. You can do it again. But what about this universe's Miles? Miles' voice cracked, raw with emotion. Will he be okay? Will his mom? He turned sharply to Peter, his frustration bubbling over. She's a widow here, Peter. She's alone. How do I just ignore that? Peter sighed, knowing he didn't have the perfect answer for this. Miles, you can't save everyone. The words landed like a slap to the face. Miles clenched his jaw, his heart pounding with a mixture of anger and helplessness. Then who decides? Who decides who gets saved and who dies? Peter opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Miles turned and ran. Or rather, leaped. Without hesitation, he shot a web into the distance, swinging off into the city before Peter could stop him. Peter cursed under his breath. Damn it, Miles. He didn't have time for this. This was supposed to be a simple trip to another universe, not an emotional crisis detour. Still, his eyes drifted back to the mural of Jefferson Morales, and for the first time, He truly felt the weight of what Miles was dealing with. Peter sighed. Fine, let's go see what Prowler Miles is up to. With a swift motion, he leaped off the rooftop, swinging into the luminescent skyline after Miles. A mother's struggle. Miles landed silently against the brick exterior of an apartment building, sticking to the wall like a shadow. He peered through a dimly lit window, his breath catching at what he saw. Inside stood his mother, Rio Morales. But she was different. Miles' heart twisted. Instead of the EMT uniform he was so used to seeing her in, she was dressed in a convenience store clerk's uniform. Why? Miles' eyes flicked to the closet, where he spotted her EMT bag, tucked away, collecting dust. Then it clicked. She was still an EMT here, but she had to take a second job. Because her husband was gone. Because she had to survive. The exhaustion weighed heavy on her face, her movements slow and tired. She was drowning. Miles gritted his teeth. This would be my mom. If my dad dies, this could be her. A woman too strong to break, but breaking anyway. Peter landed beside him, following his gaze through the window. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Man, Miles' voice was quiet, but filled with determination. She doesn't deserve this. Peter glanced at him. I know. Miles clenched his fists. We have to help her. We can get her a better job. We can send her money. We can. Peter hesitated. Then carefully he asked, What do you really want, Miles? Miles whipped his head around to face Peter, his eyes filled with unfiltered desperation. I want you to bring him back. Peter's heart sank. Miles, he started, treading carefully. That's not how it works. You told me you could do anything. Miles' voice cracked, his fists trembling. You have all these powers, all these magical tricks. So why can't you fix this? Peter exhaled slowly, choosing his words carefully. Miles, I know this isn't fair, but bringing someone back to life, it's not that simple. He gestured toward Rio inside the apartment. Even if I could, what if it goes wrong? What if he comes back and he's not him? Miles' breath hitched. His throat tightened, because deep down, he knew Peter was right. But that didn't stop it from hurting. Just as he opened his mouth to argue, a shadow landed on the rooftop above them. A figure in a sleek, purple-clad suit loomed over them. The Prowler. The Prowler's arrival. Before either of them could react, the Prowler dropped down, his metal claws digging into the side of the building as he slid down. Fast, ruthless, precise. He kicked off the wall, aiming directly for them. Sick perverts. The voice was distorted, mechanical, but furious. He thought they were spying on Rio. Miles and Peter's spider senses flared. In perfect sync, they dodged, flipping backward as the Prowler's metal boot smashed into the wall. Inside the apartment, Rio Morales paused, frowning at the sudden noise. She turned toward the window, but by the time she reached it, the rooftop was empty. Outside, on the adjacent rooftop, Miles and Peter faced the Prowler head-on. The purple glow of his suit flickered ominously in the darkness. Miles' heart pounded in his chest. He knew that suit. He had seen it before. His voice shook as he called out. Uncle Aaron. The Prowler tilted his head. Then he laughed. A deep, distorted chuckle through the mask. Then he removed the helmet. Miles' blood ran cold, because standing in front of him was not Uncle Aaron. It was himself, another Miles Morales. But this one was different. His eyes were colder. His face was sharper. His expression was unreadable. Prowler Miles smirked. Man, you really shouldn't be here.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Uncle Aaron, Miles called out, his voice a mix of shock and nostalgia as he stared at the purple-clad figure before him. Is that you? The realization that this version of his universe's Aaron Davis, his Uncle Aaron, had become the Prowler once again hit him like a freight train. Memories flooded back the time he faced off against Kingpin with his group chat members, and how he fought his uncle as Spider-Man. It reminded him of his earlier days as a superhero. The Prowler tilted his head in confusion, the purple glow of his masked eyes staring straight at Miles. How do you know that name? He demanded, a hint of anger seeping into his distorted voice. How long have you been spying here? He certainly wasn't Aaron Davis, and Peter knew that, though the fact that these unknown stalkers knew that name alarmed him. After all, who wouldn't be upset by the revelation that someone had been spying on your family? Miles, struggling to process the situation, raised his hands in a placating gesture. No, we're not spying. I recognize you, that's all, he explained, desperation in his voice. He hoped to defuse the tension and talk things out, but it didn't seem to be working as he'd hoped. The Prowler's anger deepened as he clenched his clawed hands. Has anyone ever told you that you're bad at lying? He said as his stance grew defensive, ready to take on any perceived threat to his loved ones. Now tell the truth or else. Miles attempted to calm the situation. Listen, we're not a threat. We're just trying to help. He paused, realizing the complexity of the situation. If we can all just calm down, then I can explain. This doesn't have to get violent, Uncle Aaron. Stop saying that name. The Prowler, however, wasn't convinced. He shouted and leaped forward, attacking with swift and precise movements, his metallic claws aiming for the kill. Wait, just calm down. Miles dodged, yelling for him to stop and talk, but the Prowler was fueled by a mix of protectiveness and rage. As the conflict escalated, the Prowler reached into his belt, pulling out a high-tech pistol, pointing it directly at Peter and Miles. Seconds later, purple energy bullets shot through the air, homing in on his enemies. With overwhelming strength, Peter slapped the bullets away, which startled the Prowler, who began to look at Peter in a much more serious and fearful light. Meanwhile, Miles weaved around them, his body crackling with energy as he darted straight for the Prowler. You asked for this, he said as he went on the offensive, hoping to subdue his opponent without hurting him too much. Peter observed the intense battle between two versions of the same person. Their movements were synchronized, as if they could anticipate each other's every move. Soon enough, it struck him that since they were technically the same individual, they had this weird knack for reading each other's movements, which made them very interesting to watch. The clash continued, each combatant trying to gain the upper hand. The Prowler, fueled by a desire to protect his family, faced off against his doppelganger from another universe, Miles, who simply wanted to talk things out. Both sides wearing masks, neither realizing the identity of the other. The clash continued for minutes on end. Miles and the Prowler locked in a fierce struggle. Peter, growing weary of the fruitless confrontation, decided it was time to intervene. He casually approached the battling duo, surprising them both as he stepped between the combatants without warning, reaching out with both hands and firmly grasping their necks. Holding them still, Peter glanced between them. Let's call it a draw, shall we? Waiting for a response, Peter raised a brow as both of them started struggling in his grasp, trying to break free. Sighing in annoyance, he lifted them off the ground before swiftly smashing them into the rooftop, causing it to shake and crack slightly upon impact. The Prowler coughed up blood from the forceful collision. Unlike Miles, who could endure such a hit with a mere grunt of pain, the Prowler's body wasn't enhanced in any way, shape, or form, the impact taking a toll on him. Staring down at the two prone figures, Peter asked in a deadpan tone, "Are you guys done now?" Miles, grunting in pain, managed to mutter, "Yeah, I think we're done." Meanwhile, the Prowler seemed to have stopped moving, seemingly unconscious from the damage inflicted by Peter's forceful intervention. Peter, raising a brow, frowned at the unexpected result. Did I hit him too hard? Miles, scrambling to his feet, rushed over to the Prowler's side. He scolded Peter, "You idiot! He's just a normal person. You shouldn't have slammed him that hard." Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Peter never thought he'd find himself being lectured by Miles. I guess there's a first time for everything. Discreetly using his X-ray vision, Peter checked the Prowler's condition. Meh, he'll be fine. He shrugged it off, seeing no life-threatening injuries. As Miles knelt beside the unconscious Prowler, he reached out to pull off the mask and check on his well-being. "Uncle Aaron, are you okay?" he asked worriedly. However, before he could uncover the identity beneath the purple mask, a gunshot echoed through the rooftop. The bullet hit the ground next to Miles, startling him. Looking up, Miles's eyes widened as what appeared to be his Uncle Aaron stepped out of a stairwell door that led to the roof, a gun trained on him. "Step away from him," he ordered, a bloodthirsty, protective look in his eyes. Miles muttered in disbelief, "Uncle Aaron." He glanced between the Prowler and this universe's version of his actual uncle, confusion etching his features. If Uncle Aaron wasn't the Prowler, then who was behind the mask? The tension on the rooftop escalated as the realization sank in. The imposter beneath the Prowler's mask was now incapacitated, and Miles was dying to know who it was. But first, he'll have to deal with his uncle. Uncle Aaron's eyes narrowed, the gun trained on Miles, as tension hung in the air like a thick fog. "Easy now. Make one wrong move, and you'll find a bullet between your eyes," he warned, his voice low and threatening. Miles, cautiously raising his hands, attempted to defuse the situation. "Uncle Aaron, relax. Let's talk this out without any violence, okay? Shut up." Uncle Aaron barked, his gaze flickered to Peter, who stood behind Miles and the Prowler. "And you," he said, redirecting his attention, "don't think you're off the hook either. Breath wrong, and you'll get a bullet as well." Peter, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "Sure thing, old man." He left this confrontation to Miles, as he sat back and watched the drama unfold. "Maybe I should conjure some snacks." Seconds later, the gun shifted back to Miles, who sighed and reached up toward his mask. But before he could even touch it, Uncle Aaron fired a warning shot, the bullet whizzing dangerously close to Miles' ear. "I told you to stop. Don't push your luck," Uncle Aaron growled, his finger twitching on the trigger. Now, step away slowly. Ignoring his demands and warnings, Miles slowly removed his mask, revealing his face, tossing the mask aside in the process. Instantly, Uncle Aaron's eyes widened in shock, uncertainty etching his features. What the? It's me, Uncle Aaron, Miles said softly, hoping his identity could help solve all of this. Uncle Aaron seemed torn, his gaze shifting between Miles and the unconscious prowler. What the hell is going on here? He muttered, uncertainty and disbelief battling within him. As confusion mounted, Uncle Aaron began to lower the gun slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Miles moved with inhuman speed, rushing forward to disarm him. With a swift motion, Miles grasped the gun's barrel and squeezed, bending the metal effortlessly. Realizing he had been tricked, Uncle Aaron pulled the trigger in desperation. But without the barrel intact, the bullet couldn't escape, causing the gun to explode in his hand. Arg! Screaming, he dropped the useless weapon, frantically inspecting his hands for any injuries. Breathing a sigh of relief, as he found no injuries, Uncle Aaron looked up at Miles, a bewildered look on his face. Who are you? Uncle Aaron asked, still processing the unexpected turn of events. Miles replied proudly, I'm Spider-Man. Peter nodded approvingly, eating chips through his mask like a pro. Munch munch munch. Turning away from his now unarmed uncle, Miles eyes the downed form of the prowler, the curiosity of who could be under the mask gnawing at him. Wait. Please, just leave him alone. Uncle Aaron yells as Miles walk away from him and toward the mysterious downed individual. Ignoring his uncle's pleas, Miles walked over, determined to uncover the identity beneath the purple mask. Uncle Aaron's urgent cries to stay away fell on deaf ears as Miles crouched beside the fallen figure. Fingers carefully reached for the prowler's mask once again, the anticipation hanging thick in the air. As Miles pulled it off, revealing the face hidden beneath, his eyes widened in shock. It's me, I'm the Prowler. Insert picture of Prowler Miles' face reveal here. It was him, the unmistakable features of this universe's Miles Morales, unconscious and beaten. Uncle Aaron's pleas turned into stunned silence as he stared at his two nephews, unsure which was the real one. Okay, can someone please tell me what the F***ck is going on? He exclaimed, unable to contain himself any longer. Opening his eyes, Miles Mateo Morales felt a throbbing ache throughout his entire body. Ugh, where am I? He asked, his blurry eyes focusing to reveal his surroundings. The dim lighting of his own hideout appeared before him, a tower of an old abandoned building. The soft glow of his computer monitors and other tech caught his eye, but as he tried to move, Miles quickly realized he was tied up in chains, suspended on his punching bag. A/N, Uno reverse card. Panic set in as he struggled against the unforgiving chains. His memories of the recent encounter with the strange superpowered creeps who were spying on his mother came flooding back. Suddenly, a familiar, resigned voice echoed through the hideout. I guess you're awake now, Uncle Aaron. Miles called out hopefully. Quick, you gotta let me out. I don't know when those perverts are going to come back. We need to be ready. Desperation crept into Miles' tone as he pleaded for help, asking his uncle to free him. However, the reality soon became clear. I don't think I'll be of much help either, Uncle Aaron revealed, wiggling the same chains as his nephew, which Miles could feel from his position. He was restrained as well, dangling alongside his nephew, both tied on opposite sides of the punching bag. Frantically looking around, Miles realized that their captors were nowhere to be seen. We need to figure a way out of this before they get back, he urged, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. Uncle Aaron, struggling against his own chains, nodded in agreement. I'll do what I can, but there's something you should know, he says, recalling the other Miles, the superpowered clone of his nephew. Miles, still struggling to break free, brushed off his uncle's words. Save it for when we're free. We need to focus right now. As they exchanged words, the rhythmic clinking of chains filled the air, a somber symphony of captivity. I really think that you should hear this now, he says, clearly still freaked out by the identical twin of his nephew. But suddenly, before he could explain or they could escape, the hideout's entrance creaked open, and two familiar voices approached, returning from their food run. Instantly, their eyes widened as they realized that their captors were returning, their conversation echoing through the stairwell. Should we have left them alone for so long? What if they got free and escaped while we were gone? A familiar voice spoke, stating his concern. Another voice, nonchalantly slurping on a blue icy, dismissed the worry. Relax, Miles. You seem to forget, but neither of them have superpowers, and I've got magical fail-safes on those chains. They're not going anywhere. As the voices drew nearer, Miles and his Uncle Aaron decided to feign unconsciousness, hoping to avoid their captor's interest so that they can create an opportunity to escape. Instantly, their bodies slumped over in unison, pretending to be oblivious to their surroundings. As the two captors walked in, revealed to be Peter and the original Miles, only one of them realized that their captives weren't actually asleep. A knowing smirk on his face, Peter turned Miles and spoke. Looks like they're still knocked out. Maybe we should just off them and be done with it? I heard we can make like 10 grand just from selling a single kidney. Miles, missing the sarcasm, turned to Peter, absolutely flabbergasted by the words that just left his friend and boss's mouth. Peter, what the? But he was cut off. Suddenly, Prowler Miles and Uncle Aaron woke up, their eyes wide open in fright, glaring at their captors in defiance. Peter's smirk persisted as he teased, gesturing towards them. Hey, look, they woke up. That was fast. It's almost like they weren't even asleep. Upon hearing this, and seeing the smile on Peter's face, both Miles suddenly realized that he wasn't serious about his murderous comment. Prowler Miles, frustration evident in his voice, retorted, "What's the big idea, keeping us hostage like this?" His voice trailed off as he caught sight of his clone standing before him. They may have different hairstyles, but other than that they were completely identical. It was like looking into a mirror. "What the?" Uncle Aaron chimed in, "Yeah, you see, that's what I was trying to tell you, it's creepy, isn't it? He looks just like you." Peter, unfazed, continued slurping his icy. Miles Gonzalo Morales meet Miles Mateo Morales. He introduces them, gesturing from his Miles to the captive one. Prowler Miles, wide-eyed in bewilderment, shot a confused look at Peter. "How the hell do you know my full name?" Shrugging, Peter pulled out 2 wallets, which he stole from them earlier while he was tying them up, tossing them to the floor. "It was on your school ID, Mateo," he revealed, turning to eye the captive Miles with a questioning look. "You don't mind if I call you that, do you? After all, it would cause too much confusion if I were to call you both by your first names. A/N, Prowler Miles will now be referred to as Mateo from here on out." Still confused, Mateo couldn't hold back his questions, firing them off one by one. "Why does he get to keep his first name and I'm stuck with my middle name? Am I not the original or something? Am I a clone? Is he a clone? Wait, that can't be it, right? Were we twins separated at birth? That can't be, my parents would never allow that." Peter shakes his head. "No, it's none of that. And as for why he gets to keep his first name, did you hear his middle name? Gonzalo." He sounded the name out slowly. "I mean, it's not a bad name, but it's not exactly first name material." "Hey," Miles shouted. "Gonzalo is a good first name. My mom wanted to name me Gonzalo, but my dad likes Miles more." Peter nodded in appreciation. "Well, thank God for your dad, because he fought to give you a much better name." "It's not that bad," Miles muttered under his breath. Ignoring his captor's bickering, Mateo stares straight at Miles, intrigue and confusion showing in his face as he asked, "Who are you?" I'm just Miles," Miles answered simply, shrugging his shoulders. Mateo stared at Miles, an annoyed look on his face. "You can't just be Miles. Because I'm Miles, and I've been Miles for as long as I can remember. So once again, who are you?" Peter stepped forward, sensing the tension in the room. "I can explain." He proceeded to give a quick explanation about the existence of the multiverse, detailing how they were both from separate universes. Mateo gestured toward Miles with his head, a puzzled expression on his face. "If we're the same person from different universes, then how is it that I don't have superpowers like this idiot? It's like you two just stepped out of a comic book or something." Miles looked offended but remained silent, knowing the reason behind Mateo being powerless, and it was somewhat his fault. Detecting the guilty look on Miles's face, Mateo became suspicious. Miles, however, seemed hesitant to say anything, prompting Peter to intervene. "Miles, I think it's best to rip the band-aid off now than wait. Do you want me to explain, or?" Reluctantly, Miles shook his head, finally speaking up to clarify why Mateo lacked superpowers. He explained that the spider that was supposed to bite Mateo and grant him powers had been brought to his universe by accident, biting Miles instead. Mateo, unfortunately, missed out on becoming Spider-Man as he was meant to. Mateo and his uncle Aaron were stunned, the gravity of the revelation sinking in. Mateo realized that unknowingly missing out on getting superpowers might have changed the course of his entire life. If he had received his powers as intended, maybe he wouldn't be a criminal, or at least he would be a much better criminal than he already is. But most of all, maybe just maybe, his father would still be alive. The room fell into a heavy silence as Mateo processed this unexpected twist of fate. The connection between the two Miles Moraleses, now marked by the divergence in their destinies, hung in the air like an unspoken truth. One, who was never meant to get powers, but received them anyway. The other, who was destined to receive amazing abilities that never arrived, and probably never would either. The impact of what could have been weighed heavily on Mateo. And as these thoughts swirled around in his head, he couldn't help but glare at Miles, his entire being radiating with a mix of jealousy and anger as he asked, "Is your dad still alive?" Miles nodded dumbly, confused by the question. "Why, yeah." In that moment, Mateo realized something that he already learned a long time ago, but seemed to have forgotten up until now. The world isn't fair. The universe isn't fair. And even the multiverse isn't fair. He lost his golden opportunity and more importantly his father. Meanwhile, Miles got everything that should have been his. His father, his powers, his happy little life. Miles took it all from him. Deep within the heart of the earth, unbeknownst to the inhabitants above, a celestial seed, a potent source of cosmic power, silently pulsed with energy. It had slumbered for millions of years, fed by the vitality of humanity and nurtured by the long-vanished Eternals. Yet, the once shepherded seed now harbored an ominous secret. Centurion, the formidable Kong, had discovered and seized control of this celestial seed after slaughtering the mast of the Eternals ages ago. In the dimly lit chamber where the seed resided, Centurion hovered before a console, fingers dancing across holographic controls. His dark eyes glowed with anticipation as he monitored the growth and resonance of the celestial power within the seed. It had become a weapon, a tool cultivated for an eternity, put through endless experiments which enhanced its power far beyond the strength of any other celestial in existence. Even Null, in all of his strength and equipped with his god-killing sword, paled in comparison to his creation. and this creation was ready and waiting to be unleashed to destroy his enemies. Or rather his enemy, Peter Parker. He must have the cloak already, he thought, his face morphing into an irritated grimace. Though seconds later, that grimace turned into a predatory smile. After all, he could always take possession of Death's cloak after killing its new owner. In the tense aftermath of Peter's revelation, Mateo's glare bore into Miles, a mix of resentment and frustration etched on his face. You know, he may feel guilty, but it's not really Miles' fault, Peter interjected, frowning at Mateo. The spider just found him and bit him. If you want to blame someone, blame Wilson Fisk for making the machine that messed up the multiverse and caused this mess. He's the real reason you missed out on becoming Spider-Man. Wilson Fisk? Mateo questioned, his frown deepening as he looked up at Peter, still hanging from the chains. Peter could see a look of hatred flicker across both Mateo and his uncle's faces as the name Wilson Fisk was mentioned. Are they criminal rivals or something? Miles nodded, hoping to ease the brewing animosity. Yeah, do you have a kingpin here too? Mateo reluctantly nodded, uncertainty clouding his eyes. His conflicting emotions toward Miles intensified, torn between resentment and a rational understanding that it might not be Miles' fault, his mind heavily focusing on the two words might not. Even now, as Mateo contemplated his feelings, his mind continued searching for someone to blame, and Miles was an easy target. Meanwhile, Peter continued his explanation, and as for your dad dying, that's certainly not Miles' fault either. Glaring at Peter, Mateo ground his teeth together. He couldn't help but feel like a delinquent schoolboy getting lectured by a teacher, which didn't sit well with him. Peter sighed, shaking his head. For that, you should blame whoever or whatever killed him. But after that, you can blame fate, destiny, or whatever other deity controls the multiverse. Mateo and his uncle Aaron exchanged confused glances, feeling as if Peter was alluding to something beyond their understanding. Wait, do you mean an actual deity? Mateo seemed to puzzle it together after a moment. Nodding, Miles explained. For some reason, our dads are destined to die. Even mine is supposed to die in about a year for some reason or another. As he said this, Mateo turned to him with a hint of pity and understanding, but sadly, his next words threw all of that away. Thankfully, I met Peter here. He placed protection spell on my dad that should keep him safe. Instantly, the room became charged with the resurgence of jealousy and resentment in Mateo. His gaze lingered on Miles, a storm brewing in his eyes as he grappled with the unfairness of their lives. Why was it Miles who got bit by the spider? Why was it Miles whose father was still alive, and why was it Miles who met Peter just in time to save his family? Sighing in acknowledgement of the renewed tension, Peter shook his head, observing the enmity in Mateo's eyes. It was evident that connecting with Miles would be a challenging task. Mateo had faced harsh realities, navigating a universe darker and seemingly more crime-ridden than Miles. In contrast, Miles seemed to have enjoyed a relatively good life, growing up in a much more forgiving universe. He even attended a private boarding school, a luxury Mateo's family could never afford after his father's tragic demise. The stark contrast in their experiences seemed to deepen the divide between them. As the strange silence persisted, Peter sensed that mere words might not bridge the gap between the two versions of Miles Morales. Mateo's bitterness ran deep, rooted in the harsh realities of his own universe. Miles, oblivious to the struggles in Mateo's life, faced the challenge of being seen as living the life Mateo wished he had. Realizing that time was of the essence, Peter decided it was time to bring an end to this tumultuous encounter. The first light of dawn painted the sky outside, a reminder of the urgency that overshadowed their current situation. Talking seemed futile, and Peter knew he had a pressing mission to confront Centurion. He doubted the villain was still in this universe, which is why he was willing to waste his time here, considering the fact that the Kong should know his lackey, Lila, has been compromised. With an uncaring shrug, Peter took charge of the situation. All right, we've wasted enough time here, he declared, eyes fixed on the pane glass windows. The sun's rising, and I need to find Centurion, or whatever he left behind while he was running away. Mateo and Uncle Aaron exchanged worried glances as Peter spoke. They couldn't shake the feeling that they might be left here, tied in chains and suspended from a punching bag, which would normally be fine, as they'd simply use the opportunity to escape, but they distinctly recall Peter saying something about magical fail-safes on the chain. You're not just going to leave us here, are you? Mateo blurted out, anxiety creeping into his voice. I have school, you know. If I don't show up, my mom gets a call. And if she can't find me, she'll call the cops. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Peter shook his head. No, I'm not leaving you two here, he replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. He strode purposefully toward the restrained uncle and nephew, both suspended on the punching bag. As Peter approached, Mateo and his uncle Aaron instinctively began to struggle against their chains, fearing the worst. Their eyes widened with apprehension as Peter reached out, but instead of harming them, he merely touched the chains. With a single poke of his finger, the restraints shattered into pieces, clattering to the floor. Eyes wide with surprise, both Mateo and his uncle tumbled to the ground, now free from their confinement. Despite their newfound freedom, they quickly assumed fighting stances, wary of potential tricks from their former captors. Turning away from them, Peter casually called over his shoulder, "You're both free to go about your lives. See ya." Bewildered and expecting a catch to appear, Mateo and his uncle exchanged a glance, cautiously heaving a sigh of relief. However, their respite was short-lived as Peter paused in his steps, turning back toward them with a cryptic expression. Oh, yeah, one more thing, Peter announced, causing Mateo and his uncle to gulp nervously. Expecting the worst, they braced themselves for another twist in their unpredictable encounter. But to their surprise, Peter pulled out his phone, showing them a picture. Have you seen this man before? Peter inquired, presenting an image of the exiled Kong he fought before. Speaking of the exiled one, I should probably start milking him for information. After all, Peter specifically trapped his soul in a jewel so that he could use him to take down the Kangs. And it seemed the time to prove himself useful has finally arriving. Staring at the picture for a brief moment, Uncle Aaron and Miles seemed to freeze as looks of pure hatred and rage clouded their faces. Even compared to the mere mention of the Kingpin, who evoked a similar response in them, this time it was so much more amplified. Why are you showing us a picture of the president? Uncle Aaron asked through gritted teeth before looking up at Peter with a suspicious and accusing glare. Are you working with him? Shaking his head, Peter stored his phone away. So he made himself president here, huh? His expression turned serious as he explained, I don't know what grudge you have against him, but if I were you, I'd stay far away. This man is very dangerous. If you see him, turn the other way and keep walking. Unless of course, you have a death wish or some sort of mental disability. Mateo and his uncle both wore hardened expressions on their faces, completely disregarding his warning. To which Peter simply shrugged his shoulders. He would be taking care of Centurion either way, so they should be fine. With a nod of acknowledgement, Peter waved goodbye and headed towards the exit. Well, it was nice holding you captive, hopefully you aren't dumb enough to attack us again. Before following Peter down the stairs, Miles hesitated, eyeing Uncle Aaron, who looked at him warily in return. The tension hung in the air as Miles took a deep breath, preparing to say his piece. Uncle Aaron, Miles began, breaking the silence. I know you aren't my Uncle Aaron. My uncle doesn't do crime anymore. Hearing this, Uncle Aaron and Mateo exchanged puzzled glances, their skepticism evident. Miles pressed on, determined to share a piece of wisdom from his own experience. I just want to say, you two don't have to be criminals. I know this universe is probably harsher than mine, which is why you seem to hate me, Miles continued, looking at Mateo with a sense of empathy. But my Uncle Aaron was a criminal too. He was the prowler, but I got him to retire. You two can do the same thing. You just have to try your best. I know you can do it. As Miles delivered his heartfelt speech, Peter, who had just walked out of the front door of the abandoned building, leaned against the walls, listening intently with his super hearing. As Miles was finishing up, a sudden disturbance interrupted the moment. A long line of military vehicles came driving down the road, stopping in front of the building Peter had just exited. The car doors opened, revealing the imposing figure of a scarred, battle-hardened Wilson Fisk, who wore an oversized military general's uniform, accompanied by a small army of heavily armed soldiers. Does Kingpin work for Centurion in this universe? Peter wondered. Raising a brow, Peter observed from a distance as the Kingpin pulled out a technologically advanced-looking rocket launcher from one of the cars and aimed it up at the tower where Miles was talking with their former captives. The atmosphere shifted, the tranquility shattered as Fisk pulled the trigger, releasing a rocket. I guess I was right. They are enemies, Peter muttered, his demeanor nonchalant as he snapped his fingers. Instantly, the rocket struck the tower, creating a large explosion filled with dust and smoke. Fisk chuckled as his men celebrated, confident in their apparent success. The thunderous noise echoed through the air, and the tremors reverberated beneath Peter's feet. But as the dust settled, a collective gasp rose from Fisk's men. A shimmering barrier had materialized, blocking the rocket just before it could reach the tower, protecting the building and everyone inside. Confusion spread among Fisk's ranks as they stared at the unexpected turn of events. Peter, leaning against the wall with a casual demeanor, cleared his throat, drawing Fisk's attention. Ahem, the crime lord's triumphant expression faltered as he locked eye with Peter. Peter waved casually, a smirk playing on his lips. Yo. The air crackled with tension as Wilson Fisk, his oversized military uniform straining against his imposing figure, stared at Peter with suspicion. Who the hell are you? Fisk's gravelly voice demanded, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the nonchalant figure before him. Oh, you know, just a friendly street magician, Peter replied with a smirk, conjuring a flower in his hand, which then turned into a handkerchief before disappearing in a plume of smoke. Ta-da! Name's Pete. Pete the Amazing. He bowed, enjoying the perplexed expression on Fisk's face. Fisk's frustration was evident as he clenched his jaw, suspecting that Pete had a hand in the sudden protective barrier that blocked his rocket. Don't play games with me? Who are you? Are you working with the Prowler? Are you a terrorist as well? Peter raised a curious brow, his interest piqued. Terrorist? He asked, is Prowler a terrorist in this world? Is it because he's fighting Centurion? The crime lord general's patience waned. Enough of your nonsense. Men, open fire. Before the soldiers could follow their superior's command, the window from which Fisk had fired the rocket shattered, and a purple-clad figure soared out. The Prowler, grenades aglow in both of his hands, stared down at Fisk with a barely controlled hatred burning in his eyes. As he hurled the glowing grenades, he unleashed a barrage of hate-filled words. Die, you fat F***. Panicking, Fisk reacted swiftly, using his immense strength to grab the nearest military vehicle as makeshift cover, pulling it in front of him. Meanwhile, his soldiers, caught off guard, weren't nearly as fortunate. The purple grenades exploded in a dazzling display of plasmic light, vaporizing the unfortunate soldiers caught in the blast radius. Fisk, unscathed behind his makeshift cover, displayed a cold disregard for the lives of his own men. Ignoring the chaos around him, his eyes bore into Matteo, who landed between him and Peter. So, the terrorist finally shows himself. I'm not a terrorist. Matteo denies vehemently. I'm a freedom fighter. Peter sat back and listened in. Is the Prowler actually good in this world? He wondered, realizing that maybe he should have done some research while Matteo was knocked out. I guess I just assumed. As the confrontation unfolded, Fisk seemed to completely forget about Peter. His attention remained solely on Matteo. Call yourself whatever you want. But either way, you're a registered terrorist recognized by the federal government. Now, turn yourself in. The president would like to have a word with you before your execution. Standing with dozens of weapons aimed at him, the Prowler glared at Fisk with unbridled animosity. No thanks, I'll have to impolitely decline, he said, holding up his middle finger. I'll make sure to visit the president soon though, but since you're here, why don't I take your head to give to him as a gift to commemorate our first and last meeting? Grimacing at the clear disrespect he was being shown, Kingpin shouted, open fire. He commanded his men, who didn't hesitate to squeeze their triggers. Send this sh*T stain straight to the afterlife. Using his boots, which glowed in a purple light, Matteo leaped high into the air, dodging the hail of laser gunfire. Without hesitation, he descended before the formidable Kingpin, his foot poised to stomp, ready to use his powered boots to his advantage. Boom, as he struck out, his boot blocked by Fisk's forearms, the tech in his shoes activated, adding even more power to his kick. Kingpin's eyes widened as he was sent tumbling back into a nearby military vehicle, which was nearly flattened under his weight. Ugh, mother f***er. The air was thick with tension and the clashing of weapons as Matteo's technological prowess clashed with Fisk's overwhelming strength and the military might at his disposal. Amidst the chaos, a black ski mask concealed the identity of Matteo's uncle Aaron, who perched on the tower above, a weapon in hand. His assault rifle echoed with precision as he picked off soldiers, providing much-needed cover fire for his nephew. The muffled shots rang out as bodies dropped below, casualties of the escalating conflict. Meanwhile, Peter sat back and watched the show, conjuring snacks to eat and a chair to make himself more comfortable. They make a good team. Of course, he was talking about Matteo and his uncle, who seemed to work in perfect unison. One up front, tanking and distracting the enemy, and the other picking them off from the back, thinning their numbers. It's just a matter of time before it's only Fisk left. Peter watched as picked off another 3 soldiers in a row, his aim nothing to scoff at. Seconds later, Peter's leisurely observation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Miles, who landed beside him, a worried look on his face as he watched Matteo and Fisk go at it. Miles, eager to jump into action, asked, "Shouldn't we help them, Peter?" Peter nonchalantly shrugged, offering Miles some of his snacks, though he didn't take any. "If you feel like it, go ahead. I'm just here for the show." He gestured toward the unfolding battle as if watching a thrilling movie. Miles sighed, "Fine, I'll go help them myself." He grumbled in annoyance as he walked off. As the battle raged on, Miles weaved through the chaos to assist Matteo and his uncle. Spotting Kingpin's vice grip on Matteo's arm, Miles executed a perfectly timed kick, breaking Fisk's arm from the elbow and releasing his trapped counterpart. Arg! Fisk screamed in pain. His arm snapped in the opposite direction, a small piece of bone sticking out. Fisk staggered back, clutching his broken arm, the pain etched across his face. He scanned the battleground with widened eyes, realizing the grim reality unfolding before him. The once overwhelming force he had brought was now reduced to a scattered few, each falling under the precise gunfire of Uncle Aaron. Some didn't even know what hit them, too focused on assisting Kingpin with his fight against the Prowler. Regret gnawed at Fisk as he witnessed the demise of his soldiers. He berated himself for his impulsive decision to confront the Prowler without a proper backup force. But when their analysts gave him the location of a possible terrorist hideout, he was far too eager to wait for more soldiers, intent on capturing the Prowler to suck up to the president. The arrogance that led him here now left him isolated, and the realization crept in that he was outnumbered and outgunned. The remaining soldiers fell before his eyes, one by one, picked off by Uncle Aaron's precise shots. Fisk gritted his teeth, frustration bubbling within as he watched his once formidable soldiers crumble. Of course, Fisk's cold heart cared little for the fallen soldiers, focusing solely on his own predicament. Without his soldiers assisting him, or possibly even dying in his stead, he was left vulnerable. He couldn't shake the impending doom that loomed over him, an unsettling awareness that he might lose. And in his business, losing usually meant death. Matteo and Miles seamlessly worked together, a dynamic duo weaving through the chaos. Miles' agility and power was complemented by Matteo's quick thinking and tech, creating a dance of destruction that left Fisk on the defensive. The crescendo of combat reached its peak as Matteo reached into his belt and tossed a handful of marbles forward. Miles didn't know what his counterpart was up to, but he was there to assist nonetheless. Shooting 2 webs at Fisk, Miles pulled him toward the marbles, which seemed to activate due to the proximity, releasing an electric charge that spread, connecting every marble to one another. The lightning danced around Fisk, restraining and electrifying him at the same time. Ah! He screamed as the volts of electricity coursed through his body, binding him on his knees. As Fisk was captured, Uncle Aaron took aim at the last soldier standing, squeezing his trigger, sending the poor guy back to his maker. The once formidable force that accompanied Fisk was reduced to nothing more than lifeless bodies on the cold, unforgiving ground. Fisk, now devoid of his protective forces and restrained in a net of electricity, grit his teeth in pain as he stared up at Mateo, who walked up to him, removing his mask in the process. "So that's what you look like, ugh." Miles, catching his breath, looked at Peter with a proud grin. "Guess the show's over, huh?" Peter nodded with a satisfied smile. "Looks like it. Good work everyone," he said, his snacks and chair disappearing as he walked over. Fisk looked up at Mateo's hate-filled face, a spark of recognition flickering in his eyes. "Ugh, aren't you that traitorous police captain's kid?" he sneered, his voice straining from the pain. Mateo, fists clenched, glared down at Fisk. "So, you remember my father?" he questioned sharply, his voice edged with anger and grief. "How am I supposed to forget him?" Kingpin retorted, sneering under the continued electrocution. "It's not every day I get the pleasure of facilitating a state-sanctioned execution of a police captain." "What? Did the big mean government kill your daddy? Is that why you became a terrorist?" he taunted, his words a cruel twist of mockery. "Oh, now everything makes sense." Peter put all of the pieces together. Enraged by Fisk's callous remarks, Mateo's eyes burned with fury. Without hesitation, he reached into his belt, pulling out a gleaming knife. In a swift motion, he plunged the blade deep into Fisk's left eye, the knife sinking deep into the criminal mastermind's skull. "Wait, stop." Watching in alarm, Miles tried to rush in and stop Mateo, but it was too late. The blade was already buried in Fisk's head, and a gasp of finality escaped the crime lord general's lips. The electrocution was swift, leaving Fisk's lifeless form restrained on the ground. Silence hung heavy in the aftermath of Mateo's swift and brutal act. The battlefield, once filled with chaos, now witnessed a chilling stillness as the reality of Fisk's demise settled in. Mateo, breathing heavily, staring down at the fallen crime lord. The weight of his actions lingered in the air, a mix of vengeance and justice that left a bitter taste in his mouth. Miles stared at Mateo with disbelief and anger etched on his face. "Hey, what the hell was that? You killed him?" "He was defenseless," he exclaimed, the intensity of the situation resonating in his voice. Mateo, still catching his breath, turned to face Miles, his expression unwavering. "Defenseless? He destroyed my family, Miles. He helped the government kill my father," he shot back, the fire in his eyes matching the anger in his tone. "*CK off back to your own universe with your goody two-shoes nonsense." Miles shook his head, frustration evident in his voice. "Justice is one thing, but executing a defenseless man is another. We're not supposed to be like that. I'm not you, so stop it with this we CRP. There is no we, just me and you." Mateo argues back, gesturing to the dozens of dead bodies surrounding them. "Look around you. This is the real world. This is my life. I'm sorry, but not all of us get to live in a fucking fairytale." As the two versions of Miles Morales clashed in a war of words, Uncle Aaron emerged from the building, his eyes immediately locking onto Mateo. Pushing past Miles, he enveloped Mateo in a tight embrace, offering silent comfort to his grieving nephew. Instantly, the tension in Mateo's shoulders eased as he leaned into his uncle's hug. "We got him, Uncle Aaron. We finally got him," Mateo whispered, his voice carrying a mix of relief and sorrow. Uncle Aaron, still holding Mateo, nodded solemnly. I know," he replied, the weight of the moment sinking in as he felt the emotional release from Mateo. Meanwhile, Miles, observing the tender moment between uncle and nephew, began to question his earlier beratement. The history and pain that Mateo carried were evident, and maybe, just maybe, Miles shouldn't have been so quick to snap at him. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Miles turned to find Peter standing beside him. "Miles, sometimes the line between right and wrong isn't as clear as we'd like it to be. The world isn't just black and white, good and bad. It's a mix of grays, some darker or lighter than others. Even your universe is like that, you just haven't realized it yet." Miles' brows furrowed as Peter continued. "I know you never really took my advice when it came to killing your enemies, and I respect that. After all, it's your decision to live however you want to make your own mistakes and learn from them along the way, but you have to learn to respect other people's choices as well." Miles absorbed Peter's words, conflicted emotions swirling within him. Peter had always been his mentor, but this was a perspective Miles had done his best to fight him on. It challenged his fundamental beliefs about the sanctity of life. While still grappling with the newfound uncertainty, Miles watched as Mateo and Uncle Aaron separated from their embrace, spotting a few stray tears dripping down his cheeks, which were swiftly wiped away. "What are you looking at?" Mateo snapped at Miles, clearly embarrassed. "Nothing." Miles looked away, showing a bit more courtesy than he did only moments ago. Suddenly, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air, causing Uncle Aaron to click his tongue in annoyance. "Shit, someone must have called in the gunshots," he muttered, glancing around the scene of the intense battle. Mateo's eyes widened as he looked up at the towering abandoned building, his secret hideout filled with essential gear and personal belongings. He turned to his uncle, urgency in his voice. "We can't just leave. I need my gear, and our DNA and fingerprints are all over the place. They'd find us by the end of the day." Uncle Aaron nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "We've got to dash." As they exchanged worried glances, Peter interjected confidently, "I got it." He snapped his fingers, receiving confused from both Mateo and Uncle Aaron. But soon enough, their confusion turned to shock as they watched all of their supplies, tech, and belongings come flying out of the broken window above. The items hovered in a single file like towards Peter before disappearing, leaving Mateo and his uncle dumbfounded. "How are you doing that?" Mateo asked. Peter grinned and replied, "Magic." "But where is it going?" Uncle Aaron asked, a bewildered look on his face. Peter simply pointed to his necklace. "It's stored in here." Mateo, still confused, asked once again, "But how?" Peter's response was the same, "Magic." Laughter bubbled up within Peter as he saw the dumbfounded looks on their faces. Miles, recalling his initial reaction to Peter's magic, joined in the laughter, adding a lightness to the tense atmosphere. With all their belongings gathered, Peter extended his hand, and a bright flame appeared in his palm. Surprising Mateo and Uncle Aaron yet again, Peter tossed the ethereal flame into the abandoned building, and it swiftly caught fire, consuming the structure in a matter of seconds, smoke billowing up into the sky. As the flames danced and flickered, casting an eerie glow on their faces, Peter gestured towards the scattered dead bodies. "Do you want to leave them behind like this? Or should I dispose of them too?" Mateo, staring down at Kingpin's lifeless form for a moment, finally spoke, "Just leave them." He wanted to see how the government would react to one of its loyal dogs getting killed like this. Peter, hearing the sound of police sirens getting closer, waved his fingers and opened a shimmering portal. He stepped through before turning and gesturing for the others to follow suit. Miles, familiar with Peter's mystical transportation, moved confidently toward the portal. Mateo and Uncle Aaron, however, exchanged uncertain glances. Mateo voiced his hesitation, hesitantly inching closer to them. Is that a portal?" Peter chuckled, offering a reassuring smile. "Yeah, now come on. We don't have much time." As the nephew and uncle hesitantly stepped into the portal, spurred forward by the sound of enclosing police vehicles, the portal snapped shut behind them. Simultaneously, a line of cop cars descended upon the scene just in time to witness the abandoned building collapse in a fiery spectacle. The law enforcement officers, responding to a gunshot call, expected to find some idiot shooting targets in or around the abandoned buildings here. But instead, they were greeted by a chaotic scene. The burning remnants of the building, mixed with the bodies of military personnel, including a high-ranking general, left them bewildered. This was far more than a normal crime scene. Stepping out of the shimmering portal, Mateo and Uncle Aaron found themselves standing in Mateo's bedroom back at home, the soft glow of the portal fading behind them. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips as the immediate threat of police pursuit dissipated. Miles, glancing around the room, couldn't help but marvel at the similarities and differences between Mateo's living space and his own. Breaking the silence, he whispered, "Is Mom home?" The curiosity in his voice revealed his concern about facing an awkward encounter with a version of his own mother. Mateo turned to Miles, correcting him with a stern expression. "She's my mom, not yours. And she's at work. Usually heads straight to the hospital after her shift at the convenience store." The tension in the room lingered as the two interacted. Feeling the weight of his earlier confrontation with Mateo, Miles hesitated before extending an apology. "Look, I'm sorry about earlier, man." The sincerity in his voice carried an earnest desire to mend their strained interaction. As Miles began his apology, Peter sensed the need for privacy and gracefully exited the room, casually stating, "I'm just going to grab some water from the kitchen." Uncle Aaron, discerning Peter's intentions and wary of a stranger wandering through his sister-in-law's house, followed him. "I'll show you where the kitchen is," he said, leading the way. In the kitchen, Peter found a clean glass in the cabinet and moved to fill it from the tap, but Aaron intervened. "Careful with that tap water. It's full of pollutants," he warned, his eyes narrowing with concern. Nodding appreciatively, Peter turned off the tap and placed the glass down, realizing he was no longer thirsty. "I guess we have Centurion to thank for that." "Centurion?" Aaron repeats questioningly. "He's your president. That's the name he goes by in the Council of Kangs." Peter explained briefly. Seeing that Aaron still looked confused, Peter continued. "Just think of the government that you're currently dealing with, but infinitely worse. That's the Council of Kangs." "I see." Nodding in slight understanding, Aaron walks over to the fridge and pulls out a bottle of water, handing it over to Peter. "Thanks." Peter took the bottle, placing it down for a moment as his curiosity getting the better of him. "Do you mind telling me about Mateo's dad? What happened, and why was he executed by the government?" The gravity of the question hung in the air. Aaron sighed heavily, his expression shifting to one of sorrow. "My brother was working with a secret task force investigating the president. I don't know what they were looking into, just that it was big. He never disclosed the specifics, always by the book when it came to his cop work." Aaron took a long breath, preparing himself for what's to come, before continuing. "A week into the investigation, Fisk and his military convoy surrounded the apartment and forcefully abducted him under the guise of national security. Of course, he didn't try to resist since both Rio and Miles, Mateo, were home. He didn't want them to get hurt." His voice seemed to choke up as he kept going. The next day, the president held an emergency broadcast at the White House, where they labeled my brother and the rest of his task force as traitors to the country before executing them one by one. Jeff was the last to die. He just barely managed to tell Rio and Miles, Mateo, that he loved them before they decapitated him on live television. "Did they?" Peter tried to ask a question, but Aaron answered him without even hearing it. Yeah, Miles, Mateo, and Rio watched it live like everyone else. The raw pain in Aaron's voice was hard to listen to. While Peter and Aaron were talking in the kitchen, in Mateo's bedroom, the tension lingered between the two versions of Miles Morales. The air crackled with unspoken resentment, yet Miles pushed through, finishing his apology. I shouldn't have just started berating you like that, even if I don't necessarily like killing people. This isn't my universe, so I shouldn't have put my ideals on you. I'm sorry. Miles seemed truly remorseful, his apology lingering in the air. Mateo, arms crossed, met Miles' gaze with a look of annoyed reluctance. Apology accepted, I guess, he mumbled, feeling just how genuine his counterpart was being, though he couldn't completely mask his ongoing dislike of Miles. Miles, happy that his apology was accepted, decided to break the ice with a more personal question that had been gnawing at him for a while now. So, how did our dad die in this universe? He couldn't help but ask, his mind wandering to his own father. Once again, it's my dad. Not yours. Mateo's eyes narrowed, his discomfort evident as he hesitated before sighing deeply. And it's not a story that I exactly like telling, he admitted, his gaze drifting to a framed photo of his father on top of his desk. But I guess you'd still want to know anyway, huh? Yes please, Miles replied awkwardly. He didn't want to make Mateo relive everything, but he also felt as though he needed to know. After all, his father was meant to die as well, and he still worried that Peter's protection wouldn't be enough. Sighing in annoyance, Mateo took a seat at the edge of his bed. I thought so. As he began recounting the painful memories, Mateo's voice wavered, each word carrying the burden of the past. My dad was one of the best cops you'd ever meet, and because he was so good, he was recruited into a special task force. Flashback. The Morales family was gathered in their cozy apartment, the aroma of freshly fried empanadas wafting through the air as dinner preparations were in full swing. Mateo's mother, Rio, hummed a tune while expertly maneuvering around the kitchen. His father, Jefferson Davis, sat at the kitchen table, engrossed in some leftover paperwork. Across from him, Mateo swiped through his phone, eagerly awaiting his favorite meal. This harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the distant roar of military vehicles surrounding their apartment building. The noise grew louder, accompanied by the sharp barks of soldiers screaming orders. It was as if the building itself was under attack, triggering a collective sense of curiosity and concern within the Morales family. Drawn to the windows, they witnessed the unsettling scene unfolding outside. Soldiers, armed to the teeth, took strategic positions, led by a massive figure unmistakably identified as Wilson Fisk. Fisk's imposing presence stirred a sense of dread, especially for Jefferson Davis, who recognized Fisk from a time when he wielded significant influence in New York City, before he somehow became a general in the army. Turning to his father, Mateo couldn't contain his worry. What's going on, Dad? Why is the military here? His voice trembled with a mixture of confusion and fear. His mother, trying to remain optimistic, suggested, maybe it's just a training exercise or something. They do these things, right? Despite her attempt to dismiss the tension, uncertainty lingered in the air. Jefferson Davis, however, wasn't swayed by false hope. Anxiety etched his face, and he hesitated before speaking, his tone serious and low. This doesn't feel right. As they watched the military presence intensify outside, General Fisk's voice boomed through a megaphone, sending chills down their spines. Jefferson Davis, come out with your hands up. Give yourself up peacefully, and no one has to get hurt. The gravity of the situation sank in, a knot tightening in the pit of Mateo's stomach. The question of why the military was targeting his father lingered, though the look he saw in his father's face, which reflected a mix of realization and fear, told him that his father had at least a clue as to why this was happening. Turning to his father, Mateo wanted to ask what was going on, but his mother beat him to it. Jeff, what's happening? Why are they here for you? Rio's voice held a tremor of fear as she desperately sought answers, confused as to why the military would be arresting a decorated and respected police captain. Jefferson stood there, shock etched across his features. His mind seemed to grapple with the sudden, unforeseen intrusion of military forces into their ordinary lives. He opened his mouth to respond, but the words seemed to escape him, leaving an unsettling silence in the room. Rio's voice grew more desperate as she repeated her questions, her tone rising with each plea for information. Mateo felt a knot tighten in his stomach as he watched his father, hoping for some reassurance or explanation. As Fisk's voice echoed through the megaphone once more, threatening to escalate the situation, Jefferson snapped out of his momentary paralysis. He heard the ultimatum: surrender peacefully or face a potential storming of the building, which would put his family in danger. A defeated look crossed Jefferson's face, resignation settling in. Without a word, he pulled both his son and wife into a tight embrace, holding them as if trying to imprint the warmth of the moment into their memories. The weight of unspoken sorrow hung heavy in the air. I'm so sorry. I know this is going to be hard for you two from now on, but I know you'll be just fine without me, Jefferson whispered, his voice laden with a mix of sorrow and determination. I love you both so much. More than you'll ever know. The sincerity in his eyes conveyed a depth of emotion that resonated within the confined space of their apartment. He gave his bewildered wife a quick kiss before focusing on Mateo. Take care of your mother, okay? I know it's sudden, but I have no doubt that you can do it. After all, you're my son. Tears forming in his eyes, Mateo frantically asked, what's going on? Why is this happening? Why does it feel like you're saying goodbye forever? Rio joined in, holding her husband's arm as she pleaded, why are they here for you? What did you do? Jefferson simply smiled down at them, a sad, melancholic look on his face. You don't have to worry about that. Just live your lives to the fullest and don't let this drag you down. He refrained from divulging the specifics, fearing that knowledge might jeopardize the safety of his family. With one last tight hug, Jefferson turning away, marching resolutely toward the door to give himself up. Rio and Mateo tried to stop him, calling out for him to stay, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. The door closed, leaving them alone and helpless, their eyes glued to the window as they watched him step out of the building, hands raised in surrender. After his father was taken away by the military, Mateo and his mother were left alone, but that didn't mean they gave up on him. No, instead, they called everyone they could, from elected officials to the police commissioner himself. They explained everything and asked for help, yet the answers they received weren't fruitful. Over and over, they were told that they'd look into it, but no one ever called back. They spent more than 24 hours without sleep trying to get just a modicum of help, constantly making calls to whoever they could, but no one had an answer to their questions, nor a solution to their problems. And finally, just as they were about to get some sleep, suddenly, they got calls and texts from just about every friend and family member, telling them to turn on the TV. And so they did, confused as they may be. On the TV, broadcasted on every channel, was the President of the United States, Nathaniel Richards. Instantly, hope filled both Mateo and his mother as they thought that maybe, just maybe, their calls had made an impact and the President was notified. They thought that the President would explain what happened and set things straight, releasing Jefferson back to them. But their hopes were crushed the second the President opened his mouth. My fellow Americans, today, we have uncovered a dangerous cell of traitors, terrorists who sought to undermine the very fabric of our nation. These individuals plotted against not just me, but the safety and security of every citizen in this great country. Mateo and his mother were shocked, as they had no idea what was going on. At first, they didn't believe that this had anything to do with their situation, as Police Captain Jefferson Davis was most certainly not a traitor or a terrorist for that matter. But then something truly shocking happened. The camera widened, showing a line of haggard, kneeling prisoners. Each of them seemed to have gone through some sort of torturous interrogation before this broadcast. Mateo and his mother's eyes widened as they saw Jefferson among the kneeling traitors, cuts and bruises all over his body. Fear and worry gripped their hearts as they watched. The President continued. These are the traitors who conspired against our nation. Their vile plans have been foiled, and justice will be served. Let this be a stern warning to anyone who dares threaten the sanctity of our democracy. A satisfied look on his face, the President declared that these traitors shall be put to death for their heinous crimes, and as he finished speaking, gunshots went off, killing each of them one by one. Mateo and his mother watched in horror as they all died, one after the other, until finally, it was Jefferson's turn. Mateo's father looked up at the camera, a sad smile on his face as he mouthed the words, "I love you," before a barrage of bullets impacted his chest and skull, killing him immediately. Mateo and his mother cried, their faces damp with tears of horrified anguish. The broadcast ended, leaving them in a chilling silence, the weight of tragedy settling over their souls. Flashback end. The weight of the revelation hung in the air, casting a somber shadow over the room. In the quiet aftermath, Miles struggled to find the right words, a mix of sorrow and empathy etched across his face. "I am sorry. I shouldn't have asked." "No, it's fine." Mateo shook his head, his eyes slightly damp as he looked over at Miles. "Cherish the time you have with your father, because you really don't know how good you have it." I will. I promise." Miles nods as a thought entered his head. "Wait, how do you know about Dad's task force? You said he didn't tell you." Walking over to the picture of his father, on his desk. Opening the back, he pulled out a small thumb drive, plugging it into his computer. "Take a look at this." After plugging the flash drive in, Mateo turned to Miles, a mixture of determination and sadness in his eyes. This is what my dad left behind," he said as the computer booted up. "He hid it well, so no one could find it. Even the government agents who came to take his stuff didn't find it. I stumbled upon it a few days after his funeral." Miles looked at the small device with curiosity and concern. "What's on it?" he asked, wondering what kind of evidence could make the President of the United States of America execute a police captain on live television. Taking a deep breath, Mateo's fingers danced along the keyboard, navigating through a series of encrypted folders until he found what he was looking for. "This," he began, gesturing to the screen, "is the evidence my dad and his task force were gathering." As the files opened, a cascade of documents, images, and videos unfolded before their eyes. Mateo explained, since his first term, Richards has been siphoning money and resources from America, destroying the economy by raising taxes to historic levels, completely destroying social programs, causing irreparable damage to our environment, and worst of all, he's started 7 different wars since he was elected, with more to come, no doubt. After all, it's not just the United States that has resources and money. Miles watched with wide eyes as Mateo brought up all sorts of documents, many of them classified, proving all of his claims. From the very public things, like taxes and social programs, to the more secretive documents, showing government-sanctioned pollution, logs of embezzlement, and purposeful goading of foreign nations to incite wars. Mateo's eyes flickered with anger as he continued, "But that's not all. There's even evidence of assassinations all across the world, many of which were orchestrated here in the United States. As Mateo says this, he clicks on a video file, which opens and plays instantly, showing a live video of Donald Trump stood on the stage of a mega rally. He stood on the stage, surrounded by cheering fans, a red hat atop his head, stating "Make America Great Again." Seconds into the video, a gunshot is heard and Trump collapses off the stage, a bloody hole in the middle of his forehead. As the video ended, Mateo spoke. That was Donald Trump. He was Richard's biggest rival during his first campaign for presidency, 20 years ago. His death can be linked back to people under the current president. Miles watched in disbelief as the evidence painted a grim picture of the president's actions. Wait, did you say 20 years ago? How is he still president? Isn't there a limit? Nope, not anymore. Mateo dejectedly shook his head side to side. During his second term, he pushed a bill through the Senate that changed the term limits. Instead of 4-year terms with 2 being the limit for a single person, it's 10-year terms with no limit, meaning he can run for president as many times as he wants. He's practically made himself the king of America. Miles' eyes widened at the revelation. How has no one revolted against him? Mateo sighed solemnly. He's manipulated the system, silenced opposition, and ensured that he faces no consequences by framing other people for his crimes. His mood suddenly turned somber as he continued. It also helps that everyone who's ever even attempted to do anything against him has been killed, the last of which was my father and his task force, who were killed on live TV. The weight of the truth sank in for Miles. So, he made our dad an example for anyone else brave or stupid enough to stand up to him. Mateo nodded, doing his best to ignore the fact that Miles keeps claiming his father as his own. Yes, my father knew the potential dangers, but he chose to do what's right, and this is where it got him. He emphasized the words "my father," hoping to make it clear once again for Miles. Miles clenched his fists, anger simmering beneath the surface. We can't let him get away with this. We need to expose him, bring justice for our dad and everyone else he's hurt, he said, completely ignoring Mateo's subtle correction about his father. Mateo nodded in agreement. That's why I'm showing you this. It seems like you guys are here for him, he says, pausing for a moment, as if contemplating something. We need to work together. I'm willing to share all of this info with Peter, but I want in on whatever you guys have planned. Miles saw no problem with that and nodded his head. Okay, I don't see a problem with that, but you'll have to get Peter's approval first. Sure, he can tag along. Suddenly, Peter's voice sounded by the door, drawing their attention. Relieved that he wasn't pushed away, Mateo adds, "One more thing," he says, causing Peter and Miles to raise a curious brow in his direction. "I don't care how you go about getting or doing whatever it is you're here to do, but I need to make one thing clear." Mateo paused, his hard stare glancing between both Peter and Miles. "The president is mine. I'm the one who'll end his life," he said, his eyes turning to Miles before a warning left his mouth. "Don't get in my way." Hearing this, Peter couldn't help but warn him. "You may not know this, but the man you want to kill is far stronger than you realize," he said, gesturing to counterpart. "If you can't even beat Miles in a fight, then you stand no chance against a Kong." Mateo's eyes narrowed at Peter's warning, his resolve unshaken. "I appreciate the concern, but he needs to pay for what he's done, and I'll be the one to make that happen," he insisted, his voice tinged with determination. Peter sighed, shaking his head in disbelief. "Mateo, you don't understand. Kongs are on a whole other level. It's not even about physical strength, it's about intellect, technology, strategy. Even if you manage to get close, his defenses are impenetrable for someone of your level." Peter quickly continued before he could be interrupted by the unhappy prowler. "Don't get me wrong, for a kid without any powers, you've done well to build yourself up with training and technology as a support, but compared to a Kang's technology, your gadgets look like a child's toys." Mateo's confidence wavered, his earlier bravado faltering in the face of Peter's warnings. But I have to do this. For my father," he protested, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Peter's expression softened, sympathy evident in his eyes. "I get it, Mateo. I really do. But you need to understand the reality of the situation. You're not equipped to take on someone like Centurion." Mateo's brow furrowed in frustration. "Then what am I supposed to do? Just sit back and let him get away with everything?" Peter smirked, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Oh, I'm not saying that. I have a plan. But it involves a little enhancement." Mateo's interest peaked, curiosity overshadowing his doubts. "Enhancement? What do you mean?" With a flourish, Peter produced a small vial filled with a mysterious blue liquid. "This," he explained, holding it out for Mateo to see, "is a special serum called Compound V. If you're lucky, it'll give you a useful superpower or two, but don't think it'll be easy. There's a considerable amount of pain involved with the process." Mateo hesitated for only a moment before reaching out to take the vial, grasping it tightly in his hand, determination burning bright in his eyes. "I'll do it. Whatever it takes to bring him down." Just as Mateo was about to take the vial, the door swung open, revealing Aaron, his uncle, standing in the doorway, a stern expression on his face. "Hold on just a minute," he interjected, his voice laced with concern. "You're not seriously considering letting Peter inject you with whatever that is, are you? We don't even know what it is." Mateo squared his shoulders, meeting his uncle's gaze head-on. "I have to, Uncle Aaron. It's the only way I can make sure justice is served." Aaron's expression softened, a mixture of pride and worry in his eyes. "I understand. But I can't let you risk your life like this." Peter stepped forward, his tone earnest. I don't remember saying that the serum would kill him, did I? It's just going to be a bit painful. His life won't be in any danger. I would never do anything to endanger him. This serum may be potent, but it's not lethal. It'll just sting a lot. Mateo nodded in agreement, determination shining in his eyes. I'm willing to take the pain. With a heavy sigh, Aaron stepped forward and snatched the vial from Mateo's grasp. Hey. Aaron ignored his nephew as he rolled his sleeve up and holds his arm out, passing the vial back to Peter. Fine. But on one condition, I'll be testing it before it goes anywhere near my nephew. Sure. Peter shrugged in agreement. No. Mateo shouted immediately. What if it really does kill people? You can't just put your life in danger for me. Chuckling, Aaron patted his nephew on the shoulder, a confident look on his face. Now you understand how I felt. Mateo frowned as realized his uncle's point. Besides, I'll be fine. But you, on the other hand, have your mother to worry about. You can't just leave her, not after what happened with your father. She'd be devastated. Mateo couldn't find any words to argue with him. Although he wasn't happy about the whole situation, he'd go along with his uncle's plan. Best case scenario, they both get superpowers. Worst case scenario, his uncle dies. He better be okay, Mateo threatened, his eyes boring into Peter. Well, if you're so worried, I could just not give you guys superpowers? It's not like I have to. Peter, not so happy at the constant threats he's been getting, offered, smiling as he took the vial back. After all, he was giving them superpower. The least they could do is be a little bit grateful and respectful about it. No I'm sorry. Mateo immediately realized his mistake. Just, please keep going. Sure. Peter forgave him fairly easily, turning to Aaron as he gestured to the bed. Lay down and keep your arm out. As Aaron complied, walking towards the bed, Peter conjured a syringe with a flick of his wrist, the vial of compound V in his other hand. With careful precision, he filled the syringe before turning to Aaron, who lay in bed, his arm held with a mix of determination and apprehension. Let's begin, shall we? Peter muttered, pressing the needle into Aaron's skin, and pushing the plunger until the syringe was emptied. As the serum entered Aaron's bloodstream, his body quickly started to convulse in agony, his muscles tensing and his screams echoing off the walls. Mateo rushed to his uncle's side, gripping his hand tightly. Uncle Aaron, are you okay? Please, say something, he pleaded, his voice filled with worry. He'll be fine. This is expected, Peter reassured as he snapped his fingers, summoning straps that restrained Aaron to the bed, preventing him from thrashing about. Time seemed to crawl as Aaron's body continued to react to the serum, the pain gradually subsiding but leaving behind a chilling sensation that permeated the room. Mateo watched with a mixture of fear and hope as his uncle's breathing slowed and his body began to relax. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Aaron opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused as he took in his surroundings. What happened? He murmured, his voice weak and shaky. Before Peter or anyone else could respond, a sudden drop in temperature filled the room, causing Mateo to shiver involuntarily. He looked at his uncle in astonishment as a cold energy radiated from Aaron's body, chilling the air around them. After testing out his powers for a short while, Aaron marveled at the frost forming on his fingertips, a sense of wonder coursing through him as he tested the limits of his newfound abilities. He waved his hand through the air, sending icy tendrils spiraling outward, freezing small droplets of water suspended in the air. That's pretty cool, Peter commented, a grin spreading across his face as he watched Aaron manipulate the frozen air around them. You're kinda like Frozone from The Incredibles. Frozone? What's that? Aaron asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. Peter's grin faltered slightly as he realized his reference had fallen flat. Never mind. It's just a character from a movie. You guys don't have The Incredibles here. Both Aaron and Mateo shook their heads in unison, prompting Peter to let out a disappointed sigh. Well, never mind then. Just know that you basically have ice powers now. Eager to join his uncle in the realm of superpowers, Mateo wasted no time in strapping himself down onto the bed, his arm outstretched and ready for the injection. His eyes sparkled with excitement as Peter filled a new syringe with another dose of compound V, his anticipation palpable. Are you ready for this, Mateo? Peter asked. Mateo nodded eagerly, his gaze fixated on the syringe in Peter's hand. Yes, I'm ready. Let's do this. With a steady hand, Peter injected Mateo with the serum, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. As the liquid entered Mateo's bloodstream, a surge of pain rippled through his body, causing him to writhe in agony, just like Bis' uncle did only moments ago. Hang in there, Mateo. Aaron called out, his voice filled with concern as he watched his nephew struggle against the effects of the serum. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly for Mateo as he endured the excruciating transformation, his screams echoing off the walls of the room. But just as suddenly as it had begun, the pain began to fade, leaving behind a sense of euphoria as Mateo slowly regained control of his body. As he opened his eyes, Mateo was greeted by a dazzling display of blue electricity crackling across his entire body, the energy surging with power and intensity. With a burst of electrical discharge, the straps restraining him were incinerated, along with a sizable portion of the bed beneath him. Miles and Aaron watched in astonishment as Mateo stood, his body pulsating with raw energy. Whoa, Miles muttered. Later that day, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cityscape, Peter and Miles stood on the edge of the mirror dimension, observing Mateo and his uncle Aaron as they practiced their newfound powers. The secluded landscape provided them with the perfect training ground, free from the prying eyes of the outside world. Matteo stood atop his apartment building, summoning arcs of electricity, crackling and dancing across his body, shooting bolts of lightning with a flick of his fingers. Nearby, Aaron focused his concentration, sending waves of frost spiraling outward, encasing nearby objects in a layer of shimmering ice. With each passing moment, Matteo and Aaron grew more accustomed to their abilities, honing their control and understanding of their newfound powers. Peter watched closely, taking mental notes of their progress and cataloging the range and scope of their abilities. As Aaron demonstrated his abilities, freezing puddles of water and even conjuring intricate ice sculptures with a flick of his wrist, Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He had expected Aaron's powers to mirror those of Frozone when they first appeared, and he was pleased to see that his assumptions were correct. Meanwhile, Matteo's powers proved to be more complex than initially anticipated. While he displayed an impressive command over electricity, Peter noted subtle nuances in his abilities, hinting at a deeper connection to electromagnetism. As Matteo focused his concentration, a faint hum filled the air as nearby metal objects began to levitate, responding to his subconscious commands. Peter watched with keen interest, intrigued by the potential applications of Matteo's unique abilities. However, despite the progress they had made, Peter knew that mastering their powers would require time and dedication. Matteo's abilities, in particular, seemed to hold untapped potential, waiting to be unlocked through trial and experimentation. He could do a lot with electromagnetism, Peter thought, though he knew it would take time for Matteo to discover and fine-tune every ability that came with his powers. But for now, all he could do was produce and control electricity, and levitate metal objects. With a satisfied nod, Peter made a mental note to continue training sessions with Matteo after this, helping him harness his newfound abilities to their fullest potential. "Do you really think he can beat Centurion?" Miles asked as he watched his counterpart practice. "I mean, I've never seen a Kong before, but from what you've told me, they sound like boogeymen or something. Are you sure he can do it?" Giving Matteo a scrutinizing look, Peter hesitantly shook his head. "No, he's still not strong enough." Miles frowned, expecting that answer. "So, how are we going to break it to him?" "We don't." Peter replied simply. "He wouldn't listen anyway." "Would you listen to us if it was your dad that was killed?" he asked, receiving a complicated look in return. "See, you two are more alike than you realize. I never thought we were different." Miles grumbled. "But he does," Peter said, glancing back at Matteo. Miles nodding sadly beside him. "Yeah, don't take it too hard. He's had it rough and then you show up, a version of himself with a life he would kill for. Just give him time and I'm sure he'll come around." Peter patted Miles on the back, reassuring him. "Anyway, we're getting off topic. As I was saying, he's too focused on avenging his dad, which is why we'll have to watch his back." Miles nodded as they descended into silence once again, but that silence was quickly shattered as Miles spoke, an imploring tone to his voice. "You know, if you would just bring back his dad, then that would solve our problems. He wouldn't be jealous of me anymore." Instantly, a complicated frown dawned Peter's face. "That's easier said than done, Miles," he replied as he turned to watch Matteo working hard to master his powers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the mirror dimension, Peter called an end to the day's training session. With a sense of accomplishment, he turned to Matteo and Aaron, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Great job today, guys," Peter said, his voice filled with pride. "You're both making excellent progress, and I have no doubt that you'll master your powers in no time." Matteo and Aaron exchanged a glance, a sense of determination shining in their eyes. With newfound level of confidence, they nodded in agreement, seemingly bolstered by their new superpowers. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the two Ub and nephew turned sheepish, causing both Peter and Miles to raise their brows in confusion. Peter, we just wanted to thank you for everything," Matteo said, his voice filled with sincerity. "We wouldn't have these incredible powers if it weren't for you." Aaron nodded in agreement, his gaze meeting Peter's with a sense of appreciation. "Yeah, we owe you a lot. And we're sorry for doubting and being suspicious of you." Peter waved off their apologies with a casual shrug. "Hey, no hard feelings. I get it. We didn't exactly have the best first impressions either, so don't worry about it." After all, they were found spying on Matteo's mother. Matteo and Aaron exchanged a glance, a sense of relief washing over them. "Thanks, Peter. We really appreciate it," Matteo said, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. With a nod of acknowledgement, Peter clasped their shoulders in a gesture of camaraderie. "Anytime," he said as he turned around and waved his hand, opening a shimmering gold portal. "Now, I think we've waited long enough. Let's go hunt down the President of the United States." He laughed in amusement as they followed behind him, determined and ready for revenge. As they left the mirror dimension and returned to the bustling city beyond, Peter couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. Hopefully, Centurion hasn't actually run away. As Peter and the group stepped out of the shimmering gold portal onto the rooftop of Matteo's apartment building, the cool evening breeze greeted them. Matteo glanced at the setting sun, a pang of realization hitting him. "Wait, guys, can you give me a moment?" he asked, turning to Peter and the others. "I need to say goodbye to my mom. She should be back from work by now." Peter nodded understandingly. "Of course, Matteo. Take your time," he replied, offering a reassuring smile. Aaron followed Matteo inside, concern etched on his features. He wanted to make sure Mateo would be okay and wouldn't reveal too much, especially considering the daunting task that lay ahead of them. Meanwhile, curious and worried for this universe's version of his mother, Miles stepped off the side of the building, walking down the side towards his counterpart's apartment, intending to peek through the windows for a second time. Sighing, Peter followed after Miles as they reached the right floor. Peering through the window, they saw Rio sitting at the kitchen table, surrounded by a stack of bills labeled overdue. She looked weary and worn out, in dire need of a good night's sleep and a week-long vacation, at the least. Moments later, Mateo entered the apartment, followed closely by his uncle Aaron. "Mom, are you home?" he called out. Instantly, Rio hid the overdue bills as his expression turned stern, her eyes landing on her son. "Miles Mateo Morales, is there something you want to tell me?" she asked, her tone firm. Confusion flickered across Mateo's face as he shook his head. "No, Mom, everything's fine," he replied hesitantly. Rio raised an eyebrow, revealing that she had received a call from Mateo's school, informing her of his absence. She began to scold him for skipping school. Realizing he hadn't attended school due to recent events, Mateo apologized to his mother, who demanded to know why he hadn't gone. Mateo hesitated, scrambling for an excuse, but Aaron stepped in, explaining, "He was with me, Rio." Rio redirected her frustration towards Mateo's uncle, demanding, "Why did you think it was okay to keep him from school? You should know better." Mateo intervened, confessing, "I was already skipping when Uncle Aaron found me, Mom. He took me home." He then promised, "I won't skip again, I'm sorry." As the tension dissipated, Mateo gave his mother a surprisingly strong hug, leaving her perplexed. "I love you, Mom," he said softly, unable to say anything about his plans. After all, she would definitely freak out if she learned that he planned to kill the president, even if she hates the piece of sh*t just as much as he does. Rio's brow furrowed in confusion, but she returned her son's sentiment. "I love you too, Mijo. Just don't skip school anymore, okay? You had me worried." "I won't, I promise." 10 minutes later, Miles and Aaron made their way back up to the rooftop, finding Peter and Mateo waiting for them. Peter glanced at them expectantly. "Are you both ready now?" he asked, his tone filled with determination. "Yeah, my mom is already asleep." Mateo nodded, a sense of resolve shining in his eyes as he tapped a button on his watch. Suddenly, his prowler suit activated, expanding to cover his entire body, including his face with a satisfying click of the mask. His uncle, Aaron, opted for a simpler approach, pulling on a ski mask to conceal his identity. With a nod from Mateo, they were both ready to proceed. Miles, wanting to maintain anonymity as revealing his identity would also reveal Mateo's, donned his mask as well, blending in seamlessly with the group. However, Peter chose not to hide his identity, knowing that this universe wasn't his own, and therefore, his face held no significance in the grand scheme of things. With a wave of his hand, Peter opened a shimmering portal, leading them straight into the heart of the White House. Stepping through one by one, they emerged into the Oval Office, their senses on high alert. Seeing that the room was empty, they prepared to start their search, but before they could make a move, a holographic figure materialized before them. It was Centurion, a confident smirk plastered on his smug face. "Finally, you took so long getting here. Do you know how long you've kept me waiting?" he asked, his eyes landing on Peter, ignoring everyone else. As the holographic image of Centurion flickered before them, Aaron and Mateo exchanged a glance, frustration evident in their clenched fists. The realization that their target was not physically present only fueled their determination to track him down. "He's hiding like a coward," Aaron muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes scanning the room for any sign of Centurion's whereabouts. Mateo nodded in agreement, his jaw set in determination. "But where?" Meanwhile, Peter couldn't resist a taunt as he locked eyes with the holographic projection. "Afraid to face me, Centurion?" he smirked. "Well, I'll give you at least a little credit for leaving a hologram. I thought you'd have run off with your tail between your legs by now." "Oh, I have." Centurion smirked back, unbothered as he met Peter's gaze. "After all, why risk my neck when I can have others do my dirty work for me?" he retorted smoothly, his tone dripping with arrogance. Peter chuckled, undeterred by Centurion's cowardice. "Too scared to face the music, huh? Typical third-rate villain behavior." While Peter and Centurion exchanged banter, Mateo took matters into his own hands, striding over to the wall where the hologram was being projected from. With the finesse of a seasoned tech expert, he tapped into the holographic projector, scanning for any trace of Centurion's hiding place. Centurion's smirk widened as he observed Mateo's actions. "Impressive, but do you really think you can find me that easily?" Peter shrugged nonchalantly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "You never know until you try." With a knowing smile, Centurion turned his attention back to Mateo, a sly gleam in his eyes. "Peter here seems to have a lot of faith in you, Mr. Morales." Mateo's heart skipped a beat at the mention of his name, his mind racing with questions. How do you know who I am?" he stammered, caught off guard by Centurion's revelation. Centurion's smirk grew more pronounced as he leaned back, reveling in Mateo's reaction. "Oh, I've known about you for a while now," he replied cryptically, his tone dripping with malice. Mateo's pulse quickened at the implication that his identity had long been exposed to their enemy. "Since when?" he demanded, his voice tinged with a mix of fear and defiance. Centurion's laughter echoed through the room, sending a shiver down Mateo's spine. "Oh, much longer than you realize," he taunted, his eyes locking onto Mateo's with an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. How long have you been watching me? Mateo's voice trembled with fury, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Centurion's smirk widened, relishing in Mateo's palpable rage. Since before you were even born, he replied casually, his tone dripping with satisfaction. As the tension hung thick in the air, Mateo's heart raced with a mix of anger and disbelief. He stared at Centurion, his mind reeling from the revelation that his enemy had known his identity all along. Glancing over at Miles, Centurion's smirk widened with a hint of amusement. Oh, I see you've met your little doppelganger, he remarked casually, his tone condescending. How was that first meeting? Awkward, I'm sure after all, he has your powers, right? How did it feel when you learned he stole them from you? Was it soul-crushing? Mateo ground his teeth, his fists trembling with restrained fury. Shut up, he shouted, his voice echoing through the room with a raw intensity. Centurion's smirk only grew more pronounced as he kept his attention on Miles, his eyes gleaming with a malevolent curiosity. Speaking of your powers, how are they? He inquired, his tone deceptively casual. Everything working the way it should? No hairy spider legs growing anywhere? Truthfully, I didn't know how your body would react to the bite when I sent the spider over. You seem to be doing well though. Miles's eyes widened in realization, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place with alarming clarity. The spider coming to his universe wasn't just an accident from Wilson Fisk's multiverse experiments. No, it was a meticulously orchestrated plan by Centurion himself. The weight of Centurion's manipulation hung heavy in the air, casting a shadow over their every move. As the truth sank in, Mateo's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing at Centurion's taunting demeanor. You sent away the spider that was supposed to bite me, he accused, his voice laced with venom. You've been manipulating everything from the start, haven't you? Centurion's chuckle sent a chill down Mateo's spine, his eyes glinting with amusement. And what if I did? He challenged, his arrogance radiating like a noxious aura. Who would want an annoying Spider-Man meddling in their affairs anyway? Mateo's fists trembled with restrained fury, his mind racing with a torrent of emotions. You destroyed my life, he seethed, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating with unbridled rage. All this time, you've been pulling the strings, playing God with people's lives. Centurion's smirk never wavered, his eyes gleaming with sadistic pleasure. And what are you going to do about it, Mr. Morales? He taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. Mateo's gaze burned with righteous fury, his resolve hardening like steel. I'll stop you, he declared, his voice resonating with unwavering determination. No matter what it takes, I'll make you pay for everything you've done. Centurion laughed, which seemed to infuriate Mateo. Do you think you're my enemy? No, you're just a pawn in my grand design, a mere speck in the vastness of my power. The only reason you still draw breath is because I found your little resistance amusing. And that's all you are, just a passing amusement. As the weight of Centurion's manipulation settled over them like a suffocating blanket, Aaron's simmering rage bubbled to the surface. Was it amusing when you killed my brother? Aaron's voice cut through the tension like a knife, his eyes blazing with fury as he confronted Centurion, tossing his mask aside, revealing his face. Centurion's smirk widened into a cruel grin as he met Aaron's gaze head-on. Absolutely hilarious, he confirmed nonchalantly. Mateo, Miles, and Aaron exchanged a glance, their expressions etched with raw anger at Centurion's callous admission. Centurion continued, his voice dripping with contempt as he reveled in their growing outrage. You should see the looks on your faces right now, he chuckled, his eyes glinting with sadistic pleasure. I wonder what you'll look like when you learn the real truth about your father's death. Mateo's blood ran cold at Centurion's revelation, his mind reeling from the sheer cruelty of it all. What truth? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper as he struggled to comprehend the depths of Centurion's depravity. You killed him. What more is there to know? Centurion chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming with perverse amusement. Oh, nothing much, I'm sure you don't want to know, he waved Mateo's questions off. As Mateo's anger surged, he couldn't help but demand answers from Centurion. Tell me the truth, he demanded, his voice trembling with fury. Centurion's smirk widened into a chilling grin as he leaned forward, basking in Mateo's growing agitation. Ah, always so eager for the truth, he remarked casually, his tone filled with malice. But are you truly prepared to hear it? Mateo's jaw tightened, his eyes burning with righteous fury. Stop playing games and tell me, he spat, his voice tinged with desperation. Centurion's laughter echoed through the room, sending a shiver down Mateo's spine. Very well. You see, I knew about the investigation into myself from the very beginning. But instead of putting an end to it, I decided to let it play out. After all, what's the harm in a little entertainment? He paused for a moment, a smirk forming on his lips, before continuing, and what would be more entertaining than recruiting your father into it? Centurion revealed, shocking the entire room. You didn't, Mateo muttered. Oh, I did. I mean, did you really think your father, a police officer from New York, was qualified to investigate me, the President of the United States of America? No, which is why it took a couple moles suggesting his name to get him involved. And then well, I'm sure you know the rest of the story, right? Miles's fists clenched at his sides, his mind racing with a mix of anger and confusion. You sick bee asterisk starred, he seethed, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. Mateo's blood ran cold at Centurion's callous admission, his mind reeling from the sheer cruelty of it all. You monster, he whispered, his voice barely above a whisper as he struggled to comprehend the depths of Centurion's depravity. Centurion's smirk widened into a cruel grin as he reveled in Mateo's anguish. Thank you for the compliment. The realization hit Mateo like a freight train, his world crumbling around him as he grappled with the truth. Centurion had been pulling the strings all along, manipulating every aspect of his life with merciless precision. Were you planning to turn me into this all along? Mateo's voice trembled with a mix of fear and fury as he confronted Centurion, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Was my entire life a lie? Centurion's laughter echoed through the room, sending a chill down Mateo's spine. You finally figured it out, huh? He taunted, his eyes gleaming with sadistic pleasure. Congratulations, Mr. Morales. Welcome to my grand design. With those chilling words hanging in the air, Mateo's resolve hardened like steel as he stared down his nemesis, his determination burning brighter than ever before. I'm going to kill you. I don't care how long it takes or how far I have to go to get it done. He stared straight at Centurion's holographic form, his rage overflowing. You will die. Centurion chuckled darkly, his eyes gleaming with malevolent delight. Oh, I look forward to it, he replied, his tone dripping with disdain. But for now, let's just enjoy the show, shall we? With a final smirk, Centurion turned to Peter. I wish you luck, Peter. You're going to need it, he warned as he vanished into thin air, leaving Mateo, Miles, and Aaron to grapple with the horrifying truth of his manipulation. A tense silence descended upon the room, broken only by the smoldering rage, which Centurion instigated before his departure. But just as everyone began to slowly calm down, a deep rumbling reverberated through the ground beneath their feet. Peter's eyes widened in alarm as he staggered slightly before immediately regaining his balance amidst the sudden tremors. What's happening? Aaron exclaimed, his voice tinged with concern. Mateo's heart raced as he glanced around the room, his senses on high alert. I don't know, he replied grimly, his gaze narrowing as he braced himself against the shifting ground. Miles's expression mirrored Mateo's concern as he steadied himself against the wall, his mind racing with possibilities. This doesn't feel like a natural earthquake, he remarked, his voice laced with unease. Aaron's fists clenched tightly at his sides as he surveyed their surroundings, his eyes flashing with determination. Whatever it is, it can't be good, he growled, his voice thick with apprehension. As the tremors surged in intensity, causing objects to clatter and the walls to shudder, Peter shut his eyes, immersing himself in a heightened state of awareness that swiftly extended beyond the confines of the White House, reaching out to encompass the city, the states, the nation, and ultimately, the entirety of the planet. With his eyes going wide in astonishment, Peter swiftly grasped the alarming truth. The entire planet was in the grip of an earthquake, which was steadily rising in intensity, leaving him puzzled as to what the cause could be. Confusion gripped Peter as the world trembled around him, but that didn't last for long. Determined to uncover the cause, he delved his cosmic senses deep into the Earth's core, where he swiftly discovered a massive golden seed pulsating with energy. Attached to this seed was a colossal skeletal body made of metal, which was rapidly growing and morphing with each passing moment. Peter's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the skeletal form sprout tendons, muscles, and flesh made of molten lava, its movements sending shockwaves through the Earth. He realized this creature was the source of the seismic disturbances shaking the planet. Is that a celestial? Peter wondered as he felt the energy rolling off of the colossal being, his mind recalling the Eternals movie, which truthfully, he's forgotten about until now. This reminds me, I should check for any celestial seeds back home as well. Maybe I can use an unhatched seed to make something cool. No longer confused, as he knows what's happening now, Peter turned to his allies, their expressions filled with concern and fear. All right, listen up, he exclaimed, his voice urgent, drawing their attention. What do we do? Mateo asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. Peter's mind raced as he contemplated their next move. You guys are going to stay here and look for Centurion, or at least anything that he's left behind, he declared, his tone resolute. What about you? Miles asks worriedly. Peter smirked confidently at Miles' question as he waved his hand, opening a golden portal leading to the center of the Earth, where all of this shaking was originating from. Mateo, Miles, and Aaron peered through the portal, squinting against the intense light to glimpse the colossal figure of the Celestial taking shape. The sheer powerlessness they felt as they gazed at the god before them nearly sent them to their knees. I'll be dealing with that before it destroys the planet, Peter declared, gesturing into the portal. Anyway, good luck and try not to die if you run into Centurion. With a sense of dread, the group watched as Peter stepped through the portal, but before it closed behind him, he turned around, addressing his allies one last time. Oh, I almost forgot. Gesturing towards the wall behind them, Peter shot a beam of purple light from his fingertip, which whizzed between Miles and Mateo, nearly missing them as it impacted the wall, exploding on contact. Boom! Miles, Mateo, and Aaron's eyes widened in fear as the explosion went off behind them, smoke and debris filling the room. What the hell was that? Miles was about to complain, but the ferocity in his voice quickly disappeared as the smoke cleared, revealing a secret passage behind the wall, which was heavily fortified before Peter blew it wide open. That should be a good place to start, Peter commented as the portal began to close. Remember, don't die, he reminded them as the portal vanished, leaving them alone in the Oval Office. As Peter vanished, leaving a sense of apprehension in the air, suddenly, the doors were slammed open, and teams of heavily armed soldiers stormed in, their guns blazing without warning, the earth still shaking below their feet. Mateo, Miles, and Aaron ducked for cover, their hearts pounding in their chests as laser bullets whizzed past them. Now they decide to show up. Aaron shouted before activating his powers, transforming the floor into a slick sheet of black ice, causing the soldiers to lose their footing. Amidst the chaos, the soldiers began to slip and slide, their attempts to regain balance futile against the relentless shaking of the ground, which had now become slick and slippery. Seizing the opportunity, Mateo and Miles sprang into action, Mateo unleashing bolts of lightning from his hands while Miles used his webs to restrain the disoriented soldiers. With precise coordination, Mateo's lightning and Miles's webbing quickly subdued the soldiers, rendering them unconscious and immobilized. As the chaos subsided, the three intruders exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination as they all turned to the secret passage that Peter had opened for them. As Peter stepped into the cavernous center of the earth, where the Celestial was taking shape, he couldn't ignore the remnants of a laboratory/workshop strewn across the area. The once pristine setup now lay in ruins, destroyed by the growing Celestial's emergence. Instantly recognizing the lab as belonging to Centurion, Peter wondered just how long his enemy had been cultivating this seed. This must be his biggest trump card. Determined to uncover any clues left behind, and make use of any leftover data for his own purposes, he decided to salvage what remained of the lab, knowing it might prove useful later. With a focused gaze, Peter tapped into his telekinetic abilities, levitating the broken pieces of equipment and debris towards him. With precision, he carefully pocketed the salvaged items into his storage necklace, planning to sift through it all later when he has some free time. As the remnants of Centurion's lab vanished into Peter's storage necklace, the cavern around him began to crack and tremble violently as rocks and other debris fell from above, signaling the imminent emergence of the Celestial, which was now straining against the walls and ceiling, its body still growing. With a surge of adrenaline, Peter realized the urgency of the situation and sprang into action. He knew that if he wasn't fast, then a little worldwide earthquake would be the least of this planet's worries. Without hesitation, Peter disappeared in a blur of motion, reappearing atop the colossal Celestial's chest as it struggled to break free from its earthly confines. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Peter's mind as he knew that allowing the Celestial to emerge unchecked would spell disaster. Summoning all his strength, Peter conjured a massive portal beneath the Celestial, the swirling vortex stretched wide. With a determined expression, Peter unleashed powerful punch, driving the Celestial downward into the gaping maw of the portal. The force of Peter's blow was immense, sending shockwaves rippling through the cavern as the Celestial plummeted into the depths below. With a deafening roar, the Celestial disappeared into the darkness of the portal, its colossal form impacting a barren, rocky surface on the other side. As the dust settled and the tremors subsided, Peter let out a breath before following the giant through the portal, touching down on the surface of Mars, far away from any innocent lives. Across the world, as the earthquakes ravaged every nation, buildings collapsed and chaos took hold. For the normal citizens of the world it felt like the apocalypse had arrived, but suddenly, it all stopped out of nowhere. The earthquake that everyone thought would end the world disappeared just as swiftly as it arrived, calm returning to the planet. In the midst of the eerie silence, people looked around in disbelief, unsure of what had just transpired. Some whispered prayers of gratitude, while others simply stood in stunned silence, grateful for the unexpected reprieve. Back with Miles, Mateo, and Aaron, who were exploring the secret passage, they felt the earthquakes stop and sighed in relief. "Looks like Peter did it," Miles remarked, a smile spreading across his face. Mateo nodded in agreement, his expression turning nervous. "Yeah, but do you think he can beat that thing?" he asked, a sense of fear welling up as he recalled what he saw through that portal. Miles' smile vanished, replaced by a contemplative look. "I think so." As they continued exploring, they came upon Centurion's lair, which was filled with all sorts of sleek technology. But most notably, as they appeared, another hologram of Centurion materialized before them. The hologram of Centurion regarded his surroundings with a cold, calculating gaze, his voice dripping with a sense of disappointment. "Ah, it seems like he was able to save the planet," he sneered, his image flickering slightly as he spoke. "No matter, he'll still have to face a Celestial of my own making." Miles clenched his fists, his jaw set in determination. "Is that what that thing is? A Celestial?" he asked, his voice firm despite the tension in the air. Mateo and Aaron stood beside him, curious to hear the answer. Centurion's hologram chuckled, noticing the presence of others in the room. "Oh, you're still here," he commented, his voice echoing through the chamber. "I forgot you existed for a moment, my apologies." Miles, Mateo, and Aaron clenched their fists, their jaws tightening as they resisted the urge to be provoked by Centurion's taunts. Nonetheless, Centurion relished their reactions, a wicked gleam in his eyes as he observed their responses. Seeing that his biggest threat was preoccupied, and the world wasn't about to end, Centurion turned his attention to the three intruders in his lair. "You know what?" he remarked casually, his voice dripping with malice. "I have some free time." As he spoke, the hologram disappeared, leaving Miles, Mateo, and Aaron momentarily confused. But their confusion quickly turned to alarm as the real Centurion materialized before them in a flash of light, his smirk sending a shiver down their spines. "Why don't I kill you with my own hands?" "Yo!" Peter called out to the Celestial before him, who began to stand as its molten body solidified into what appeared to be a suit of golden armor, towering hundreds of feet tall. Its form is both alien and divine, pulsating with raw energy. Its 4 eyes, glowing with cosmic power, pierce through the darkness, while tendrils of energy emanate from its body, crackling with otherworldly force. Insert picture of Tiamat the communicator here. Feeling the immense power radiating from the celestial before him, Peter couldn't help but marvel at its sheer magnitude. He's definitely stronger than Null. The thought of what Centurion had done to create such a formidable entity gnawed at his mind, stirring a mix of curiosity and concern. Putting his concerns aside for the moment, Peter stepped forward, hands raised in a gesture of peace. "Hey, big guy," he began, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. "I know things seem intense right now, but let's talk this out. Maybe we can find a way to work together." The Celestial's response was not what Peter had hoped for. Instead of words, a deafening scream erupted from its gaping metallic maw, accompanied by a blinding burst of light, which shot up from its throat, aimed directly at him. Arg. Reacting on instinct, Peter leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the searing blast as it scorched the ground where he stood, creating a smoldering hole which tore through the entire planet before shooting back out the other side. Regaining his footing, Peter glanced back at the smoking hole that was created. "Not much of a communicator, are you? Not much of a communicator, are you?" Peter commented, frustration knotting his brow as he faced the towering celestial, its metallic form crackling with raw power. He was fairly certain that Centurion's meddling had twisted the celestial's nature, robbing it of its innate wisdom and leaving only a mindless aggression in its wake. Although uncertainty lingered, Peter knew one thing for certain: words were useless against the celestial's fury. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to the inevitable clash, his mind already calculating strategies amidst the chaos. He would make a good addition to my shadows, Peter thought, a greedy gleam shining in his eyes. As the celestial loomed closer, its steps echoing like thunder, Peter braced himself for the impending clash. The ground shook beneath his feet with each heavy step of the towering entity, its metallic form casting an ominous glow on the barren planet. "Let's see how strong you really are," Peter shouted, his adrenaline spiking. With a swift movement, he launched himself into action, his spider sense tingling as he dodged the celestial's massive metal fist, the strike sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Acting quickly, Peter leaped up into the air and retaliated with a fist of his own, his body glowing in a purple light, empowering his every move. Boom! Unlike Peter, the mindless celestial didn't seem to be fast enough to dodge, or it just didn't have the brain power to understand that it was supposed to avoid attacks, because it didn't even flinch as Peter's fist connected, denting its chest armor and sending Tiamat staggering backwards. "Not so tough, are you?" Peter taunted, smirking up at the giant. The celestial roared in fury, its fiery eyes blazing with intensity as it swung its colossal arms frantically, aiming to crush Peter with its berserker mentality. Of course, Peter dodged over and over, returning some attacks here and there, but each dent or scratch that he managed to make in Tiamat's armored form seemed to disappear in a matter of seconds. Even his Phoenix Fire-infused heat vision merely created a hole, which was filled in a minute later. And worst of all, despite his agility and precognition level senses, Peter found himself struggling to keep up with the relentless assault, each blow threatening to overwhelm him. "Is it just me, or is this F***er getting faster and faster?" he complained as he was chased by the mad berserker, who seemed to only grow stronger and faster as time went by. Mid-leap, Peter was in the middle of dodging when he suddenly sensed another incoming blow, his instinct screaming a warning as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Tiamat's colossal hand swatted through the air, aiming to squash him like a bug. With no other recourse, Peter activated his phasing ability, intending to slip through the attack unscathed. But to his horror, Tiamat's hand shimmered with a golden energy, disrupting Peter's phasing as it connected with devastating force, sending him hurtling across the planet's surface. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, the force of the blow carving a deep furrow in the terrain as Peter's body crashed into a towering mountain miles away. Pain radiated through every fiber of his being as he struggled to regain his bearings, the taste of blood filling his mouth. As he staggered to his feet, Peter quickly healed as his gaze zoomed forward and locked onto Tiamat, a mix of anger and determination burning in his eyes. "Okay, you're definitely my strongest opponent yet. I'll give you that," he growled, watching as the giant began to sprint in his direction. Ignoring the throbbing ache in his body, which slowly lessened by the second, Peter launched himself back into the fray, his resolve unwavering. Gritting his teeth, Peter knew that he had to take it up a notch. With a surge of energy, his body underwent a radical transformation, his muscles bulging as he grew taller and broader, a vibrant red hue engulfing his form. His eyes blazed with an intense orange light, matching the fiery aura pulsating around him, blending with the remnants of his previous purple cosmic energy. Feeling the power coursing through him, Peter let out a primal roar, shaking the ground beneath him as he confronted the rampaging celestial. "Spy-day smash," he bellowed jokingly, his figure shooting forward. With newfound resolve, he met the celestial head-on, matching Tiamat's berserker ferocity. With each thunderous clash, the barren planet trembled beneath the ferocity of the destructive battle, cracks forming on its surface as the ground split apart. The once desolate landscape now bore scars of their conflict, with fissures snaking across the terrain and plumes of dust rising into the air. Their titanic struggle unleashed devastation on a colossal scale, as shockwaves rippled outward, flattening mountains and tearing through the planet's crust. The sky darkened with swirling clouds of debris and dust, obscuring the sun as their conflict threatened to consume everything in its path. Peter's red Hulk form clashed with the Celestial's towering figure, each blow sending shockwaves rippling through the air and echoing across the desolate landscape. Despite the immense power at their disposal, neither combatant relented, their battle escalating to cataclysmic proportions. As they traded blows with unrestrained fury, the planet groaned under the strain, its very foundation threatened by the force of their fury. Craters dotted the landscape, scars of their relentless assault as they fought with a primal intensity that bordered on madness. But as the battle raged on, Peter began to feel the tide turning against him once again. Is this mother-f***er still getting stronger? At this point, Tiamat had to be at least 10 times stronger than Null and his power was still rising at an alarming rate. Determined to turn the tide, Peter tapped into a huge chunk of the power within him, unleashing a dazzling display of energy. With a surge of determination, he cloaked himself in vibrant phoenix flames, their fiery aura enhancing his every move as he continued to battle the rampaging Celestial. But Peter didn't stop there. Drawing upon ancient energies, he enveloped himself in a golden eldritch glow and a crimson chaos energy, their hues blending with the purple cosmic energy that surrounded him. Now, his body radiated with a dazzling array of colors, each representing a different facet of his power. As the energies intermingled, they converged into a brilliant, flame-like white aura that danced along Peter's form, combining to imbue him with newfound strength. This feels pretty good, he smirked before launching forward, his movements swift and precise as he sought to overpower his formidable opponent. With each strike, Peter unleashed the full force of his combined powers, his attacks raining down upon the Celestial, who began to stagger backward as its entire form creaked under every blow, countless dents covering its metallic body. The air crackled with energy as their battle reached a fever pitch, the very fabric of reality trembling under the force of their clash. As the white aura pulsed around him, Peter felt a surge of confidence coursing through his veins. He refused to let Tiamat's mindless rage triumph over him, determined to emerge victorious no matter the cost. With a roar that echoed across the desolate landscape, Peter redoubled his efforts, channeling the entirety of his newfound power into a single, decisive blow. The air sizzled with anticipation as he unleashed his attack, the combined might of his many abilities converging into a devastating onslaught. And as his blazing fist connected with the Celestial's metallic form, a blinding explosion of light engulfed them both, illuminating the battlefield in a dazzling display of power. In that moment, Peter knew that victory was within his grasp, and he would stop at nothing to claim it. As the blinding light from his attack subsided, Peter found himself floating in the vast expanse of open space, the once desolate planet below completely obliterated by the final, cataclysmic blow. But as his gaze swept over his surroundings, an aching feeling overcame him. Looking down, Peters immediately realized where that feeling was coming from. His right arm, the same arm he had unleashed his final attack with, was gone, leaving behind nothing but a bloody stump from the shoulder downward. Despite the pain, he let out a resigned sigh, know that it would grow back soon enough. Whatever, at least that annoying B***** was take care of, Peter thought as he felt his arm slowly growing back. But just as he began to process his perceived victory, out of nowhere, a golden metallic figure materialized before him, towering over him with an imposing presence. Peter's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the pristine form of Tiamat, completely unscathed by his devastating attack, despite the loss of his own limb. And worst of all, did he actually get stronger? Again. Arg. With a mighty roar, the Celestial unleashed a devastating blast of energy from its open mouth, sending Peter hurtling through the air with bone-jarring force, the impact of the blast tearing a hole in his chest, which quickly pierced through his body and out the other side. In the heart of Centurion's lair, the air crackled with tension as Miles, Mateo, and Aaron faced off against Centurion. His sleek armor gleamed ominously, a stark contrast to the trio's determination. "Why don't I kill you with my own hands?" Centurion's voice dripped with malice, a sinister grin curling his lips. His opponents tensed instantly, bracing themselves for the impending onslaught. Without warning, Centurion vanished in a blinding flash, reappearing beside Miles with deadly energy blades in hand, poised for a lethal strike. Miles reacted with lightning-fast reflexes, narrowly evading the lethal blades aimed at his throat, while Mateo and Aaron swiftly moved to counterattack from different angles. In a synchronized display of power, Mateo enveloped himself in crackling lightning, while Aaron unleashed a chilling aura, both determined to protect Miles at all costs. "Miles, get out of the way." Mateo's voice rang out, accompanied by arcs of electricity shooting across the room in a display reminiscent of Darth Plagueis. A/N, unlimited power. Meanwhile, Aaron attempted to immobilize Centurion by freezing the floor, but their adversary proved to be more resilient than anticipated. Centurion observed the futile attempts against him with a bored, almost apathetic look on his face. His cyborg-like suit effortlessly countered the attacks on its own, draining the lightning to recharging its energy reserves and countering the ice by simply increasing the heat beneath his boots. "How cute," Centurion remarked sarcastically, his demeanor unfazed by their efforts. "Now it's my turn." As Peter coughed up a mouthful of blood, he clenched his teeth, feeling the familiar surge of pain mingled with determination. With a grimace, he wiped the blood from his lips and floated in the void of space, his gaze locked onto the towering figure of Tiamat, determination burning in his eyes. Looking down, Peter watched as his arm slowly grew back and the hole in his chest from his opponent's previous attack began to close. "I need to make sure to kick the sh*t out of Centurion for this. After all, it was him who set all of this up before hiding like a coward." Just thinking about it made Peter feel a burning need for sweet vengeance. But before that he muttered, reining in his burning need for revenge as he eyed the enemy before him. Despite the searing pain coursing through his body, Peter refused to back down. With a primal roar, he launched himself back into the fray, his movements fueled by sheer adrenaline as he faced the relentless onslaught of the Celestial. Each blow sent shockwaves rippling through space, the force of their clashes threatening to tear the very fabric of reality asunder. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Peter fought back with a ferocity born of desperation. His remaining arm moved with lightning speed, delivering precise strikes aimed at exploiting the slightest weakness in Tiamat's defenses. Each blow landed with bone-crushing force, denting the Celestial's metallic form and drawing a guttural roar of fury from its lips. But despite his best efforts, Peter found himself outmatched by the sheer power and relentless onslaught of his opponent. With a sense of growing frustration, he gritted his teeth and pushed himself harder, his mind racing as he searched for a way to turn the tide of battle in his favor. Drenched in sweat and blood, Peter fought with a primal ferocity, his every move fueled by a desperate determination to survive. With every punch, kick, energy blast, etc. he unleashed the full extent of his strength, his blows landing with bone-crushing impact against the Celestial's unyielding form. But for every strike Peter landed, the Celestial retaliated with equal, if not greater, force. Its metallic fists hammered down relentlessly, each blow driving Peter closer and closer to defeat, his body battered and bruised, yet refusing to yield. Blood seeped from countless wounds, floating throughout the space around them as the battle raged on, the air thick with the acrid scent of ozone and burning flesh. Despite the pain coursing through his veins, Peter gritted his teeth and fought on, his mind consumed by a singular focus: survival. But amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Drawing upon the depths of his deathly powers granted to him by his new spider suit, Peter empowered himself one final time, unleashing an overwhelming deathly aura, which seemed to swallow all of the other auras that shrouded his body, using them to file itself. Although Tiamat was rather mindless, he seemed to recognize Peter's boost in power as its eyes widened for a brief moment. Smirking, Peter slowly floated closer to his opponent. "What a nice expression you just had, why don't I help you make some more of them?" he said as he disappeared in a burst of motion. Tiamat's eyes widened a second time as Peter appeared beside him, his leg impacting the side of the giant's head. "How does it feel, you sadistic F***er?" he shouted, venting all of his fury from his earlier beatdown. With each strike, Peter felt the lingering pain in his chest slowly receding, replaced by a renewed sense of vigor and determination. Meanwhile, the hole in his chest closed and healed swiftly, leaving behind nothing but a faint scar as a testament to the ferocity of their battle. But just as Peter began to gain the upper hand, Tiamat unleashed a devastating barrage of energy blasts, each one aimed with deadly accuracy. With lightning-fast reflexes, Peter dodged and weaved through the onslaught, his movements a blur of speed and agility as he fought to keep himself one step ahead of the Celestial's relentless assault. With a defiant roar, Peter retaliated with a burst of heat vision, empowered by his deathly aura which turned the laser black, the blast slamming into Tiamat with explosive force. The Celestial staggered backward, its form trembling under the impact as rust spread across its metallic armor, causing it to decay in some areas. That's new, Peter thought, a smile in his face as he noticed the rust and decay, no doubt from the deathly nature of his powers. "Come on. Is that all you've got? I expected more, but what can you expect from a rusted tin can?" Peter taunted, his arm nearly fully regrown, only his fingers remaining to be seen. As Peter's taunt echoed through the void, the Celestial's rage ignited like a blazing inferno. Its form shimmered with renewed power, crackling with energy as it surged forward. Arg! With a primal roar, it unleashed a beam of energy from its chest, carrying the weight of a collapsing star. Caught off guard by the sudden surge in the Celestial's power, Peter found himself dodging as fast as he could, the humongous beam of cosmic energy grazing him as it passed by, shooting off toward Mercury. Ugh! Peter grunted in pain as the attack singed his skin as it grazed him, causing it to bubble and melt. But thankfully, his healing factor kicked in, lessening the pain as his skin returned to normal. As Tiamat's devastating beam struck Mercury, the planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, reminiscent of the Death Star's destructive power. The shockwave rippled through space. "Not another one," Peter sighed as he witnessed yet another planet disappear. The force of the shockwave of the distant explosion reverberated through his body, nearly sending both him and Tiamat flying away. "I should probably finish this before he destroys another innocent planet. Especially since the Earth is so close by." With Tiamat momentarily distracted by the catastrophic aftermath of its attack on Mercury, Peter seized the opportunity to strike. With a silent battle cry, he propelled himself forward, his powerful kick connecting squarely with the Celestial's head. As Tiamat staggered backward, Peter's eyes glowed with a deadly intensity, unleashing beams of heat vision that sliced through the void with lethal precision. The blackened lasers scorched Tiamat's metallic form, leaving trails of decay in their wake as the Celestial recoiled from the onslaught, its roars of agony echoing through the emptiness of space. Tiamat roared in anger, his colossal form trembling with fury as he unleashed a deafening scream, energy shooting from his mouth. With lightning reflexes, Peter dodged the onslaught, narrowly avoiding the searing blast as it tore through the void of space. The clash of metal against flesh continued as Peter and the Celestial returned to their brutal duel. With every strike, Peter pushed himself beyond his limits, his determination burning brighter than ever as he fought to protect not just himself, but the countless lives hanging in the balance. Each blow landed with bone-shattering impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the fabric of space itself. With a primal roar, Peter unleashed the full extent of his powers, tapping into the deathly aura that coursed through his veins, his every move fueled by an unyielding resolve to emerge victorious. As the battle raged on, Peter's senses heightened, his instincts guiding him through the chaos with razor-sharp precision. With a swift motion, he dodged a barrage of energy blasts from Tiamat, the cosmic beams grazing his skin with searing heat as they passed by, leaving behind a trail of destruction in their wake. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Peter retaliated with a surge of heat vision, empowered by the deathly aura that pulsed within him. The blackened laser slammed into Tiamat with explosive force, causing rust to spread across the Celestial's metallic form like a creeping plague. With each passing moment, Tiamat's once imposing figure began to decay more and more, weakened by the relentless assault of Peter's deathly powers. As rust ate away at its armor, exposing vulnerable patches of metal beneath, Peter seized the opportunity to press his advantage, striking with renewed ferocity as he targeted the Celestial's weakened spots. Each blow landed with surgical precision, driving Tiamat back with every strike as Peter fought tooth and nail to keep the cosmic behemoth at bay. With every punch, kick, and energy blast, he pushed himself beyond his limits, his entire being consumed by the primal urge to survive at any cost. But just as victory seemed within his grasp, Tiamat unleashed a devastating counterattack, its form shimmering with renewed power as it surged forward with a deafening roar. Arg! Caught off guard by the sudden surge of energy, Peter found himself struggling to keep pace, his movements growing sluggish as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. With a desperate effort, Peter summoned every last ounce of strength within him, his muscles burning with the intensity of his exertion as he unleashed a flurry of blows against Tiamat's weakened form, each carrying a deathly aura. With each strike, he felt the Celestial's defenses crumbling beneath his assault, inch by agonizing inch. Soon enough, Peter spotted his opening and leaped forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Tiamat's neck from behind. Despite the Celestial's attempts to shake him off and pummel him with its colossal fists, Peter held on with an iron grip, his deathly aura flaring around them in a swirling vortex of black energy. *CK Peter struggled to speak as a large fist impacted his back over and over again. As the ominous aura enveloped both him and Tiamat, the decay accelerated at an alarming rate, the Celestial's metallic form beginning to rust and corrode before his eyes. With each passing moment, Tiamat's movements slowed, weighed down by the relentless assault of Peter's deathly powers. Straining against the overwhelming force of the black aura, Tiamat fought desperately to break free, its once mighty form crumbling under the relentless onslaught. But Peter refused to relent, screaming in exertion as he poured every ounce of his strength into his deathly powers while struggling to maintain his grip on the Celestial's thrashing form. As the black energy spread from Peter to his metal opponent, the decay intensified, consuming Tiamat's once impervious armor at an extremely high speed. With a final, agonized roar, the Celestial fell silent, its body rusted in place as it succumbed to the relentless decay. With a victorious sigh, Peter watched as Tiamat's form disintegrated before his eyes, leaving nothing behind but a glowing yellow spark suspended in the void of space. *CK Why didn't it leave a body behind? Peter complained, as he planned to use the body to revive his opponent as a shadowy servant. Maybe it'll still work. Conjuring a green flame in his hand, he tossed it towards the flickering remnants of the Celestial, watching as the spark suddenly ignited. Resisting the urge to utter the word arise like a certain dripped-out Korean protagonist, Peter cautiously curiously the green flame at the flickering remains of Tiamat, hoping for a successful resurrection despite the Celestial's complete decay. Instantly, the green flame collided with the flickering yellow remnants, igniting into a fiery clash as the two hues battled for dominance. Peter watched with interest as Tiamat's residual essence seemed to resist being overtaken so easily, displaying an unexpected tenacity even in its diminished state. As the duel of flames raged on, Peter's eyes widened in surprise as Tiamat's yellow flame began to overpower his own green fire, its flickering light growing stronger with each passing moment. I guess you're still pretty strong. Even now undeterred, Peter shrugged and conjured yet another green flame, determined to get what he wanted. I guess I'll just have to keep trying. And like a Pokémon trainer who kept tossing Poké balls at a weakened Pokémon, repeatedly, Peter conjured his green flames, never giving up. Over and over, Tiamat's remaining essence would assert its dominance, but Peter persisted, conjuring more and more green flames whenever his opponent gained the upper hand. Gradually, Tiamat's resistance weakened, its flickering light dimming with each successive clash until, at last, Peter's final green flame emerged victorious, consuming the Celestial's remnants in a triumphant blaze. With a triumphant smirk, Peter watched as his green flame consumed Tiamat's fiery remains, growing in size until it towered above him, pulsating with power. The flame seemed to take on a life of its own, its intensity growing by the second. As the flame reached its peak, it dimmed, and from within emerged a dark shadow figure. It stood tall, its eyes glowing a bright green, matching the accents along its body. It worked, Peter breathed, his voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. He had managed to transform Tiamat into an undead shadow, just like Null. The shadowy figure of Tiamat loomed over Peter, but it just wasn't as intimidating as before. After all, he is Peter's servant now. Master. Tiamat spoke reverently, his knees buckling as he kneeled, still towering over Peter nonetheless. I owe you my deepest thanks for liberating me from Centurion's grasp. Peter's eyebrows shot up in surprise, his mind struggling to process the fact that Tiamat can now speak. You can talk. Tiamat nods solemnly, his glowing green eyes reflecting a mix of relief and sorrow. Yes, master. Even as a seed buried deep within the earth, I retained my consciousness. But Centurion's experiments robbed me of my voice and will, turning me into a mere rage-fueled puppet. Peter listens intently as Tiamat recounts his plight, his heart heavy with empathy for the Celestial's suffering. I thought so. I'm sorry to hear that, but at least you're fine now. Tiamat shakes his head, a grateful smile tugging at the corners of his shadowy form. No need for apologies, master. You have freed me from that nightmare, and for that, I am eternally grateful. Peter meets Tiamat's gaze, his own expression softening with understanding. Well, I'm glad I could help. Still in a deep bow, Tiamat acknowledges Peter's words, his loyalty unwavering. Thank you, master. I am Tiamat, and from this day forth, I am yours to command. Peter returns the gesture with a nod of his own. I look forward to having you at my side, Tiamat. He says as a cruel smirk forms on his face. Hey, why don't we go and test your powers a bit? I'm sure Centurion wouldn't mind being our test dummy as well. Tiamat's expression shifts, mirroring Peter's cruel smirk as thoughts of revenge consume his mind. I would relish the opportunity to show Centurion the extent of my newfound power, he growls, his voice dripping with malice. Peter nods in agreement, his own desire for justice fueling their shared determination. Then let's not keep him waiting, he says, his tone filled with anticipation as Tiamat shrank and disappeared into his shadow. In the heart of the cavernous lair beneath the White House, the clash intensified, the echoes of metal meeting metal reverberating through the chamber as Miles, Mateo, and Aaron battled against the formidable Centurion. Each move was a dance of danger, every strike a testament to their determination to overcome their powerful foe. Miles dodged and weaved, his spider sense tingling with warning as Centurion's deadly energy blades sliced through the air with lethal precision. With a swift twist, Miles unleashed a venom blast, the crackling energy surging forth like a torrential wave, aimed at disabling Centurion's suit. But Centurion was ready, his suit adapting seamlessly to the assault, absorbing the energy and repelling it with a surge of power. Is that it? He taunted, his voice dripping with contempt and disappointment as he lunged forward, relentless in his pursuit. If I'd known you'd be this weak, I would have sent the spider somewhere else. Mateo's fists clenched with determination as he summoned the power of electricity, arcs of lightning crackling around him like a tempest unleashed. With a surge of willpower, he tried to control the metal on Centurion's suit, aiming to squeeze him to death. Yet Centurion was no stranger to such tactics, his suit morphing and shifting in response, repelling the magnetic power with ease. You'll have to do better than that, he sneered, his eyes alight with malice as he pressed the attack. Though it is impressive, I assume Peter gave you those powers. How very generous of him. Aaron, ever the strategist, watched the battle unfold with a calculating gaze, his mind racing as he sought a way to turn the tide in their favor. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned icy tendrils from the ground, aiming to ensnare Centurion and freeze him in his tracks. But Centurion was too quick, his suit adapting once more, emitting a high-pitched hum, causing the tendrils to shatter within a certain proximity. Nice try, he scoffed, his movements fluid and precise as he closed in on his prey, his intent clear to crush them without mercy. Instantly, Centurion's onslaught intensified, his blows landing with bone-crushing force as he pummeled Miles, Mateo, and Aaron relentlessly. Each strike echoed through the chamber, sending shockwaves of pain coursing through their bodies. Miles gritted his teeth, blood dripping from his mouth from the sheer ferocity of Centurion's assault. He staggered backward, his vision swimming as he fought to stay upright against the barrage of punches and kicks. Mateo's attempts to retaliate were met with brutal efficiency, Centurion effortlessly dodging his lightning-charged fists before countering with devastating precision. Mateo could feel his strength waning, his muscles protesting with every movement as he struggled to keep pace. Aaron's icy tendrils shattered like glass against Centurion's unyielding armor, leaving him vulnerable to the relentless barrage of attacks. He cursed under his breath, his mind racing for a solution as he desperately tried to fend off Centurion's relentless assault. With each blow, Centurion's taunts grew louder, his voice dripping with contempt as he mocked their futile attempts to resist. Is this the best you can do? He jeered, his blows raining down with merciless intent. Pathetic. The cavernous chamber became a battleground of desperation, the air thick with the sound of grunts and the metallic clang of combat. But against Centurion's overwhelming might, their resistance seemed futile, their hopes of victory dwindling with each passing moment. As Centurion pressed his advantage, the trio found themselves pushed to their limits, their bodies bloody, battered, and bruised, their resolve hanging by a thread, unable to keep up with the relentless assault. Ugh! Miles grunted as he smacked into the wall at full speed, collapsing to the floor, unable to move. Mateo followed soon after, his arm snapped out of place as he was sent hurtling across the floor. Miles. Aaron's voice rang out, filled with concern as he saw his nephew's injuries. Oops! Centurion smirked dangerously. Did I do that? Aaron turned back to Centurion, his resolve burning with the fire of vengeance. He couldn't let Centurion get away with what he had done to him, his nephew, his sister-in-law, and most of all his brother. Uncle Aaron? Wait. Miles and Mateo screamed after him, unable to stand after the beating they'd been given. But Aaron didn't listen, moving forward one step at a time as his body began to emit an icy chill, which shot out toward Centurion, a manifestation of his determination to take down his brother's killer. But sadly, Centurion's suit countered the attack effortlessly, nullifying the cold with a burst of searing heat. Centurion scoffed, his laughter echoing through the chamber as he delivered a bone-crunching kick that sent Aaron crashing to the ground. The pain was unbearable, but Aaron refused to yield, his eyes blazing with defiance even as he knelt before his adversary. Mateo and Miles, their bodies broken and battered, could only watch in horror as Centurion raised his blades, poised to strike the final blow. "Stop," they screamed, their voices filled with desperation, but Centurion paid them no heed. "First your father and now your uncle," Centurion laughed as he stared Mateo in the eyes. "It's like you're cursed." "No," Mateo screamed in anguish, Miles' voice following closely behind him. "Stop." Just as Centurion was about to deliver the fatal blow, a sudden presence appeared beside them, a blur of motion as Peter materialized, slapping Centurion away from Aaron with a forceful blow, sending him flying across the room. Seeing Peter materialized beside their uncle, Mateo and Miles let out sighs of relief, their tense muscles finally relaxing as they watched their savior in action. Uncle Aaron looked up at Peter, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Peter. You saved my life," he said, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. Peter offered a reassuring smile. "No problem," he replied, his tone comforting. Meanwhile, across the room, Centurion scrambled to his feet, his eyes widening in terror as he saw Peter standing across from him, signifying the failure of his plan. With a panicked expression, Centurion activated the multiverse traveling function of his cyborg suit, desperate to escape the wrath of Spider-Man. But to his horror, a glowing rune appeared on his chest, in the exact spot where Peter slapped him, nullifying his escape attempt and trapping him in the chamber with his nemesis. Peter smirked triumphantly, his gaze locked on Centurion. "Where do you think you're going?" he asked, his voice laced with satisfaction. "Where do you think you're going?" Peter asked as Centurion tried and failed to escape, his rune working just as planned. "I just got here and you already want to leave, isn't that rude? You're supposed to be the host of this little gathering, you know? How can you just leave without even welcoming your latest guest?" I was just..." Centurion tried to make up an excuse, but before he could say much, Peter spoke once again, cutting him off. "What do you think, Tiamat? It's rude, isn't it?" he asked, and immediately the air crackled with tension as the undead Celestial's gigantic figure materialized from his shadow, a towering figure of darkness and rage. "What the hell is that?" Miles and Mateo shouted in unison, their eyes widening as the monstrous figure appeared behind Peter and glared down at Centurion. I don't know," their Uncle Aaron answered, just as confused and frightened as they were. Centurion's eyes widened in terror at the sight, his body trembling with fear as he recognized his former pawn, now transformed into an undead shadow under Peter's command. How? The Kang's mind raced for answers as he began to wonder where it all went wrong. He especially wanted to know how his former pawn had turned into this shadow creature, but he doubted Peter would answer his questions at this point. "Perhaps it has something to do with Death's Cloak," Centurion guessed. Tiamat's voice echoed through the chamber, a guttural growl filled with centuries of pent-up anger and frustration. "You thought you could control me, Centurion? You thought you could bend me to your will like some mindless, rampaging puppet? And then you have the gall to try and escape." Each word out of the Celestial's mouth dripped with venom, his gaze fixed on Centurion with an intensity that sent shivers down the cyborg's spine. "Master is right. You're being quite rude." "Oh, I think you made him mad," Peter commented tauntingly, enjoying the show playing out in front of him. "Master." Centurion staggered backward, his confidence faltering in the face of Tiamat's overwhelming power. "And no, it can't be," he stammered, his voice trembling with fear as he desperately tried to activate the multiverse traveling function of his suit, only to find it disabled by Peter's rune once again. Reaching forward, Tiamat's shadowy arms closed the distance between them, his fists wreathed in dark energy. With a roar of fury, he unleashed a barrage of blows upon Centurion, his fists raining down on his most hated enemy. Centurion's suit hummed with energy as he desperately tried to fend off Tiamat's relentless assault. With a swift movement, he summoned an energy shield, hoping to deflect the incoming blow. But Tiamat's strength was overwhelming, shattering the shield with a single strike, sending Centurion flying across his own lair, smashing into the wall with a loud thud. Ugh! The Kong spat out a mouthful of blood upon impact, collapsing to the floor soon after. Miles, Mateo, and Aaron watched from the sidelines, relieved to see that the monster from Peter's shadow seemed to be on their side. "Is that all, Centurion?" Peter tauntingly commented from across the room, casually leaned against a nearby wall. "I thought you were supposed to be one of the most powerful Kangs in existence? Does the Council of Kangs only amount to this much?" Centurion wanted to answer and defend himself, but sadly, he had no reply. Although he hated to admit it, in front of beings like Peter and Tiamat, who held godlike powers, any Kong would have a hard time, especially with their ability to escape sealed away. "I need to get out of here before." As he regained his footing, Centurion activated his suit's thrusters, propelling himself out of harm's way just in time to avoid Tiamat's next attack. But the undead Celestial was relentless, his shadowy form moving with unnatural speed as he closed the distance once again. With a surge of determination, Centurion launched a counterattack, firing a barrage of energy blasts at Tiamat. But the Celestial seemed unaffected, the dark energy surrounding him absorbing the impact of the blasts as if they were mere mosquito bites. Realizing that brute force alone wouldn't be enough to stop Tiamat, Centurion tried a different approach. He focused his suit's energy, attempting to disrupt Tiamat's form with a concentrated blast, putting as much power into it as he could. But to his dismay, the attack had little effect, Tiamat's shadowy form absorbing the energy with ease. Thanks for the meal. Tiamat smirked. Desperation mounting, Centurion tried to outmaneuver Tiamat, darting around the chamber in a flurry of movement, propelled by his suit's thrusters. But Tiamat anticipated his every move, his towering figure cutting off Centurion's escape routes with uncanny precision. With each failed attempt at escape, Centurion's hope dwindled, his suit straining under the relentless assault. Where are you going, little bug? Tiamat asked as he swatted Centurion out of the air like an annoying fly. Arg! Centurion screamed in pain as he was slapped into the floor, a small crater forming below him. Why don't you just give up? Peter asked Centurion from the other side of the room. It's not like you can escape and you certainly can't beat Tiamat, which means you stand absolutely no chance against me. So, why not just make it easy on yourself and surrender? Centurion spoke as he shakily stood to his feet. Refuse. He shouted, refusing to give up, drawing upon every ounce of determination and ingenuity he possessed in a desperate bid to survive. But, crack, Tiamat brought his hand down and flicked Centurion's stomach, sending him flying across the room, his suit and ribs both cracking and breaking simultaneously. Sadly, determination and ingenuity meant nothing in the face of true, unadulterated strength. As Tiamat unleashed another barrage of blows, Centurion's suit flickered and sparked, the strain becoming too much to bear. His screams echoed through the chamber, a symphony of agony as Tiamat's wrath descended upon him without mercy. Every punch, every kick was a testament to the Celestial's determination to exact vengeance upon his tormentor, his rage fueling each devastating blow. With each strike, Centurion's armor buckled and cracked, his circuits sizzling with the intensity of Tiamat's assault. But still, he refused to yield, his stubborn pride driving him to continue fighting against impossible odds. Tiamat was not interested in a fair fight either, his only desire to inflict pain upon the one who had dared to experiment on him and twist his mind to suit his own ambitions. With a cruel smirk, he continued his relentless onslaught, each blow landing with calculated precision as Centurion's suit crumbled beneath the onslaught, his body battered and bloody. Centurion's cries grew more desperate with each passing moment, his body battered and broken, his strength waning with each blow. Yet still, he refused to surrender, his willpower fueled by a stubborn refusal to admit defeat. But Tiamat was not one to show mercy, his rage consuming him as he delivered blow after blow upon his helpless foe. Each strike was a symphony of pain, each blow a reminder of the suffering he had endured at Centurion's hands. As the battle raged on, Centurion's strength began to wane, his body battered and bruised, his spirit broken by Tiamat's relentless assault. With a final strike, Centurion crashed into the ground in a heap of broken metal and shattered dreams. The chamber fell silent, the echoes of the battle fading into the darkness as Tiamat stood victorious over his fallen foe. Is he still alive? Peter asked as he walked over, stepping in front of Tiamat to check Centurion, who wasn't looking so good. He was covered in wounds and blood, and even his suit was barely holding together, shattered pieces scatter all around his beaten form. But most of all, he was still conscious and alive, his breath ragged and labored as he stared up at Peter with wide, fearful eyes. Please, he gasped, his voice barely a whisper. Have mercy. But Peter's expression remained cold and unyielding, his gaze unwavering as he stood over his fallen foe. Mercy, he scoffed. Did you show mercy to those you've killed? What about Mateo's dad? Did you give him mercy? He asked, pausing for a moment, hoping to hear an answer, but Centurion remained silent. No, you didn't, did you? So why should I show you even an ounce of mercy? Coming to terms with his loss and inevitable death, Centurion looked up at Peter and smiled. Then I might as well go out with a bang, huh? Everyone seemed confused by what he meant but their confusion would be cleared up in a moment. With a final, defiant roar, Centurion activated his suit's self-destruct sequence, channeling all of its remaining power into one last explosive burst. Everyone watched as his suit began to brighten, its power rising with every passing second. If I'm going to die, then I'm taking all of you with me, Centurion exclaimed as his suit began to pulse. Mateo, Miles, and Aaron stood frozen in fear, their hearts pounding in their chests as they braced for the impending explosion. But just before Centurion's suit could unleash its deadly payload, Peter approached him with an air of calm confidence, tapping the glowing suit with a single finger. As Peter withdrew his hand, the suit began to dim, the ominous glow fading until nothing remained. Centurion looked up at Peter in shock, his disbelief evident in his expression as he whispered, I never stood a chance, did I? Peter simply shook his head, his gaze unwavering as he replied, no. Turning to Mateo and Aaron, Peter gestured towards Centurion, his tone matter-of-fact as he said, he's all yours. Mateo and Aaron, still nursing their injuries, limped over to the fallen Kong, their faces etched with determination as they confronted the man who had caused them so much pain. Conjuring two swords, Peter handed them over to Mateo and Aaron before taking a step back, allowing them to exact their revenge. Looking up at his executioners, Centurion's voice was resigned as he said, just get it over with already. Without hesitation, Mateo and Aaron drove their swords into Centurion's chest, their movements swift and purposeful. As the life drained from Centurion's eyes, his body slumped to the ground, blood pooling around him. Silence descended upon the chamber, broken only by the sound of Matteo and Aaron's ragged breathing as they stood over their fallen enemy. Peter watched from a distance, his expression unreadable as he observed the scene unfolding before him. Finally, Matteo and Aaron turned away from Centurion's lifeless form, their faces drawn and weary as they faced Peter once again. There were no words to express the mix of emotions swirling within them, but Peter understood the gravity of the moment without needing any further explanation. With a nod of acknowledgement, Peter watched as they limped out of the chamber, their long fight against Centurion finally over. Miles shifted uncomfortably as he gazed at Centurion's lifeless body, a myriad of conflicting emotions swirling within him. Finally, he turned to Peter, uncertainty evident in his voice. Should we go after them?" he asked, frowning. They looked sad. Peter shook his head, his expression grave yet resolute. "No, Miles. They need some time alone. Let's leave them alone for a little while." Nodding in understanding, Miles glanced once more at Centurion's body before mustering a faint smile. "Okay, I'll wait outside for you," he said softly, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. With that, he exited the chamber, leaving Peter alone with Tiamat and the remains of their fallen adversary. As the sound of Miles' footsteps faded into the distance, Peter turned his attention to Tiamat, who stood beside him, a towering sentinel of darkness and fury. The undead celestial's gaze was fixed upon Centurion's body, a silent question lingering in the air. Tiamat's voice rumbled like distant thunder as he addressed Peter, his words reverberating through the chamber. "Should I deal with it, Master?" Peter nodded, his eyes never leaving Centurion's lifeless form. "Yeah, go ahead." In an instant, Tiamat moved with a speed that defied comprehension, his shadowy form darting across the chamber until he reached an empty corner. With a swift motion, he extended his hand into the air, his fingers curling around an unseen figure. Suddenly, the air was filled with anguished screams as a figure materialized within Tiamat's tight grasp, writhing in agony as if caught in the throes of a nightmare made manifest. Peter's eyes narrowed as he regarded the trapped figure, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. "Did you think you could trick me with this weak illusion, Centurion?" he asked, his words sharp as he kicked the dead Centurion, sending it crashing into the wall, where it shattered into particles of light. "Did you really believe you could escape?" Centurion, now held captive within Tiamat's grasp, could only stare helplessly at Peter, his defiance crumbling in the face of his inevitable fate. He knew he had underestimated Peter's cunning and power, and now he would pay the price for his arrogance. "Can I deal with him this time, Master?" Tiamat asked, his fist tightening, squeezing the life out of Centurion. Peter gazed at Tiamat, silent permission granted. With a malicious grin, Tiamat tightened his grip on Centurion, relishing in the agony. "Arg!" Centurion's screams pierced the air, echoing off the chamber walls, until finally, with a sickening crunch, his body couldn't take the strain anymore. "Ugh!" He let out one last grunt as blood shot out from every orifice of his body, as if he were a tube of toothpaste, which Tiamat was wringing out. A sense of finality hung in the air as Tiamat released his grip, the disfigured remnants of Centurion hitting the floor with a sickening thud. Peter watched, his expression unreadable, as Tiamat's shadowy form seemed to swell with satisfaction. "It is done," Tiamat declared, his voice like the rumble of distant thunder. "He will trouble us no more." Peter nodded, a weight lifted from his shoulders. "Good," he murmured. "Now, let's focus on what's next." Tiamat inclined his head, giving Peter a quick bow. "Yes, Master," he replied subsequently. "I'll return to your shadow. Please call upon me again." And with that said, Tiamat's giant form shrank and vanished into Peter's shadow. Alone in the dimly lit chamber, Peter's eyes conjured a ball of phoenix flame in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he sent it hurtling towards Centurion's lifeless body, igniting it in a blaze of bright, cleansing fire. The flames danced and crackled, consuming Centurion's form until nothing remained but a pile of smoldering ash. Ignoring the smoldering remnants, Peter strode purposefully over to Centurion's computer setup. Taking a seat at the large metallic desk, Peter pulled out a hard drive from his storage necklace and plugged it in. With a few deft keystrokes, he initiated a download, his eyes scanning the many screens as every bit of data from Centurion's system began transferring over. As the progress bar filled slowly, Peter leaned back in the chair, his mind whirling with possibilities. He knew that within Centurion's files lay all sorts of information on the Council of Kings, information that could prove invaluable to his plans. Minutes passed as Peter remained absorbed in his task, until finally, the download was completed. With a satisfied nod, Peter disconnected the hard drive, slipping it back into his storage necklace. Rising from the chair, Peter cast one last glance at the smoldering remains of Centurion's body before turning to leave. But as he took a couple of steps toward the exit, suddenly, time seemed to halt as the familiar figure of a Grim Reaper materialized before him. Peter blinked, surprise flashing across his features. "Huh? What are you doing here? I thought you only showed up when I completed a task." Death regarded him with an enigmatic look, his skeletal visage devoid of expression. "Actually, I'm here to congratulate you." Peter arched an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "Congratulate me? For what?" Death's voice resonated with a chilling echo. "For being the first of my successor candidates to eliminate 2 of your competitors." Recognition dawned on Peter's face as he recalled Centurion's true identity. "Oh, yeah. I forgot he was a successor as well." He was just so weak that it slipped my mind. Death merely shrugged, his bony shoulders rising and falling in a gesture of indifference. I wouldn't say he was weak. You just happen to be among the stronger few of my successors. So there are others who are as strong as me. Peter nodded slowly, absorbing Death's words. Okay, so why are you here again? Death's gaze pierced through him, his hollow eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. I'm here to offer you a reward, of course. As the first candidate to eliminate 2 competitors, you've earned a special privilege. Peter's interest was piqued as he leaned forward, eager to hear more. What kind of reward? As he asked, instantly, a holographic screen appeared before him. Remaining competitors, 66/69. Tracker, no successors nearby. Death's voice resonated like a whisper from the grave. You now have the ability to know how many successors remain, as well as a way to track them down. Peter nodded slowly, taking in everything on the screen before him. Thank you, he replied, shocked by the sudden boon. But wait, why is the tracker saying there's no successors nearby? Because there are none in this universe. Death explained. You'll have to travel around and start your search. After all, I won't make it too easy for you. With a nod of acknowledgement, Peter watched Death begin to fade away, his form dissipating like mist in the wind. I look forward to seeing your next battle. Hopefully, the next candidate you meet will put up more of a fight, he said before vanishing completely. Peter was left alone in the chamber, his thoughts swirling with newfound boon. With this gift bestowed upon him, he knew that finding the other candidates would only be slightly easier. Finding the right universes is going to be a hassle, he mused, though Peter took solace in the fact that he now had a newly established multiverse-level organization at his disposal, poised to embark on the search in his stead. If I can link each universe they explore with gate-type portals, perhaps the tracker will detect a candidate and I won't have to do any work. Uncertain of its success, Peter acknowledged that it was worth attempting nonetheless. Minutes later, Peter led the way through a shimmering portal, stepping out onto the familiar rooftop of Mateo's apartment. He glanced back as Miles, Mateo, and Aaron followed suit, their expressions a mix of relief and exhaustion as they pulled off their masks. Once the portal closed behind them, Mateo and Aaron wasted no time in expressing their gratitude. Thanks, Peter. We couldn't have done any of that without you, Aaron spoke, Mateo following right after him. Yeah, we would be dead right now without your help. Peter accepted their words with a humble nod, a small smile playing on his lips. No need to thank me, he replied, his voice laced with sincerity. Just glad I could help. Of course, he chose not to mention anything about Centurion's fake death, wanting to preserve their sense of victory and closure. Mateo's voice broke through the gratitude, a note of sadness creeping into his tone. So, you guys leaving now? He asked, his gaze shifting between Peter and Miles. I mean, you've done what you came here for, right? Peter returned Mateo's gaze with a reassuring smile. Not just yet, he said, his tone gentle. We'll stick around for a little while longer. He could sense Mateo's reluctance to see them go, and he didn't want to leave on a somber note. Suddenly, Mateo's relief melted into disbelief as the rooftop door creaked open, revealing his mother, Rio, cigarette in hand and lighter in the other. Miles, Mateo, and Aaron spun around, paralyzed in shock at the unexpected intrusion. With nowhere to escape on the open rooftop, they were trapped, waiting for her to notice them. Unaware of their presence, Rio casually lit her cigarette, took a long puff, and leaned against the door, seeking solace from the stress of her life. Mom, since when do you smoke? Mateo blurted out, his concern evident. Rio's next puff halted midway, her eyes widening in astonishment as she processed the scene. Mateo, Miles, Aaron, and an unknown man stood before her, their stares fixed on her like startled deer in headlights. Miles, what are you? Rio began, but her words faltered as she took in Mateo's prowler suit, and beside him, Miles, both a mirror image of the other. After a long explanation and relocating to their apartment's living room, Mateo sat, practically cowering before his mother, Miles, and his uncle Aaron at his side. Meanwhile, Peter stood across the room, watching the drama unfold. Mateo couldn't look his mother in the eyes, too afraid to even glance in her direction. Are you going to say anything? He asked, knowing how she would react. Ignoring Miles and Peter for the moment, Rio put all of her attention on her son, her eyes blazed with fury, her voice laced with disappointment and anger. Miles, Mateo, Chu diablos estás haciendo, what the hell are you doing? You know better than to involve yourself in these dangerous activities? Your father died because of this madness, and I won't let you throw your life away like he did. Mateo winced at the mention of his father, guilt gnawing at his insides as he struggled to find the right words to explain. Mom, I'm just trying to make a difference, to fight against corruption, he stammered, his voice tinged with desperation. Rio's expression softened slightly, but her resolve remained unwavering. I don't care what you think you're doing. You're putting yourself in danger, and it ends today, she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she reached out to grasp her son's shoulders. Mateo took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he knew would be a difficult conversation. Mom, I can't stop, he began, his voice steady despite the turmoil within him. Not when I have these powers. Not when I know I can make a difference. Rio's eyes widened in disbelief as Mateo held up his hand, electricity crackling between his fingertips, illuminating the room with a soft, blue glow. She stumbled back, her breath catching in her throat as she struggled to comprehend what she was seeing. What is this? She gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. Mateo met his mother's gaze, his heart pounding in his chest as he watched the mix of fear and awe flicker across her face. My powers, he admitted, his eyes glued to the electricity. Peter gave them to me. Instantly, Rio turned to Peter, who merely waved hello in response. She didn't know what to say or how to treat him. After all, if her son's story was true, then this man as well as her son's lookalike were from another universe. Choosing to continue to ignore the whole multiverse situation for just a little bit longer, Rio's mind raced as she struggled to process her son's revelation, her thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and fear. But it's too dangerous, she protested weakly, her voice tinged with desperation. What if something happens to you? What if you get hurt? Mateo's resolve hardened as he reached out to take his mother's hand, his touch gentle yet determined. I won't let that happen, Mom. I promise, he said earnestly, his voice filled with conviction. I'll be careful, I'll be smart. But I can't just sit back and do nothing while people suffer. I have to help. Tears welled up in Rio's eyes as she looked into her son's determined gaze, her heart torn between pride and fear. I don't know if I can support this, she admitted, her voice choked with emotion. But I can't stop you either. Just promise me you'll be safe. Promise me you'll come home. Mateo squeezed his mother's hand, his own eyes shimmering with unshed tears as he nodded solemnly. I promise, Mom, he whispered, his voice filled with love and determination. I'll always come home. I promise. And as they stood there, hand in hand, mother and son, they knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. As the tension in the room began to dissipate, Rio turned to Aaron, her eyes searching his face for answers. Aaron, is he really dead? She asked quietly, her voice trembling with emotion. Aaron met her gaze with a solemn nod, his expression grave. Yeah, we did it ourselves. He's dead and he's not coming back, he confirmed, his voice steady but tinged with sadness. Rio's breath caught in her throat as the weight of Aaron's words sank in. Her husband's killer was finally gone, justice served in the only way they knew how. Tears welled up in her eyes, a mixture of relief and grief washing over her. Miles, Mateo, she whispered, turning to her son, her voice choked with emotion. I may not approve of what you've been doing, but thank you. Thank you for doing what I couldn't. Thank you for avenging your father. Mateo's eyes glistened with tears as he stepped forward, wrapping his arms around his mother in a tight embrace. I'll always protect you, Mom, he vowed, his voice barely above a whisper. I'll make sure no one ever hurts us again. As they held each other close, Miles couldn't help but smile and feel a little bit jealous of how close Mateo and his mother seemed to be, which was odd. After all, it was usually Mateo who was the jealous one. I guess death can break up a family, but it can also make them closer as well. As they hugged one another, Aaron stood up and attempted to join them, but before he could get too close, he was stopped by a glare from Rio. Don't think you're forgiven so easily. She spoke sharply, still holding her son. I believe there's some garbage in the kitchen that needs taking out. Rio could and would always forgive her son, because that's just what a mother does, but her brother-in-law was an entirely different story. Aaron is an adult and shouldn't have aided her son in a war against the government. And most of all, he should have told her the second he found out. Aaron let out a long breath before lowering his arms and doing as he was told. At least she's not outright throwing me out. He still had some hope of gaining her forgiveness. As Aaron leaves to dispose of the garbage, Mateo squeezes his mother's hand gently, catching her attention. Mom, don't be too hard on Uncle Aaron, he says softly, his voice filled with empathy. When he found out what I was doing, I had to beg him not to tell you. Rio smiled reassuringly as she looked at her son, a mix of pride and affection in her eyes. I know, Mateo. And in time, I'll forgive him, she replies, her tone gentle yet firm. But for now, he has some making up to do. Mateo's frown deepened, guilt gnawing at him. He hates seeing his uncle being punished for his own decisions. But at least, he thinks, he wasn't being punished alongside him. Just as he thought that, suddenly, Rio gestures toward the kitchen, her tone turning more serious. Now, young man, there are dishes in the sink that need cleaning, she says, her voice leaving no room for argument. And once you're done with that, you can clean the rest of the kitchen as well. Mateo's eyes widen in surprise, momentarily stunned. But I thought, he starts to say, confusion evident in his voice. Rio raises a brow, finishing his sentence for him. You thought you got away with everything? No, your punishment will be just as bad as your uncle's, she says firmly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. For starters, you're grounded for the foreseeable future. Now, off you go. The dishes won't clean themselves. With a heavy heart, Mateo nods, shoulders slumping as he heads towards the kitchen to face his punishment. As he eyed the pile of dirty dishes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for keeping everything from his mother. But deep down, he knew that she would never have allowed him to take his revenge. Besides, she knows now and, all things considered, the punishment is very light. Left alone in the living room with Miles and Peter, Rio takes a deep breath before turning to Miles, her heart pounding with disbelief as she reached out to touch his face, tracing the familiar lines of his features with wonder. You look just like him, she whispered, her voice filled with awe and disbelief. Miles squirmed uncomfortably under her scrutiny, blushing as he tried to pull away. Mom, stop, he mumbled, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the comparison. But then he realized, in a slip of the tongue, he called her mom, immediately regretting it as he stammered out an apology. Rio couldn't help but smile at his embarrassment, her heart warming at the unintended endearment. It's okay, Miles, she reassured him, her tone gentle. You can call me Mom if you want. I don't mind. Miles looked away bashfully, a small smile tugging at his lips as he muttered, okay, Mom, feeling a strange sense of comfort in the familial term. Turning her attention to Peter, Rio's expression turned conflicted, a frown marring her features as she struggled to reconcile her gratitude with her concerns. Peter, I appreciate what you've done for my son, but giving him those powers, she began, her voice tinged with worry. Peter nodded understandingly, knowing the weight of her worries. I guess I'll have to make a good first impression in order to win her over. Without a word, he pulled out his phone, tapping away, confusing both Rio and Miles. And done. As he finished and stored his phone away, suddenly, a notification chimed on Rio's phone, interrupting their conversation. You should really look at that, he told her, a knowing smile on his face. Hesitantly, she checked it, her eyes widening in shock as she read the message. Dropping her phone, she stared at it in disbelief, her mind reeling. Miles leaned over to see what had startled his mother, his eyes widening as he read the notification. What is it? He asked, his voice tinged with concern as he saw the amount displayed on the screen. It's a wire transfer, Rio murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as she struggled to comprehend the enormity of the sum. $50 million. She trailed off, her mind racing with possibilities and questions. As the world was going crazy over the disappearance of the President of the United States of America, Rio sat in her bedroom, staring at her phone in disbelief. Peter's reassurances echoed in her mind, calming her nerves. When she first began to realize what happened, her bank account loaded with a life-changing amount of money, she immediately tried to give it all back. After all, she never liked getting handouts from others, especially not from people she didn't even know. But thankfully, Peter made that impossible. With a bit of finagling, he made it appear as if the money was never even wired over, but instead came from a long list of investment, which she made throughout her entire adult life, adding up to a crisp $50 million. Despite her initial hesitation, the allure of financial security for her family proved too enticing to resist. With Miles, Mateo, and Aaron by her side, convincing her to just take it, she made the decision to keep the money, albeit with a twinge of hesitancy lingering in her heart. After all, it was a small fraction of Wilson Fisk's ill-gotten gains, which Peter had stolen and repurposed, a form of justice served from beyond the grave. As she tentatively accepted the unexpected windfall, Rio couldn't shake the feeling of unease and uncertainty, wondering what the hell she was supposed to do with all this money. Yet, with Peter's convincing words and the support of her family, Rio pushed aside her doubts and allowed herself to dream of a brighter future. With the weight of financial burden lifted, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief and focus on rebuilding their lives. Together, they discussed plans for the money, mapping out investments and savings to ensure long-term stability. Mateo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he suggested ideas for their future, such as building their own house, which they would actually own instead of throwing their money away on rising rental costs, his enthusiasm infectious as they dared to imagine a life free from the shadows of their past. As they basked in the warmth of newfound hope, Rio couldn't help but feel grateful for Peter's unexpected generosity. Despite his mysterious arrival, and his involvement with her son's shocking new abilities, she couldn't deny the impact he had made on their lives, bringing light to their darkest days. With a renewed sense of purpose, Rio embraced the opportunity to carve out a better future for her family, determined to make the most of this unexpected gift. And as they laughed and planned together, a sense of optimism filled the room, washing away the lingering doubts and fears of the past. In the end, Rio realized that sometimes, help can come from the most unexpected places. And as she looked at her son, his smiling face finally returning after so long, she knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, as a family. After a long day of ups and downs at the Morales household, Peter and Miles found themselves staying the night, with Rio insisting they stay, even going so far as to set up the entire living room just for them. As everyone drifted off to sleep, Miles snoring on the other side of the room, Peter lay awake, his gaze fixated on a family photo nearby. The picture captured a joyful moment at an amusement park, featuring a much younger Mateo and his parents, Rio and Jeff. Suddenly, Miles' request echoed in Peter's mind, urging him to bring back Mateo's dad, to make their family whole once more. With a heavy sigh, Peter knew the idea wasn't going to work. Yet, unable to shake the thought, he resolved to at least test his abilities, to see if he could even do it or not. Quietly slipping out of the apartment, he made his way to the rooftop, pondering his options. Contemplating his powers over death, bestowed upon him by his new spider suit, Peter acknowledged their limitations. Bringing back a true living being seemed beyond his current capabilities. And the notion of using the Infinity Stones to resurrect Mateo's father was impossible unless he brought the body back to his own universe, but even that idea raised its own set of uncertainties. Like, what happens to a body that's revived in a separate universe from the one it was born, lived, and died in? Concerns gnawed at Peter's thoughts. Would Jeff truly return, soul intact, if brought back in another universe? Or would his body return to life as a soulless husk, living the rest of its life in a vegetated state? Wrestling with doubt, Peter weighed the risks and consequences. Ultimately, the risks seemed too great. With a heavy heart, Peter abandoned the idea of going anywhere near Mateo's father's body, instead opting to test all of this out on some dead rats instead. After all, this may be another universe, but it's still New York, the Big Apple, the pizza capital of the world, but most all, an infested city. filled with rats. Searching around the subway, it didn't take Peter more than a minute to find some dead rats, which he immediately levitated, as he didn't want to touch them, before heading back, ready to start his experimentation. First, he returned to the rooftop of Mateo's apartment building and placed a single rat on the floor before him, calling upon his deathly powers. Peter conjured a green flame in his hand, putting all the power he could into it before tossing it at the rat. As the flame made contact, the dead rodent immediately caught fire, its body almost instantly burning to ash as a shadowy rat figure appeared in its place, bowing its head towards Peter, its green eyes and accents glowing in the dark night. As I thought, Peter sighed at his expected failure. As he already guessed, his powers could only bring back undead shadows, not real living beings. Disappointment weighed heavy on Peter's shoulders as he gazed at the shadowy rat before him. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration at his limitations. Well, it's not like I didn't expect this already, he muttered to himself, running a hand through his hair. The shadowy rat seemed to sense its master's frustration, its glowing eyes flickering with understanding as it let out a cute squeak, leaping onto Peter's shoulder before rubbing its face against his cheek, trying to comfort him. You're pretty cute, you know that. Peter reached up and scratched the little rat under its chin, a smile forming on his face. With one more theory to test, Peter slipped through a star-shaped portal, returning to his basement in his home universe. He didn't want to disturb his family, who slumbered peacefully upstairs, especially not when he's carting around a bunch of dead rats, like some sort of psychopath. With determined focus, he placed a single rat from Mateo's universe on the floor. Retrieving his rings from his storage necklace, each adorned with an infinity stone, Peter donned them on his fingers, feeling the weight of their power. Here goes nothing. Gazing at the lifeless rat, Peter snapped his fingers, channeling the immense power of the infinity stones. He watched with bated breath as the rat's stiff body began to stir, its chest rising and falling with renewed breath. Hope flickered in Peter's heart as the rat remained still, like a dormant vessel. He nudged it gently, but it didn't respond, confirming his earlier suspicions. With a sense of resignation, Peter infused his eyes with a flicker of eldritch energy, peering into the rat's body. There, he found no trace of an astral form, confirming its soulless state. Even the power of the soul stone couldn't bridge the gap between universes, leaving the rat devoid of its essence. Maybe if I bring it back to Mateo's universe, the soul will return on its own, Peter guessed, and in a final attempt, he levitated the rat and opened a portal back to Mateo's universe, hoping for a miracle. But as the rat returned to its original realm, it remained lifeless, devoid of soul. As failure settled over him like a heavy cloak, Peter realized a harsh truth: he couldn't save everyone. It was a lesson he had learned before, but one that had slipped his mind amidst his growing power and successes. With a heavy heart, Peter accepted the limitations of his abilities, understanding that some things were beyond his control. Maybe I can try again when I'm more powerful. As the sun began to rise, Peter stood on the rooftop, gazing down at the soulless rat before him. A sense of pity tugged at his heart as he considered its fate. Should he end its suffering now, or let it linger in this state until it inevitably starves to death? Just as Peter was about to put the little guy out of its misery, suddenly, a peculiar idea sparked in his mind. He rummaged through his storage necklace and retrieved a large gem, which emanated a faint glow. However, the gem was not empty. It housed the trapped soul of Kong the Conqueror, a being of immense intellect and fury. As Peter held the gem, a torrent of curses and anger filled his ears. You mother f***er. Do you have any idea how long I've been stuck in your storage space, trapped in silent darkness? Any lesser-minded being would already be insane. Kong berated Peter for imprisoning him and subjecting him to endless boredom. Yet, Peter remained unfazed, his expression morphing into a mischievous grin. Since you were so bored in there, Kong, I thought I'd offer you a change of scenery, he quipped, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Kang's metaphorical eyes widened in apprehension, sensing trouble brewing. With a wave of his hand, Peter unleashed his magical prowess, manipulating Kang's soul, pulling it from the gem and merging it with the soulless rat before him. A surge of energy pulsed through the rodent as Kang's essence infused its being, granting it newfound vitality. Wait, stop, don't put me in that thing, he shouted as he noticed where Peter was bringing him. Soon enough, Kang's protests fell silent as his consciousness merged with the rat's body, his once formidable form reduced to that of a mere creature, a dirty pest. Peter watched with a sense of satisfaction as the rat twitched and squeaked, rising to its feet, now imbued with the essence of Kong the Conqueror. This was a great idea. He laughed as the Kong-turned-rat seemed to look itself over, its beady eyes wide in bewilderment. Insert picture of Ratatouille here /n, LMAO. See, this is a lot better than the gem, isn't it? Peter chuckled, amused by the entire situation. As Kong looked up at him, baring his new little rat teeth in anger, he spoke his first words, F***CKU. But sadly, instead of the normal tone he was used to, what came out was a high-pitched, squeaky voice, which caught even him off guard. Ha ha ha. Peter laughed as he pulled out his phone, pointing the camera in Kang's direction. Go on. Say it again? I'm going to post this on YouTube. After imbuing the soul of Kong the Conqueror into the unsuspecting body of a rat, Peter wasn't about to leave anything to chance. He knew all too well the intellect and ambition that thrived within just about every Kong, especially this one. So, Peter set to work, weaving an intricate web of spells around the rat. These enchantments were designed not to harm but to safeguard, restricting Kang's ability to manipulate his new form in any way that might lead to a power-armored rodent uprising, or some other unknown catastrophe. As the first light of dawn began to paint the New York skyline, Peter and his peculiar new companion made their way back to the apartment where the Morales family, unaware of the night's events, still slept. In the quiet of the early morning, Peter took to the kitchen, moving with the silent grace of someone who knows their way around both a battlefield and a stovetop. As bacon sizzled and eggs cooked, the room filled with the comforting aroma of breakfast as Peter conversed with the rat, whom he forced to help him cook, ratatouille style, because he thought it was hilarious. Of course, he made sure that Kang's new body was clean and disease-free beforehand with a few spells. After all, he's still a rat from New York City. As they cooked, Peter questioned Kang on the intricacies of the Council of Kongs. Despite the surreal situation, his focus was sharp. The information Kang possessed could prove invaluable in Peter's upcoming crusade against Centurion and the Council. Kang, begrudgingly and with a rodent-like squeak, complied as his hate for his fellow Kangs far outweighed everything else. Each question Peter posed was met with a high-pitched, albeit reluctant, flood of insights and secrets. The rat's body might have been constrained by Peter's spells, but his mind remained as sharp and cunning as ever. As the rest of the household began to stir, drawn to the kitchen by the enticing smell of breakfast, Peter couldn't help but chuckle in anticipation, awaiting their reactions to his new rat companion. "Mornin', Peter. Breakfast smells amazing," Rio greeted him, her voice warm with gratitude, though that quickly disappeared as she noticed the rat sat on Peter's shoulder, her eyes going wide. "What are you looking at?" Kang responded aggressively in his high-pitched voice, clearly annoyed with this entire situation. "What the hell is that?" Rio exclaimed, her voice trembling as she backed away, her eyes wide with disbelief and fear. It wasn't just the shock of hearing a rat speak but also her deep-seated fear of rodents, which she had painstakingly ensured never found a place in her home. "Get it out! Get it out!" The commotion quickly awoke Mateo and Miles, who rushed into the kitchen, prepared for an emergency. What they found, however, was a scene that left them both bewildered. Rio was cowering behind a wall, while Peter stood across the room, an amused smile playing on his lips despite the tension, and an unmistakably angry rat on his shoulder. "Guys, meet our new guest." Peter finally broke the silence, struggling to keep a straight face. *CKU the rat, meanwhile, glowered at everyone, clearly hating every moment of this. "Peter, why is there a talking rat in the kitchen?" Miles asked, his tone a mix of confusion and curiosity. Peter cleared his throat, readying himself for the explanation. "Well, this isn't just any rat. This is Kang the Conqueror," Peter quickly explained, watching their reactions carefully. "And you thought this was funny?" Rio managed to find her voice, still incredulous. "Yes." Peter chuckled, nodding. "I mean, come on, it's kind of hilarious," he said as he gestured towards all of the food. "I even had him make all of this with me, like ratatouille." "Ugh, I think I'm going to be sick." Rio very nearly puked, just the thought of food touched by a dirty rat turning her stomach. Kang, seizing the moment, let out a high-pitched tirade. "You think this is funny? This is demeaning. You can't just play with people's lives." "Did a Kang just lecture me about playing with people's lives?" Peter raised a questioning eyebrow, his words sealing Kang's mouth almost instantly. The room fell into an awkward silence, the gravity of Peter's actions hanging in the air. Seconds later, Rio made a declaration. "I don't care what or who it is, I want that dirty rat out of my house." In the week that followed, with Rio's adamant refusal to house a rat, especially one with a malicious Kang soul attached to it, Peter had no choice but to check into a nearby hotel, which he was planning to do anyway. After all, sleeping on a couch isn't the most comfortable situation. Miles, however, remained at Mateo and Rio's apartment, his sense of duty anchoring him there until he was certain Rio was doing okay. She may have money now, which would make life much easier, but he was still worried. While Miles was busy with this universe's version of his mother, Peter found himself splitting his time between helping Mateo train his electromagnetic abilities and extracting invaluable knowledge from Kang. Kang, for all his cunning and ambition, found himself in a predicament that would have seemed laughable had it not been so humiliating. Reduced to a rodent, his every attempt at escape or retaliation was thwarted by Peter's meticulously crafted spells. Each effort to flee or craft any form of weaponry ended in either a painful zap that left him writhing on the floor or the disintegration of his makeshift tools before they could be put to use. The once mighty Kang the Conqueror could not fathom a more disgraceful situation. The very idea of being seen as a pet, subject to the whims of Spider-Man, would make him the laughingstock of all Kangs. Yet, despite his pride and the burning desire for revenge that fueled his every waking moment, Kang found himself at an impasse. After all, he may hate Peter, but he hates the Council of Kangs far more. "If I stick with Peter and help him, then maybe, just maybe I'll get to see them all burn," he thought, a malicious look in his beady little rat eyes. The dawn of their last day in this universe broke with a bittersweet glow, marking the end of Peter and Miles' time here. Peter and Kang the rat found Miles on the rooftop, gazing out over the city that mirrored yet diverged so starkly from his own. The air was filled with a heavy silence, the kind that spoke volumes. "You okay?" Peter finally broke the stillness, his voice tinged with empathy. Miles sighed, a mix of resignation and resolve in his gaze. "Yeah, it's just hard, you know, leaving her," he admitted, his thoughts lingering on the universe's version of his mother. Peter placed a comforting hand on Miles's shoulder. "She's got Mateo. He'll look after her. Besides, you have your own mother back home. Nodding, Miles allowed himself a small smile, reassured by the truth in Peter's words. Before they could dwell further, Mateo, Aaron, and Rio joined them, their arrival signaling that it was time. But Peter had one more task before their departure. Mateo, I've got something to ask you, Peter began, his tone serious. How would you like to join the Watchmen? Mateo seemed confused. What's that? It's a group I put together. Think of us as guardians and explorers of the multiverse. I want to offer you a place with us, Peter explained, his offer hanging in the air like a promise of purpose. The idea seemed to resonate with Mateo, a spark of excitement lighting up his eyes. I'm in, he said without hesitation, the decision made in the span of a heartbeat. But, he added, glancing over at his mother and uncle, can it wait for a while? I kind of just want to spend some time with my family for a while. I've been fighting for so long that I haven't had the chance to stop. Of course, take as much time as you need, Peter agreed easily, a smile on his face. Stood beside him, Miles let out a relieved sigh, his worries melting away. Their preparations were swift, the farewell brief yet heartfelt. As Peter and Miles stepped through a star-shaped portal, Peter, Kong the rat on his shoulder, couldn't help but glance back, offering a final nod to Mateo and his family. The portal closed behind them, leaving Mateo and his family standing in silence, a sad feeling in the air. They had just gotten used having Miles and Peter around, so seeing them leave was certainly an emotional experience, especially for Rio, who had grown attached to Miles over the past week, seeing him as her second son. After ensuring Miles was safely back in his own universe, Peter Parker and his new rat companion returned to the familiar landscape of his New York. As he walked out of his portal and into his house, the silence greeted him oddly, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere he'd become accustomed to when he returned home. Glancing at his phone, a message from MJ caught his attention. Out with the kids for dinner, it read, be back late. Love you. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, warmed by the message. He was about to type a reply when his phone abruptly rang, cutting through the quiet of the house. The caller ID flashed Tony Stark's name, instantly piquing Peter's curiosity. Yo, Tony, what's up? Peter answered, his tone light, yet curious. Good, you answered. If you're interested in seeing that compound V of yours in action, then get here as fast as you can. We're about to start administering as planned, Tony's voice came through, laced with excitement and a hint of challenge. Interest piqued and eager to witness the effects of the compound V firsthand, especially on his fellow Avengers, Peter wasted no time. A portal opened with a gesture, and he stepped through from his apartment directly into the heart of the Avengers Tower. The atmosphere in the Avengers Tower was charged with anticipation. Various Avengers gathered, some with visible excitement, others with a hint of skepticism in their eyes. Donned in his spider suit, Peter couldn't help but feel a rush of adrenaline, curious about the potential enhancements they were about to experience. As he didn't want Kang's presence to distract away from today's proceedings, Peter dropped the little rat off in his office, sealing him inside for the time being. I should set up a cage or something for him, he thought, as he didn't want to carry around a rodent everywhere he went. Tony led the way to the main lab, where Bruce Banner and Peter stood ready with the compound V doses. Each vial, filled with blue liquid, glinted under the lab lights, promising untold possibilities. Peter may have not been involved with the testing of compound V, as he's been rather busy lately, but that doesn't mean he can't help with the whole process. After all, he's the one who gave them the serum and he's already used it on 2 people. Technically, he's the most experienced person in the room when it comes to compound V. At least when it comes to human subjects. All right, everyone, Tony began, his voice carrying through the room, this is it. Compound V. We've ran all sorts of tests and trials, so you don't have anything to worry about besides a bit of pain during the transition. But other than that, everything has been accounted for. Are there any questions? Are there any side effects we should be aware of? Steve Rogers broke the silence, his voice steady yet carrying an undercurrent of concern. His question echoed the collective apprehension of the room. Tony, with a reassuring smile, responded, we've run every test imaginable. None have shown any side effects. It appears to be clean. And the powers? Any idea what we're looking at? Natasha chimed in, her gaze fixed on the vials as if trying to decipher their contents. Ah, that's the million-dollar question, Tony said, his hands gesturing to the vials. It seems to be completely random. Could be anything from enhanced strength to, well, who knows? We've run some animal trials and now we have a zoo of superpowered mice, pigs, monkeys, and all of them gained different powers at random. A murmur of whispers swept through the room, each Avenger lost in thought about the possibilities both thrilling and daunting. After all of the questions were asked, the room fell into a contemplative silence, the weight of Tony's words settling over them. Peter glanced around at his fellow Avengers, a mix of resolve and uncertainty in their eyes. Yet, beneath it all lay an unspoken bond, a commitment to face whatever the future held, together. Bruce, if you'd do the honors, Peter said as he laid down on the heavily reinforced bed in the center of the room, and Tony began strapping him down. Since you all seem so worried, I'll be the one to go first. Bruce nodded, stepping forward with a vial in one hand and a big syringe in the other. Okay, just give me a moment, he said as he carefully filled the syringe before setting the empty vial aside and asking. Ready? Yup, hit me with it, Peter nodded, waiting for the pain. The tension was palpable as Bruce, with a steady hand, injected the shimmering blue serum of compound V into Peter's veins. The gathered Avengers watched in silence, each one holding their breath as the plunger descended, marking the beginning of an uncertain transformation. Peter's body tensed, a sharp pain radiating through him like wildfire. Yet, his years as Spider-Man had taught him resilience in the face of agony. He grunted, his features contorting slightly, but no scream escaped his lips. The moment stretched on, every second feeling like an eternity until finally, the ordeal was over. Bruce and Tony, with cautious movements, unstrapped Peter from the bed. Sitting up, Peter stretched his limbs, trying to shake off the lingering discomfort. The room was silent, every pair of eyes locked onto him with a mixture of concern and curiosity. What? Peter finally broke the silence, his voice edged with a hint of humor to lighten the mood. Natasha stepped forward, her voice betraying her usual calm composure. Did it work? She asked, echoing the question on everyone's minds. Peter paused, inwardly probing for any sign of new abilities. At first, nothing seemed amiss, but as the seconds ticked by, an odd sensation began to ripple through him. Without warning, his arms elongated, stretching toward the floor with an eerie fluidity that took everyone, including Peter, by surprise. A collective gasp filled the room as his arms reached an unnatural length, touching the floor. For a moment, panic flickered across the faces of the Avengers, a shared fear that something had gone terribly wrong. Peter, however, was quicker to adapt. A spark of excitement replaced the initial shock, and he focused, willing his arms to retract. To everyone's amazement, they snapped back into place with a swift, elastic motion. A wide smile spread across Peter's face, a mix of relief and exhilaration as he began to experiment, stretching various parts of his body with a childlike wonder, drawing some laughs and odd comments from the surrounding Avengers. I guess I'm a rubber man like Luffy from One Piece. Peter seemed to enjoy his new powers. This might come in handy in the bedroom as well. Seeing the serum work with any issues, the room's atmosphere shifted from tension to relief. They had witnessed the birth of a new ability, and now they were excited to get one of their own, especially those who never had a power to begin with. With Peter's turn over, it was time for someone else to strap up next. Any volunteers? Bruce asked. Silence filled the room for a moment before Natasha stepped forward, a determined glint in her eye. Let's get this over with. As Bruce administered the dose, all eyes were on Natasha as she went through the same process as Peter, waiting for any sign of change. Within moments of the pain disappearing, a subtle glow enveloped her, her eyes flashing with newfound intensity. How do you feel? Peter asked as she was unbuckled from the bed. Sharper, stronger, she replied, flexing her hands as if feeling out the extent of her enhanced capabilities. It's like everything's been turned up a notch. As Natasha's words hung in the air, an unexpected transformation began. A radiant, white-colored energy enveloped her entire figure, casting a soft glow that illuminated the room. Her eyes, wide with astonishment, mirrored the shock of everyone present. For someone who wasn't used to having such an ability, the sudden manifestation was overwhelming. Nat, are you okay? Hawkeye asked worriedly. Peter, witnessing Natasha struggle with her new powers, realized the urgency of the situation. Her power, uncontrolled and escalating, posed a risk to herself and everyone in the vicinity. With a quick decision, Peter acted. Walking over and tapping her in the shoulder, he reached out to the surging energy within Natasha, seeking to dampen it, to give her a moment of reprieve. The effect was immediate. The white energy, which had been growing more intense by the second, receded at Peter's intervention, dimming until it finally dissipated, leaving Natasha gasping for breath but unharmed. The room, once filled with the soft light of her power, returned to normalcy, the tension evaporating into a collective sigh of relief. How do you feel now? Peter asked, his concern evident. Controlled, thank you, Natasha responded, a slow smile spreading across her face as she came to terms with her abilities. She flexed her hands, the air around her shimmering slightly as she tentatively explored the extent of her powers. It's like I've been given a new set of tools. And now I need to learn how they work. After some tests, they learned that Natasha seems to have acquired the ability to manipulate energy, which seemed to also enhance her physical power as well, making her much stronger and more resilient than before. One by one, the Avengers stepped up to receive their doses, each reacting differently to the enhancements. Hawkeye was the next to volunteer. As Bruce administered the serum and he went through the same pain as Peter and Natasha, Hawkeye's eyes closed in concentration. When he opened them again, the change was instantaneous. His eyes darted around the room, capturing every minute detail with newfound clarity. Getting up, he moved with a grace and speed that was astonishing, his reflexes, senses, and speed and enhanced. Ant-Man was next. The serum took effect, and to everyone's surprise, he began to levitate off the ground, his feet kicking the air in disbelief. I can fly, he exclaimed, zooming around the room with a childlike glee, navigating the space with an ease that suggested he was meant for the skies. Fury approached the process with a cautious expression. Yet, when his turn came and he got his dose, he vanished from the bed, only to reappear a short distance away. Fury had gained the ability to teleport over short distances, a small, barely noticeable smirk playing on his lips as he tested his new skill, disappearing and reappearing a few times until he got used to it. As the process continued, several refused the serum, each for their own reasons. The Ancient One, because she didn't think she needed it. T'Chaka, because he was old and retired from the hero game. And lastly, Magneto and Professor X remained spectators as well, choosing to stick to their metahuman abilities instead. Next, Tony, with a mix of enthusiasm and a hint of bravado, took his turn, only to gain the disappointing ability to control his own saliva. The room burst into laughter, with Peter leading the chorus. Dude, that's the most useless power I've ever seen, ha ha ha. Peter laughed as he watched a small bit of Tony's saliva float in front of him. Tony was heartbroken, his superpowered dreams crushed. Yet, once his laughter calmed down, Peter speculated that Tony's seemingly useless power might actually be a stepping stone to something greater: complete control over his body. This idea rekindled a small bit of hope in Tony's eyes, determined to study his newfound ability. Finally, once everyone had finished up, it was Steve Rogers' turn. And the serum definitely worked its magic this time, bestowing upon him extreme super strength, durability, and the ability to fly, making him a sorting Superman or Homelander without the other powers. You lucky bee ****, Tony complained, jealousy radiating from his entire being. As the session drew to a close, the Avengers stood together, each with new abilities to master. A few days had flown by since the Avengers had undergone their remarkable transformations. The Compound V experiment, which initially filled the air of the Avengers Tower with a mix of excitement and uncertainty, had concluded successfully. Almost every member and several trusted agents had received their doses, emerging with powers that ranged from the astounding to the amusing. But for Peter, the aftermath was just a backdrop to a far grander plan. Peter didn't linger to witness the full extent of everyone's newfound abilities. His mind was preoccupied with a more complex challenge, the creation of gates that would link this universe to countless others. This endeavor wasn't just a scientific curiosity, it was a means to quickly and efficiently find his fellow successor candidates. He was even given a way to track them. A holographic system-like panel capable of finding a successor, as long as they're in the same universe, of course. It also displayed a number that represented the remaining candidates. 66/69. Peter stared at the number, a contemplative look on his face. I've killed Null and Centurion, which means someone else managed to either kill themselves, which is a possibility but not very likely, or they killed another successor. He wondered who it was. Sadly, he would have to wait to find out since the functionality of his little boom from death was limited. It only showed a number of remaining successors and detected those within the same universe, meaning he would have to go searching throughout an infinite multiverse in order to complete his mission. Yeah, no thanks, Peter thought, refusing to bother with the massive workload. So, to overcome this limitation, Peter's solution was as ambitious as it was crazy: to link his universe with others, creating a network of gates that would allow his tracker to bypass its limitations and more easily detect its targets. Peter's plan was strategic. By expanding these gates, he could significantly simplify the task of finding his enemies or potentially allies. It was an elegant solution that would enable him to monitor the progress from a distance, sparing him from the legwork that came with personally scouting the multiverse. And best of all, Peter didn't plan to lift a single finger in the process. After all, why bother with the grunt work when he has a whole new multiverse organization ready and waiting to take the job? Of course, he would still have to do some prep work to make it all happen. After all, the concept was sound, but the execution would be far from straightforward. Inventing a device capable of such feats required not only a profound understanding of quantum mechanics and interdimensional physics but also a touch of magic and runes to speed things along elements that were within Peter's reach, thanks to his unique genius, intellect and abilities, many of which taken from powerful cosmic entities. As Peter sat in his brand new workshop on the island that housed the Watchmen, surrounded by schematics and materials, he could feel the weight of the task ahead. The room was a chaos of creativity and science, with holographic displays showing complex equations and simulations of the gates in operation. Peter, with his trademark blend of humor and determination, sifted through the data, occasionally talking to himself, muttering as his mind raced. Okay, let's see if we adjust this here, maybe we can reduce the power consumption or, accidentally create a black hole. Maybe I shouldn't, he mused, his fingers dancing over a holographic interface. As he delved deeper into the intricacies of his project, Peter's mind occasionally drifted to his comrades, wondering how they were adapting to their new powers. He imagined Tony tinkering in his lab, trying to find practical applications for his saliva control, or Steve, coming to terms with his extreme increase in power. But for now, those thoughts had to be pushed aside. The task at hand required his full attention. The creation of the gates was not just a step towards fulfilling his mission, it was a leap into the unknown, a challenge that Peter was ready to get started as soon as possible. With a final glance at the schematics, Peter set to work. The hours ahead would be long and demanding, but he was undeterred. This was the beginning of something new, a project which he could dive headfirst into. A week had sped by since Peter set his mind to creating the gates that would link his universe to countless others. The workshop, once a storm of activity and chaos, now held a victorious silence. The first gate stood completed, a testament to Peter's dedication and brilliance. In the heart of his workshop, a metal, octagon-shaped gate stood, humming with power and the faint glow of runes. Peter prepared for the gate's inaugural test. The device itself was a marvel, a compact structure infused with a blend of magic and advanced technology, embodying Peter's vision. Despite its size, which was about as wide as a small window, it had the capability to bridge universes, a feat that would have been deemed impossible by most. All right, let's see if all this hard work pays off, Peter said with a grin, his fingers hovering over the activation console. He had chosen a peaceful universe for the first connection, one he had scouted beforehand. This universe, devoid of all sentient life, would serve as the perfect testing ground for the gate's capabilities. As he initiated the sequence, the gate hummed to life, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of lights. Peter watched, holding his breath as the portal stabilized, then exhaled in relief and excitement as the gateway opened, revealing a serene landscape on the other side. Success? Now, let's talk security, shall we? Peter mused to himself, his gaze returning to the console. The security features of the gates were nothing short of extraordinary. First and foremost, they were hidden, virtually undetectable to anyone not in possession of a Watchman multiverse hopping watch. This alone would deter most from even discovering the gates. However, should this first line of defense ever be breached, the gates were equipped to incinerate anyone or anything unauthorized upon contact. But why stop there? Peter chuckled, recalling the myriad of security measures he had installed. With a blend of magic and technology at his disposal, Peter had crafted approximately 1,000 different security features. Each one was more complex and dangerous than the last, designed to ensure that the gates remained exclusively under his control. The size of the gates, too, was part of their security. Initially small, they would be made even more inconspicuous and secure through the use of PIM particles, shrinking them to a completely imperceptible size. This feature was crucial, for Peter had no intention of using the gates for travel. Their sole purpose was to connect his universe with others, serving as conduits for his larger plan. After all, he already had 3 different ways to travel the multiverse: his star-shaped portals, his TARDIS, and the Watchman watches. Why would he need to bother with gates? Standing back, Peter admired his work, a gate that served as a bridge to other universes with all of the security needed to help him sleep peacefully at night. It was the first of many, a foundational piece in what would become a vast network, a spider's web stretching across the multiverse. As the test concluded and the gate deactivated, leaving the workshop in tranquility once more, Peter couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for what was to come. This project, ambitious and daunting, had begun as a mere concept. Now, it was a reality, marking the start of an unparalleled venture into the unknown. The path ahead would be long, filled with challenges and discoveries. Yet, with the first gate a success, Peter felt ready to expand his network, to explore and connect with the multiverse. This was just the beginning, and the journey ahead was his to shape. And with that, Peter turned off the lights, leaving the workshop in darkness. Tomorrow, he would start the work of mass-producing these gates. And after that, his Watchman would be tasked with spreading them throughout the multiverse, weaving his web for him. Meanwhile, within the shadowed halls of a realm untouched by time, Immortus and Ramatat, the 2 remaining leaders of the Council of Kongs, convened. Their meeting was one of urgency and concern, a rare occurrence for beings who saw themselves above the temporal affairs of the multiverse. Centurion's fall was unexpected, Ramatat began, his voice echoing off the ancient stones. I must admit, this version of Spider-Man is quite impressive. Immortus reluctantly nodded, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Centurion was a fool, always leaping without looking. His death is no loss to our council. However, he paused, weighing his next words. As you said, this Spider-Man poses a potential threat. Ramatat nodded, the lines of time etched into his face deepening with concern. Indeed, if he could eliminate Centurion, it stands to reason we might be next. Such a fate is undesirable. The room was thick with the weight of their deliberations, as the 2 figures considered their options. To them, the multiverse was a chessboard, and they were the players who moved the pieces. Peter Parker, however, had become an unforeseen player, one whose next move they could not predict. We must act, Immortus declared, his decision echoing with finality. Strike before he even considers us targets. Our response must be swift and decisive. The entire might of the Council of Kongs shall reign upon his universe. Ramatat's eyes gleamed with a mix of apprehension and excitement. An all-out attack, then. We mobilize at once. With that, the 2 leaders set in motion a plan of monumental scale. Across time and space, the resources of the Council of Kongs were summoned, preparing to launch an assault that would shake the very foundations of Peter's universe. The sun was high in the sky, casting a warm glow over the vast expanse where the Watchmen and their allies had gathered. This wasn't just any meeting, it was a pivotal moment that could potentially alter the balance of power in their favor. Peter stood at the forefront, his eyes scanning the crowd that included members like the Spider People, Wakandans, Valkyrie, Avengers, Asgardians, and Justice League. The air was thick with anticipation, and a hint of skepticism, as they awaited the introduction of their potential new allies, which they'd only just heard about. Null, emerging from Peter's shadow, commanded attention without uttering a word. Behind him, 1,000 symbiotes flooded out, pulsing with an eerie life of their own. Their appearance was unsettling, to say the least, pitch-black entities that seemed to writhe and twist like sentient tar. Murmurs of concern and curiosity rippled through the crowd. Peter cleared his throat, stepping forward to address the gathering. I know what you're all thinking, he began, his tone light yet filled with an underlying seriousness. They look straight out of a horror movie, right? A few nervous laughs broke the tension. And you'd be right, he continued, these creatures are a species of inorganic, amorphous, symbiotes, who are probably worse than most horror movie monsters you've seen. But, thanks to a bit of magic, they've been re-educated as of yesterday. They're no longer evil or predatory, but ready and willing sidekicks for each of you. Bonding with a symbiote offers a few unique advantages, Peter explained, his voice sincere and encouraging. Symbiotes empower the natural abilities of a host to the point where they far exceed that of normal members of the host species. Your strength, speed, endurance, agility, healing factor, and intelligence could see remarkable improvements. Plus, there's the bonus of getting a pretty impressive suit upgrade. A wave of skepticism washed over the crowd. The idea of merging with these alien entities was daunting, even for the bravest souls among them. Seeing the hesitation, Peter turned to Null. Show them. At his command, Null gestured towards the symbiotes. Slowly, they advanced, their movements cautious, almost respectful. One by one, they approached members of the Watchmen who had already agreed to the bond. The initial reaction was a mix of fear and fascination as the black goo began to envelop their bodies. But as the bonding process took place, expressions of fear gave way to awe and surprise. The first to fully embrace the bond was a young Valkyrie, her armor now enhanced with sleek, black tendrils that gave her an air of menace. She flexed her arms, marveling at the newfound strength coursing through her veins. "This is incredible," she exclaimed, her voice a mixture of shock and delight. Next, a Wakandan warrior, his armor now a blend of traditional vibranium and symbiote, nodded approvingly as he felt the power of the bond. As the last few early volunteers got their symbiotes, it was finally time to step things up. On Peter's instruction, the crowd had split into two distinct groups, those willing to bond with a symbiote on the right, and those opting out on the left. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation and a touch of envy from the left as they watched their counterparts on the right prepare for their transformation. Peter, standing between the two groups, glanced over to the right. "I promise, you won't regret your decision," he said with a grin. As if on cue, a wave of symbiotes advanced towards the volunteers on the right. The crowd watched in awe as the symbiotes selected their hosts, merging with them in a spectacle that was both eerie and mesmerizing. Among the first was Tony Stark. As the symbiote enveloped him, his Iron Man armor transformed before their eyes, the red and gold giving way to a sleek silver and black. The suit seemed to pulsate with newfound energy, its appearance now even more intimidating. Insert picture of Iron Man armor model 50 here. Tony flexed his arms, marveling at the feeling. This could revolutionize the suit's efficiency, he mused aloud, always the engineer at heart. Next, Thor, the god of thunder, accepted his symbiote, which took the form of his royal Asgardian armor. The black tendrils weaved through his outfit, enhancing its regal appearance with a slightly darker twist. When it touched Mjolnir, the hammer pulsed with an even brighter glow, as if approving of its new ally. This power is formidable," Thor exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. His symbiote-enhanced armor and empowered Mjolnir were a sight to behold, merging Asgardian majesty with the raw essence of the symbiotes. As more heroes underwent the transformation, the spectacle of power and unity was undeniable. Black Panther's suit gained even more agility and stealth, the symbiote adding to the vibranium's mystique. The Flash's speed seemed to multiply, his lightning trail now mixed with streaks of black. Next came the enthusiastic Spider People, their trademark red and blue suits morphing into a deep, captivating black. A change Peter thought looked incredibly cool. Even the more mystical members, like a few master of the mystic arts, found their magical abilities heightened, the symbiote seamlessly integrating with their arcane energy. The group on the left, initially hesitant or outright refusing the bond, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. They saw their comrades not only accepting the symbiotes but thriving with them, their powers amplified in ways they hadn't imagined possible. Peter, observing the divided reactions, addressed the group on the left. "It's okay to have doubts," he said, his voice full of understanding. "This isn't for everyone. But remember, we're all still a team, symbiote or not. What matters is that we stand together, united in our cause. Besides, you can always change your mind later. I'll always be willing to give each of you your own symbiote." His words seemed to resonate, easing the tension and perhaps even sparking reconsideration among some. And as the newly empowered heroes tested their enhanced abilities, a sense of camaraderie and excitement filled the air. As the newly bonded heroes experimented with their enhanced abilities, Peter retreated to the solitude of his lab. The world outside buzzed with excitement and newfound powers, but inside, Peter prepared for a transformation of his own. From his storage necklace, he retrieved a vial containing a thick, black substance, Null's blood. Peter had collected samples from formidable beings throughout his adventures, each time using their essence to evolve, to become more than he was. Today, he aimed to integrate the essence of Null into his own, to absorb the godlike powers of the symbiote king. Hopefully, it's not too painful, he hoped, though he knew that it probably would be. With a deep breath, Peter injected the black blood into his veins. The process was nothing short of torturous, filled with agony and strife. His body convulsed as it fought to accept the foreign essence, to weave it into his very being. But Peter, determined and resilient, endured. As the pain subsided, a profound sense of power surged through him. He could feel his abilities amplifying, a direct conduit to the cosmic strength Null once wielded. But this newfound power was not the only change. Peter discovered he now had access to the symbiote hive mind. It was as if 1,000 whispers filled his mind, each one a symbiote bonded with a member of his Watchmen. This connection was more than mere eavesdropping, it was a commanding presence within the hive, perhaps even surpassing Null's own. The implications were staggering. With this access, Peter could monitor his allies, offering guidance, support, or intervention as needed. It was as if he had installed cameras within each member, except these were alive, constantly feeding him information. As he acclimated to this new ability, Peter couldn't help but marvel at the potential. This could change everything, he muttered to himself. Not only did he have a legion of enhanced heroes at his side, but now he could ensure their safety, their effectiveness, their unity, and even their loyalty in a way he never thought possible. However, Peter knew with great power came great responsibility. This ability was not to be abused, it was a tool for leadership, for safeguarding those under his command, and finally, for weeding out any possible traitors. I need to use this wisely, he affirmed, recognizing the delicate balance between oversight and stalking his own subordinates. As Peter familiarized himself with his new power and abilities, in the heart of New York City, suddenly, the normalcy of a bustling afternoon was shattered in an instant. Above the skyscrapers and the endless streams of traffic, thousands of portals burst open against the backdrop of the blue sky. Each portal, unique in its design, painted a surreal picture above the city, leaving onlookers in awe and confusion. The city that never sleeps found itself holding its breath, eyes turned upwards, as reality itself seemed to fracture. Without warning, the first figure emerged from one of the portals, his appearance as striking as it was terrifying. Dressed in what could only be described as high-tech tribal attire, this Kong variant brandished an energy spear with an aura of madness and fury. His war cry, a sound that chilled the bone, echoed across the cityscape, heralding the onset of chaos. As pedestrians on the streets below stared in disbelief, the Kong fired his spear without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of energy bolts that rained down on the city. Glass shattered, cars swerved, and screams filled the air as the reality of the situation set in. This was an invasion. One by one, more Kongs stepped through the portals, each as unique and as menacing as the last. They joined in the assault, their weapons of varying designs and origins all focused on the destruction below. The air filled with the sounds of their weaponry, a symphony of destruction that heralded a battle of unprecedented scale. After days turned into weeks, and the hum of machinery faded into the background, Peter found himself at a rare moment of peace. His grand scheme to bridge the multiverse with a network of gates had transitioned from fervent labor to delegated responsibility. The Watchmen, a dedicated group forged from trust and necessity, were now dispersing these marvels of science and magic for him, a specially built factory pumping out a steady supply so that they never ran out. Peter, the creator of it all, took this time to breathe, to live. As someone who's almost constantly busy, he enjoyed this moment of peace more than anything. In these quieter times, Peter reconnected with the essence of life outside his heroic duties. Family moments with his wife, children, and mother figures became a regular occurrence. Laughter, shared stories, and the warmth of home refueled his spirit, reminding him that the world's world was more than just a battleground for cosmic stakes. Yet, the gears of curiosity and responsibility never truly halted for Peter. One evening, as dusk painted the sky with hues of fading light, Peter called upon Null, the shadowy enigma bound to serve him. From the darkness of Peter's own silhouette, Null emerged, a form both mesmerizing and menacing. Null, we need to chat about your subjects, Peter began, his tone mixing the casual with the serious. The symbiotes, or the Clintar, whatever you call them, do you still have a connection to them? Or was it severed when you died? Null, a figure of deathly allegiance, nodded. His voice, a chilling whisper, carried the weight of untold secrets. The symbiotes, as you call them, are bound to me, as I am their king. What do you wish of them, Master? I'd like to recruit them, Peter revealed, explaining his vision. If each member of the Watchmen could bond with a symbiote, it would enhance our strength by a large margin. Can you gather them for me? The request sparked a rare flicker of intrigue in Null's void-like eyes. Yes, they will heed my call. But I'll need a way to reach them, across the vastness of the multiverse. Without hesitation, Peter handed over one of the multiverse-hopping watches, which all members of the Watchmen wore, a tool as precious as it was powerful. Take this and go. But don't be gone long, or else I'll have to come looking for you. Yes, Master. Null accepted the watch, and with a twist of its dials, a portal tore through the fabric of reality. A pitch-black doorway. Stepping through, he vanished, leaving Peter alone in his thoughts. With Null gone for the moment, Peter decided it was time to test something, while simultaneously adding another powerhouse to his side, or at least he hoped he could. It would all depend on whether or not he succeeded. In a moment of silent anticipation, Peter waved his hand, summoning what remained of the Silver Surfer's corpse. The legs, all that was left after their cataclysmic encounter, materialized before him. His previous attempt to resurrect the Surfer as an undead servant had failed due to the body's incomplete state. However, emboldened by the significant power boost from his new, pitch-black spider suit, Peter felt a surge of confidence. It was time to try again. With a focused gaze, Peter conjured a green flame in the palm of his hand. The flame, vibrant and otherworldly, danced with life. He paused, silently wishing himself luck before, with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the flame toward the Silver Surfer's remains. The moment the green fire made contact, it ignited a spectacle. It consumed the remains completely, devouring them with a hunger that left nothing but ash in its wake. Peter watched, a mix of anticipation and uncertainty in his eyes. Then, from the ashes, a form began to take shapy shadow that mirrored the Silver Surfer in contour but was entirely different in essence. This new being, pitch black with glowing green accents tracing its form, rose from the ashes. Its eyes shone with an eerie, brilliant light, illuminating the space with their glow. The moment it fully materialized, it knelt before Peter, an unspoken acknowledgement of allegiance and servitude. Peter, standing before this shadowy new servant, felt a mix of triumph and excitement. The surfer, now reborn as a creature of shadow and green fire, recognized Peter as its master without a word being spoken. As Peter gazed at his new shadowy servant, a thought crossed his mind: I truly pity the next unfortunate soul who crosses my path. After all, with a mere thought, he had the power to call forth three beings of immense strength from his shadow: Tiamat the communicator, the silver surfer, and Null, the god of the abyss. They don't stand a chance, do they? The next day, the morning sun cast its first rays over the island base of the Watchman, signaling the start of a new day. Peter, standing in an open expanse, watched the horizon with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty. It wasn't long before a familiar figure emerged from a portal, a trail of unending black goo flowing behind him like a river of tar. Null had returned, and he was not alone. As the sea of black goo continued to spill into the open space, Peter's curiosity got the better of him. Null, just how many are there? He asked, unable to hide his astonishment at the sheer volume of symbiotes pouring through. Null paused, his gaze following the stream of symbiotes. A few million, perhaps, he speculated with a nonchalant shrug, as if the number was a mere afterthought. Peter felt a wave of regret wash over him. What was he supposed to do with millions of symbiotes? The very thought was overwhelming, a logistical nightmare that he hadn't fully considered. Okay, that's a lot. Let's maybe not invite everyone to the party just yet, Peter half-joked, trying to mask his concern. After a moment's hesitation, he instructed Null to close the portal. The idea of housing millions of symbiotes was untenable. Their numbers alone could disrupt the planet's ecosystem. So, with a heavy heart and a pragmatic mind, Peter settled for about 1,000 symbiotes for now. We'll take more later, once we've figured out how to properly accommodate them, he reasoned, already plotting solutions to this unexpected challenge. But for now, Peter set his focus on the symbiotes in front of him, knowing that having 1,000 of them at his disposal came with its own set of risks as well. Quickly, he decided to vet each one using his telepathy, hoping to sift through their shared minds. Due to their hive-like connectivity, Peter was able to scan through their consciousness almost simultaneously, a task that was daunting yet fascinating. What he discovered was unsettling. The Clintar were inherently vicious and dangerous, their minds a tangled web of aggression and hunger. But amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope shone through. Their unwavering devotion to Null was evident. They saw him as a deity, a figure of absolute authority. Peter let out a sigh of relief. Well, that's reassuring, he murmured to himself. At least I know they'll follow orders, with Null leading them. This realization offered a semblance of control over the situation, a way to harness their strength without succumbing to chaos. But maybe I should wipe their minds just to be safe, Peter thought, and with a heavy strike of telepathic force, he wiped their shared minds completely, leaving them blank slide of clay, ready to be molded. Null seemed to notice Peter's actions, and he didn't seem to care either. As Null and Peter surveyed the sea of black goo now calming before them, a plan began to form. These symbiotes, once malicious and downright evil, could become a powerful ally under the right guidance. Null, I leave their re-education to you. Let's make sure they understand their place here, Peter stated, his voice firm and commanding. Null nodded in agreement, the shadows around him swirling in silent acceptance. The task ahead would not be easy, but with careful management and a clear vision, the symbiotes could indeed become a formidable addition to the Watchman's ranks. Across the multiverse, in the heart of a coliseum, in a plane of existence that seemed to transcend time and space, a gathering of unprecedented scale took place. Thousands of Kongs, each a conqueror in their own right, filled the ancient stands, their eyes fixed on the center where Ramatat and Immortus stood. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that precedes the storm, as silence enveloped them. Ramatat, his voice echoing majestically throughout the Colosseum, broke the silence. Brethren, we stand at the precipice of war, he began, his tone commanding attention. Our council has been challenged, our supremacy questioned by an unforeseen adversary. Peter Parker, known as Spider-Man, has dared to defy us, eliminating not only the exiled one but also our esteemed Centurion. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The news of Centurion's death, delivered with such solemnity, was a shock to the gathered Kongs. Each one had faced countless Spider-Man in their time, seeing them as mere nuisances to be quelled. But the idea that one had risen to challenge the Council of Kongs directly, and succeeded in killing one of their leaders, was both astounding and alarming. Immortus stepped forward, his presence commanding and stern. This is not merely a loss but a declaration of war, he proclaimed, his voice laced with a mix of fury and resolve. Peter Parker poses a threat not just to our individual dominions but to the fabric of the multiverse itself. His actions cannot go unanswered. The crowd, now murmuring amongst themselves, felt a growing fervor. The notion of war, especially against a foe who had proven capable of such feats, ignited a spark within them. They were Kongs, conquerors of time and space, unaccustomed to bowing before any challenge. We must strike swiftly and decisively, Ramatat continued, his gaze sweeping over the sea of faces before him. Let us bring the full might of the Council of Kongs upon his universe. Let us show this Spider-Man that the consequences of defiance are dire. The Colosseum erupted in cheers, a chorus of voices united in their thirst for retribution. The prospect of war, particularly against an enemy who had bested one of their own, was a call to arms they could not ignore. They were ready, thousands of Kongs strong, each one deadlier than the last, each one eager to prove their supremacy. As the cheers faded, a sense of unity and purpose filled the air. The Kongs, under the leadership of Ramatat and Immortus, were not just a collection of individuals but a formidable force of nature, a tidal wave poised to crash upon Peter's universe. The calm of the Parker residence was abruptly shattered, just as MJ, followed by America, Lily, and Leo, stepped through the door, each one bustling with the energy of a day spent out and about in the city they loved. The light-hearted bickering over what MJ would conjure up for dinner tonight, tacos or pizza, the eternal debate was a familiar tune in their household. Yet, in an instant, that comforting normalcy was torn away. As MJ placed her keys on the kitchen counter, the air outside crackled with an ominous energy, a precursor to the chaos that was about to unfold. Suddenly, the house's arcane protections, set up by both Peter and the Ancient One herself, sprang to life. A shimmering barrier enveloped their home, deflecting a barrage of energy bolts that rained down from the sky. The sounds of the outside world were muffled, but the flashes of light and the vibrations of impact were impossible to ignore. "What's happening?" Lily asked, her eyes wide as Leo clung to her, trembling in fright. America moved first, guiding her siblings to the window, where they peered out at a city under siege, MJ following closely behind them. The sky was a tapestry of chaos, split open by thousands of portals, each ejecting figures as ominous as they were majestic. Kong variants, their appearances diverse, yet all sharing the same malevolent intent as they unleashed destruction upon New York. MJ's hand flew to her mouth, her heart racing. "Stay here," she instructed, her tone brooking no argument as she dashed for her phone to call Peter. But before she could dial, the attack halted as abruptly as it had begun, drawing their attention back to the sky. A silence, eerie and thick with anticipation, fell over the city as a massive portal opened, revealing a floating, regal platform from which two figures sat: Immortus and Ramatat, leaders of the Council of Kongs. Their presence commanded attention, and as they spoke, their voices boomed across New York, impossible to ignore. "People of New York, bear witness to your reckoning," Immortus's voice thundered, a sinister calm in his tone. "The chaos that rains down upon you, the fear that grips your heart, blame it not on fate, nor the stars, but on your beloved hero, Spider-Man." Ramatat continued, his voice equally chilling. "He has defied the inevitable order, the destined rule of the Kongs. In his arrogance, he has drawn our wrath upon you all. Consider this the price of his defiance, the cost of your misplaced faith in a mere mortal draped in the guise of a savior." As their speech echoed through the stunned silence, the implication was clear: this was not just an attack, it was a declaration of war, a direct challenge to Peter, and through him, to every soul brave enough to stand against the tyranny of the Kongs. Back in the Parker residence, the weight of the Kongs' words hung heavy. MJ, phone forgotten in her hand for a split second, turned to her children, ready to shoo them into their rooms. But suddenly, her eyes widening as the front door swung open and all of three of them ran outside, their hero suits, which Peter had made for them, appearing in an instant. "Get back here now," MJ exclaimed as she chased them, though they didn't seem to be listening. Meanwhile, the air in Peter's lab was thick with concentration. Tools and gadgets were scattered across the tables, all used to test his newly acquired powers, the formidable abilities of Null. He was deeply engrossed in his work, his fingers dancing and tapping across his desk as he went over the data from his last tests. But before he could finish his work, suddenly, Peter's relaxed mood was shattered by a jolt of alarm that surged through him, a sensation far different from the familiar tingle of danger. It was the arcane protections of his home being activated. His heart skipped a beat, his thoughts immediately flying to MJ and the kids. "They better stay inside," he muttered, determination replacing the fear that tried to creep in. In seconds, Peter was in his all-black spider suit, enhancing his already formidable presence. He didn't bother with the door. Instead, he opened a portal right there in the lab, not willing to waste a single second. As he stepped through the portal, the scene that greeted him was straight out of a nightmare. He found himself in the midst of a battlefield that had once been his quiet neighborhood. His home stood, surrounded by a shimmering barrier, a beacon of safety amidst the destruction. The sky was ablaze with conflict, countless Kangs fired energy bolts, which rained down as if the heavens themselves were at war. But Peter had no eye for the chaos above. His focus was first and foremost on the safety of his family. To his astonishment and dismay, he discovered the front door of his house wide open. And to make matters worse, above him, in the sky, he found his family, clad in their superhero attire, locked in a fierce battle with the Kongs, leaving him utterly transfixed in shock and disbelief. "What are you doing? Get inside now." Peter's voice, usually warm and humorous, was sharpened by fear and command. But his words were lost in the racket of battle. Leo, with strength and speed that rivaled Superman's, sent a Kong flying with a powerful punch, only for another to take its place. Lily, agile and quick, her body moving with the grace of a spider and the finesse of a mystic arts practitioner, weaved between their enemies, landing blows that were both precise and powerful. America's star-shaped portals sliced through the air, displacing Kongs with strategic precision, her mastery of the mystic arts evident in her focused gaze. And lastly, MJ, with the agility and speed inherent to those with spider powers, fought with a ferocity that matched her fierce protective instinct, constantly yelling at the children to retreat, but none of them listened. After all, the city was in danger and their father wasn't here, at least as far as they knew, so they needed to step up and fight in his place. Yet, despite their strength and effort, the tide of battle seemed against them. The Kongs, relentless in their assault, pressed forward with a manic determination, their numbers overwhelming the Parker family. Amid the chaos, a Kong wielding a giant bastard sword, his eyes alight with malice, lunged at America, his blade gleaming with deadly intent. Lily's eyes widened in horror as she realized the danger her sister was in. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove in front of America, her arms spread wide, prepared to shield her sister with her own body. No! MJ's scream tore through the air, a heart-wrenching sound that echoed Peter's own fear. In that instant, time seemed to slow as Peter's world narrowed to the image of Lily, her body in the path of the sword. Rage, pure and incandescent, surged through Peter. With speed that broke the laws of physics, he appeared in front of Lily, his fingers closing around the sword's blade an inch from her. The look in his eyes was one of unbridled fury as he snapped the sword in half with a mere flick of his wrists. The Kong, momentarily stunned, could only watch as Peter, with a movement too quick to follow, hurled the fragment of his broken blade back at him. It found its mark with lethal precision, embedding itself in the Kang's head before continuing its deadly trajectory, piercing through 5 more Kongs with unstoppable force, killing all 6 of them. Silence fell, a heavy, breathless silence, as those who remained standing processed the swift turn of events. The Kongs, momentarily halted by the display of power, eyed Peter with newfound wariness. Watching with keen eyes, Immortus and Ramatat, high above on their floating platform, were about to speak, but suddenly, Peter turned his back on them, a clear dismissal of their presence. Inside. Now. Peter pointed at the house, his voice firm, brooking no argument. Leo opened his mouth to protest, his youthful face set in a stubborn line, but a single, stern glance from Peter was enough to silence him. The young boy closed his mouth, his expression sheepish as he realized how serious his father was. In almost any other circumstance, Peter would have loved the idea of fighting side by side with his family. But this was not just any enemy, this was the Kongs, beings of cunning and merciless intent. The risk was too great, and he could not let them face such peril. Immortus and Ramatat, their irritation boiling into outright fury at being so blatantly ignored, decided to provoke Peter. Do you not appreciate our handiwork, Spider-Man? Look around you. Witness the chaos we've wrought upon your precious city, Ramatat taunted, his voice laced with malice. Peter, his patience wearing thin, finally turned to face them. The city that lay beyond his neighborhood was filled with destruction. Buildings were ablaze, streets torn asunder, and the air was filled with the cries of the frightened and the wounded. His jaw clenched at the sight, a burning resolve igniting within him. But before he could take a step toward the villains, a sudden movement caught his eye. The Kongs, sensing an opportunity, moved as one, a strategic blockade aimed at preventing his family's retreat to the safety of their home. MJ, her instincts as a mother overriding all else, stood in front of the kids, her eyes darting around for an escape route. But there was none to be found, they were effectively trapped. As the Kongs closed in, forming an unbreakable circle around Peter and his family, the air crackled with tense anticipation. High above, on their floating platform, Immortus and Ramatat peered down, their eyes gleaming with cold amusement. Is that your family? Immortus asked, his voice dripping with menace, a smile playing threateningly on his lips. Peter sighed heavily. Without a word, he waved his hand, conjuring a large, swirling portal directly beneath his family's feet. With a mix of surprise and relief, MJ and the kids fell through it, landing safely inside the house. With a snap of his fingers, Peter sealed the house once more, the front door slamming shut, the arcane protections glowing brighter, warding off any attacks from the Kongs with ease. The Kongs, their confidence faltering, launched a barrage of energy bolts at the house, only to watch in frustration as the magical shields absorbed the impact without a hint of strain. Peter, now with a smirk on his face, turned towards the Kongs, his posture relaxed. Thanks for dropping by. You've saved me a trip, he smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. He didn't show it, but the state of his city was really starting to grate on his nerves. The Kongs, ready to unleash another attack, paused as Peter held up his hand, signaling them to wait. They watched, confused and wary, as Peter tapped a few buttons on his wristwatch. Sorry to make you wait, I'm just inviting some friends over to play with us, he explained, his eyes glinting with mischief. Before the Kongs could react, the air around them began to shimmer and twist. Portals of various sizes popped open on the street, in the sky, and on the rooftops surrounding them. And out stepped figures in various iterations of the spider suit, each carrying a palpable aura of determination and vengeance. These were the former members of the Spider Society, each wronged by the Kongs, now united under a common cause. They stood ready, their eyes fixed on the Kongs, burning with the need for revenge. The battlefield, once a peaceful Queen's neighborhood, was now a scene of surreal confrontation. As Peter stood with the newly arrived spider people flanking him, he couldn't help but feel the undeniable urge to pull out his infinity stones and snap each and every one of these Kongs into dust, but he stopped himself, at least for the time being. Peter's gaze turned to the spider people behind him. I promised them revenge, so I can't just kill all the Kongs myself, he concluded, though he found it hard to restrain himself, his eyes lingering on the ruins that his city had become. I'll definitely use the stones to fix all of this, though. The army of Kong variants across from him waited impatiently as their leaders, Immortus and Ramatat, prepared to break the heavy silence. Ah, the famed Spider Society, Immortus's voice echoed mockingly through the chaos, his gaze sweeping over the group with disdain. I thought you'd disbanded, but here you are, answering to a new master. Ramatut smirked beside him. What happened to your former leader? What was his name again? Ah, Miguel wasn't it? He asked, clearly trying to get under their skin. He was such a good pawn of our late comrade, Centurion. It's such a shame you've all chosen to throw him to the wayside. The surrounding Kongs chuckled, their laughter a harsh sound against the backdrop of smoldering building. The derision was clear, their confidence unshaken by the numbers that now faced them. Peter, his mask hiding his frown but not his annoyance, stepped forward. Well, you would know about throwing comrades to the wayside, wouldn't you? Isn't that what you did to Kong the Conqueror? He retorted, his voice calm but edged with a sharp point. Peter's retort about Kong the Conqueror had struck a nerve. Immortus's expression tightened, his eyes narrowing, while Ramatut's smirk wavered, his gaze flickering with a hint of anger. Oh, I'm sorry, did I hit a sore spot with that one? Peter asked, his smirk widening as he waved his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he opened a small, swirling portal right before him and reached inside. The gathered crowd watched in bewildered silence, the Kong's interest peaked as Peter's hand re-emerged holding a small, wriggling rat. Confusion spread like wildfire through both the ranks of the Kongs and the spider people. Immortus and Ramatut exchanged a glance, their earlier confidence giving way to curiosity and a touch of amusement. A rat? Is this supposed to be a pet of yours? Ramatut jeered, his voice echoing mockingly around them. Would you like to say goodbye to the little rodent before your inevitable death? But the laughter was short-lived. As Peter held the rat up for all to see, and it suddenly spoke, its voice strong and unmistakable, even in its new, tiny form. I wish that I could say it's good to see you again, Ramatut, Immortus, but just the sight of you traitors makes my skin crawl, it declared, its small eyes gleaming with intelligence and rage. A collective gasp rose from the ranks of the Kong variants, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Immortus stepped back, his composure slipping. Impossible. You were dead, he stammered, pointing accusingly at Peter. He killed you. Peter smiled, a hint of satisfaction in his gaze as he watched the leaders of the Kongs falter. Oh, he was dead, all right. But as you may or may not know, death is hardly the end in my line of work. I kept his soul, and transferred it into this little fella here, he explained, his tone casual as if discussing the weather. Many Kongs erupted into laughter, taking perverse delight in seeing their once great leader reduced to such a pitiful state. However, those who weren't laughing appeared uneasy and almost afraid. These Kongs had first-hand knowledge of their former leader's cunning and power. Thus, even with him reduced to a rat's form, they feared his potential for retribution for their betrayal. Staring at the rat in the palm of his hand, Peter's voice softened slightly. So Kong, you've given me a lot of information, so this is my reward for your help. Would you like to watch the downfall of the Council of Kangs? Because by tomorrow, not a single one of them will remain. The rat, understanding the gravity of the moment, nodded solemnly. I would very much like that, it replied, its voice tinged with a thirst for vengeance. Peter placed the rat on his shoulder, ensuring it had a clear view of the battlefield. Then let's give you a front row seat, he said, his gaze sweeping across the wary faces of the Kong variants. As Peter stepped forward, the spider people rallied around him, ready to get their vengeance. The air crackled with energy, the impending battle charged with the promise of retribution. Today, we end this, Peter declared, his voice carrying across the battlefield. The spider people echoed his sentiment, their cries of assent rising into the sky. As Peter's words reverberated, the Kongs tightened their ranks, their faces hardening into masks of resolve. They readied their weapons, energy crackling around them, a clear sign they were preparing for the fierce confrontation ahead. Glancing over his shoulder, Peter took a step back, the ground beneath his feet crackling with arcane energy. What are you waiting for? He called over to the spider people, his tone now charged with command. They're right there. Go get 'em. With Peter's words as their signal, the spider people surged forward, a tide of red, blue, and black against the stark backdrop of the devastated neighborhood. Their movements were synchronized and precise, a dance of vengeance and justice intertwined. Without another word, Peter's posture shifted, his shadow stretching ominously in the dim light. From the darkness of his shadow emerged his undead servants, Null's ominous silhouette, the gleaming figure of the Silver Surfer, and Tiamat the Communicator, their presence exuding an overpowered, menacing aura. Instantly, the Kong's confidence wavered as the air thickened with the weight of real fear. Help them, Peter commanded, nodding towards the spider people. Yes, master. His shadowy allies moved with a fluid grace, their forms blurring into action. As the shadows darted forward, weaving through the spider people, Peter turned his attention back to Immortus and Ramatut. His eyes narrowed beneath his mask, a vicious smirk playing at the edge of his lips. Now, as for you two, he began, his voice low and threatening. As the clash erupted across the devastated streets of Queens, New York, the spider people leapt into action, propelled by the urgency of their vengeance. They were outnumbered but not outclassed, their agile prowess and combat skills a blur of motion against the backdrop of the damaged surroundings. The Kong army, equipped with advanced technology, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. The air crackled with electricity, the blue and green pulses illuminating the grim battlefield. Spider people ducked and weaved, their spidey sands tingling incessantly, guiding them away from lethal hits. In the midst of chaos, their spectral allies, Null, Silver Surfer, and Tiamat, emerged from the shadows. Null, embodying darkness itself, enveloped a squad of Kongs, his form expanding and contracting like a living nightmare. The screams of Kongs were muffled by the dark mass, only to silence abruptly as they were consumed, vanishing from existence. Silver Surfer swooped low, his shadowy board cutting a dark arc through the air. He moved with otherworldly grace, intercepting energy blasts and redirecting them back where they came from. Each reflection not only killed or injured an enemy but also saved the lives of the spider people, whom they were tasked with assisting. Tiamat, towering and imposing, used his sheer size to his advantage. With each step, the ground trembled, and with a sweep of his arm, he knocked a phalanx of Kongs off their feet, their armor clanging loudly as they collided with the concrete. But it didn't stop there, as they were quickly squashed like bugs under the undead celestials' feet. The spider people rallied, inspired by the formidable display of their shadowy protectors. One young hero, wearing a suit dyed in all black, thanks to his new symbiote companion, flipped over a beam, landing a devastating kick to a Kang's helmet. The impact cracked and dented the visor, sending the Kong flying into a nearby car. Another spider, masked and mysterious, spun webs with tactical precision, ensnaring weapons and pulling them from their owner's grips. The webs, stronger than steel, resisted the Kong's attempts to break free, leaving them vulnerable to her allies. As the battle raged, the Kongs began to falter. Their initial confidence waned under the relentless assault of the spider people and their spectral protectors. Despite their superior technology and numerical advantage, the raw power and unpredictability of Null, the Silver Surfer, and Tiamat proved far too overwhelming for them. Watching the beginnings of their battle, Peter floated high above the wreckage, smirking as his shadows cut through the enemy lines with ease, allowing his spidery subordinates to run wild. "Things aren't looking too good for you guys, huh?" he asked, his gaze on the Kong leaders. Ramatat and Immortus, their pride bruised and schemes slipping through their fingers, stood on their floating platform, which began to morph with a series of mechanical whirs and clicks into an advanced, heavily armed, yet small ship. Their eyes fixed on Peter, burning with a mixture of rage and desperation. "You think you won just because your lackeys killed a few worthless variants?" Immortus spat out, his voice trembling with fury. "Let me tell you, the war is just beginning." With a flourish, Ramatat slammed his hand onto a control panel, igniting the ship's arsenal. Instantly, the air was filled with the deadly whine of powering up energy weapons. Lasers, cannons, and an array of ballistic missiles locked onto Peter, their intent deathly clear. Peter simply arched an eyebrow beneath his mask, his disappointment palpable even from afar. His gaze, quick and unimpressed, swept over the menacing armament. "Really, is this it? You came all this way, brought an entire army with you, and even trashed my city, yet this is all you've brought? You think this is enough?" His tone mixed disbelief with a hint of mockery, clearly underwhelmed by their efforts. "Come on, guys. You can do better than this." Immortus's smirk faltered as anger flared in his eyes, Peter's taunting words stoking a fire of rage. His hand clenched into a fist, hovering momentarily over the control panel. "Very well," he hissed, his voice seething with fury. "Let's see how you handle this." With a swift, decisive motion, he slammed his fist down, causing the ship beglow, its power rising by the second. The evening air was thick with tension as Peter floated above the wrecked streets of Queens, watching the Kong leaders huddle inside their little ship, an unimpressed look on his face. Below him, the battle raged on, but his focus was drawn to Ramatat and Immortus, who were rapidly preparing their counterattack. "Ah, what do we have here?" Peter quipped, the smirk audible in his voice as he eyed the transforming vessel. "A shiny toy for big boys." From his vantage point, the ship began to bristle with weaponry, a deadly array of futuristic arms unfolding with mechanical precision. Ramatat, his features twisted in fury, slammed his hand onto a control panel, initiating the onslaught. Peter, undeterred, floated casually in the air, his eyes aglow with power. "Really? You think those pea shooters will do anything to me?" he taunted, watching as the ship's cannons swiveled to aim directly at him. The first volley of energy blasts cut through the air, their trajectories clear and deadly. But Peter simply tilted his head, a flick of his wrist redirecting the energy harmlessly into the sky, where it exploded like distant fireworks. "Is that all you got?" Peter called out, his voice dripping with disdain. He raised his hands, gathering a swirling mass of elemental energy, ready to strike. "Here, try not to die too easily." With a graceful motion, he sent a torrent of phoenix fire spiraling towards the ship. Ramatat, quick on the uptake, activated the ship's shields, which glowed with a pulsing blue light, absorbing the brunt of Peter's attack. "Is that all you've got?" he shouted back, repeating Peter's taunt, his voice echoing through the ship's speakers. "Nah," Peter retorted simply, flying closer with a burst of speed. As he approached, he phased through the next barrage of laser fire, his form blurring in and out of tangibility. Inside the ship, Ramatat and Immortus exchanged a look of concern. They were not accustomed to dealing with an adversary who could simply ignore their most powerful weapons. Peter circled the ship, his movements a blur. Every attempt they made to lock on to him failed, as he effortlessly dodged or countered their attacks. He then landed atop the ship, his weight causing the structure to groan under the pressure. "Nice view from up here," Peter joked, tapping on the hull with his foot. Kong the rat, still perched on his shoulder, squeaked in agreement, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a sudden burst of strength, Peter tore open the hull like it was made of paper, exposing the frightened faces of Ramatat and Immortus. "Room service," he announced cheerfully, his eyes glowing a bright red before firing beams of energy at whatever machinery was within his sight. Sparks and fire erupted as the ship's systems began to falter and fail. Ramatat frantically hit another series of controls, causing the ship to teleport a short distance away. But Peter was too quick, catching up in a flash of light, his laughter ringing out across the battlefield. "Why don't you two ditch this dingy thing?" Peter said, his voice now serious as he hovered in front of the crippled ship. He clenched his fists, energy crackling around them with increasing intensity. With a final, contemptuous look at Ramatat and Immortus, Peter unleashed his power. A massive blast of chaotic energy surged from him, striking the ship with such force that it was obliterated in an instant. The explosion was deafening, a brilliant flare that lit up the night sky. As the dust settled, Ramatat and Immortus crawled from the wreckage, their bodies battered and their armor smoking. They looked up at Peter, who landed before them, a casual smile on his face. "You know," Peter said, glancing down at the defeated Kongs, "you really should have tried harder. Even Centurion sent a celestial after me, but maybe he was the better of you three." He shrugged, turning back to survey the battlefield, a hint of amusement in his voice as he added, "Anyway, hey, Ratatouille," Peter began, turning to the small creature perched nervously on his shoulder. "You've got a score to settle, right?" Kong the rat twitched its whiskers affirmatively, its beady eyes narrowing with a palpable thirst for vengeance. Peter gently set Kong on the scorched earth, stepping back with a solemn nod. He extended his hands, fingers weaving through the air as he chanted under his breath. The fabric of reality shimmered, twisting around the rat, which grew and morphed until Kong the Conqueror stood where the rodent had been, regal and imposing in his restored human form. "This, how?" Kong exclaimed, lost for words as he stared down at his human hands once again. Smirking, Peter conjured a sleek blaster pistol, the weapon materializing from thin air, and tossed it to Kong. "They're all yours," he said, nodding toward the dazed and defeated figures of Ramatat and Immortus. Kong caught the blaster, grasping it tightly, his face hardening as he approached his former allies, a vicious smile blooming on his face. "You know, it's funny how the tables turn. Here you are, at my mercy just where I always imagined you'd end up." Ramatat, struggling to rise, his voice strained with desperation and defiance, retorted, "Kong, you fool!" He collapsed mid-sentence, his broken body unable to hold much weight. Kong chuckled darkly, leveling the blaster at them with unwavering hands. "The only fools I see are lying defeated at my feet." And with a cold, unrelenting fury, he opened fire. The blasts were relentless and deafening, each one a release of pent-up rage, echoing across the silent battlefield long after his enemies had fallen. As the blaster's energy finally sputtered and died, Kong stood breathing heavily, a sinister satisfaction in his eyes. He let out a contented sigh, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Thank you, Peter." Suddenly, before Kong could finish expressing his gratitude, a gleaming black blade pierced through his back and poked out of his chest, blood caking its blade. Kong gasped, blood dripping from his lips, his eyes wide with shock and betrayal as he looked down at the dark blade piercing him. He managed to choke out as he glanced over his shoulder, where he found Peter staring back at him, a sword in his hand. Peter's voice was steady, devoid of emotion. "I told you before, didn't I? No Kong remains. Especially not the most dangerous of them all." His eyes didn't waver as he pulled the sword free, watching Kong collapse beside his foes, blood pooling below his body. Shortly after Kong the Conqueror's death, Peter surveyed the aftermath of the battle from atop a crumbling building. Below him, the spider people scattered, efficiently rounding up the remaining Kongs who were trying to escape their inevitable defeat. Peter's gaze lingered on the scene, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow under the mask. With a swift movement, he reached into his pocket, pulling out his rings, each inset with an infinity stone, gleaming ominously even in the dim light of the destroyed city. One by one, he slid them onto his fingers, feeling the surge of cosmic power thrum through his veins, a sensation that was always exhilarating each time he experienced it. As the spider people finished their tasks, they gathered below, their eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and confusion. They stared at Peter, sensing the unimaginable power radiating off of him, their spider senses tingling. None spoke, the gravity of the moment hung heavily in the air. Peter raised his hand, the stones glowing brightly. "Let's clean up first," he announced, his voice carrying a casual tone, as if he were simply tidying up his room. With a decisive snap of his fingers, a blinding light erupted from his hand, enveloping every Kong present. In moments, they turned to dust, drifting away as if they had never existed. Silence followed the light show. The spider people stared in disbelief, the reality of the situation slowly dawning on them. Peter, feeling the power coursing through him, prepared for the final act. He snapped his fingers again, this time with a different intent. Light enveloped the city once more, but this time, it was gentle, almost soothing. Buildings reconstructed themselves, streets mended, and cars untwisted from their mangled forms. The chaos wrought by the battle reversed, as if time itself were rolling backward. As the light faded, the spider people observed their surroundings in awe, their own injuries healed before their eyes, cut ceiling and bruises vanishing. Gasps and murmurs of disbelief filled the air as those who had fallen in battle stood once again among them, blinking in astonishment, including any civilians who were simply caught in the crossfire. Peter watched their reactions, a small smile playing on his lips. His gaze softened as he looked at his spidery subordinates, who were beginning to realize just how powerful their boss truly was. Yet, amid the awe and the restoration, a simple, human sensation brought him back to reality, a rumbling in his stomach. "Hey, you guys want to celebrate with some pizza?" he called out, his tone light, undercutting the tension and awe of the moment. Although he anticipated laughter and agreement from the spider people gathered around him, he was instead met with an unsettling silence as if the world had paused, time stopping for everyone but him. Turning his head, Peter spotted the unmistakable figure of the Grim Reaper, appearing seemingly from nowhere. "Did I complete the mission?" he asked, becoming accustomed to the Reaper's sudden and dramatic appearances. In the aftermath of the battle, surrounded by the fixed and pristine city of New York, Peter stood alone, the once chaotic noises of the city subdued to a haunting silence. His spy-day senses didn't fail to notice the subtle shift in the air. The temperature dropped, and a figure cloaked in shadows materialized before him. The Grim Reaper, also oddly known as John amongst those who had the peculiar misfortune of knowing him personally, appeared more harried than usual. His usual ominous aura was undercut by an impatient tapping of his foot. "Peter, I really must be quick about this. My wives are expecting me for a date," he said, a bizarre semblance of domesticity cloaking his skeletal grin. Before Peter could respond, John produced a gnarly black scythe, its blade shimmering with an eerie light, in one hand, and a translucent, ethereal shell, resembling a ghostly idol in the other. With a casual flick, he tossed both towards Peter. Reflexively, Peter reached out, his spider agility allowing him to snatch the scythe just shy of its sharp end. Mission complete, destroy the Council of Kangs. The Council of Kangs' unwillingness to regulate themselves is leading the multiverse towards an inevitable death. Eradicate them to restore order. Reward, Death's Harvester. A legendary scythe imbued with the very essence of death. This formidable weapon, owned by Death himself, boasts a blade forged from the darkest matter found in the universe. Its handle is crafted from ancient, gnarled bone, wrapped in the tattered remnants of souls it has reaped since the beginning of time. Submission complete, Kong Genocide. Kill all Kangs to eliminate future threats. Reward, Kong Soul Husk. A husk which holds the souls of every Kong in the multiverse. Do with it as you wish. As his fingers touched the cold metal, the scythe began to glow intensely, disintegrating into countless motes of light that spiraled towards him, sinking into his skin and vanishing. Peter's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing as he felt a surge of deathly energy pulse through him. "Wow, what was that?" Peter stammered, turning back to where John had been, only to find the Reaper already fading into the ether. "Sorry, kid, no time to explain." John's voice echoed back as his form dissipated completely, leaving behind a faint trace of brimstone. "Wait, I need dash," Peter yelled, his voice echoing off the silent buildings. But it was too late, John was gone, and time resumed its march, the sounds of the city flooding back as if someone had pressed play on the world. Left alone with his thoughts, Peter felt the weight of the soul husk in his hand, struck by the revelation that it apparently contained all the Kongs in the multiverse. Not a single one remained. What the hell am I supposed to do with this thing? His gaze drifted over the city, the repairs he had made with the Infinity Stones holding steady. The civilians, oblivious to the deeper machinations of heroes and reapers, continued their lives. And above them all, Peter stood, a lone figure grappling with the enormity of his powers and the new, unknown paths they would lead him down. "Well, I guess I'll have to figure it out on my own," he murmured to himself. Taking a deep breath, he turned to find the spider people still gazing up at him, their expressions a mix of awe and wonder at how effortlessly he had restored the city and revived the fallen. Yo," he waved awkwardly. After the cataclysmic showdown that rocked New York and reshaped the multiverse, life for Peter had taken a rather mundane turn. The last few months had been a surreal blend of light superhero work and domestic bliss. He'd spent most of his days alongside MJ, his kids, and the rest of his family and friends, savoring the rare normalcy of his life. Naturally, Peter wasn't too idle. The late Kong the Conqueror had given him a wealth of secrets, including locations of hidden bases and critical information about the now-destroyed Council of Kangs. Peter, taking no chances of them falling into the wrong hands, embarked on a systematic destruction of each site. He looted what he could use and obliterated the rest, leaving only ashes where threats might have risen. Yet, despite the thrill of these missions, Peter found himself sinking comfortably into the routines of everyday life. He had mastered the art of wielding his new scythe, a relic so powerful, so steeped in the essence of death itself, that it had fundamentally altered his connection to his powers. The scythe was more than a weapon, it was an extension of his will, adapting to his needs. When a scythe proved impractical, as Peter wasn't much of a weapons user, let alone a giant Grim Reaper's scythe, it transformed, weaving metallic fibers into his suit at the boots, knees, hands, and elbows, enhancing his attire with formidable strength. "I'm still unsure what to do with the soul husk," Peter mused, having secured it for safekeeping until he could determine how to make use of it. On this particular evening, the Parker residence was filled with the comforting aroma of Aunt May's cooking. The table was set, and the laughter was plentiful, as Peter shared a meal with those closest to him. Despite the extraordinary life he led, these moments grounded him, reminding him of what he fought for. Suddenly, as they began to eat, a sharp beep from his watch cut through the atmosphere like a knife. The screen lit up with an important alert, and Peter's eyes widened as he read the message. The room fell into a hush as everyone's gaze turned towards him, sensing the change in the air. MJ, sensing the gravity of the situation, leaned over and whispered, "What's going on?" Peter looked up, meeting the worried glances of his loved ones. "I might be leaving for a little while," he revealed. The reason was simple: his network of portals across the multiverse had pinpointed another of Death's successors, a mission he couldn't ignore but hadn't anticipated so soon. After all, the multiverse is quite large. Leo, his youngest, dropped his fork, his young face clouded with disappointment. "Are you leaving now?" he asked, his voice tinged with sadness. Peter reached across the table, ruffling Leo's hair with a smile. "No, buddy, not yet. I'll leave later tonight, once everyone's asleep," he reassured, trying to soften the blow of his impending departure. Leo's features brightened slightly at that. "Okay," he said, a small smile returning as he picked up his fork again. After a peaceful dinner with his family, Peter and MJ gently tucked their kids into bed, whispering good night amidst soft giggles and final bedtime stories. Once the house fell silent with the deep, contented sleep of their children, Peter and MJ shared a quiet moment alone. MJ wrapped her arms around Peter, her head resting against his chest. "Be careful out there," she murmured, her voice tinged with worry yet filled with trust. Peter kissed the top of her head, holding her close. "I'll be back before you know it," he reassured her, his voice steady yet soft. They lingered in their embrace, savoring the warmth and familiarity of each other. Finally, with a deep breath, Peter stepped back and opened a portal. The star-shaped gateway shimmered into existence, casting eerie lights across the room. He glanced back at MJ, offering a brave smile. With one last wave, he stepped through the portal, and materialized in the thick of a dense forest, the cool night air a stark contrast to the warm goodbye he'd just received from MJ and the kids. Navigating the underbrush with ease, Peter used his heightened senses to scout the area. The trees were dense, a mix of pine and cedar that filled the air with a pungent scent, enhancing the feeling of being far from home. A low hum of activity to his left didn't startle him. Instead, he followed the sound with practiced stealth, moving toward what his instincts told him was the direction of civilization. Before long, the dense forest gave way to a clearing, and beyond that, the unmistakable outline of a large, ancient-looking Japanese town or village. Peter paused at the edge of the forest, taking in the sight of high wooden walls and the large, imposing gate guarded by men in traditional armor. It was like stepping into another time. As he approached the gate, the guards tensed, immediately blocking his path. Their conversation was rapid and entirely in Japanese, a language Peter didn't speak very well. He could only offer a friendly, albeit awkward, smile in response, hoping his universal gesture of peace would be understood. Unfortunately, the guards were not reassured. Their hands went to their swords, and Peter found himself facing the sharp end of cold steel. He raised his hands in a non-threatening gesture, trying to defuse the situation with a nervous chuckle. "Hold on a second, guys. I'm sure I can magic a way for us to communicate." Asterisk boom, roar, asterisk. His words were cut off by a sudden, earth-shaking explosion. A deafening roar followed, and as both Peter and the guards whirled towards the source, they saw it, a giant nine-tailed fox rampaging through the center of the village. Its tails lashed out, toppling buildings and throwing debris into the air. For a moment, the surreal scene seemed beyond belief, yet the pieces clicked for Peter. The village, the guards wearing leaf headbands, the Mount Rushmore-style faces etched into the distant cliff, and now, the rampaging nine-tailed fox. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Is this Naruto?" The night was eerily quiet, save for the heavy breathing of Kushina Uzumaki, who lay exhausted and weakened from childbirth. The trees around them were dense, casting long shadows under the moonlight that seemed almost to whisper of the impending chaos. Insert picture of Kushina here. The masked man's voice, muffled slightly, was calm but carried a cruel joy. "At last, the power of the Ninetales will be mine. This village and all its hopes will crumble." With a swift, ruthless motion, he performed a series of hand seals, summoning a dark, swirling jutsu that enveloped Kushina. Screams pierced the night as the monstrous form of the Ninetales began to manifest, forcibly ripped from its host. The fox, massive and bristling with malevolent energy, roared into the sky, its eyes burning with untamed fury. Kushina, nearly lifeless, her voice barely a whisper, pleaded with the creature of her torment. "Please, no more." The masked man, his eyes glinting red with the power of the Sharingan, issued his next command with a sinister grin. "Ninetales, end her." As the creature raised its massive paw to crush Kushina, suddenly, a blur of yellow flashed through the clearing. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, appeared beside his wife in a flash, scooping her into his arms just as the paw slammed into the earth where she had been. Insert picture of Minato here. Minato's face was a mask of resolve mixed with deep pain. "Are you okay?" he asked his wife, who merely groaned out a sad smile. She understood that the extraction of the Ninetales would leave her with little time to live. Minato was aware of this as well, but he pushed the thought away, unable to face it. Ignoring the looming threat of the Ninetales and the man currently controlling it, Minato focused solely on Kushina, whispering reassurances as he teleported away. His only goal at that moment was her safety, the safety of the woman he loved more than anything. Madara watched them disappear with a scoff. "I never knew my sensei was such a coward. But no matter. The village will pay the price." Turning to the Ninetales, his voice rose with command. "Attack the village. Let them feel despair." With a mighty leap, the Ninetales mindlessly charged. As it approached the village, the mind-controlled creature's enormous body crashed into the village's center, creating a crater on impact. Buildings crumbled under its power, and screams of terror replaced the silence of the night. Brave ninjas who just happened to be nearby leapt from the shadows, their chakra flaring as they attacked the monstrous fox that threatened to obliterate their home. Among them, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy fought valiantly, coordinating their attacks to buy the villagers precious time to escape. Kakashi, his one-eyed Sharingan active, darted around the massive beast, launching precise, chakra-infused kunao. Insert picture of Kakashi here. Guy, with his usual fiery enthusiasm, charged forward, his fists glowing with the energy of the 8 gates. Yet, despite their efforts and the valiant attempts of many others, they were barely slowing the beast down. Insert picture of Guy here. As another ninja was swatted away by the massive tail of the beast, killed in an instant, a sudden and bizarre change rippled through the air. A figure, dressed not in the traditional garb of their village but in casual jeans and shirt, appeared seemingly out of nowhere in front of the Ninetales' snarling face. Yo! The figure waved with a casual bravado that seemed ludicrously out of place. Without waiting for a response, he swung his leg in a high arc, punting the colossal fox across the village with an improbable strength. The creature tumbled, crashing through buildings and trees, finally coming to a halt at the edge of the forest outside the village. There was a moment of stunned silence as every ninja in the vicinity tried to process what they had just witnessed. Peter floated a few meters above the ground with his hands casually in his pockets, looking remarkably unbothered by the chaos around him. Kakashi was the first to approach, his eyes wide not just with the Sharingan but also with sheer incredulity. "Who are you?" he demanded. Peter craned his head downward, flashing a grin. "Oh, I still have no idea what you're saying. Give me a second." Muttering an incantation under his breath, he wove his fingers through a series of intricate gestures. The air around him shimmered with a faint, mystic glow. The gathered ninjas watched in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. Whispers spread among them, questioning the nature and intent of this foreigner's mysterious powers. "Let's see, this should work," Peter murmured to himself, half distracted by the enormous fox monster gathering itself for another charge. As the creature lunged at him with ferocious speed, Peter, still mid-spell, glanced over nonchalantly and delivered a backhanded swat that sent the Ninetales tumbling back through a row of damaged buildings. "Hey, manners, please. I'm working here," he chided the beast, his tone light but firm. Finally, with a decisive flick of his wrist, the spell locked into place. Peter felt a surge of energy course through him, priming his ears and mouth to instantly translate any spoken or heard words. Just as the last syllable left his lips, Kakashi approached him cautiously, his Sharingan eye flickering intensely. "Who are you? How did you do that?" he asked, his voice a mix of awe and suspicion. Peter landed softly on the ground, brushing dust from his jeans. "Oh, now I can understand you. I'm Peter Parker." He smiled and extended his hand, but before the astonished Kakashi could reply, the fox abruptly appeared behind Peter, its massive teeth bared menacingly. Sensing the attack, Peter sighed, a look of mild annoyance crossing his face. "Really? We're doing this again?" His voice was laced with humor, but his eyes glinted with annoyance. As the beast charged, Peter spun around, his stance steady and focused. He started with a swift uppercut as the Ninetales neared, his fist connecting with a resounding thud beneath its jaw. The impact sent the beast's head snapping back, a visible shockwave rippling through its fur. Without missing a beat, Peter spun on his heel, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to the side of the Ninetales' head. The force of the kick whirled the creature sideways, further disorienting it. Seizing the moment, Peter darted forward, his movements a blend of precision and grace. He landed a series of rapid punches across the beast's torso, each hit landing with a sickening thud, methodically weakening its resolve and strength. Every strike Peter delivered was calculated, his form perfect, embodying both the power of a fighter and the finesse of an acrobat. Each connection between fist and fur echoed through the clearing, a testament to his control and strength. The onlookers, including Kakashi and other seasoned ninjas, watched in stunned silence. The ferocity of the beating was unlike anything they had ever seen. It wasn't just a fight, it was a lesson in respect and boundaries, taught by a stranger who handled the beast as if it were a misbehaving puppy, not a legendary force of destruction. As Peter maneuvered the Ninetales, he chatted nonchalantly. "You know where I come from. We have manners and don't constantly interrupt someone when they're in the middle of something." He grunted as he delivered a particularly forceful kick that sent the Ninetales crashing into a nearby building, reducing it to rubble. "But you're being controlled, so I won't be too hard on you." Just as Peter prepared to slam the creature down once more, a new rush of chakra filled the air. The third Hokage arrived, ready for a fierce battle, but the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Accompanied by a squadron of elite Umbu, he paused, his breath catching at the surreal sight of a lone young man effortlessly overpowering the fearsome Ninetales. Insert picture of Hiruzen Sarutobi here. "What on earth is happening here?" the third Hokage demanded, his voice carrying a mix of confusion and concern. Kakashi, still processing the scene, could only offer a helpless shrug. "I wish I knew, Lord Third." As Peter continued his relentless assault, the Ninetales seemed to diminish, not just in ferocity but in the will to fight back. It was a display of sheer power and indomitable spirit that none in Konoha had ever witnessed. And just as Peter slammed the fox down for what seemed like the 50th time, the air shifted ominously. From a swirl of dark chakra, the masked man appeared again, his gaze fixed on Peter with a mixture of rage and disbelief. "Who are you? No leaf ninja possesses such strength," he snarled, stepping forward with a threatening posture. Peter paused, brushing a strand of hair from his eyes as he looked up from the sprawled-out nine-tailed fox. "Oh, me? I was just strolling by when a giant fox crossed my path," he replied nonchalantly, mimicking a tone oddly reminiscent of Kakashi's usual evasiveness. Small laughs rippled through the crowd of ninjas, many exchanging glances with Kakashi, who offered a rare, sheepish grin in response. But before another word could be said, a yellow flash cut through the tension. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, appeared out of nowhere, his hand glowing with the swirling blue chakra of a Raise-Non. Without hesitation, he drove the powerful sphere into the masked man's stomach, sending him reeling back with a cry of pain. As Minato's Raise-Non struck true, Peter glanced around at the assembled ninjas and the havoc strewn across the village. "Looks like you guys can handle the rest," he muttered with a casual nonchalance. Stepping lightly over the debris, Peter approached the subdued Ninetales. He climbed atop the massive head of the fox, finding a comfortable spot to sit. As he settled in, Peter tapped his hand lightly against the fox's forehead. His finger glowed with a soft, ethereal light as he delicately severed the threads of mind control entangling the creature's will. "Hey, you awake yet?" Peter asked, his voice carrying a mix of curiosity and friendliness. After a moment, the Ninetale's eyes fluttered open, clear, and free from the sinister influence of the Sharingan. The creature groaned, its voice groggy and confused. "Huh." The dust of the battlefield hung thick in the air as Peter sat casually atop the massive head of the Ninetales, Kurama. His light-hearted demeanor contrasted sharply with the tense, wary postures of the surrounding ninja from Konoha. As the huge creature's eyes fluttered open, slowly regaining consciousness, the ninjas instinctively recoiled, kunai knives laced with explosive tags in their hands, which they swiftly hurled forward. The sharp glint of metal flickered under the moonlight as they aimed at both Peter and the fox. "Whoa, easy now," Peter said, waving his hand dismissively. In a smooth motion, he conjured a gust of wind that spiraled upwards, whisking the kunai into the air where they detonated harmlessly like fireworks. He turned back to the stunned crowd. "I'd really appreciate not being blown up, thanks." Below him, Kurama was fully alert now, the impromptu fireworks serving as a rather explosive wake-up call. Recalling his recent subjugation and the subsequent thrashing by this unusually strong human, rage brewed within him. But as he tried to rise, a quick slap from Peter sent him back to the ground. "Calm down, will you? Unless you want another beating," Peter chided, looking directly into Kurama's large, fiery eyes. The assembled ninjas, including the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched in disbelief. None had ever seen anyone handle the Ninetales with such audacity. Not even the legendary first Hokage had displayed such nonchalance when dealing with a tailed beast. Enraged, Kurama thrashed, attempting to dislodge Peter from his head. With a resigned sigh, Peter gestured with a flourish, casting a spell that wrapped the fox in glowing golden eldritch energy, pinning him firmly to the ground. Just as the ninjas began to relax, sighing in relief, Kurama's mouth suddenly gaped open, gathering a swirling mass of chakra that formed a glowing purple orb, a tailed beast bomb. Panic spread rapidly as the orb pointed ominously toward the village's residential district. Without hesitation, the third Hokage leapt forward, unrolling a scroll filled with sealing jutsu, prepared to risk everything to contain the destructive force. But before he could act, Peter intervened, stepping between them and reaching out to touch the deadly orb. "No," Hiruzen shouted, a mix of command and concern in his voice, fearing for the young man's life. Ignoring the warning, Peter's fingers met the churning energy of the tailed beast bomb. The ninjas braced for the worst, but instead of detonating or incinerating him, the orb began to shrink under Peter's touch, the energy dissipating until it vanished completely, leaving behind only a stunned silence. Kurama, now visibly shaken and more confused than ever, stared at Peter with wide eyes. "Who are you?" he muttered in a mix of fear and awe. A ripple of astonishment swept through the gathered ninjas as they processed the fox's ability to speak. Whispers broke out among them, a mixture of fear and wonder coloring their tones as they stared at Kurama, realizing that the creature wasn't some mindless beast. Peter just grinned, dusting off his hands as if he'd done nothing unusual. "Me? I'm just your friendly neighbor Spider-Man, but I'm not on the job right now, so you can call me Peter," he answered, his voice light and teasing. "So who are you?" Kurama's eyes narrowed, his voice a deep rumble. "Why should I tell you?" Peter just shrugged, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards. "Fair point. Still, if you won't tell me your name, I guess I have to call you something. How about Pee-wee?" The fox's fur bristled, and he snapped, "Do not call me that." Peter chuckled, unaffected by the threat in Kurama's tone. "Sorry, Pee-wee, but if I don't know your name, what am I supposed to call you?" His eyes sparkled with mischief, clearly enjoying himself. The fox growled, low and menacing, but there was a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Why do you care? What are you really after?" "Nothing much," Peter replied, stretching his arms lazily. "Just making conversation. Besides, isn't it nicer talking like this than trying to kill each other?" Kurama huffed, turning his massive head away, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains. "Humans have never cared for conversation. Only control." Peter nodded, his tone softening. "I get it. You've had it rough. But not everyone's out to control you. Some of us prefer making friends, or at least trying to." The air hung heavy for a moment as Kurama's eyes shifted, reflecting a starry sky. "Why would you want to be friends with a creature like me?" "Because," Peter began, leaning forward, his expression earnest, "everyone needs a friend, even a giant nine-tailed fox. Besides, you're kind of cool, you know, in a terrifying, awe-inspiring sort of way. A soft snort escaped Karema, and for a moment, it seemed as though he might smile. You are a strange human. That's part of the charm, Peter quipped. So, friends. Karema's gaze hardened, reflecting the suspicious sentiments that flickered among the watching ninjas. No, we are not friends. I trust no human. Peter paused, his easy smile faltering slightly. All right, no rush. We'll take it one step at a time, he said, though the lightness in his voice had dimmed. Karema's eyes remained steely, unyielding. And stop calling me Pee-wee. Peter nodded, the playful spark in his eyes replaced by a more serious glint. Sure. If you tell me your name. The fox eyed him warily, the mistrust palpable. After a moment, he grudgingly muttered, Karema. Karema, Peter repeated, nodding in acknowledgement. His tone carried a newfound respect. All right, Karema. It's nice to meet you. Suddenly, the crackle of kunao clashing against kunao echoed through the air, dragging every eye back to the ongoing duel in the field. They were so stunned by Peter's handling of Karema, and the revelation that the Ninetales could speak, that they had entirely overlooked the ongoing battle between Minato and the mysterious man. Minato, with his bright yellow hair flashing under the moonlight, teleported around the battlefield with supernatural speed, his kunao shimmering with the residue of his jutsu. Across from him, the masked man matched each of Minato's moves with eerie calmness, his Sharingan eye glinting malevolently. The clash of their battle was brutal and unforgiving. Minato's movements were a blur, each teleportation leaving behind a gust of wind that rustled the nearby trees. He wielded the Raise-Non, a whirling orb of chakra, launching it at Obito with deadly precision. Obito, in turn, used his unique ability to phase through physical attacks, his body swirling and blurring at the edges each time Minato's Raise-Non passed harmlessly through him. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, witnessed the fierce engagement, he felt a surge of urgency. With a determined look, he started forward, intent on aiding his successor. But just as he took a step, a wall of shimmering energy sprang up around the combatants. Hiruzen halted, his eyes widening in disbelief. All around, the gathered ninjas murmured in confusion, their attention snapping towards Peter, who had conjured the barrier. What are you doing? Hiruzen demanded, his usual warm tone taking a dangerous edge. Even Karema, secured beside Peter, raised a brow, puzzled by Peter's intentions. Peter just smiled, his demeanor calm and collected. Trust me, Minato can handle this. He needs to say the truth for himself, he explained, his voice carrying a hinting tone. Before anyone could react, Peter vanished from their side and reappeared inside the barrier, materializing directly behind Obito, startling him. With a swift motion, Peter reached out, yanking the mask from Obito's face. The action was so unexpected, so quick, that Obito had no time to react or to use his phasing ability. Especially since Peter waited until he couldn't phase anymore. You see, Obito can only keep his body intangible for approximately 5 minutes, and as long as his intangibility is activated, he cannot teleport. In the brief moment between when he solidifies and when he teleports, Obito is vulnerable. And that's exactly when Peter chose to appear, ripping the mask from his head. The mask clattered to the ground, revealing Obito's face to the shocked onlookers. Minato's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart pounding loudly in his ears. Outside the barrier, Kakashi gasped, his body beginning to shake. Obito, his face now bare and filled with a mix of rage and humiliation, turned sharply towards Peter. You, he snarled, but before he could launch an attack, Peter was already outside the barrier, waving cheekily. Sorry, but this is between master and student, so I'll keep out of your business. Peter's voice was light, but there was an undeniable firmness to it. Frustration boiled over in Obito. With a roar, he tried to teleport away, intent to escape, but found himself hopelessly trapped in the barrier. What? He shouted in shock, turning to Peter. What did you do? Peter's smirk only widened as he observed from the outside. Sorry, that won't work. I made it so you can't run away, he called out, as the barrier pulsed with energy, sealing Obito's fate within. In the quiet that followed the revelation of Obito's identity, Peter suddenly remembered something, his gaze shifting back to Minato, whose face was etched with betrayal and confusion. Hey, Minato, Peter called out, his voice cutting through the silence with an urgency that refocused everyone's attention. Where's your wife? She needs help, right? Minato's eyes, clouded with shock, flicked towards Peter. Realization dawned on him as he remembered Kushina's perilous state. Even amidst the chaos, a thread of trust wove its way through Minato. He hardly knew Peter and had barely noticed anything beyond his immediate confrontation with Obito, yet, amid all the uncertainty, he found himself believing in this strange, unknown ally. She's at our home with Naruto, she's probably not going to make it, Minato said, his voice cracking slightly as he turned to Obito, the man responsible for her condition. Obito's eyes flickered under Minato's intense gaze, and he looked away, unable to meet his teacher's gaze. Peter nodded solemnly, the playful demeanor momentarily slipping away to reveal a genuine concern. I'll take care of her. Just tell me where to go. Kakashi stepped forward, his usual composure replaced by a palpable sense of urgency. I'll show you, he said, determination stealing his voice. Peter glanced at the minuscule form of Karema, now no larger than a small dog but still as formidable in spirit. Want to tag along? He asked, half joking yet sincere. Karema, his dignity bruised but curiosity piqued, gave a reluctant nod. Sure, why not? He responded, hoping to use this opportunity to escape. Ignoring the murmurs of dissent from the surrounding ninjas, Peter drew a spell circle in the air with a swift motion of his hand. The runes glowed briefly before firing towards Kurama, not only releasing him but shrinking his body to the size of a small puppy. What? What did you do to me? Kurama's roar, unexpectedly high-pitched, drew astonished and amused glances from around them. With a smirk, Peter nodded to Kakashi. Lead the way. Kurama, scrambling after Peter and Kakashi, yelped, "Hey, change me back right now." The night air was crisp as Peter, followed by a miniature Kurama, hurriedly followed Kakashi across the rooftops of Konoha. Peter matched Kakashi's swift pace effortlessly, his godlike agility allowing him to keep up with the Jonin's impressive speed. Behind them, the shrunken Kurama scampered along, his tiny form barely visible among the shadows of the village. "Change me back this instant," he demanded, his voice high-pitched but fierce. Peter rolled his eyes, not breaking stride as he replied, "Sorry, Kurama, no can do. The village is already a mess because of you, and you just cause more damage at full size and scare the hell out of everyone while you're at it." Kurama's tiny face twisted in annoyance. "Hey, it's not my fault. I did not choose to attack the village, even if I wanted to. It was that cursed Uchiha controlling me." His voice was laced with disgust and hatred at the mention of the Uchiha. Kakashi, overhearing the conversation, frowned deeply. This was news to him. He had thought the Ninetales attacked purely out of malice. "Controlled?" he asked, his tone thoughtful, even as he leaped from one building to another. "Yes," Peter confirmed, "that's why I didn't kill him during our fight. If Kurama had been acting on his own accord, I probably would have skinned him and made myself a nice fur coat." Kurama snorted dismissively. "No one can kill a tailed beast," he boasted. "I just come back to life once my chakra reformed. It might take some time, but I would return." Peter glanced back at the small creature with a dangerous smirk. "Are you sure about that?" he teased. A shiver of fear ran through Kurama at the implication, and he shook his head, suddenly uncertain. Peter laughed, the sound light and mocking in the quiet night. They continued their high-speed journey until Kakashi suddenly halted, causing Peter to stop abruptly beside him. "We're here," Kakashi announced, nodding toward a house just a short distance away. But before they could advance, a barrage of kunao rained down where Kakashi had been about to step. Peter waved his hand, deflecting another set of kunao aimed at him. Even tiny Kurama managed to smack a kunao away with his tails, looking absurdly fierce for his size. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the area, his eyes settling on a sizable group of root umbu stationed atop Minato and Kushina's house. A few of the root members were equipped with ink, brushes, and scrolls, evidently trying to break the powerful seals protecting the house. But thankfully, despite their concentrated efforts, they were unable to bypass the intricate and robust seals. Peter's expression turned serious. "Looks like we've got some idiots trying to take advantage of your village's situation. Danzo," Kakashi muttered before taking a deep breath, his hand resting on the hilt of his kunao. "Let's handle this quickly. Kushina and Naruto need us." "Sure, but something tells me they won't listen to reason." Peter shrugged. The mini Kurama smirked evil. "I hope they don't. It's been a while since I got to kill a human," he said, his sharp teeth showing. Kakashi stepped toward the umbu, his posture relaxed but his gaze hard. "We're all leaf ninjas here," he began, his voice steady. "There's no need for us to fight. Stand down and let's resolve this peacefully." The leader of the root umbu, masked and unreadable, shifted slightly. "Our orders from Lord Danzo are clear," he replied, his voice muffled by the mask. "We cannot fail him. Either leave or die." Peter glanced at Kakashi, his brow furrowing under his mask. The situation was deteriorating fast, and time was something they didn't have in abundance. Every second wasted here was a second Kushina might not have. Kakashi sighed heavily, his disappointment evident. "I see," he murmured before turning to Peter and giving a slight nod. Understanding the signal, Peter stepped up. "You had your chance to leave," he declared, his voice hard. As the words left his mouth, he launched forward. In an instant, the quiet night erupted into chaos. Peter moved with a speed that none could follow, appearing before the umbu in a blur. The first of them barely had time to react before Peter was upon him, a powerful kick sending the ninja sprawling to the ground, his bones snapping upon impact, a crater forming underneath his unmoving body. Kakashi joined in, his movements a blur of precision and lethal intent. He moved through the umbu ranks like a shadow, his kunao finding gaps in armor and striking with deadly efficiency. Each slash or stab was precise, leaving bloody bodies in his wake. Kurama, despite his reduced size, moved with surprising strength and agility. He attacked the umbu with fierce excitement, his tiny form darting and weaving through the chaos. Each swipe of his miniature tails carried unexpected force, knocking his opponents around like rag dolls. Peter's next opponent swung a sword in a wide arc, but Peter ducked under the swing, webbing the umbu's hands together and yanking him forward, impaling him on his own blade. Moving fluidly, Peter spun to deflect a kunao with a shot of webbing, which he then used to swing the knife, embedding it into another umbu's forehead with sickening accuracy. As the last of the umbu fell, the adrenaline began to fade, leaving behind nothing but dead bodies. The ground was littered with the fallen, and the air was tinged with the iron scent of blood. Kakashi surveyed the carnage with a grim expression. "Let's go," he said quietly. They approached the house, and Kakashi dabbed a drop of his blood on the front door lock, activating his access to the seals, allowing them entry. Inside, the scene shifted from violence to sorrow. Upstairs, in the bedroom, Kushina lay on her bed, her life force waning. On her chest, baby Naruto cried for her, his small fists flailing. Peter's heart clenched at the sight, the earlier adrenaline rush replaced by a deep, aching sadness. Kakashi knelt beside Kushina, his hand gently brushing her forehead. "We're here now," he whispered, though whether it was a comfort to her or himself, Peter couldn't tell. "Minato." Kushina groaned, opening her eyes, searching for her husband. "No, it's me, Kakashi," he replied softly. "Minato is still fighting." Kakashi paused, his voice trailing off as he hesitated to mention Obito. Kushina's expression tightened with understanding and concern. "Go," she urged him, her voice barely above a whisper yet firm with resolve. "Help Minato. He needs you." Peter stepped closer, his presence reassuring. "Minato will be fine," he assured her confidently. "Right now, we need to focus on you." As he spoke, he extended his hands, fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air. Before Kushina's hazy eyes, a spell circle materialized, its glow vibrant and filled with mysterious, shimmering symbols she had never seen before. The moon hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the battered landscape of Konoha's outskirts where Minato faced Obito, the student he once thought lost. The silence was palpable, charged with tension and disbelief. Minato's voice broke the silence, his tone a mixture of pain and incredulity. "Obito, what happened? Why did you turn against the village that raised you? Against me, against your own family?" Obito, clad in his tattered cloak, his Sharingan eye pulsating with malevolent energy, stood stoically. His voice, when he finally spoke, was cold and devoid of the warmth Minato remembered. "They deserve it, all of them. This world, it's broken. My actions are the cure." The words stung, more painful than any kunao could ever be. Minato's heart raced, his mind reeling from the shock of seeing his once dead student alive and as an enemy. "Your cure is to attack your own village? To harm Kushina, a woman who was like a mother to you? To endanger Naruto, our newborn son?" Obito's expression hardened, the Sharingan spinning wildly. "Don't try and guilt me, it won't work. You know nothing of my suffering." With a fierce cry, Obito charged, his body blurring as he activated his phasing ability. Minato, seasoned and quick, dodged gracefully, his own body a blur of motion as he tried to engage Obito, to bring him back to his senses. The fight was brutal, each exchange a testament to their skills. Obito's attacks were ruthless, aimed with deadly precision, but Minato was relentless, his every move calculated to subdue without causing fatal harm. "Obito, listen to me. This isn't the way. You can still come back." Minato pleaded as he parried a particularly vicious strike. But Obito was beyond reasoning. "There's no coming back from this path," he hissed, launching a flurry of shuriken, which Minato narrowly avoided. "Besides, there's nothing to come back to." The battle wore on, each moment stretching long and fraught with tension. Minato observed, waited, his mind racing as he sought a chink in Obito's seemingly impervious state. Then, it came a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. Recalling how Peter had managed to counter Obito's phasing ability, Minato meticulously experimented until he unraveled the hidden weakness. Preparing his next move with meticulous care, Minato threw a kunao with expert precision, timing it to coincide with the end of Obito's 5-minute phasing cycle. As the kunao harmlessly passed through Obito's head, Minato charged with a Rasengan whirling in his palm, both of them sprinting towards each other for a battle-ending clash. In an instant, just as they were about to collide, suddenly, Minato teleported to the kunao that had just exited the back of Obito's head. Obito's eyes widened in surprise, as he realized his time to phase had run out. Twisting in midair, Minato's hand slammed the Rasengan into Obito's exposed back. The impact was tremendous, driving Obito into the ground and creating a crater beneath them. Obito grunted in pain, his body racked by the force of Minato's attack. As the dust settled, Minato reached out, his fingers pressing against Obito's back, imprinting a seal that glowed briefly. "Why, Obito? Why did you really do this?" Minato whispered, his voice heavy with regret and sorrow. Obito lay defeated, the rage in his eyes giving way to a flicker of confusion and loss. You let her die," he murmured, his voice trailing off as he passed out. His eyes fluttering shut. In the quiet room where life seemed to hang by a thread, the gentle sound of baby Naruto's cries echoed as Peter waved his hands through the air, inscribing a golden spell circle. The mystical symbols shimmered in front of Kushina, who lay weakened on the bed, her pale complexion illuminated by the spell's soft glow. Kakashi stood tense by the bedside, his gaze shifting between the glowing spell and Kushina's frail form. Prepared to defend her from any potential threat, his hand hovered near the kunao at his belt. As the spell completed and its effects became evident, his suspicion briefly spiked, prompting him to act decisively. In a swift, fluid motion, Kakashi appeared beside Peter, the sharp blade of his kunao pressed gently yet firmly against Peter's neck, ready to defend Kushina if the unexpected ally proved to be a threat. As the spell was completed, Peter ignored Kakashi and directed it toward Kushina. The spell shot forward, a stream of light that seemed both alarming and beautiful. It entered her body, causing her to jolt slightly from the surprise. "What was that?" she gasped, but her words trailed off as a warm sensation flooded through her, knitting her flesh and bones back to health with astonishing speed. Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling strength surge through her veins. She sat up straight, cradling a much calmer Naruto against her chest. Her condition had not just improved, she felt as if she had never been ill at all. And it seemed Naruto realized that too. He stopped crying altogether, giggling up at his healthy mother. Kakashi, observing the rapid transformation, lowered his kunao slightly but didn't sheath it, his instincts still on high alert. Peter, noticing Kakashi's hesitation, remained calm, a soft smile playing on his lips as he asked, "So, how are you feeling? Any problems? The spell should have taken care of everything, but you never know." Before Kushina could reply, she caught sight of Kakashi still holding his weapon near Peter. Her relief turned to indignation. "Kakashi," she exclaimed, her voice a mix of relief and reprimand. With a swift motion of her hand, adamantine chains sprang from her wrist, wrapping around Kakashi and pulling him away from Peter. "Apologize to him," she demanded, her maternal fierceness on full display. Kakashi, caught in the chains, couldn't help but smile as a stray tear escaped his exposed eye, mixed emotions of relief and happiness flooding him. I'm just glad you're okay, Lady Kushina," he managed to say, his voice cracking with emotion. After all, Kushina is like the mother he never had, losing her would be crushing. Kushina softened at his words, her stern expression melting into a warm smile. She drew Kakashi into a hug, her chains disappearing. "I'm not going anywhere, Kakashi. I promise." As they embraced, a moment of peace settled in the room. Peter watched them, a satisfied yet somber smile on his face, appreciating the scene's heartfelt sincerity. However, the moment was abruptly interrupted by a small, sarcastic voice. "Oh, you managed to save the red-haired demon woman. What a shame. I was hoping she would die." Kurama, still in his small form, stood at the doorway, his comments slicing through the tender atmosphere. Kushina's head whipped around, her fiery gaze locking onto the tiny figure of Kurama. With Naruto still securely in her arms, she leapt from the bed, pointing an accusing finger at him. "You," she accused, the word echoing with the weight of their shared history, her eyes blazing with the intensity of 1,000 suns. "Me." Kurama looked almost comical in the face of her fury, but his eyes held a defiant gleam. Before the situation could escalate, Peter stepped in, his voice carrying a mix of authority and reassurance. "Kushina, Kurama isn't a threat at the moment," he said, glancing at Kurama with a warning look that made even the formidable fox flinch. "And if he tries anything, I'll handle it." Kushina's eyes widened in disbelief as she saw the fox flinch in fear. She turned to Peter, her curiosity skyrocketing. "Who are you exactly? And how did you heal me? Those seals, they're unlike anything I've seen, and I know seals." Peter chuckled softly. "I'm Peter. And that wasn't a seal, it was the mystic arts." "Mystic arts?" Kushina echoed, her interest now fully awakened. She had never heard of such a thing, not even in her extensive clan's lore. But her inquiry was cut short by Naruto's sudden whining, his small form beginning to squirm in her arms. She rocked him gently, trying to soothe his discomfort. "Oh, I'm sorry sweetie. Was mommy being too loud?" Kurama, annoyed by the noise, grimaced. "Can you shut that meat bag up already?" he snapped, which only fueled Kushina's irritation. "What does it look like I'm doing? If you don't like the noise, then take your tiny A*s out of my house," Kushina shot back, her voice laced with a mocking tone that made Kurama bristle. Their bickering continued, the old animosity flaring between them. But as they exchanged barbs, Peter suddenly cut in, redirecting Kushina's focus. "You should probably head back to Minato. He seemed really worried about you." The mention of Minato snapped Kushina out of her squabble, her eyes widening in an instant. "Minato," she exclaimed, recalling the danger her husband was in, and without a second thought, she dashed out of the house at a breakneck pace, Naruto clinging to her. Without a second thought, Kakashi followed closely behind, vanishing with a swift motion into the shadows they left behind. Left alone in the room, Kurama turned to Peter. "Are we not going with them?" he asked. Peter shook his head. "Nah, they'll be fine without us," he said, a sly grin spreading across his face. "How about we go and deal with some human garbage I know about?" Kurama, despite everything, matched Peter's smirk. "I don't really have a choice, do I?" he replied. "No, you don't." With a nod, Peter walked out of the room, pausing in the hallway for a moment. "But first, let's see if this place has a library." Kurama, eyeing Peter with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, followed him down the hall. "Planning on a bit of light reading?" "Not exactly," Peter replied, pushing open the door to a room filled with scrolls and ancient books. The air was heavy with the scent of parchment and ink. He walked in, his eyes scanning the vast collection of jutsu and seal information stored within. More like light copying. Using his mystic arts, Peter began to replicate the scrolls, particularly interested in the Uzumaki sealing techniques and Minato's flying thunder god technique. Each document shimmered briefly as he conjured an exact copy, storing the duplicates in the small necklace he wore around his neck. Kurama watched from the doorway, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "So, you're a thief now?" Peter didn't look up from his work. "It's not theft, it's compensation. I saved their village and their lives. Think of this as a consultant's fee." "Convenient justification," Kurama scoffed, his tail flicking in amusement. Peter continued his work, the intricate symbols on each scroll glowing under his touch. He was methodical, ensuring that nothing was out of place and that it would appear untouched. When in another world, one must adapt. Another world. Kurama muttered, confusion written all over his furry face. Once the last scroll was copied, Peter stood, stretching slightly. "All right, that's done. Ready to head out." Kurama's ears perked up. "And where are we headed at this hour?" Peter smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Let's start with the Uchiha clan district. Kurama's interest peaked, and his smirk widened. Lead the way, he said, thinking they were off to slaughter some Uchihas, which he was more than willing to participate in. They left the house quietly, blending into the shadows of the night. The village was still, the only sounds being the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. The scene outside the village was one of tense anticipation, the stillness broken only by the occasional crackle of energy emanating from the powerful barrier that Peter set up. Inside, Minato faced Obito, their battle reaching its climactic end. Outside, Kushina landed gracefully, Naruto cradled securely in her arms, her eyes immediately catching the final moments of the confrontation. As Minato delivered what looked to be a decisive blow on their unmasked attacker, Kushina's heart raced. The realization that the masked man was none other than Obito struck her hard, sending a chill down her spine. Beside her, Kakashi touched down, his expression grim. I didn't know how to tell you, he admitted, his voice heavy with regret. I'm sorry, Lady Kushina. Before she could respond, the rustle of approaching footsteps drew their attention. Guy, ever the bundle of energy, rushed towards them, his face lighting up as he spotted Naruto. Lady Kushina? You're all right, he exclaimed, his relief palpable. Is this the fourth son? How youthful. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, followed at a more measured pace, his expression one of shock and relief. Kushina, you're well, he asked, his eyes darting between her and the baby. We thought you were at death's door. Peter healed me, Kushina replied, her voice filled with a mixture of gratitude and awe. He used something called the mystic arts. Hiruzen's brow furrowed in thought. And where are Peter and the fox now? He inquired, scanning the area. Kushina and Kakashi turned, looking back the way they had come, but there was no sign of Peter or Kurama. We thought they were right behind us, Kakashi said, shrugging slightly. With a nod, Hiruzen turned to his umbu. Find them, he commanded, and with a swirl of cloaks, the umbu vanished into the shadows, tasked with locating the mysterious ally and the notorious fox. Meanwhile, Minato's focus shifted from the unconscious Obito to his wife and son. His relief at seeing them safe was immense, as he rushed over, but was stopped by the barrier, still trapped inside. At least until Peter returns to let him out. He moved as close as he could, his hands touching the invisible wall that separated them. Kushina, Naruto, he called out, his voice filled with emotion. Why Yuri all right? Kushina moved forward, her hand reaching out to touch the barrier. Minato, she whispered, her eyes welling up with tears. We're safe, thanks to Peter. High above the assembled shinobi, concealed among the dense foliage, Zetsu watched the scene unfold with an intensity that belied his usually detached demeanor. His unique black and white visage was split down the middle, each half observing carefully the black focused on Obito's prone form inside the barrier, and the white scanning the area. Insert picture of Zetsu here. From his vantage point, Zetsu remained motionless, his eyes glued to the barrier that even he, with all his unique abilities, could not penetrate. If he could have, he would have already extracted Obito from the disastrous situation. The presence of such a powerful barrier was a complication he hadn't anticipated, and it irked him deeply. After a moment of silent contemplation, the black half of Zetsu murmured, "We can't retrieve him now. This barrier is too strong." The white half, usually more impulsive, nodded slowly, a rare sign of agreement. "We need to report this to Madara," it hissed softly. "He will want to know about the barrier, and the new variable that's appeared." With a final, sweeping glance at the scene below ensuring no details were missed, Zetsu made a decision. It wasn't the time for hasty actions. Strategic retreat was necessary. Merging seamlessly with the tree upon which he perched, Zetsu disappeared into the bark, his form blending into the wood grain until he was no longer visible. Earlier in the night, the tranquility of the Uchiha clan district was shattered by the ferocious roars of the Ninetales rampaging in the distance. As the ground trembled beneath its wrath, the Uchiha were jolted awake, their instincts honed from generations of warfare kicking into action. The streets quickly filled with ninja men and women who shepherded the elderly, children, and civilians towards shelters. The air was tense with urgency, yet there was a method to the chaos, a practiced efficiency born from the Uchiha's storied legacy of readiness. As the clan gathered, Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head, stood with his fellow ninjas, ready to lead them out to aid their fellow villagers in the fight. His eyes, usually calm and commanding, flickered with concern for his family and comrades. It was then that an unexpected interruption occurred. Surrounding the district, countless root ninja materialized, their presence a sudden and silent threat. They stood impassive, their weapons drawn, forming an impenetrable wall of steel and killing intent. Fugaku stepped forward, his voice steady but laced with confusion. "Why are we being obstructed?" he demanded, his gaze piercing through the night to the figures that stood on the walls surrounding them. Danzo Shimura, his figure obscured by bandages and the night, landed gracefully atop the wall. His presence commanded a mixture of respect and distrust. "The order comes directly from the fourth Hokage," Danzo declared, his voice echoing ominously. "No Uchiha is to leave the district tonight. Any who try will be immediately put to death." Murmurs erupted among the Uchiha. Disbelief and anger mingled in the whispers that swept through the crowd. "Proof," someone shouted. "We demand proof." Fugaku, his expression unreadable, held up a hand for silence. He knew the Hokage, Minato, his academy companion, the man whose wife was a close friend of his own. This order was out of character, almost unthinkable. Still, he addressed Danzo with the respect that an elder of the village deserved. "Show us this order," You speak of grave matters, let us see the proof. With a smirk that didn't quite reach his eyes, Danzo produced a scroll, tossing it deftly to Fugaku. Catching it, the Uchiha leader unfurled the document. The script was indeed an order, complete with the Hokage seal, a directive confining the Uchiha under threat of death. Fugaku's eyes narrowed as he scanned the scroll. The weight of the seal was heavy, but something in his gut screamed forgery. Yet, the stakes were too high for rash actions. Accusing Danzo of deceit without concrete proof could unleash catastrophic consequences on his clan. As his members seethed, urging him to defy the order, Fugaku took a deep breath. His decision would shape the fate of his clan. We will comply, he announced, his voice resonant with reluctant authority. For tonight, we stand down. The decision did not sit well with many, the air was thick with resentment and frustration. However, the collective discipline of the Uchiha held. They would obey, survive the night, and seek justice later. Fugaku's gaze lingered on Danzo, a silent vow passing between them, an unspoken challenge that this was not the end. The tense atmosphere in the Uchiha clan district was palpable as Fugaku and his fellow Uchiha stood rigidly, their gazes locked on Danzo and his root Umbu, who refused to leave, standing guard around the district as if it were a prison. The night, once broken by the distant cries of the Ninetales, had fallen into an eerie silence. The monstrous roars that had earlier filled the air were now conspicuously absent, a sudden quiet that drew everyone's attention. The Ninetales seemed to have disappeared. The Uchiha whispered among themselves, their eyes flicking nervously toward the horizon where the beast had last been seen. Despite the obvious change in the situation, Danzo and his forces remained stubbornly in place, their orders clear: keep the Uchiha contained. Danzo, cloaked in his usual air of mystery and authority, whispered urgently to a subordinate, a masked ninja who nodded silently before darting away into the shadows. The clan watched this exchange, the uncertainty feeding their frustration and fear. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching longer than the last. Danzo's impatience grew visible, his fingers tapping an uneven rhythm against his cane. Just as he was about to dispatch another Umbu to hasten the return of his scout, a figure appeared atop a nearby building, a signal that the awaited report was imminent. Daisuke. Danzo called out, recognizing the silhouette of his trusted Umbu. However, his call was cut short by a shocking sight. The figure swayed and then collapsed, tumbling from the rooftop in a lifeless heap. A gasp rippled through the crowd as the body hit the ground, blood pooling ominously around it. The sudden violence stunned both the Uchiha and the root, their attention snapping to the spot where the ninja had fallen. And then, as if conjured by the night itself, two figures appeared where the root Umbu had stood just seconds before, a man and a small fox. Peter, with his unmistakable casual demeanor, waved cheerfully down at Danzo. Yo, he greeted with a nonchalant grin, peering over the edge at the fallen ninja. Sorry, was that your lackey? I ran into him on the way, and he was a bit rude, so I slapped him around a little. But who would have thought he'd die so easily? Beside him, Kurema smirked at the stunned faces below. His eyes glinted with mischief, clearly enjoying the chaos Peter had stirred. The Uchiha and the root remained frozen for a moment, processing the sudden and dramatic entrance. Danzo's eyes narrowed, his voice cold and measured. Identify yourself. You wear no leaf headband, and yet you interfere in village affairs. Peter's smile broadened. Just your friendly neighborhood pest control, he quipped, his eyes scanning the crowd below. Heard there was an infestation here, so we came to clean it up. Kurema let out a loud, mocking laugh. Yeah, so step aside so I can start my work. It's been too long since I've tasted red-eyed blood. The Uchiha around them unsheathed their weapons reflexively, their Sharingan eyes glowing ominously in the dark. The air thickened with the promise of violence. Peter glanced at Kurema with a raised eyebrow. We're not here for the Uchiha, buddy. Kurema looked visibly disappointed. What? I thought we were here to wipe out those Uchiha bastards. Nope. Peter pointed a finger at Danzo. Our target is the mummy-looking guy and his minions. Relief mixed with confusion among the Uchiha, while Danzo and his root tensed further, their grips tightening on their weapons. Kurema scoffed at the change in atmosphere. Those small fries. Kurema's voice dripped with disdain. Why bother with them? They look weak. Peter nodded. True, they're not exactly top tier, but I don't like them, so they have to go. Kurema's face twisted into a grimace. Fine, we can take them out. But I'd like to snack on a few Uchiha too. Thinking it over, Peter shrugged. If any of them try to jump in or help these root goons, you're clear to do whatever you want with them. Kurema grinned maliciously, turning to address the gathered Uchiha. Feel free to jump in or lend a hand to your root friends. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. Danzo, having had enough of the disrespect and the mockery, snapped. Enough? Take them down, he ordered sharply to a squad of his root ninja. As four masked figures vanished in a sudden burst of motion, aiming straight for Peter and Kurema, Peter merely sighed. Pulling his hand back, he mimicked a backhand slap through the thin air in front of him. A heartbeat passed and then the four ninja reappeared midair between Peter and Danzo. Their bodies gruesomely bisected, they plummeted to the street below, joining Daisuke in death. The remaining root members looked on in horror, the street now a canvas of blood and shadow. As the echo of their fall faded, Peter looked down at his hand, then back at the stunned crowd. Guess they were weaker than I thought, he remarked casually. That seems to be a trend with you root guys, huh? Seeing even more of his lackeys die, Danzo Shimura's fury was palpable as he slammed his cane into the ground, the sound echoing ominously. Attack! He bellowed, his voice seething with rage. The root umbu, previously statuesque in their disciplined formation, surged forward in a wave of black cloaks and gleaming weapons, converging on Peter and Karema. But Peter and Karema were a whirlwind of chaos and destruction. Peter's agility and reflexes allowed him to dodge and weave through the attackers with supernatural grace, his fists connecting with sickening thuds as he dropped one umbu after another. Karema, on the other hand, used miniature-tailed beast bombs to scorch the earth, incinerating entire groups of umbu. His tails, swift and deadly, swept through the ranks, each swipe leaving a trail of death and devastation. As the battle raged, Danzo realized the futility of his efforts. With a snarl of frustration, he turned to flee, barking orders over his shoulder. Distract them. Seeing this, Peter flicked his wrist, and from the shadows, eldritch chains sprung forth, their eerie, otherworldly glow illuminating the night. The chains snaked around Danzo's legs, pulling him back with a force that sent him sprawling on the ground. They wrapped around him, binding him tightly. Stay put, we're not done yet, Peter called out over the sounds of battle, his voice tinged with dark humor as he turned back to join Karema in the fray. The massacre continued. Each move Peter and Karema made was precise and deadly, their opponents falling one by one, their numbers dwindling rapidly. The street was filled with fallen root umbu, their black cloaks stained with their own blood. Danzo, trapped and desperate, turned to the Uchiha, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Help me? This is an order. You must help me." The Uchiha exchanged wary glances, the weight of their decision heavy in the air. Fugaku Uchiha, their clan head, watched the scene unfold with a detached expression. As Danzo's pleas grew more frantic, Fugaku lifted the scroll Danzo had given him earlier, his voice echoing clearly across the battlefield. "I'm sorry, Lord Danzo, but we cannot help. We must stay in the Uchiha clan district and obey the Hokage's orders, as you so clearly enforced," Fugaku declared, his tone dripping with irony. The Uchiha stood back, their decision made. No one moved to aid Danzo, their disdain for the man evident in their silent refusal to intervene. As Peter and Karema finished off the last of the root umbu, the district was once again enveloped in silence, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just transpired. Danzo, bound and defeated, lay amidst the carnage, the realization of his defeat sinking in as he watched the two figures standing at over him. Peter wiped his hands, looking down at Danzo with a smirk. "Looks like you're the only one left," he said, the moonlight casting long shadows across the blood-soaked street. Night air hung heavy in the Uchiha clan district, tense and still, as if holding its breath in anticipation of the inevitable storm. Above, the stars were obscured by a thick curtain of clouds, casting everything into shadow. It was in these shadows that Peter and Karema moved, slaughtering every root member in sight. Inside the Uchiha compound, the atmosphere was charged, the clan members watching in fear and awe. From his vantage point, Fugaku Uchiha, the clan head, maintained a stoic facade, though his heart raced with unspoken questions. Who were these powerful beings and why did they hold such a grudge against Danzo and his men? From afar, a group of umbu cloaked in darkness approached the district at breakneck speed. Their mission was clear, locate Peter and the Nine Tails, but what they found upon arrival was far from what they had expected. They saw Peter and Karema dancing over a battlefield strewn with the bodies of root members. Peter was a whirlwind of motion. His movements were fluid and precise, each strike ending the life of a fellow leaf ninja. Beside him, Karema unleashed his power with a controlled ferocity, laughing as he followed Peter's lead. The umbu, hidden in the shadows, watched in stunned silence. This was not what they had expected after Peter had saved them from the Nine Tails and even healed the Hokage's wife. One of the umbu, cloaked heavily with only his eyes visible, turned swiftly and vanished as silently as he had arrived. His mission was now one of urgency to report back to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Meanwhile, outside the village, at the edge of the forest, Hiruzen stood with the still-trapped Minato, the fourth and current Hokage, and Kushina who cradled a young Naruto in her arms. As an umbu appeared beside him, and Hiruzen received the whispered report, his expression darkened. The news was dire. Not only were Peter and Karema running around unchecked, but they seemed to have turned on the village for some reason. Without a word, Hiruzen's form blurred, the speed of his departure leaving a gust of wind in his wake. His destination was clear, the heart of the battle where he hoped to confront, and perhaps reason with, the chaotic duo of Peter and Karema. "Wait, Hiruzen," Minato called out, his voice laced with both command and concern, but Hiruzen was already gone, his figure a fleeting shadow against the moonlit night, many umbu rushing after him. As the seconds passed, another wave of ninja prepared to follow their former leader, their loyalty to Hiruzen driving them forward. But "Stop!" Minato's command halted them in their tracks, his eyes bearing down on the umbu that whispered in Hiruzen's ear, his authority as Hokage undiminished by the barrier that trapped him. "Explain what's going on right now," he ordered, his tone brooking no argument. As Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, raced through the village with his loyal umbu in tow, the night seemed to darken around him, mirroring the chaos of his thoughts. His heart pounded with urgency, fear, and an escalating dread. After all, he witnessed Peter's strength, so he knew that dealing with him and the 9 failed fox on top of that wouldn't be easy. Upon his arrival, the scene that greeted him outside the Uchiha district was one of grim carnage. The streets were littered with the bodies of root ninja, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. His gaze, however, was drawn instantly to the center of the chaos, where Peter stood over Danzo, his body enveloped in chains of eerie, glowing energy. Hiruzen's breath hitched as he saw Peter's hand raised high, poised like the blade of a guillotine above Danzo's exposed neck. The Hokage's voice tore through the silence, a desperate plea laden with horror. "Peter, stop." But his cry came too late. In a swift, merciless motion, Peter's hand swept down, and the night was split by a horrific sound, a finality that echoed through the streets as Danzo's head was severed from his body. Blood sprayed in an arc, painting the cobblestones crimson. The gruesome spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the Uchiha as well, who stood by behind their clan's boundaries, and the Umbu, who followed after Hiruzen and arrived just in time to witness the grim finale. Silence fell, a suffocating blanket over the once vibrant district. Hiruzen's knees nearly buckled under the weight of what he had just seen. His former teammate, his friend, was dead, murdered not in battle but executed without trial or mercy. The shock of the act was hard to fathom, resonating through the very air, stirring the leaves on the nearby trees. As the echo of Danzo's body hitting the ground faded, Hiruzen's initial shock morphed into a hard, cold fury. His eyes, once warm and inviting, now blazed with a furious vengeance. The Umbu, sensing the shift in their former leader's mood, stiffened, ready to spring into action at his command. Standing amidst the grim aftermath, Peter's eyes met Hiruzen's across the battlefield strewn with bodies. The killing intent rolling off the third Hokage was easy to see, a tangible force that threatened to ignite at any moment. "Take a breath, Hiruzen," Peter said evenly, his voice cutting through the tense air. "Calm down before you start something you know you can't finish." Hiruzen paused, the raw energy of his emotions checked for a moment, as he knew Peter's strength. His eyes flicked to the Uchiha, who had watched the scene unfold from the safety of their district, their actions, or lack thereof, speaking volumes. Turning to face them, Hiruzen's voice was a mix of disbelief and accusation. Why did you do nothing?" The Uchiha, under the weight of such scrutiny, seemed to falter a little. The air around them thickened with tension, the stirrings of guilt, and the undercurrents of unresolved grievances. Stepping forward, Fugaku Uchiha held up the scroll that had dictated their inaction. "Lord Danzo ordered us to remain here, or face death," he explained, his voice steady. "We were following orders, as we were commanded." From his distance, Hiruzen scrutinized the scroll, his experienced gaze immediately catching the forgery of Minato's seal. His frown deepened, the pieces of a sinister puzzle falling into place. "Saving your fellow ninja should always come before following orders. We are a village, first and foremost," Hiruzen said, his voice rising with each word. But Fugaku countered calmly, "Lord Third, we both know that Danzo did not share that sentiment. His methods required absolute obedience. He would have sacrificed any number of ninja or civilians to achieve his objectives." Hiruzen's rebuttal was sharp. "But you knew the scroll was a forgery. Don't play dumb with me. You chose inaction." Fugaku's expression feigned surprise. "The scroll is fake." His voice carried a tone of mock astonishment, then shifted to one of reasoned argument. "If that's true, then Danzo was guilty of forging the Hokage's seal, a grave crime in itself." Around Fugaku, the murmurs among the Uchiha grew louder, many nodding in agreement, emboldened by their leader's words. They voiced their belief that Danzo, known for his ruthlessness, would have met his end eventually due to his many transgressions. Hiruzen clenched his fists, his teeth gritted as he struggled to find a response. Fugaku left him cornered in a moral and political maze. "I don't know why you're all getting so worked up. It's not like Danzo is dead," Peter said casually, glancing towards a nearby building. "Right." Confusion swept through everyone, their expressions a mix of disbelief and suspicion. Even Karema, who had been relishing the unfolding drama, tilted his head, puzzled. "He's not dead," he echoed, looking towards the same building. The silence that followed was fraught with tension, every eye trained on the seemingly empty space where Peter had directed their attention. Nothing happened, and the stillness only deepened the growing uncertainty. With a sigh of impatience, Peter snapped his fingers. "If you won't come out, I'll have to take away your hiding spot." Magic surged through the air, a visible wave that washed over the building, causing it to vanish as if it were a mirage. In its place stood a lone figure, Danzo Shimura, seemingly unharmed except for his bandaged eye from which blood seeped, staining the wrappings. The third Hokage's jaw dropped as his friend reappeared before him, alive and well. "He's alive? How?" Danzo, visibly rattled yet defiant, scanned the crowd for Hiruzen, desperation edging his voice. "Hiruzen, if we want to protect the village from that monster, we need to work together." Before he could continue, a wave of whispers cut through his words, rising from the Uchiha ninja. "He was dead, I saw it myself," one exclaimed, disbelief lacing his voice. "Impossible," another muttered, "our Sherinon doesn't miss such tricks. He was dead for sure." The confusion and accusation swelled as more voices joined in, their sharp eyes all having witnessed the same undeniable event, Danzo's death. Their murmurs echoed through the air, a chorus of skepticism and confusion. Fugaku Uchiha, with a sharp intake of breath, began piecing together the impossible. His eyes locked onto Danzo, and then to the spot where Danzo had died. As the realization dawned, the corpse they had all seen was now conspicuously absent, vanishing without a trace. Anger flashed across Fugaku's face, his Sherinon spinning wildly as he confronted the truth. "How dare you?" he shouted, stepping forward, his voice echoing through the now silent street. Danzo had employed Izanage, an ancient and forbidden Uchiha technique that traded the light of a Sherinon eye for a moment of resurrection. It was a technique that should have been beyond the reach of anyone outside the Uchiha, a secret guarded fiercely by his clan. The implications were staggering, and as the accusation hung in the air, every pair of eyes turned back to Danzo. The use of Izanagi was a significant taboo, its cost profound, and here it had been used by a man known for his hatred of their clan. But the question that burned in Fugaku's mind was even more troubling: where did Danzo get a Sharingan? The air was charged with a heavy, suffocating tension as Fugaku Uchiha's face twisted with rage, his Sharingan spinning wildly with killing intent. Danzo, he bellowed, his voice echoing off the stone walls surrounding them. Where did you get a Sharingan? The gathered crowd was a mixture of confusion and anger. All, that is, except for Peter, who seemed unsurprised by the revelation, and a few high-ranking Uchiha who already understood the implications of Izanagi. They, too, had pieced together the unsettling truth about Danzo's miraculous survival. As Fugaku's accusation hung in the air, the elite Uchiha by his side drew their weapons in solidarity, their Sharingan eyes activated, glaring fiercely toward Danzo. This bold move spurred the rest of the clan into action, and soon every Uchiha present had their weapons drawn, even though many were still in the dark as to how Danzo surviving meant that he had a Sharingan. Hiruzen, caught between his duty as Hokage and his loyalty to an old friend, turned towards Danzo with a look of desperate hope for an explanation, an excuse, anything that could defuse the situation. However, Danzo remained silent, his gaze steely and unreadable beneath the blood-stained bandages that covered half of his face. Seeing that no explanation was coming from Danzo, Peter stepped forward, his voice clear and authoritative. Shall I explain what Danzo won't? He began, capturing the attention of everyone around him. Danzo has a Sharingan implanted under those bloody bandages. He pointed to Danzo's face, which he used to employ a secret Uchiha technique called Izanagi, rewriting the reality of his death to leave behind a very real-looking illusion. He paused to let the gravity of his words sink in before continuing, and if I had to guess, he might have a few more Sharingan hidden away under the bandages on his arm as well. The accusation struck like a bolt of lightning, igniting the simmering fury within every Uchiha present. With a shared sense of betrayal and outrage, they surged forward from their district, encircling Danzo in a tight ring of shadowy warriors, their red eyes piercing through the night. Fugaku stood at the forefront, his expression carved from stone and his Sharingan blazing, pointing his weapon at Danzo. Remove your bandages, Danzo. Now, he demanded, his voice a deadly calm that promised retribution. Before Danzo could muster a response to the growing tension around him, Hiruzen commanded in a firm, authoritative voice, stand down, Fugaku. His intention was clear, he wanted to approach Danzo, perhaps to salvage the situation or seek clarification. But as he stepped forward, Peter materialized in his path, blocking him. Hiruzen paused, his gaze fixed on Peter. Step aside, he implored, his voice strained. I do not wish to fight you, but I will if I must, for the sake of the village. Peter shook his head, resolute. Nah, let's let them settle their grudges themselves, he countered. Danzo had to have orchestrated at least one Uchiha death to acquire the Sharingan he just used. This is now a matter between him and the Uchiha. Kurama, who had sauntered over to Peter, grumbled audibly, his disdain for the Uchiha evident. Why help these red-eyed meatbags? I despise them, he complained, glaring around at the tense faces. Peter simply shook his head, a firm line set to his mouth. I don't kill indiscriminately, he stated, his voice carrying a weight that silenced even Kurama's grumbling. It was Danzo who broke the ensuing silence, his laughter cold and mocking. You don't kill indiscriminately, he scoffed, gesturing broadly to the carnage that littered the streets. What do you call what you did to my subordinates? Peter's response was a dismissive scoff as he began listing off Danzo's numerous transgressions. You're responsible for countless atrocities, Peter accused, his voice rising with each point. From orchestrating Uchiha deaths for their eyes to a very likely involvement in the downfall of the Uzumaki clan. Not to mention, you likely had a hand in tonight's Ninetales attack, or at least exploited it to further your own schemes for power and control. As Peter detailed each accusation, the anger among the Uchiha grew palpable, their hands gripping their weapons tighter, their eyes blazing with fury. Hiruzen, on the other hand, looked increasingly disturbed. He turned to Danzo, a silent plea for denial in his eyes, but Danzo's expression was one of confusion and surprise, as if unsure how Peter could know so much. Peter continued, his voice unwavering. As I said, I didn't kill your subordinates indiscriminately, Danzo. I removed them because the world is better off without Root's corruption. And yes, he added, his gaze hardening as he looked directly at Danzo, I plan to exterminate the rest of Root as well, including you. He paused, letting his words sink in, before glancing at the Uchiha encircling Danzo. Though, I might not need to lift a finger after the Uchiha are done with you. They might just take care of everything for me. Fugaku, his expression steely and determined, nodded curtly to Peter. Yes, we'll handle it from here. Thank you for your assistance, he said, bowing his head, his voice grim but resolute. Turning back to Danzo, his eyes flared with a renewed fire. Now, show us what you're hiding under those bandages. Danzo, cornered and defiant, sneered at the encircling Uchiha. You want to see? Fine, he barked. With a swift motion, he began unraveling the bandages that covered his arm. As the fabric fell away, it revealed a grotesque sight. His arm was riddled with empty eye holes, and a few of them opened to display the blood-red swirls of Sharingan. I had to be discreet with my collection up until now, Danzo confessed, his voice tinged with madness as he pointed to each eye. This one belonged to an old Uchiha Jonin, fallen in a skirmish I orchestrated. And this, he paused, his finger hovering over another eye, came from a young academy graduate. Kidnapped during a mission, tortured until her Sharingan awakened, and then disposed of. The revelation struck like a physical blow, and the air around the Uchiha seethed with fury and horror. Faces twisted in rage and hearts pounding with betrayal, the Uchiha could contain themselves no longer. With a collective roar, they surged forward. The Uchiha, driven by vengeance and grief, attacked with a ferocity that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Kunao and shuriken sliced through the air, their paths illuminated by the occasional flash of fire jutsu. Danzo, for all his crimes, was not defenseless. He parried with seasoned precision, his own Sharingan granting him foresight that allowed him to counter the relentless assaults. An Uchiha youth lunged with a katana, aiming for Danzo's heart, but with a swift sidestep and a palm strike to the chest, Danzo sent him sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Another Uchiha, older and more experienced, engaged next, his Sharingan spinning wildly. He unleashed a torrent of fire, the flames shaped like dragons, roaring towards Danzo. With an almost dismissive wave, Danzo summoned a wind jutsu that snuffed out the flames before they could consume him. The fight grew more intense, each strike and counter-strike more desperate than the last. An Uchiha Kunoichi joined the fray, her movements a blur as she attempted to outmaneuver Danzo. She managed to slice a kunao across his thigh, drawing blood, a small victory in what seemed an uphill battle. As the combatants clashed, Peter and Hiruzen watched from the sidelines. Peter's expression was one of grim satisfaction. Justice, in his view, was being served. Hiruzen, however, was tormented by indecision. His heart ached as he watched his old friend, a man he had known for decades, now a pariah facing the wrath of those he had wronged. On one hand, Hiruzen wanted to intervene, to stop the bloodshed and perhaps find another way. But on the other, he recognized the deep-seated justice in the Uchiha's retribution. As the third Hokage remained indecisive, the confrontation between Danzo and the Uchiha escalated swiftly, each moment pulsing with the tension of years of betrayal and subterfuge. Danzo, though outnumbered, was no ordinary foe. His combat style was ruthless, every move calculated to maim and kill. His opponents, driven by revenge and justice, matched his intensity, their attacks relentless. As the battle unfolded, Fugaku Uchiha emerged as the pivotal force. With a steely glint in his eyes, his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, casting his body in a spectral gold glow. A small ethereal skeleton materialized around him. Susanoo, he exclaimed, causing Danzo's eyes to widen in fear. Fugaku's first decisive act was a rapid succession of strikes with Susanoo's ethereal, bony arms. Each hit landed with devastating force, pummeling Danzo with such intensity that it fractured his defenses. The impacts left him reeling, bloody, and gasping for breath, his stolen Sharingan eyes flickering weakly as their mystical powers waned under the relentless assault. Each blow was precise and forceful, quickly overwhelming Danzo and sending him crashing to the ground, defenseless. Seizing the moment, Fugaku rushed toward Danzo's prone form and swiftly plucked each Sharingan from his arm, ensuring he could no longer revive himself. Fugaku's didn't stop there either. With the Sharingan removed, he commandeered a sword from a nearby clansman's scabbard. Raising the blade, he prepared to deliver justice long denied to his people. Danzo, realizing his end was near, turned to his old ally Hiruzen in a desperate plea for salvation. "Save me," he cried out, panic stripping him of his usual composure. Peter, observing the scene, recognized the critical moment unfolding. He turned to Hiruzen with a grave expression. "Don't intervene. He'll die tonight no matter what. You won't be able to change that," he cautioned firmly. But the bonds of a lifetime proved too strong for Hiruzen, who, driven by a mixture of loyalty and guilt, surged forward to intervene, his umbu following his lead. With a sigh of resignation, Peter snapped his fingers, casting a spell that dramatically increased the gravity localized over the umbu. They were slammed into the ground, immobilized by the overwhelming force, unable to proceed further. Hiruzen, undeterred and nearly reaching Danzo, was only a breath away from saving his friend's life. But at that critical moment, Peter waved his hand, conjuring a portal that intercepted Hiruzen's path. Before he knew what was happening, the third Hokage was abruptly redirected, emerging next to Peter, just in time to witness the final act of the drama. Fugaku, his expression resolute and devoid of hesitation, brought down the sword in a swift, clean arc. The blade bisected Danzo cleanly in half, the body falling in two, his schemes and manipulations ending with him. And as he fell, the lack of any remaining Sharingan ensured there would be no miraculous escape from death this time. The silence that followed was heavy, filled with the weight and finality of justice served. Hiruzen stood beside Peter, shock and sorrow etched into his features. His closest friend was dead and he could do nothing to stop it. Peter stood at the edge of the carnage, the night air thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh and the eerie silence of a battle concluded. Danzo's lifeless body lay in two halves, a grotesque reminder of the dark deeds that had finally caught up with him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, stood beside Peter, his face a mask of sorrow and disbelief. The old man's shoulders sagged under the weight of his grief, his eyes locked on the fallen body of his friend. He was torn between the duty to his village and the personal loss of a lifelong companion. Peter noticed Hiruzen's clenched fists and the barely restrained fury in his eyes. He could almost hear the internal struggle within the Hokage, the urge to attack, to seek vengeance for Danzo's death. But just as Hiruzen seemed on the verge of acting, a small, fiery presence appeared at Peter's side. Kurama, the tiny nine-tailed fox, smirked up at Hiruzen with a look that was both challenging and mocking. Go ahead, old man, the spirit seemed to say. Try it. Hiruzen took a deep breath, his body trembling with the effort to control his emotions. He knew that confronting Peter would be futile. The young man standing beside him was far more powerful than anyone in the village, perhaps more powerful than any shinobi alive. Fighting him would only lead to more destruction, and the village had already suffered enough tonight. As Hiruzen struggled to regain his composure, Fugaku Uchiha and the other clan members approached. The Uchiha leader's eyes flickered with a mix of gratitude and calculation as he assessed Peter. He had seen the third Hokage's fear and hesitation, and it only reinforced the importance of keeping Peter as an ally. Fugaku bowed deeply before Peter, and his family members followed suit, their respect palpable. Thank you for your assistance. You've allowed us to avenge our fallen family members, and for that, we are deeply grateful. We would be honored if you would spend the night as our guest in the Uchiha clan district. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at this, recognizing the Uchiha's strategic move. They were attempting to secure a powerful ally, someone who could deter any future threats against their clan, both physical and political. He opened his mouth to extend a counter-offer, hoping to keep Peter in a more neutral position, but Peter spoke first. Sure, I could use a bed for the night, Peter said, nodding to Fugaku. But give me a second to do something first. Ignoring the curious stares from the Uchiha and the wary gaze of Hiruzen, Peter walked over to the remains of the battle. He raised his hand, and a black fire began to fill the area. The bodies of the fallen root umbu began to dissolve into the flames, their forms shifting and warping. Seconds later, out of the dust and fire, emerged shadowy figures with glowing green eyes. Each shadow resembled the person they used to be, even Danzo's form twisted into a dark, spectral version of himself. Hiruzen's heart clenched at the sight, a look of hope and horror crossing his face as he muttered, Danzo. But his hopes of his friend's revival were dashed when the shadows all bowed to Peter, acknowledging him as their new master. The realization hit Hiruzen like a physical blow. Peter had turned the fallen root umbu into undead shadow slaves, defiling their bodies and souls. He only knew one technique that could accomplish anything like this, the summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Yet, this seemed to be something slightly different. Possibly even darker. The Uchiha seemed stunned yet unperturbed by their resurrection, understanding that Danzo and his followers were evil and deserved zero sympathy. They didn't seem to care one bit if they were turned into undead slaves or not. But for Hiruzen, it was a bitter pill to swallow. Danzo had been his friend, and now even his death had been corrupted. Before anyone could ask any questions or complain, Peter turned his gaze toward the newly resurrected shadow of Danzo. Do you still remember everything? He asked, his voice calm but firm. Danzo's shadowy form nodded, the glowing green eyes flickering. Yes, master, he replied, his voice carrying an eerie echo. Good, Peter said. I have some tasks for you. First, clean up the rest of Root. I want nothing of the organization to remain. Kill all active members and release any innocents to the Hokage. Gather all information and assets you have and deliver them to the Hokage as well. Danzo nodded again, the light in his eyes unwavering. Yes, master. And one more thing, Peter continued. I want you to write a list of every crime you've ever committed or had others commit in your name or the village's name. Deliver that list to the Hokage, too. Make sure it's thorough. Hiruzen, listening to this exchange, began to sweat. His mind raced with memories of the times he had been complicit in Danzo's schemes, all for the greater good of the village. Now, it seemed, his own misdeeds might come to light. Fugaku, standing nearby, looked on in shock. He had never expected Peter to resurrect Danzo and his soldiers just to turn them against their own organization and expose their crimes. Can I have a copy of that list as well? He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Peter shrugged. Sure, he said, turning back to Danzo. Make a few copies while you're at it. Danzo nodded once more. Yes, master, he said. Go and get to work, Peter ordered, shooing them off. With a final nod, Danzo and his shadowy ninja melted into the night, their forms blending seamlessly with the darkness as they disappeared to carry out their tasks. With everything handled, Peter turned to Fugaku, his expression softening slightly. Lead the way to where I'll be spending the night, he said. As they began to walk away, the tiny, shrunken Kurama at Peter's side began to grumble loudly. I'm not going anywhere near these red-eyed bastards' land. Kurama spat, his voice filled with disdain. Peter sighed, clearly used to Kurama's antics. He bent down and picked up the tiny fox by the scruff of his neck, lifting him effortlessly. Despite Kurama's screams and protests, he couldn't overpower Peter and was forced to tag along, dangling helplessly in Peter's grasp. Fugaku smiled awkwardly at the sight, quickly collecting himself. He gestured for Peter to follow. This way, he said, leading the group toward the Uchiha district. As they walked, Peter suddenly paused and turned back, a thought crossing his mind. Hiruzen, he called out, have Minato and Obito finished their fight yet? Fugaku and several Uchiha nearby raised their brows at the mention of Obito's name, finding it oddly familiar. Hiruzen, broken from his thoughts as he tried to figure out how to handle the current situation, responded with a nod. Yes, Obito has been beaten, knocked out, and captured. Minato is just waiting for the barrier to disappear. Peter nodded and snapped his fingers. Across the village, near the outskirts, the barrier that held Minato and Obito vanished. The barrier is gone, Peter informed Hiruzen. Tell Minato to bring Obito to me before he wakes up. He has a very powerful space-time ability, so we need to make sure he can't escape easily. Though, he and Kushina can try to seal him instead, if they want. He shrugged uncaringly. Whatever Minato wants to do. Just don't come crying to me if he gets away. Hiruzen nodded, his mind racing with the implications of Peter's actions. He opened his mouth to say something, possibly to ask about his shadow undead, or perhaps to complain about what happened to Danzo, but Peter cut him off with a yawn. Fugaku, lead the way to the guest house. I need a nap, Peter said, his tone indicating the conversation was over. All this action and drama really takes it out of you, you know. As Hiruzen stood there dumbly, watching Peter leave, he could still hear Kurama yelling his complaints and cursing every Uchiha that caught his eye. Zetsu slithered through the rocky crevices of the hidden cave, merging seamlessly with the shadows. His mission was urgent, and the news he carried was dire. The elderly Madara, sustained by the Gadumazo, awaited him in the deepest chamber. As Zetsu entered the chamber, Madara's eyes, dulled by age but still burning with fierce determination, looked up. What news do you bring, Zetsu? He asked, his voice a low, gravelly whisper. The elderly Madara Uchiha sat on a throne-like seat within the dimly lit chamber, his presence commanding despite his advanced age. Portions of his long, once jet-black hair had turned a stark white, cascading down his back in wild, untamed waves. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, evidence of the many years and countless battles he had endured. His eyes, though dulled by age, still held a fierce intensity, the Sharingan gleaming with a red, malevolent glow. Madara's body, frail and thin, was draped in a tattered, dark cloak that hung loosely around his gaunt frame. The cloak, frayed at the edges, seemed to absorb the shadows of the cave, adding to his ominous aura. His hands, skeletal and veined, clutched the armrests of his throne, the knuckles white with strain. Insert picture of Madara here. Despite his weakened state, there was an undeniable aura of power and authority about him. His connection to the Gadumazo, the giant, demonic statue, provided him with a semblance of vitality, its chakra sustaining him just enough to keep him alive. Tubes and wires connected his body to the statue, snaking from his back and shoulders, pulsing with a dark, eerie energy. Insert picture of Gadumazo here. The black half of Zetsu spoke first, his tone ominous. Madara-sama, the plan to release the Nine Tails into the Leaf Village has failed. The white half continued, his voice lighter but filled with concern. An unknown variable appeared, someone we did not foresee. Madara's eyes narrowed. Explain, he demanded. The black half took over. There was a mysterious young man. He defeated the Nine Tails with ease and then turned it into a tiny fox. He seems to have tamed it through sheer strength alone. The white half added, Obito has been outed and captured after losing a fight to his old master. A barrier was used that blocked our ability to extract him. Madara's expression darkened, his hands clenching into fists. This mysterious man, who is he? How could someone like him have escaped my notice? He seethed, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. The black half replied, we do not know. He is a complete unknown, and his power is unlike anything we've encountered before. Madara's fury grew, his aging body trembling with the intensity of his anger. Years of planning, all for nothing, he spat. Obito was crucial to my plans. I went through all the trouble to break him, to mold him into the perfect tool, and now he's been captured like a fool. He slammed his fist onto the armrest of his throne, the sound echoing through the cave. We cannot afford setbacks like this, he growled. Obito must be retrieved, and this Peter must be dealt with. I will not let my plans be derailed by an unknown variable. The white half of Zetsu nodded, his expression unreadable. What are your orders, Lord Madara? Madara took a deep breath, calming himself. First, we need more information about this Peter. Find out everything you can about him, his origins, his abilities, his weaknesses, and prepare a plan to retrieve Obito. We will need him if we are to proceed. The black half added, yes, Lord Madara. We will begin immediately. As Zetsu departed, Madara leaned back in his throne, his mind racing. The unexpected appearance of Peter was a significant setback, but he was not a man easily defeated. He had faced greater challenges before and had always found a way to overcome them. I will not be stopped, he muttered to himself, his eyes burning with renewed determination. Not now, not ever. The dawnlight filtered through the large windows of the Hokage's office, casting a warm glow on the room's wooden interior. Minato Namikaze, the acting Hokage, sat behind his desk, sifting through reports of the previous night's chaos. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the former Hokage and now advisor, sat on the couch to his left, his face etched with concern. How are the damage reports looking? Hiruzen asked, not looking up from the scroll he was reading. Minato sighed, rubbing his temples. The property damage is extensive, but repair crews are already at work. Most of the civilian areas should be restored within a month. We were lucky that the casualties were minimal, thanks to the swift response and Peter's intervention with the Nine Tails. Hiruzen nodded. The villagers are resilient. They'll rebuild quickly. Our main concern should be the perception of our strength. Other villages might see this as an opportunity to strike. Minato leaned forward, but we didn't lose more than a handful of ninja. We are practically at the same strength as we were yesterday, even stronger if you add Peter to the equation. Hiruzen shook his head. That doesn't matter. The other villages will hear about the attack and assume we're weakened. And that's when the wolves will gather, hungry and on the prowl for their next meal. He sighed as he added, and let's not forget how Peter killed Danzo, an elder of our village. His undead are currently dismantling root as we speak. Minato placed the scroll down and looked directly at Hiruzen. Truthfully, he was happy when he heard that Danzo was dead. Hiruzen's eyes darkened. Danzo's death is a significant blow. His influence and the knowledge he possessed were vital to our village's defenses. Minato could see the anger in Hiruzen's eyes, a mixture of grief and fury. I understand your concerns, Hiruzen, but Danzo was also a liability. You already know that I've been planning to dismantle Root since I became Hokage, but it was never easy with Danzo's connections. Although I'm sorry for your loss, I can't help but feel grateful to Peter. But Peter, Hiruzen interjected, he's an unknown. We don't know his motives or the full extent of his power. We can't trust him blindly. Minato stood up, walking around the desk to face Hiruzen. Peter saved us last night. He protected the village and our people. We cannot afford to make an enemy of someone so powerful. Especially not now. Hiruzen's fists clenched, his knuckles turning white. I won't pursue vengeance, Minato, but I'll keep my guard up. We still don't know anything about him, other than his immense power and his hatred for Danzo. Minato nodded, placing a hand on Hiruzen's shoulder. That's all I ask. For now, let's focus on rebuilding and protecting the village. We'll keep a close eye on Peter, but we must also show him the respect he's earned. Hiruzen sighed, his body relaxing slightly. Agreed. But we must remain vigilant. Minato smiled, the tension in the room easing. Thank you, Hiruzen. I know it's hard, especially after everything that's happened, he said, leaning back in his chair, his thoughts drifting to the events of the previous night. The former Hokage had not only lost his friend and advisor in Danzo but also his beloved wife, the mother of his children. She had been there when Kushina was giving birth, acting as the midwife for Naruto's birth. When Obito launched his attack, she bravely tried to protect Naruto, stepping in before anyone else even noticed the intruder. Her sacrifice was swift and tragic, leaving no time for anyone to come to her aid. Minato stood up and bowed deeply to Hiruzen. I'm so sorry for the loss of your wife. She died protecting my son, and I couldn't be more grateful to her. I know this must be incredibly hard for you. You've lost so much in such a short time. Hiruzen smiled weakly, motioning for Minato to stand. It's not your fault, Minato. My wife was a kind woman, and she died protecting an innocent child. Such a death is better than wasting away in old age. Besides, she lived a long life, and so have I. Minato almost broke down at Hiruzen's words. He could see the profound sadness in the older man's eyes, but Hiruzen had endured much loss in his long life. He was too accustomed to losing loved ones, having lived through many wars. Trying to shift the somber mood, Hiruzen asked quietly, what do you plan to do with Obito? Minato's brow furrowed as he thought about his wayward student. He remembered the young, cheerful genin who had once been full of dreams and ambition. How had he turned into a crazed murderer? The transformation was still a mystery to him. We've already sealed his chakra, Minato began, his voice heavy with the weight of the situation. Kushina and I even removed his Sharingan. His prison cell is sealed so tightly that no one, not even me, can teleport inside. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. And what about Peter's offer? He said he's willing to help imprison Obito. Minato nodded. Yes, I'll ask him when he wakes up. We can't take any chances after all. Although Hiruzen had his reservations about involving Peter, he refrained from commenting. He knew his judgment was clouded when it came to Peter, so he was trying his best not to act on it. Glancing out the window, Hiruzen asked, how are Kushina and Naruto? I haven't seen them since last night. Minato glanced at the clock and smiled. They should be on their way to the Uchiha district by now. Uchiha district. Peter woke up to the enticing smell of food wafting through the air and the gentle clatter of utensils from downstairs. He blinked a few times, adjusting to the morning light streaming through the window. Kurama, still trapped in his small fox form, sat on the windowsill, gazing outside. Peter sat up, raising an eyebrow at the tiny fox. Huh, you didn't run away? I thought for sure you'd try to escape. Kurama scoffed, his tails flicking in annoyance. I know I don't stand a chance. If I ran, you'd just use some crazy power or ability of yours to bring me back. So instead, I just lounged around and glared at the red-eyed Uchiha bastards running around outside. Peter smirked, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. Or, maybe, just maybe, I'm starting to grow on you. Perhaps you don't want to leave. Kurama jumped down from the windowsill, following Peter as he stood up and walked to the door. I'd rather have some strange fungus growing on me than you, Kurama barked. I'm dying to get the hell away from this place. Peter laughed, not believing a word. Sure you are, he teased, opening the door and stepping into the hall, Kurama at his heels. As they walked downstairs, Peter continued to tease Kurama, who responded with a mix of grumbling and shouts. The aroma of breakfast grew stronger, leading them to the source of the delicious smell. Peter entered the kitchen and found Kushina Uzumaki and Mikoto Uchiha cooking breakfast. Kushina, the woman he had saved, and Mikoto, with her long black hair and gentle features. Both women were busy at the stove, working in perfect harmony as they chatted. Insert picture of Mikoto here. At the dining table, 2 babies and 1 child were seated. Peter instantly recognized the first baby as Naruto, having seen him last night when he saved Kushina. The other baby, only a few months older than Naruto, had to be Sasuke Uchiha. He had a small tuft of black hair and wide, curious eyes. Insert picture of Suzuki here. The child sitting next to them, watching Peter with vigilant eyes, was undoubtedly Itake Uchiha. Even at 5 years old, Itake had an air of maturity and seriousness about him. His dark, intelligent eyes followed Peter's movements, and his expression was calm yet cautious. Peter smiled, taking in the domestic scene. "Morning," he greeted, walking towards the table. "I didn't expect you to make me breakfast." Kushina turned, her face lighting up with a smile. "Good morning, Peter," she exclaimed. "It's the least I can do. After all, you saved my life, not to mention the village as well." Mikoto nodded, her smile equally warm. "And you got rid of Danzo for us as well. Forget about a single breakfast, I'll make you meals for the rest of your life for that. So just take a seat and let us thank you properly." She then gestured to the children. "I'm Mikoto Uchiha by the way, and these are my sons, Itake and Suzuki. You met their father, Fugaku, last night. Thank you again for helping him." Peter nodded, sitting down at the table. Kurama jumped up onto a nearby chair, drawing some wary looks from the two mothers, but they didn't say anything since Peter was there. They at least knew that the Nine Tails was powerless with him around. Peter glanced at Itake, giving him a friendly nod. "You must be Itake," he said. "It's nice to meet you." Itake's eyes narrowed slightly, but he nodded in return. "Yes, I am. And you're Peter, the one everyone is so afraid of." Mikoto's eyes widened as she turned back to admonish her son. "Itake." Peter chuckled, cutting her off. "That's me," he said, leaning in slightly. "How scared are they exactly?" "Very," Itake answered honestly. "Though most of our clan is grateful as well. At least, so I've heard." Peter nodded. "Good. And what about you? How do you feel?" Itake paused to think, both mothers eyeing him warily, hoping he wouldn't anger their very powerful guest. "I'm grateful. You saved my village and helped my clan, but I'm also a little scared." His eyes traveled to Kurama as he asked, "Is that the real Nine Tails?" Peter glanced at the small fox and then back at Itake. "Yes, that's Kurama. He's not as scary in this form, is he?" Kurama huffed indignantly. "Ugh, I can't believe you have me fraternizing with Uchihas. Just being in the same room as these savages makes me want to puke." Peter sighed at Kurama's words and turned to Itake. "Don't take it to heart, Itake. Kurama has had some bad experiences with your clan. After all, one of them just mind-controlled him last night." Itake seemed to take this information in stride, his mature demeanor surprising Peter. The boy nodded, understanding the context without showing any fear or resentment. The smell of food intensified, and soon Kushina and Mikoto brought over the finished breakfast. They made plates for Peter and Itake, while the babies were left out as they couldn't eat solid food yet. The women served themselves and sat down, ready to enjoy the meal together. Peter took a bite and smiled. "This is delicious," he complimented. "So, how's the village doing?" Mikoto smiled warmly. "Great, thanks to you. Barely anyone died from the attack. There was some damage to the buildings and the outer gate, but nothing we can't fix." Kushina joined in, her eyes bright. "I feel perfect after your healing as well. It's like I was never even hurt. Even old injuries are gone. I feel 10 years younger." Peter smiled, genuinely happy. "I'm glad you're alive and well." Curiosity got the better of Kushina. "How did you heal me?" "Your magic, as you called it, looked a lot like seals, but they weren't any seals I've ever seen before." Peter was about to explain the mystic arts to her when suddenly, the shadowy figure of undead Danzo emerged from the shadows, kneeling before Peter and offering some papers. The appearance of the shadow startled everyone, especially Itake, who immediately pulled out a kunao and positioned himself in front of his mother and brother, ready to protect them with his life. Peter raised an impressed brow and snapped his fingers. Instantly, Itake found himself teleported back to his seat, his kunao now whirling between Peter's fingers. "Your drive to protect your family is admirable, Itake, but I have no intention of hurting them. Relax and enjoy your food." Kushina and Mikoto were shocked at how effortlessly Peter had teleported Itake, but none were more surprised than Itake himself, who had no idea what had just happened. Peter then looked over one of the papers he was given, raising an eyebrow. "Danzo, is this true?" Danzo nodded, his voice echoing eerily. "Yes, master." Peter handed the paper to Kushina. "You may want to see this." As Kushina read the document, her eyes widened, and a chilling, rage-fueled aura escaped her. How dare they? The Hokage's office was typically a place of order and calm, but today, a commotion shattered the serene atmosphere. The heavy door was thrown open, and Minato Namikaze looked up from his desk, his blue eyes widening in surprise. Beside him, Hiruzen Sarutobi also turned his head, eyebrows furrowing in concern. "What's going on?" Hiruzen murmured, rising from the sofa just as several umbu came crashing through the door, followed by an enraged Kushina Uzumaki. "Kushina!" Minato exclaimed, stepping forward. But before he could reach her, the umbu who had been used to break down the door sprang to their feet, ready to subdue Kushina. "Stop!" Minato's voice was firm and commanding, halting the umbu mid-action. Instantly, new umbu appeared. The Hokage's personal guards intervened to block the initial umbu from getting close to Kushina. The tension in the room was palpable as Minato's gaze shifted to the offending umbu. "Return to base and await disciplinary action," he ordered, his voice like steel. The umbu hesitated briefly before disappearing in a blur, leaving the room in stunned silence. Minato nodded at the remaining umbu, silently thanking them before they too vanished into their hidden positions. He then turned to his wife, his expression softening. Kushina, what's wrong? Kushina's face was flushed with anger, her red hair flowing wildly as she glared at Hiruzen. Why don't you ask that old bastard what he did? Minato looked at Hiruzen, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Hiruzen sighed deeply, looking every bit his age as he met Minato's gaze. He knew this confrontation was inevitable ever since Peter had ordered undead Danzo to compile a list of all his wrongdoings. Hiruzen's own complicity in some of Danzo's actions was bound to come to light. Kushina stepped forward, her voice shaking with rage. Why don't you tell him, Hiruzen? Tell him how you knew my home was going to be attacked weeks before it happened and did nothing. Tell him how it was your friend Danzo who gave the idea to Uegakuer, Kumigakuer, and Kirigakuer, and made a deal with them that Konoha wouldn't stop them or aid Uzushiagakuer in any way. Tell him how you left your allies, my family, to die. Minato's eyes widened in shock as he turned back to Hiruzen. Is this true? He demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Hiruzen looked away, unable to meet Minato's eyes. It's true, he admitted quietly. Danzo believed it was necessary for the village's safety. He convinced me that allowing the attack would solidify our alliances with the other villages and avoid further wars, keeping Konoha safe. Kushina's fists clenched at her sides. You condemned my family to death, she cried, tears of anger and grief spilling down her cheeks. You destroyed my home, my people, all for what? A false sense of security. Minato stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Kushina's shoulder. I'm so sorry, Kushina, he whispered, his heart breaking at her pain. He turned to Hiruzen, his expression hardening. How could you betray our allies, Hiruzen? Wasn't it you who told me to never abandon a comrade? To always live by the will of fire. Hiruzen nodded slowly, the weight of his actions heavy on his shoulders. I know, he said softly, and I will live with that guilt for the rest of my life. Hiruzen's words were cut off as Kushina's chakra flared, ethereal chains materializing around her body, their ghostly glow illuminating the room. Her voice trembled with fury. Do you think I'm going to let you live after what you've done? My family is dead, my people are dead, my country is dead. Why should you get to live out the rest of your life with regret when they weren't even allowed that opportunity? She slapped Minato's hand away, her eyes blazing with anger, and launched forward, her kunao-tipped chakra chains shooting out toward Hiruzen, ready to strike. Hiruzen, accepting the justice in her words, sat still, bracing for the impact. He wouldn't dodge the attack, nor would he block either. His wife is dead, his friend was turned into an undead servant, and he even agrees with her logic. Why should he get to live when so many others didn't get the chance? Besides, it's not like he has much left to live for anyway. But before the chains could reach him, Minato appeared in their path, his kunao deflecting the blade chains. He even managed to block his wife's superpowered fist, pushing her back gently but firmly. Kushina, calm down. Minato pleaded, his voice desperate. We need to talk about this. Violence isn't the answer. But before Kushina could respond, a sudden force struck Minato, sending him hurtling out of the window and across the village, where he crashed into the gate surrounding the village with a thunderous impact. Kushina's eyes widened in shock. Minato, she screamed, her voice filled with worry. Peter appeared beside her, waving nonchalantly. He'll be fine. I only kicked him a little bit. Kushina turned to Peter, her fury momentarily replaced by confusion. But Peter continued, his tone casual. Unlike Minato, I think violence is justified in this situation, so why don't you two go at it? Who knows, it might make you feel better. With a wave of his hand, a portal appeared under all three of them, transporting them to a clearing outside the village. The surroundings were quiet, the only sound being the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Peter erected a large barrier around them, ensuring the fight wouldn't be interrupted. Fight, he said simply, his voice carrying an air of finality. Settle this the way you need to. Stepping outside the barrier, Peter watched as Kushina and Hiruzen faced each other, the tension between them palpable. The clearing was still, the air heavy with anticipation as the fight began. Before the fight could start, suddenly, Minato appeared beside Peter, his expression one of grim determination. He launched an attack, his movements swift and precise. But Peter dodged effortlessly, sidestepping and bending away from every strike with an almost casual grace. Minato, this is pointless, Peter said, his voice calm and even. You should just calm down and let Kushina work this out with Hiruzen on her own. Frustration mounting, Minato gave up on his futile attempts to land a hit. He activated his Flying Thunder God technique, aiming to teleport to Kushina inside the barrier, but it didn't work. Despite the fact that she had his mark on her, Peter's barrier blocked him completely. Knowing he could only use his words now, Minato called out to Kushina. Kushina, please? Hiruzen may have made many mistakes, but he is a good man. Killing him won't bring your family back. We can find another way to make this right. Kushina hesitated, the chains around her flickering as her resolve wavered. She looked at Minato, her eyes filled with pain and anger, but also a hint of uncertainty. Seeing this, Minato pressed on. We can honor your family and the people of Uzo by building a better future together. One where we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Please, Kushina, don't let anger consume you. For a moment, it seemed like Minato's words were getting through. Kushina's chains began to retract slightly, and the fierce expression on her face softened just a bit. But then, surprisingly, it was Hiruzen who spoke up. Minato, Hiruzen said, his voice steady but filled with resignation. You should let Kushina do as she pleases. I did the crime. I could have helped her family, her people, her country, but I didn't. I let them die, and I deserve whatever she decides to do with me. Kushina's eyes locked onto Hiruzen, her chains reigniting with intensity. The clearing grew silent, the weight of Hiruzen's words hanging heavily in the air. The decision now lay with Kushina, all eyes on her, anticipating her next move. Kushina turned to Minato, her expression filled with sorrow and resolve. Minato, I wish I could do things your way, but I can't. You may not understand the feeling of losing everything you hold dear, but I do. And it just won't go away. With that, she launched off the ground, her speed blinding as she appeared beside Hiruzen, who stood still, not even bothering to defend himself. No, wait, please. Minato screamed, his voice filled with desperation. But it was too late. Kushina swung her leg, the force of the kick connecting with his head, sending him crashing into the barrier wall with a sickening thud. The fight that ensued was one-sided and brutal. Kushina's fury drove her every move, each strike a manifestation of her pain and anger. She darted forward, her chains whipping through the air with deadly precision. One chain wrapped around Hiruzen's arm, pulling him off the ground and slamming him into the dirt. The impact sent a shockwave through the clearing, the ground cracking under the force. Hiruzen coughed, blood spraying from his mouth, but he didn't move to defend himself. He simply lay there, accepting the punishment. Kushina didn't let up. She lifted Hiruzen again, her chains tightening around his body, squeezing the breath from his lungs. She flung him into the air and met him with a powerful punch to the stomach, driving the wind from his lungs and sending him crashing back down. Hiruzen landed hard, his body leaving an impression in the ground. He groaned in pain, but still, he made no move to protect himself. Kushina's eyes blazed with fury as she stomped toward him, her footsteps heavy with determination. She raised her arm, and her chains lashed out, carving deep gashes into Hiruzen's flesh. Blood flowed freely, staining the ground beneath them. Each attack was relentless, a testament to the depths of Kushina's rage. She kicked him again, sending him rolling across the clearing. His body came to rest against the barrier, beaten and bloodied, but he made no effort to escape. Kushina stood over him, her breath ragged, her body trembling with emotion. Her blade chains hovered at his throat, ready to deliver the final blow. Hiruzen looked up at her, his face a mask of pain and regret. But there was also a sad smile on his lips. I'm sorry for what I did, he whispered. It's okay. I forgive you for killing me. I only hope that one day, you can find it in your heart to forgive me as well. Hearing these words, tears welled up in Kushina's eyes. She let out a final war cry, her chains lunging forward. Arg. But instead of piercing his throat, the blades missed their target and embedded into the ground beside Hiruzen, surprising him, his eyes widening in shock. Kushina stood there, tears streaming down her face, her chest heaving with emotion. She pulled her chains back and took a step away from Hiruzen, her expression a mixture of anger and sorrow. I do not forgive you, she said, her voice breaking. And I don't think I ever will. But I won't kill you. Because I'm better than you. With those final words, she turned and walked away, leaving Hiruzen lying on the ground, broken and bloodied, but alive. The barrier dissipated as Peter stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Minato's shoulder. See, sometimes you just have to trust that people can settle their own differences. Minato's eyes, still filled with concern, flicked to Peter. But what if she had killed him? Then what? Peter shrugged nonchalantly. Would it really have been a bad thing? Minato's shock was palpable. Yes it would have. His voice almost rose to a shout, anger and confusion blending on his face. Peter glanced at the prone form of Hiruzen, who lay still, staring up at the sky. Reaching into his storage necklace, Peter pulled out a thick stack of papers and handed them to Minato. You might change your opinion after going through all of that? Minato accepted the papers, a mix of curiosity and dread filling him. Before he could begin reading, Kushina approached, her steps slow and measured. Without a word, she pulled Minato into a hug, burying her face into his neck. Minato wrapped his arms around her, the papers crumpling slightly in his grasp. He held her close, feeling the tension in her body gradually easing. I'm so sorry, Minato, she whispered, her voice muffled against his shoulder. You were right. I just needed to get all of the anger out of me. I won't kill Hiruzen. Minato smiled, squeezing her gently. It's okay. I'm just glad you're alright and that you didn't do anything you'd regret later. Kushina hummed in agreement, though a small part of her wondered if she might regret leaving Hiruzen alive instead. She hoped not. Breaking the embrace, Minato looked into her eyes, concern replacing his earlier relief. Wait, where's Naruto? Everything happened so quickly, I forgot about our baby. Kushina placed a calming hand on his chest. Mikoto is watching him for me. Minato relaxed and nodded, pressing a kiss to her cheek. Why don't you go check on him? I trust Mikoto but Naruto is still so young, he said, indicating the papers in his hand. I need to deal with this. I'll be home soon, and we can talk more then. Kushina smiled and nodded, watching as Minato walked over to where Hiruzen lay. She turned to Peter, gratitude in her eyes. Thank you for letting me deal with things without anyone interrupting. Peter accepted her thanks with a nod. Anytime. He smiled, gesturing behind him. I was planning on heading to the Uchiha district. Want to walk together? She accepted, and they began the journey back, leaving just as some Ambu appeared to carry Hiruzen to the hospital. As Peter and Kushina walked back to the Uchiha district, the silence between them was companionable, but heavy with unspoken thoughts. Peter glanced at Kushina, noticing the distant look in her eyes. He guessed that she must be thinking about her homeland and decided to break the silence. You know, I've just realized that I'll never get to see Uzushiagakur. What was it like? Kushina's expression softened, a small smile tugging at her lips as she looked ahead, lost in memories. Uzu, it was the most beautiful place. Peaceful and serene. The air was always so fresh, and the sound of the waves crashing against the cliffs was like a constant, calming melody. Peter listened intently, picturing the scenes she described. It sounds like a paradise. It was, Kushina agreed, her voice tinged with nostalgia. The village was mainly surrounded by water, but we also had a dense forest, filled with tall, ancient trees. And in the spring, the cherry blossoms would bloom, their petals drifting through the air like pink snow. Peter could see that his questions were brightening Kushina's mood, so he kept asking more and more. What about the people? Kushina's smile grew, though there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. The people were kind and strong. We were a close-knit community, always looking out for one another. The Uzumaki clan was known for our sealing techniques, and we took great pride in our knowledge and abilities. We lived in harmony, focused on improving our skills and helping others. She paused, taking a deep breath. My family, they were the heart of Uzushiagakur. My parents were wise and loving, always putting the needs of the village first. I was just a child when the attack happened, and I wasn't even there, but I like to think that they fought bravely to protect our home. Peter nodded solemnly. It must have been devastating to lose it all. It was, Kushina admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. But even though Uzu is gone, the memories of my homeland and my people live on in me. I carry their spirit with me every day. Peter placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. You honor them by keeping their memory alive, Kushina. And by being the incredible person you are. Kushina looked at him, gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you, Peter. It means a lot to hear that. As they passed through the entrance to the Uchiha district, Peter spoke again, his voice thoughtful. You know, I doubt that you're the last Uzumaki in this world. There have to be at least a few wandering clansmen who survived the attack. Maybe you should send out a message or something and call them together. I'm sure Minato would be happy to help you start a new Uzumaki clan here in Konoha. Kushina nodded, a determined look slowly appearing on her face. That's not a bad idea. She muttered, a smile blooming on her face. I could even commission a mission to bring back Uzumaki clan members. Peter smiled, feeling her entire being begin to radiate a renewed sense of purpose. See, the Uzumaki clan hasn't disappeared yet. You've only just begun. And you even have a second clan member now, he said, motioning over to a nearby house window, where Mikoto could be seen rocking a crying Naruto in her arms. Kushina smiled warmly as she saw her son, the only blood-related family she had left in this world. Yeah, I do, don't I? Peter paused, turning to Kushina. Take care, Kushina, he said as he walked off, and tell Mikoto that I'll be back later. I just want to stroll around for a bit. She smiled, genuine and warm. Sure. And thank you again. Peter watched her walk inside, then turned away, his thoughts already shifting as he walked off. Peter wandered through the quiet streets of the Uchiha clan district, his thoughts adrift. The purpose that had brought him to this universe still loomed large in his mind. Should he seek out Death's successor now? He had been putting it off, focusing on the immediate chaos, but the nagging feeling that he needed to move forward with his mission persisted. As he pondered, a familiar, small figure appeared beside him. The miniature, puppy-sized Kurama trotted up, breaking Peter from his reverie. I hear you went off and caused some trouble without me. Kurama's voice, though small, carried a teasing tone. Peter smiled, his worries momentarily forgotten. My bad. I'll make sure to bring you along next time. Kurama snorted. As long as you don't forget. They walked in silence for a while, the air cool and soothing. Peter glanced at Kurama, a thought crossing his mind. Kurama, do you want to leave? Kurama raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Can I leave? Peter nodded. Sure. I was only keeping you captive for the time being. But now that everything is over, you can go if you want. But I wouldn't if I were you. Kurama's other eyebrow joined the first in a skeptical arch. Why? Peter explained, his tone serious. Pretty soon, you and your fellow tailed beasts will be hunted down. It's probably best that you stay in a place where you can be protected. Kurama rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. We've been hunted down for ages. Why should I be so careful now? This will be different, Peter said cryptically. You should take my advice and come to some sort of deal with Konoha. Become their guardian beast or something, for a price of course. Kurama looked at Peter as if he were impossibly dumb for even suggesting such a thing. Peter didn't give up. Wouldn't you like a place you can call home without having to look over your shoulder every 5 seconds, wondering when the next power-hungry human is going to try and seal you away or control you like last night? He said, his words carrying some weight to them. You could speak with the Hokage and work out an equal deal with the village. You'd be willing to live here and be given certain freedoms and luxuries, but in return, you have to help protect the village if it's ever in danger. I could see Minato agreeing to that pretty easily. Kurama stared at Peter, the wheels turning in his mind. The idea of a home, of stability, was tempting. But he was a proud and stubborn beast, and the notion of striking a deal with humans was something he had never considered. Still, the thought lingered, and Peter's words echoed in his mind as they continued their walk, the future uncertain but filled with possibilities. Before Kurama could fully process Peter's words and come to a decision, out of nowhere, a wooden konao flew towards Peter's head. But, just before it could hit its mark, he He raised his hand and caught it effortlessly between his fingers. A split second later, 2 little kids with black hair and black eyes rushed out from the nearby tree line, launching a coordinated attack. Peter sidestepped their every move with ease, bending down and flicking each of them on the forehead. The 2 kids, now identifiable as Itake and Shisui Uchiha, who was only a few years older than Itake, flew back a few yards upon the impact. But luckily, they managed to land on their feet like cats, grunting as they rubbed their stinging bruised foreheads. Insert picture of Shisui here. Itake turned to Shisui, complaining, "See? I told you we should have waited until he got closer." Peter raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering in his eyes. "What are you brats up to?" Shisui was the first to respond, bowing deeply. "Please, we want you to be our sensei." Itake joined him in bowing seconds later, his face earnest. Peter's surprise was evident as he looked at the 2 young Uchiha, not expecting such a request. "What are you brats up to?" Peter smirked in amusement, eyeing the boys who ambushed him and Karema. Shisui was the first to respond, bowing deeply. "Please, we want you to be our teacher." Itake joined him, his face earnest. Both boys remained bowed, clearly unwilling to stand until Peter gave an answer. Peter looked at the 2 young Uchiha, surprised by their request. It made sense, though. He was the strongest person in the village by a long shot, so they must see this as a golden opportunity. However, he did notice how Itake seemed to be following Shisui's lead, which made him wonder if Shisui had somehow talked Itake into this. After all, Peter met Itake earlier during breakfast, and the boy didn't seem too friendly at the time. Yet, now he wanted to be his student? Odd. He thought. Shisui must have convinced him somehow, but there was also a possibility that this was a ploy by the Uchiha clan to keep Peter close and friendly with them and the village. After all, it's better to have a powerful ally than a powerful enemy. However, Peter quickly shook his head. He could see and feel the determination from Shisui. The boy was dead set on becoming his student, and no amount of acting could fake that. He truly wanted this, and it didn't seem to be fabricated either. On the other hand, Itake seemed noticeably less determined, which solidified Peter's earlier guess that Shisui dragged him into this. Silence descended as Peter thought about his answer. Finally, he asked, "Why? Why do you want me to be your teacher?" His eyes bore into Shisui. "If your answers are good enough, I might give you a chance." Shisui finally looked up at Peter, tears welling in his eyes as he began to speak. "I have no one left in this world anymore. My parents died in war shortly after I was born, leaving me with my grandma. She raised me like I was her own son. But even she left me." As he spoke, Shisui's eyes turned to the tiny Karema beside Peter, anger and hate beginning to show. "My grandma was old, bedridden, and had heart problems. When the 9 tails attacked last night, she had a heart attack. I found her on the floor shortly after, dead. Instead of evacuating like everyone else, I just spent the night there with her head in my lap." Shisui turned back to Peter, his voice trembling. "I want to be strong like you, strong enough to protect the village so that nobody I love has to die ever again." Peter frowned in sympathy as he glanced down at Karema, who stood frozen for a moment. He knew that Karema liked to pretend he was the big bad evil fox that didn't care about anything, but Peter could tell that he was affected by Shisui's words. Peter tried to speak. "Karema, it's..." But Karema cut him off, sneering to hide his emotions. "Do you think I care about what happens to these red-eyed demons? Yeah, right." He then walked off, leaving them behind. Hearing what he said, Shisui looked murderous as he gripped his hands tightly, his fingernails digging into his palms, and his Sharingan unintentionally activating, his eyes glinting a dangerous red. But he held back, knowing that he needed to make a good impression on his future master. Peter noticed the change in Shisui's eyes. "I wonder if he already has the Mangekyo?" He couldn't, could he? Sighing, Peter decided to worry about Karema and Shisui's Sharingan later. Turning to Itake, he asked, "And you? What's your reason?" Itake took a moment before answering, his voice calm but determined. "I want to protect the village and my family. I don't want my little brother to grow up in a world where he has to see the things I've seen." Peter recalled from the Naruto show that Itake's father took him to see a battlefield during the last ninja war, and what he saw that day has scarred him ever since. Itake's words made sense, he just wanted his brother to live in peace and safety. Falling into a thoughtful silence, Peter looked at the 2 boys, their faces filled with hope and determination. Finally, he nodded. "All right, I'll accept you as my students." After all, who would turn down the opportunity to be the master of 2 of the coolest Naruto characters? Shisui and Itake's faces lit up with joy, but Peter raised a hand to stop their celebration. "But, you have to pass a test first." The boys exchanged a glance, then nodded resolutely. They were ready for whatever challenge Peter would throw their way. Seeing their agreement, Peter asks, "Do you guys have a park or a training ground where we can go?" Itake nodded. "The clan has many training grounds. Follow me." The trio walked through the quiet streets of the Uchiha district until they arrived at a walled-in empty field. It was spacious, more than enough for what Peter had in mind. Peter took his place opposite the 2 boys and explained, "All right, here's the test. Let's call it the bell test." A smirk played on his lips, knowing full well he was ripping off the same test that every Team 7 had gone through after their graduation. With a snap of his fingers, a small bell appeared, dangling from a string that he held between his fingers. Peter shook the bell, letting its soft jingle reach their ears. "All you have to do is take this single bell from me. If you can do that, I'll accept you as my students officially." Itake and Shisui exchanged wary looks, clearly not very confident. They were young, not even genin yet, and Peter was strong enough to defeat the Ninetales with ease. Seeing their hesitation, Peter realized the test might be too difficult for them. He thought it over for a moment before adding, "I'll give myself a couple of handicaps to make it less impossible for you." With another snap of his fingers, dozens of golden spell circles appeared, wrapping around his body before disappearing. Boom! Suddenly, a giant crater over 100 meters in diameter formed below Peter's feet, shocking Itake and Shisui, who nearly lost their footing as the ground changed. Shisui exclaimed, "What was that?" Peter explained, "I've imposed restrictions on my body and increased the gravity around me so that I won't be able to move much faster than a Jonin-level ninja." Their shock quickly turned into determination as they began to see a possibility of victory. But Peter wasn't done. "I also won't use any of my powers, just my own strength and senses. Meanwhile, you can use whatever you want to take the bell. As long as you take it from me, you win." Shisui laughed, turning to Itake. "We got this now." Seeing their growing confidence, Peter smirked. "But let's up the stakes a little, shall we? After all, there's no penalty if you two lose." Itake frowned. "What do you want?" Peter smiled mischievously. Let's see. How about this? If I win, and you're unable to take the bell, then I want both of you to dance down every street in the village in dresses, singing the entire time." Both boys screamed, "What?" Shocked and bewildered, they were clearly very unwilling to do such a thing. Peter smirked, asking, "What, not good enough? Should I make it worse?" Itake was about to start arguing, but Shisui quickly covered his mouth. "No, it's fine. We'll do it." Itake turned to him with a look that said, "No, the hell we won't." Peter chuckled. "Good. Then we have a deal," he said, tying the bell to his belt, letting it dangle around his waist at his hip. "All right, I'll remain in the training ground, and you have until the sun sets to take the bell. If you can't get it by then, you lose." Itake and Shisui glanced up at the sun, which was high in the sky, indicating it was already midday. Half of the day was already gone. Peter looked at them with a smirk. "Ready? 3, 2, 1, start." As soon as the countdown ended, both boys glanced at each other and disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving Peter standing alone in the middle of the training ground. Peter smiled, muttering to himself, "Smart." He was impressed that kids so young had taken the time to run off and regroup. They were probably already discussing their plans to take the bell right now. He stood there, waiting patiently, curious to see what the two of them would come up with. Maybe I should make myself more comfortable since they could be a while. Shisui and Itake reappeared in the branches of a tall tree, the leaves providing ample cover. They crouched low, catching their breath and glancing at each other with determined eyes. Shisui spoke first, keeping his voice low. "Okay, we need a plan. He's strong, but he's given himself handicaps. We can use that to our advantage." Itake nodded. He said he wouldn't use his powers. "If we work together, we should be able to distract him and grab the bell. This is what we'll do." Shisui considered their options for a moment. "I'll create a diversion while you..." He explained his plan, taking charge of their two-man team. "And if we're lucky, and he's slow enough, we should be able to get the bell." Itake nodded again, determination flashing in his eyes. "Got it. Let's do this." They both disappeared again, moving silently through the trees until they found Peter once more. However, what they saw stopped them in their tracks. This B***** isn't taking us seriously. Shisui gritted his teeth. In front of them, Peter was lying back in a sun chair, his clothes changed into a swimsuit and sandals. He seemed to be sunbathing, completely ignoring them. The bell still hung from his swimming trunks, gently swaying in the wind as he relaxed. Shisui and Itake exchanged incredulous looks, their initial determination now mixed with bewilderment and a hint of frustration. Peter, meanwhile, continued to bask in the sun, a small, amused smirk playing on his lips. Across the village, Minato sat at his desk, his face grim as he sifted through the stack of papers Peter had given him. The crimes of Danzo and Hiruzen, detailed in excruciating clarity, were almost too much to bear. The more he read, the more his stomach churned. It was a tangled web of deceit, manipulation, and betrayal that left him questioning the very foundations of the village he had sworn to protect. Maybe Peter was right. He thought, Peter's words replaying in his mind. Would it really have been such a bad thing if Hiruzen died? He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The last 24 hours were shaping up to be one of the worst days he could remember. He let out a deep sigh, pushing the papers aside for a moment to gather his thoughts. But just as he was about to sink deeper into his growing despair, the window to his office swung open. Minato's eyes snapped to the intruder, ready to defend himself if necessary. To his immense relief, he recognized the man climbing through his window, a tall, muscular man with long, spiky white hair and a distinct red line running vertically down each cheek. It was his sensei, Jiraiya, the pervy toad sage. Insert picture of Jiraiya here. Minato. Jiraiya's voice boomed with a mix of concern and relief. "I heard about the attack and came back as quickly as I could. Are you alright? Where's Kushina? Is the baby okay?" Minato stood up, a faint smile breaking through his troubled expression. "Jiraiya-sensei, it's good to see you." He walked over and clasped Jiraiya's shoulder. "I'm alright, Kushina is alright, and the baby is doing great too, though I haven't had much time to spend with him. It's been a challenging time." Jiraiya looked him over, his eyes sharp with worry. "I'm just glad you're safe." He sighed in relief. The attack has every other village scrambling to figure out if they should attack us or not, but with you alive and well, that's not very likely to happen. Minato nodded, his smile fading as the weight of his responsibilities pressed down on him again. It's not just that, sensei. There are other issues. Bigger ones, in some ways. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, sensing the gravity of the situation. What happened? Minato gestured to the stack of papers on his desk. Well, he was about to explain, but before he could, a masked ninja suddenly appeared before them, kneeling in a formal stance. Lord Hokage, there's a matter in the Uchiha clan district. Minato raised an eyebrow, almost dismissing it. I'm sure the Uchiha can handle it themselves. But it involves our guest, the ninja interjected quickly. That caught Minato's attention. Peter? What about him? Before the ninja could respond, Jiraiya turned to Minato, curiosity piqued. Peter? Who's Peter? Minato sighed, glancing at Jiraiya. It's a long story. But let's go see what this is about. Minato and Jiraiya ran through the village, following the ninja who had informed them of the situation. As they made their way to the Uchiha district, Minato explained, Peter is a recent arrival here. He's the one who defeated the Nine Tails for us. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. Defeated the Nine Tails? You didn't seal it. Minato shook his head. No, we didn't have to. He's incredibly powerful. I was going to before he could finish. They arrived at their destination, a training ground in the Uchiha district. They weren't the first or only ones to arrive either. Along the training ground walls, various ninja were perched, watching the spectacle inside. Most of them were Uchiha, but there were others as well. Inside the training ground, Minato and Jiraiya saw Peter, dressed as if he was going to the beach, gracefully sidestepping and leaning to dodge the combined assault of two young Uchiha children. Minato recognized one of them as Fugaku and Mikato's eldest son, Itachi. But what confused Minato and Jiraiya the most, besides the question of why they were fighting in the first place, was the giant crater that nearly took up the entirety of the training field. Jiraiya frowned and asked, what do you think caused that? Minato replied, probably Peter. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Because I don't even think Tsunade could make a crater that big. Minato nodded, his expression serious. I'm sure. Seconds later, Fugaku Uchiha, Itachi's father, arrived at the training ground, immediately greeting Minato and Jiraiya with respect, giving them a brief nod. Lord Hokage, Jiraiya. Fugaku, Minato returned the greeting. I'm guessing you heard about this as well? Any ideas as to what's going on? No, Fugaku replied, glancing over at the training field just in time to see his son, Itachi, take a sandaled foot to the face from Peter, sending him tumbling across the training ground. But thankfully, to Fugaku's relief, Itachi managed to land on his feet and rushed back to back up Shisui, who was just backhanded across the face so hard that his whole body flipped sideways. Fugaku, despite his usual stern demeanor, cringed in horror as he watched his son get kicked in the face. However, he managed to relax slightly as Itachi landed safely and continued the fight. Thank God his mother isn't here. He thought before muttering, you'd think he'd go easy on them since they're so young but. As he spoke, Itachi was sent flying for a second time. Minato nodded in agreement, then asked, would you like me to try to stop this? Fugaku seemed tempted, but ultimately shook his head. No, my son doesn't go around picking fights. Although I don't know what's happening exactly, there seems to be a purpose for this, he said, his eyes never leaving his son. Let them continue. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he noticed something. I think I know what they're doing, he muttered. What? Both Minato and Fugaku asked. It's the bell test, Jiraiya revealed, motioning to the bell dangling from Peter's hip. Huh. Minato's eyes widened. But why would they do that? And how do they even know what the bell test is? What's the bell test? Fugaku asked, curious and confused. Well, as Minato and Jiraiya explained Team 7's traditional graduation test, Peter stood at the center of the training ground, the bell dangling from his hip. His stance was relaxed, almost casual, as he watched Itachi and Shisui regroup and prepare for their next move. Itachi and Shisui exchanged a quick glance, their resolve evident. They knew that they didn't have much time, as the sun was beginning to set. With a nod, they sprang into action. Shisui led the charge, his movements fluid and precise. He flicked through a series of hand signs and launched a barrage of flaming shuriken at Peter, who dodged effortlessly, twisting and leaning to avoid each projectile. Itachi followed up with a fireball jutsu, a massive orb of flame roaring toward Peter. With a quick leap, Peter avoided the fireball, landing lightly on his feet. He barely had time to register the attack before Shisui was upon him again, engaging him in close combat. Shisui's fists flew at Peter with impressive speed, but Peter blocked and countered each strike with ease. Is this all you've got? I mean, for someone who wants to be my student, you're pretty weak, huh? Peter taunted, an infuriating smirk on his face. With every word, Shisui's frustration became more and more evident. Shut up, he exclaimed, I'm not weak, you're just a monster. Then, with a determined and slightly frustrated look, Shisui activated his Sharingan, revealing a fully developed three-tomo Sharingan. The crowd gasped in shock and admiration, as unlocking their clan's fabled eyes at such a young age was behind impressive. Even Fugaku, who was watching intently, couldn't hide his surprise, as Shisui hadn't reported the awakening of his Sharingan to him or anyone else in the clan. With his Sharingan activated, Shisui's movements became even more precise. He weaved through Peter's defenses, aiming for the bell. Peter smirked, impressed by the young Uchiha's skill, but still, he evaded every attempt. Itake, watching closely, both tired and battered, but unwilling to give up. He had to support Shisui. He joined the fray, using clone jutsu to create multiple copies of himself. The clones surrounded Peter, attacking from all sides. Peter moved gracefully, dodging the clones' attacks, surprised to see that they were solid clones and not illusions. These kids have some real skill, no wonder they were geniuses. He thought as he knocked the clones away with powerful strikes, but Itake's real body stayed back, waiting for the right moment. Itake's eyes narrowed, focusing intently. When suddenly, unbeknownst to him, his vision sharpened, and his eyes began to glow a bright red. Although he didn't realize it yet, his Sharingan awakened, a single tomo appearing in each eye. He has one too. Peter raised a curious brow. Or did he just unlock it? The crowd was stunned, murmurs of awe spreading among the onlookers. Fugaku's eyes widened with pride and astonishment as he saw his young son, who hadn't even entered the academy yet, unlock the Sharingan. Genius. He muttered in shock. My son is a genius. With renewed vigor, Itake and Shisui coordinated their attacks. Shisui used his superior speed and Sharingan to predict Peter's movements, while Itake provided support with jutsu and clones. They were relentless, their teamwork seamless, but Peter continued to dodge and deflect their every move. As the sun began to disappear over the horizon, casting long shadows across the training ground, the urgency of the situation spurred the boys on. They doubled their efforts, launching a final, desperate assault. Peter smirked, the bell jingling at his hip. Looks like you two are running out of time. He taunted again, a mocking contemplative look on his face. Maybe I'll ask Mikato and Kushina to help pick out the dresses you'll wear when this is over. Ignoring Peter's obvious attempt at flustering them, Shisui used a clone jutsu to create multiple copies of himself, each one attacking Peter from different angles. At the same time, Itake prepared a fireball jutsu, intending to use it as a distraction while Shisui's clones closed in, forcing Peter to engage them. At the perfect moment, Itake unleashed his fireball, the massive orb of flame hurtling toward Peter. Seeing it coming a mile away, Peter dodged, but as he did, Shisui executed a replacement jutsu, switching places with the fireball itself. And in the split second that he appeared, Shisui disappeared in a swirl of leaves, before reappearing beside Peter, reaching out for the bell. Peter's hand reflexively shot out to block him, but suddenly, Itake, appearing from behind, grabbed Peter's arm and pulled with all his might. Seizing the opportunity, Shisui's fingers closed around the bell just as the sun dipped below the horizon, its string snapping as he ripped it free. Shisui collapsed onto the ground, exhausted but victorious, his hand held high, the bell displayed between his fingers. We win, he exclaimed. Itake, equally drained, dropped beside him, breathing heavily. The surrounding ninja erupted in cheers and applause, impressed by the boys' tenacity and teamwork. Even Peter couldn't help but smile, a hint of pride in his eyes. I guess they didn't call him Shisui of the body flicker for nothing. In the anime, Shisui earned the nickname Shisui of the body flicker from his signature skill and unmatched mastery of the body flicker technique, which he just used to snatch the bell. As the onlookers celebrated, Shisui looked up at Peter, confusion mixing with triumph. Did we really do it? Did we make it in time? Peter nodded, his smile widening. Yes, you did. Congratulations, you two. You've earned it. Shisui and Itake exchanged a look of pure joy and relief. They had done it. They had passed the test. And as a wave of relief rushed through them, both Uchiha boys slowly fell into unconsciousness, resting after a long fight. Far away from the Leaf Village, deep inside a dark underground bunker-style base, Orochimaru stood in his lab. His snake-like visage loomed over his test subject, his student, Anko Mitarashi. Orochimaru, with his pale, almost ghostly skin, yellow serpentine eyes, and long, black hair, exuded an aura of menace and twisted intelligence. His attire, a dark robe with a high collar, gave him a regal yet sinister appearance. Insert picture of Orochimaru here. Anko, on the other hand, was a stark contrast to her mentor. She had wild, short brown hair and matching eyes, though they were currently closed as she slept. Her attire consisted of a mesh bodysuit covered by a tan overcoat and a short purple skirt, which gave her a rugged and battle-ready look. Insert picture of Anko here. It had been months since Orochimaru betrayed the village and fled, but Anko had no idea. She had believed they were on a prolonged mission, a belief that was shattered only just last night. Orochimaru had lost his cool, yelling at her and beating her for being so naive. In his fury, he revealed that he had betrayed the village and had taken her along for the ride, making her a traitor by proxy. Anko's world crumbled in an instant. And ultimately, she refused to continue following Orochimaru any longer, but sadly, for her, he wasn't willing to let her go just yet. After all, she is a valuable test subject, one he had been cultivating for years now. As Orochimaru finished his work for the day, a new, ominous-looking seal appearing on his unconscious student's neck, he couldn't help but glance to the side, where the source of his earlier rage was still present. A holographic message box, visible only to him, floated in the air. The words within it were ominous, to say the least. Beware, your world has been invaded. Death's candidate detected threat level, 10/10. His eyes narrowed, a mixture of curiosity and irritation flashed across his face. The implications of the message were vast and disturbing. Peter stood in the center of the training ground, watching as Itake and Shisui fell unconscious after their hard-won victory. He released the enchantments he had placed on himself, rolling his shoulders in relief. Golden spell lines and runes appeared on his body, deactivating and fading away. Just as the last of the enchantments vanished, Minato appeared beside him, accompanied by Jiraiya and Fugaku. Fugaku immediately knelt beside his son and Shisui, checking their injuries. He sighed in relief, realizing they were just exhausted and a bit beaten up. Peter's eyes widened for a fraction of a second as he noticed Jiraiya. The pervy sage was one of his favorite characters in the Naruto anime, and seeing him in person was a bit awe-inspiring. Jiraiya noticed Peter's look and raised a brow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He misinterpreted Peter's reaction, thinking perhaps this was one of his fans. Maybe I should sign a copy of my work for him, he mused, chuckling to himself. Minato, still processing the scene, turned to Peter. What was this all about? Fugaku turned to Peter, asking the same thing. Yes, I'd like to know as well. Peter smirked and gestured at the children. You're looking at my newest students. The statement shocked everyone around them. Minato's eyes widened, Jiraiya's smile turned into a look of surprise, and Fugaku's stern glare softened into one of stunned realization. Whispers of disbelief and awe spread through the crowd as they absorbed Peter's announcement, realizing that these two young Uchiha had just earned the right to be trained by someone powerful enough to defeat the Nine Tails with a single slap. Fugaku stood stunned and tongue-tied as the realization of why they were doing the bell test sank in. He slowly rose to his feet, bowing deeply toward Peter. Thank you for being willing to accept Shisui and my son as your students. This is a great honor for the Uchiha clan. The depth of his gratitude was evident in his voice. With Peter as Itake's master, the discrimination they faced in the village would all but vanish. In the ninja world, strength was everything, and Peter had enough strength to destroy the entire village if he wanted to. Fugaku couldn't be more proud of his son. Without his or the elders' involvement, Itake had managed to pull off something incredible for their family and for himself. With Peter as his master, Itake's future as a ninja was almost certain. He could possibly even become the Hokage one day. Itake was already considered a genius, and Shisui was as well, but now they would be geniuses with a master who could push them to the very peak of the world. The possibilities were endless, and Fugaku's heart swelled with pride and hope as he looked at his son and Shisui, unconscious but victorious. The whispers of awe and admiration continued to ripple through the crowd, as everyone began to understand the significance of this new mentorship. Peter's smirk softened into a genuine smile as he looked at Fugaku. You're welcome. They earned it. Beside them, Minato offered Fugaku a heartfelt smile. Congratulations, Fugaku. This is a remarkable accomplishment for Shisui, your son, and your clan. Hearing the sincerity in Minato's voice and seeing that he meant what he said, Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel happy. If this had been the third Hokage, Fugaku would have felt worried and suspicious. He knew how Hiruzen would react to something like this, suspicious of the Uchiha, and possibly even try to find a way to place someone he trusted as Peter's student as well, or perhaps employing Danzo to work in the shadows and ruin the Uchiha's relationship with Peter. But not Minato. Minato was a true leader of the village. He wouldn't be suspicious of people who hadn't done anything wrong, and he most certainly wouldn't conspire and act against his own people. Minato saw this as a win for the village and nothing more. Fugaku couldn't help but appreciate Minato. After all, he and the Uchiha had been dealing with hostile Hokages ever since the first Hokage passed away, and now, they finally had a leader worth following again. Fugaku bowed deeply to Minato. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Minato immediately got flustered, waving his hands dismissively. You don't have to be so formal, Fugaku. We're friends, after all. Lifting his head, Fugaku couldn't help but smile. Minato, you are the Hokage now, and that position demands a certain level of respect. He gestured to the many Uchiha surrounding the area, who had been watching the fight. Especially with so many eyes on us, I must show respect. I don't want to teach the Uchiha that they can be disrespectful to their Hokage. Minato sighed, half-heartedly annoyed. Yeah, I get it. But can't you just be normal when we're alone? It's tiring hearing everyone being so formal all the time. Fugaku smiled wider. As you order, Lord Hokage. He bowed again, but this time Minato could tell he was only doing it to mess with him. Minato shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips despite himself. You're impossible. Smirking, Fugaku turned back to the sleeping kids and flared his chakra, calling some Uchiha ninja over. They arrived swiftly, kneeling respectfully. Fugaku ordered, take Itake and Shisui to the hospital for treatment. I'll be there to check on them in a moment. As the ninjas moved to take the boys, Peter called out, wait, I'll heal them. There's no need for the hospital. The ninjas stopped, glancing at Fugaku for further orders. Fugaku raised an eyebrow, surprised that Peter was a healer as well. Minato and Jiraiya exchanged looks of surprise. Peter glanced at Fugaku. I mean, if that's all right with you. After a moment of thought, Fugaku nodded to the ninjas. Step back and make space. He orders, gesturing for Peter to do his thing. The ninjas obeyed, and Peter stepped toward Itake and Shisui. He waved his hand, conjuring multiple golden spell circles that began healing the boys. Their bodies returned to pristine condition before everyone's eyes, with cuts and bruises disappearing in seconds. But knowing Itake from the Naruto anime, Peter didn't just heal them, he scanned their bodies with a specific spell circle. He remembered that in the anime, Itake had a life-threatening disease. Now that Itake was his student, Peter wouldn't let him suffer from such a disease. As the spell scanned Itake, Peter immediately identified the ailment. As the healing concluded and the spell circles disappeared, Fugaku, Minato, Jiraiya, and the surrounding ninjas were awed by Peter's healing abilities. Fugaku turned, a smile on his face. "Thank you, Peter," for he stopped mid-sentence, noticing the contemplative frown on Peter's face as he stared at Itake. Alarmed, Fugaku asked, "Is there something wrong with Itake?" Snapping out of his contemplation, Peter turned to Fugaku. "You know your son is sick, right?" Fugaku was shocked to hear this. "Sick? But I've never noticed anything wrong with Itake. He's never even had a cold before. What's wrong with him?" Peter thought for a moment before replying. "I don't think what he has actually has a name. But I can tell you what's happening. His chakra is leaking ever so slightly into his body, specifically into his lungs, and it appears to be slowly damaging them." Fugaku's worry deepened as Jiraiya and Minato looked contemplative, trying to recall if they'd ever heard of such a thing happening before, but they came up empty. Peter continued, "It's not severe now, which is why you probably haven't noticed anything. But give it 7 or 8 years of this, and he'll start having serious respiratory problems. And if it continues to remain untreated, he'll either need a lung transplant or he'll die from respiratory failure in about 15 to 20 years, give or take." The gravity of Peter's words hung in the air, leaving everyone in stunned silence as they processed the news. Fugaku, shocked and fearful of his son dying, even if it was years away, immediately fell to his knees. "Please, Peter, save my son," he begged, his voice trembling with desperation. He groveled before everyone, including his entire clan. He didn't know for sure, but after seeing Peter's abilities, something told him that Peter could heal Itake. He only needed to convince him. Peter, not expecting this, tried to tell him to stand up. "Fugaku, please, stand up. There's no need to." But before he could finish, every Uchiha in the surrounding area copied their clan leader, groveling on the floor around them. Each of them mirrored Fugaku's words, begging Peter to save Itake. To them, if their leader was going to grovel, they would shame him by standing and not following suit. Peter felt a wave of embarrassment. He didn't like being put on a pedestal like this. He walked over and helped Fugaku to his feet. "Fugaku, you don't have to beg. I was already planning on fixing it. Itake is my student, after all. I can't just let him live with a sickness that's so easily fixed." Fugaku, overwhelmed with gratitude, thanked Peter profusely. "Thank you, Peter. Thank you so much." Minato and Jiraiya stood beside them, smiling. They were happy to see such a heartwarming moment, the bonds of trust and respect strengthening within the village. "No problem," Peter said as he glanced at Itake. "I might as well fix him up now since I have something else to deal with afterward." Minato raised a curious brow, wondering what Peter planned after this. "Is he leaving?" He exchanged a worried glance with Jiraiya. Without another word, Peter waved his hand again and conjured new spell circles, their characters intricate and glowing with a soft golden light. Jiraiya watched intently, recognizing the complexity and uniqueness of the symbols. As a seal master himself, he couldn't help but wonder if Peter was using some sort of advanced sealing technique. He made a mental note to ask Peter later if he would be willing to teach him. Fugaku watched Peter work with concern etched on his face, hoping that his son would be okay. Peter's spell circle sealed the chakra leak in Itake's body, the golden symbols wrapping around him gently before fading away. Then, Peter conjured another set of spell circles to heal the small amount of damage that Itake's lungs had taken over the years, making them perfectly healthy again. As the healing process completed, Itake coughed in his sleep, expelling a small bit of black blood. The sight shocked everyone present. Fugaku rushed to his son's side, cradling him as he turned to Peter, his voice frantic. "What happened? Is he okay?" Peter smiled reassuringly. "He's fine. That was just from years of small damage to his lungs. The leak is fixed, and his lungs are perfectly healthy now." Fugaku, overwhelmed with relief, held his son close, gratitude evident in his eyes. The surrounding Uchiha and other onlookers were equally awed and relieved by Peter's abilities. Minato and Jiraiya exchanged pleased smiles, happy to witness such a heartwarming and miraculous moment. With Itake's treatment complete, Peter spoke. "Let the boys rest for the night. But, inform them that they are to meet me here tomorrow morning after breakfast for training. I expect them here by 7 a.m. sharp. If they're late, I'll have to punish them." As he said the word punish, a sadistic smile appeared on his face, sending chills down the spines of every ninja in the area. Even Minato seemed a little scared as he glanced down at the kids, hoping they wouldn't be late. Fugaku nodded seriously. "I'll inform them as soon as they wake up and make sure they're here half an hour early." He gestured to the children, instructing the ninja to take them to his house for rest. Peter then turned to Minato. "Do you need anything more from me before I leave?" Minato asked worriedly. "You're leaving?" Peter nodded. "I have something to take care of, but it shouldn't take long. I'll be back tomorrow at the latest. I need to be here to start Shisui and Itake's torture." He paused, clearing his throat before correcting himself. "I mean, training." Minato, Jiraiya, and Fugaku couldn't help but pray for Itake and Shisui, knowing they would need all the luck they could get tomorrow. Before Peter could leave, Minato had one thing he needed him to do. Of course, Peter agreed and followed Minato and Jiraiya back to the Hokage Tower. As they walked, Minato introduced Peter to Jiraiya. Peter, this is Jiraiya, my sensei, one of the legendary Sunin. Peter nodded in greeting. Nice to meet you, Jiraiya. Jiraiya gave Peter a friendly smile. Nice to meet you too. Minato's told me a little bit about you. After some brief greetings, Jiraiya asked, so, where do you plan to go after this? Peter responded, I actually only came here to deal with someone. I never planned to stop in this village for long, but things went slightly off the rails, and now I'm here and have 2 new students to look after. Jiraiya smiled and said, I've found that life gets much more interesting when you step off the beaten path. Peter couldn't help but nodded in agreement as they entered the Hokage building. Minato asked, who do you have to deal with? To him, it seemed fairly certain that Peter planned to kill someone, which wasn't very surprising in their line of work, though he wondered who exactly his target was. Peter shrugged and said truthfully, I don't know yet. We'll see when I find them, I guess. This answer caused both Minato and Jiraiya to look at him in confusion. Jiraiya asked, you don't know who you're after? Peter shook his head. Nope. Jiraiya raised a brow and offered, well, if you need help tracking them down, you can always ask me. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I have quite the information network. I could tag along and help you find them, whoever they are? Peter replied, no, I can find them myself, though you're welcome to accompany me if you want. I don't mind having a companion for the trip. It should be short anyway. As they talked, they made their way through the Hokage building, descending into subterranean floors locked by seals that Minato had to open, guarded by silent Umbu guards. Jiraiya was about to reply, but Minato spoke first. I'm afraid Jiraiya is needed in the village. It's still very likely that other villages will try to start something upon hearing about what happened last night. We need all the military power we can get, at least until the situation cools down. Peter raised a brow. If you need help, then here. From his shadow, a stream of silhouettes rushed out, shooting across to Minato and melding into his shadow, disappearing from view. Minato and Jiraiya were shocked upon seeing the shadows. Jiraiya was especially taken aback as he recognized one specific shadow that looked a lot like Danzo. However, before he could question it, Minato spoke. What was that? He asked. Peter explained, I just gave you all of the resurrected root members, including Danzo. They'll follow your orders for the time being, as long as they aren't told to do anything against me, or my morals. Jiraiya looked between Minato and Peter, his expression one of confusion and curiosity. Wait, what's this about Root and Danzo? Minato gestured toward Peter. Peter killed Danzo and every Root member alongside the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha got involved when they learned that Danzo was hiding Sharingan eyes underneath his bandages. Apparently, he had been stealing them for years. He then resurrected Danzo and the Root members he killed with some sort of technique. Peter chimed in, I resurrected them as shadow servants. He revealed, though it didn't really explain much. Jiraiya seemed bewildered. You can revive the dead as shadow servants? That's incredible, and extremely frightening at the same time. Jiraiya couldn't say he was sad to hear that Danzo was dead, as he always hated that old mummy. Even for a pervert like him, who routinely peeps on women in the name of research, Danzo was considered a grade A creep. He just always rubbed him the wrong way, similar to Orochimaru but on a lesser scale. Jiraiya glanced at Minato before shrugging, if Minato is fine with it, then I won't make a fuss. It's not like Danzo is worth it anyway. Peter ignored Jiraiya's comment and finally asked, so, where exactly are we going? We've gone through so many checkpoints and just keep heading lower and lower. Minato opened one last seal, and they arrived at a prison hold. Inside, Obito lay unconscious, locked behind a cell reinforced with an impressive array of seals. Even Peter was impressed by the complexity and number of seals. Jiraiya whistled, awed by the intricate work. Nice job, Minato. Minato shook his head modestly. Kushina did most of the work. That makes sense. Jiraiya muttered, knowing that only an Uzumaki could craft something this impressive. Turning to Peter, Minato asked, can you secure our prisoner even more, as you offered earlier? Our seals are strong, but I'd feel safer with your help. Peter nodded. Sure. He walked over to the cell, examining it closely. As he did, Jiraiya turned to Minato. Who is the prisoner? Minato's face darkened. Obito. Jiraiya nodded for a moment before freezing, the name registering. Wait, you mean that Obito? I thought he was dead. Me too. Minato replied. As Minato began explaining in more detail what happened during the Ninetales attack, particularly Obito's role in it, Peter got to work enhancing the cell's security with his mystic arts. He waved his hands, conjuring dozens of spell circles at once. Some of these circles reinforced the seals that Minato and Kushina had already set up, while others added entirely new layers of security, incorporating protections that they hadn't thought of or didn't know existed in the first place. Peter paid special attention to creating barriers that would block out Zetsu, knowing that he would be Obito's only chance at escaping without a full-scale assault on the village. The intricate spell work glowed as it settled into place, weaving a nearly impenetrable net of mystical protections around the cell. Once the cell was secure, Peter didn't stop there. He directed several spell circles toward Obito's body, sealing his chakra and Sharingan eyes. While Minato and Kushina had already implemented such measures, Peter's seal was a second, even stronger layer. But most of all, it was impossible for anyone in this world to break without knowledge of the mystic arts, effectively rendering Obito helpless. With the final spell circle in place, Peter stepped back, surveying his work. The cell now shimmered with an ethereal golden glow, a testament to the formidable security measures in place. Minato and Jiraiya looked on in awe, still shocked by Peter's odd form of sealing. Peter turned to Minato, explaining, "I've reinforced the existing seals and added several new layers of security. I've also sealed Obito's chakra and Sharingan eyes with an additional layer of enchantments, making it impossible for anyone without knowledge of the mystic arts to break." Minato nodded appreciatively, taking in the enhanced security measures. "Thank you, Peter. It hasn't even been 24 hours since we met, and yet I already feel like I've come to rely on you a bit too much." Peter smiled. "I'm just glad I could help, but if that's all, I'll head out now." With a wave of his hand, he conjured a shimmering portal, its ethereal glow lighting up the underground chamber. Both Minato and Jiraiya stared in shock. Peter gestured to the portal and asked Jiraiya, "You coming or not?" Jiraiya looked at Minato, seeking permission. Minato shrugged, his expression indicating that it was up to him. Jiraiya smirked and turned to Peter. "I'm coming." Peter nodded and stepped through the portal, beckoning Jiraiya to follow. Jiraiya approached the portal, poking a finger through to test it before leaping through, feeling a rush of excitement. As he emerged on the other side, he found himself hundreds of miles outside the village, standing alongside Peter. The scenery had changed dramatically, leaving him wide-eyed in shock and awe, which seemed to become a regular thing around Peter. Allowing him to take it all in, Peter called back into the portal, "We'll be back soon," before the portal snapped closed behind them. Slowly getting over his shock, Jiraiya asked, "So, where are we headed exactly?" Peter looked around for a moment, activating the ability that death had given him. Sensing the direction that would lead him to his target, Peter started running. "This way. Follow me." Jiraiya, curious and excited, quickly followed Peter, eager to see more of his abilities. Back with Minato, Peter's voice echoed through the portal just before it snapped shut, waking Obito and causing him to stir. As he awoke, Obito groggily opened his eyes and groaned, his body aching from his fight with Minato. He glanced around the room, realizing he was in a prison cell. The seals covering the walls were intricately designed, making the cell seem almost impenetrable. His groan and movement caught Minato's attention, who silently watched him, unsure of what to say, a conflicted look on his face. As Obito took in his surroundings, the memories of his identity being revealed and his loss against his former teacher sank in. He scrambled to his feet, instantly attempting to escape using his Sharingan, but quickly realized that he couldn't sense his chakra, nor could he activate the power of his eyes. After some futile struggle, a voice broke through his thoughts, saying, "You won't be able to escape, Obito." Freezing at the familiar voice, Obito turned to see Minato, his former teacher, standing there, watching him with a sad, thoughtful frown on his lips. Obito grunted out, "Sensei." Meanwhile, Tsunade Senjo, a striking woman with long, blonde hair tied in a loose ponytails and a prominent diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, and her apprentice, Shizune, a dark-haired woman with a kind and earnest face, arrived at their meeting point, a hidden bunker door, which creepily swung open as they approached. Insert picture of Tsunade here. Insert picture of Shizune here. "L Lady Tsunade." Shizune muttered, fearfully grasping her master's sleeve. "Maybe we should just leave? You said it yourself, Orochimaru is nothing but bad news. For all we know, this could be a trap. We already traveled all this way. Let's just see what he has to say first. Besides, even if he's planning something, I'll just beat his **s. She countered, not nearly as frightened as her apprentice. Earlier that morning, as she was having her breakfast sake, Tsunade received an unexpected message from her former teammate, Orochimaru, who had surprisingly asked for her help. He even offered to pay off her gambling debts if she would assist him. Curious and a bit suspicious, as this was Orochimaru she was dealing with, Tsunade ultimately decided to meet with him. After all, her debts were monumental and she doubted Orochimaru held any bad intentions towards her, or at least she hoped he didn't. As they stood outside the open bunker door, waiting, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the doorway, a twisted yet welcoming smirk on his face. "Tsunade, how good of you to accept my invitation." Tsunade crossed her arms and eyed Orochimaru warily. "All right, Orochimaru, I'm here. What's this all about?" she demanded. "You need me to heal you or something? Don't tell me, did Sensei beat the **t out of you again?" Orochimaru's eye twitched ever so slightly, though he managed to keep himself under control as he replied. "Always so venomous, huh, princess? And here I thought I was supposed to be the snake in our group. Enough with the nonsense. What do you want?" Tsunade cut straight to business. "Let's discuss this inside, shall we?" Peter and Jiraiya traveled together, running at incredible speeds as they jumped from tree to tree, barely visible to the normal human eye. They passed a couple of travelers along the way, but the travelers didn't even notice them. Of course, Peter could open a portal to anywhere, but the tracker that Death gave him only worked as a pointer, not providing the exact location. Besides, today was a nice day, and he hadn't explored much of this world beyond the Leaf Village, so he didn't mind running. However, Jiraiya began to have trouble keeping up. His breath grew ragged, and he called out, "Hey, Peter, slow down a bit, will you?" Peter slowed his pace, allowing Jiraiya to catch up. They ran side by side as Jiraiya caught his breath. Once he did, Jiraiya asked, "Hey, how about we stop off at a nearby village? I need to do some research for my book." He pulled out a book and a pen, his face breaking out into a pervy smile. Peter scoffed, shaking his head. Sorry, but I'd rather not take any detours. I have to get back in time for Atake and Shisui's training. Maybe we can stop on the way back if we have time. Jiraiya looked disappointed as he put his book and pen away. Fine, but can't you tell me what or who it is you're looking for? Peter was about to reply when he sensed something ahead. He paused, stopping on a tree branch, his eyes turning to the horizon. Seeing him stop, Jiraiya landed on a branch in front of him, his expression turning serious. What's wrong? Peter said, follow me, and disappeared in a burst of speed. Jiraiya followed quickly, and less than a minute later they both landed in a tree at the edge of the forest. Jiraiya's eyes widened at the sight of thousands upon thousands of Iwagakure ninja marching toward the direction of the Leaf Village. Without hesitation, Jiraiya immediately summoned a small messenger toad, who appeared in a small puff of smoke. And before it could say a word, he instructed it to go to Konoha and warn the Hokage. But as the toad was about to rush off, Peter said, wait a moment. Jiraiya looked over at Peter, who had his eyes closed, standing there unmoving for a moment, like a sensor ninja scanning the area. What's the matter? Jiraiya asked. Peter replied, it's not just them. There are 3 other armies moving toward the Konoha as well. One from a desert, one from the ocean, and another from the mountains. Instantly, Jiraiya realized who these armies belonged to, Tsunagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumigakure. He raised a brow and asked, you can sense that? They must be thousands of miles away. Peter nodded. They seem to all be moving at a similar pace. Each army should arrive at your village by tomorrow morning, give or take a couple of hours. Eyes widening, Jiraiya realized the gravity of Peter's words. If these armies would arrive at the same time, that meant they were coordinating their attack. They were working together. How did they manage to band together so quickly? He wondered aloud. This wasn't the first time multiple villages had formed an alliance against Konoha. Such alliances had occurred many times over the years, but never with such speed. Typically, trust among ninja is hard-won, and forging these agreements requires significant time and effort. Yet, just one day after Konoha was attacked by the nine-tailed fox, the allied forces were already marching. Something felt off. Peter glanced over at the Iwagakure army, spotting the 3rd Succumbs, Oniki, floating alongside his troops. What caught his attention the most, however, was the paper-white figure walking beside Oniki, which appeared to be a Zetsu clone. Peter instantly realized what was happening. Madara, if he was still alive, and Zetsu, must have acted as intermediaries for each major village, coordinating the attack on Konoha. They likely saw an opportunity to retrieve Obito, and even if the allied villages lost, the chaos would serve as a sufficient distraction to break him out. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Peter turned to the toad Jiraiya had summoned. Go report everything to Minato, he instructed. The toad glanced over at Jiraiya for confirmation. Jiraiya nodded, and the toad disappeared in a cloud of smoke, vanishing to deliver the urgent message. Peter noticed the worried look on Jiraiya's face and said, you can go back to the village and help if you want. It's not like I need you here. Jiraiya frowned as he watched the ninja army march past them, headed toward Konoha, his home. On one hand, he wanted to use this opportunity to get to know Peter better, as the village knew almost nothing about him or where he came from. On the other hand, he couldn't sit back while his home was at risk. But if you want to tag along still, that's fine too, Peter added. We'll be back by tomorrow morning anyway, so you have nothing to worry about. It's up to you. Jiraiya's frown deepened in thought. How strong are those shadow things you gave to Minato? Peter smirked. More than strong enough. Jiraiya nodded, making his decision. Then I'll stay with you. But I'd appreciate it if we could make this as quick as possible. Peter nodded. Then you better keep up. He disappeared in a burst of speed, heading toward his destination and leaving the army of stone ninja behind. Jiraiya glanced back at the army headed towards his home, hesitating for a moment before following Peter, his mind made up. He would trust in Minato and the shadows, and see this through with Peter. Konoha. Seconds after Peter and Jiraiya left, Minato stood alone with Obito, who had just woken up in his cell. The silence between them was thick with tension. Minato's heart ached with a mix of anger and sadness as he stared at his former student, now a traitor. Why, Obito? Minato began, his voice filled with a mix of confusion and pain. Why would you betray the village? Why would you target my son and my wife? Where have you been all this time? Obito's gaze was cold and distant, his eyes refusing to meet Minato's. You wouldn't understand, he muttered. Try me, Minato pressed. I deserve to know why you did this. Why you turned your back on everything we believed in. Obito's jaw tightened, his silence speaking volumes. Minato's frustration grew. Answer me, Obito. Why did you do this? Obito's eyes flashed with anger. You let her die. Minato blinked, taken aback by the accusation. What do you mean? Who are you talking about? Obito's fury erupted. You really don't know? Have you already forgotten her? I guess she doesn't matter, right? Only your prized student Kakashi the murderer matters. Everyone else is just trash that you can throw away. Minato's eyes widened as realization struck him. Rin. You're talking about Rin. Yes, Rin. Obito shouted, his voice echoing in the cell. The one you failed to protect. The one you let die. You think you're such a great Hokage, such a perfect sensei, but you couldn't even keep her safe? She needed you and you weren't even there. Minato's heart pounded as memories of Rin flooded back. Obito, Rin's death was a tragedy. We didn't know what the enemy had planned. Kakashi did everything he could to save her. Save her. Obito spat, his voice dripping with venom. Kakashi killed her? He drove his Chidori right through her heart. And you weren't there. You should have been there. Minato's voice broke with emotion. I know, Obito. I know it was my failure. I should have been there to protect her, to protect all of you. But this path you've chosen, it's not what Rin would have wanted. How do you think she'd? Don't you dare speak for her. Obito roared. You know nothing about what she wanted. You weren't there when she needed you most. You failed her, Minato. Minato's shoulders sagged under the weight of Obito's words. I failed her, and I failed you. But this isn't the way, Obito. We can still make things right. Obito's laughter was hollow and bitter. Make things right? It's too late for that, sensei. The village you love so much will crumble to dust, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Before Minato could respond, suddenly, a toad appeared before him in a puff of smoke. Minato? Urgent news? All 4 major villages are marching toward Konoha. Lord Jiraiya believes they've allied together. Hearing the information, Obito couldn't help but laugh. Things aren't going so well for you lately, huh, sensei? Looks like your perfect village is about to face its end. Just as I said it would. Minato's expression hardened as he listened to the toad's message, the weight of the impending threat pressing down on him. Obito's eyes glinted with malice. Well, what are you waiting for? Run along, your precious village needs you, he said, laughing as Minato turned around and left. Meanwhile, Peter and Jiraiya, running much faster than before, arrived at their destination in about an hour. Before them stood a large underground bunker door, which was sealed tightly. Upon arrival, Jiraiya immediately collapsed onto the ground, exhausted from the speed they had traveled. He had done all he could to keep up with Peter, and now he was completely worn out. Meanwhile, Peter stood there perfectly fine, not a drop of sweat on his body, and not the least bit winded. Seeing Peter in such a state, Jiraiya looked up at him through ragged breaths. What kind of monster are you? Jiraiya was by no means out of shape. He was a cage-level ninja, his body in peak physical condition. Yet, he could barely keep up with Peter, and he had the impression that Peter was holding back as well. Peter shrugged. What? How am I a monster? You just need to stop lazing around and work on your cardio. Jiraiya scoffed as he stood up, his eyes landing on the bunker door in front of them. He hadn't noticed until now due to his exhaustion. Instantly, he got a bad feeling. You're not going after Orochimaru, are you? After all, his former teammate loved hidden bunker bases like this, so it was very likely that this was one of them. Of course, Danzo favored them as well, but he was dead now. Peter simply shrugged. I'm not sure. Why don't we go and find out? Walking up to the door, Peter held out his hand and flicked it with his pointer finger. Tink asterisk. Jiraiya watched in shock as hidden seals appeared and shattered alongside the metal door, which crumbled to the ground. Glancing back at Jiraiya, whose mouth hung wide open, Peter waved him over as he casually walked inside the dark entrance. Come on. Let's go. Jiraiya snapped out of his daze and followed, hoping that Peter wasn't going after Orochimaru. Despite his complex love-hate relationship with his traitorous teammate, he knew he couldn't shield Orochimaru from Peter even if he wanted to. No one could. Inside the bunker, Orochimaru and Tsunade were deep in conversation. Shizune stood loyally beside Tsunade, ready to fight their way out should the need arise. After all, Orochimaru couldn't be trusted. Orochimaru had just finished explaining why he had called her there. Tsunade looked at him like he was crazy. What the hell are you talking about? Did all those experiments finally cause your brain to malfunction? Orochimaru frowned in annoyance. It's true. I don't know what or who has entered our universe, but it's a grave threat. We need to contact Jiraiya. Boom, as he said the name Jiraiya, an explosion-like force rocked the bunker, causing alarms to blare. Orochimaru rushed to check the cameras and saw Jiraiya entering the bunker where the door once stood. Tsunade stepped up beside him, seeing Jiraiya as well. Oh great, the pervert's here too. Now you can explain to him how your brain is rotting into mush. Ignoring her, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed and his pulse quickened as he spotted Peter on a hallway camera, with Jiraiya trailing behind him. Did he bring someone here with him? He wondered, his eyes never leaving Peter's figure. Orochimaru didn't know if Peter was the one he was warned about, but if he was, then he needed to prepare. Turning to Tsunade, he said, go and bring Jiraiya and his guest here. I need to take care of something first. He then disappeared in a swirl of wind, leaving her there. Tsunade grumbled in annoyance as Shizune asked, what should we do? Tsunade shrugged. Let's go get the perv. The faster we can finish this, the better. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, Anko Mitarashi awakened to the sound of the alarms. Ugh. She groaned, a sharp pain in her neck where a tattoo-like seal could be seen. Peter and Jiraiya walked down a dark, narrow hall. It had been a minute since they entered the bunker. The dim lighting cast long shadows on the walls, and the silence was only broken by their footsteps echoing softly. As they walked deeper into the base, Jiraiya began to notice more and more similarities to the other bunkers his former teammate had used. Trailing behind Peter, Jiraiya couldn't help but chat nervously. So, what happens if Orochimaru is the person you're looking for? Then it's very likely that he'll die today. Peter replied. Jiraiya didn't know what to think about that. As they ventured deeper into the bunker, Jiraiya's mind raced. He felt conflicted, memories of his past with Orochimaru resurfacing. He remembered the good times, their days in the academy, training together as genin, and their missions as part of Team Hiruzen. But he also remembered the bad, Orochimaru's betrayal, his attempt to kill their sensei, the third Hokage, and the horrific human experiments he conducted on Konoha citizens. But despite everything, Jiraiya couldn't forget the young Orochimaru he had once called a friend. The genius boy who pushed him to be better, the teammate who had his back during their missions, and the person he had shared so many experiences with. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Jiraiya started trying to convince Peter not to kill Orochimaru. You know, Peter, he began, his voice almost pleading, Orochimaru may have done terrible things, but there was a time when he was good. He was a great shinobi, someone who cared about the village. Maybe there's still some good left in him. Maybe we can reason with him, bring him back. Peter listened silently, his expression unreadable. He knew there was a high likelihood he would have to kill Orochimaru, no matter what Jiraiya said. Of course, this depended on whether Orochimaru was truly the person he was searching for. Regardless, Peter allowed Jiraiya to continue, fully aware of the conflicting emotions his companion was grappling with. Jiraiya continued, his words becoming more earnest. I know it sounds naive, but if there's a chance, even a small one, that we can save him, shouldn't we try? Killing him would only end any possibility of redemption. And if you saw the Orochimaru I knew, the one who was once a friend, you'd understand why. As Jiraiya was talking, Peter suddenly stopped walking, staring into the darkness ahead. Jiraiya, not expecting him to stop, bumped into Peter before taking a step to the side and glancing at him. What's going on? What are you looking at? He followed Peter's gaze into the dark hall ahead. Seconds later, the sound of heels clicking along the hard floor echoed through the corridor, growing closer and closer. Two figures emerged from the shadows. At first, Jiraiya tensed, preparing to fight. But then his eyes widened in shock as he recognized Tsunade, another one of his wayward teammates, with her faithful student, Shizune, trailing behind her. T.S. Tsunade. Jiraiya stammered, bewildered. What are you doing here? Though he was surprised, he couldn't deny the relief and happiness he felt at seeing her. Tsunade frowned, her eyes narrowing. I could ask you the same thing, Jiraiya. Why are you here? As she spoke, realization dawned on Jiraiya. His eyes widened as it hit him. Tsunade was the person Peter was looking for. Without thinking, he jumped in front of her, screaming, Run, Tsunade. Acting on instinct, Jiraiya unleashed a powerful fire jutsu, spitting flames from his mouth like a dragon. The hall filled with a roaring fire, consuming Peter, who stood unbothered, his figure engulfed in the inferno. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock and confusion, as she was caught off guard by Jiraiya's sudden attack. Shizune stepped back, ready to defend her mentor if necessary. Seeing that Tsunade wasn't trying to run away, Jiraiya yelled, Tsunade, go, your life is in danger. Tsunade frowned, her confusion deepening. What are you talking about, Jiraiya? Why would my life be in danger? As they spoke, the flames began to die down, revealing Peter, untouched and unbothered by the heat. The flames seemed to have bent away from him, as if unwilling to make contact. Jiraiya, what are you doing? Tsunade shouted, trying to make sense of the situation. Didn't you come here with him? She gestures to Peter, not seeing him as a threat. Princess, you need to listen to me. As the two began to argue among themselves, Peter just stood there, staring forward. He was truthfully a little shell-shocked. Peter had watched Naruto before, but no character had made an impression on him like Tsunade. In fact, it was her character that had given him his very first erection. And on that day he realized that girls might not be so bad, no longer seeing them as cootie-riddled germs. So, as Jiraiya and Tsunade continued to bicker about the situation, Peter's eyes remained glued to Tsunade, specifically her breasts. Peter couldn't believe he was standing in front of his first crush, even if she had been just a character on a screen back then. The surreal nature of the moment left him momentarily speechless, his mind racing as he repeated, I'm a married man. I'm a married man. I'm a married man. Jiraiya pointed to Peter, who was still staring at Tsunade's chest. If you don't run, you're going to get killed. I can't protect you. You need to leave now. I'll buy you some time while I can. Tsunade scoffed. How the hell is that guy supposed to kill me? Jiraiya's expression remained deadly serious. I'm not joking, Tsunade. Go now before it's too late. His seriousness confused Tsunade, making her begin to take the situation more seriously. She glanced back at Peter, who seemed to snap out of his thoughts. Scratching the back of his head, Peter said, I think there may be a... But as he spoke, Jiraiya disappeared from where he stood and appeared in front of Peter, his fist wound back as he lunged forward, swinging at Peter's face. Misunderstanding, Peter finished as he casually swatted Jiraiya's fist away before using his other hand to slap him across the face. The force sent Jiraiya crashing into the wall, breaking through it and several other obstacles before finally coming to a stop, his body buried under a pile of rubble. Tsunade's eyes widened in horror as she screamed, Jiraiya. She turned to Peter, her stance shifting into a fighting position, her expression now much more serious than before. Tsunade and Shizune stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Tsunade's initial confidence wavered as she realized that Peter might actually be a threat. Peter turned back to Tsunade, his expression calm. As I was saying, I think there may be a misunderstanding. Without taking her eyes off Peter, Tsunade ordered, Shizune, check on Jiraiya. Now. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizune nodded and rushed off to do as she was told, her worry evident in her eyes. Peter watched her go, then said, he'll be fine. I only slapped him a little bit. He shrugged, adding, Besides, this is all a big misunderstanding. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. So you aren't here to kill me? Peter shook his head. No, Jiraiya is just an idiot. Seeing Tsunade calm down ever so slightly, he pointed behind her. I'm here to kill the snake hiding in the shadows behind you. Instantly, Tsunade turned around as a dark, sinister laughter filled the air. Orochimaru stepped out of the shadows, holding an ominous-looking demon mask in his hands. Ah, Tsunade, Orochimaru greeted, his voice dripping with malice. It seems Jiraiya brought along quite the dangerous guest. As Orochimaru appeared, Peter noticed that the arrow he was following locked right on him before blinking, as if confirming that this was indeed who he was looking for. Next, Peter's eyes were drawn to the mask in Orochimaru's hands. It was a white mask of a smiling demon with razor-sharp teeth and 2 long horns on its head. Insert picture of Shinigami mask here. Peter recalled that it was the Shinigami mask from the show, which allowed the wearer to summon and control the Shinigami of this world. Instantly, Peter realized that the mask was most likely what made Orochimaru a successor of Death. Death must have left the mask here for a potential successor to find. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with dark satisfaction as he held the mask up, his sinister smile widening. Ah, so you've come for this, haven't you? He said, his voice a menacing purr. Peter shook his head. No, I'm only here to kill you. However, I might be willing to spare your life if you renounce your position as Death's successor. Orochimaru's eyes widened as the realization hit him. His gaze shifted to Peter's hand, where a laughing skull tattoo was visible, the same tattoo that Orochimaru had on his chest. The earlier message wasn't just a warning of someone invading his universe, it was alerting him to the arrival of a competitor. Peter continued, normally, I'd have no problem killing someone like you, but Jiraiya might get a little weepy if I do, so I'm offering you one chance. Follow my terms, and you live. Orochimaru's expression grew serious as he weighed Peter's ultimatum. Confused, Tsunade asked, what's happening? What the hell is a Death's successor? Orochimaru smirked and pointed at Peter, expertly changing the subject. He's the one I warned you about. He's not from our universe. Tsunade turned to Peter, silently asking if it was true. Peter nodded, shrugging. He's right. I'm not from around here. Then he looked at Orochimaru. But how did you know I was here in the first place? Did he warn you? Did who warn him? Jiraiya's voice cut through the tension, and everyone turned to see him standing beside Shizun, his face swollen from Peter's powerful slap. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. That's not important. What's important is that we need to work together to kill him. He pointed at Peter. Jiraiya frowned. Why? Just do what he said and he won't kill you. Orochimaru's smirk grew. Because, Jiraiya, he's a threat to us all. You heard him. He's here to kill me, but who's to say he won't come after you next? Or Tsunade. Tsunade crossed her arms, skeptical. And why should we believe anything you say, Orochimaru? You've lied to us countless times before. Orochimaru's expression turned serious. This isn't just about me. This is about protecting our world. He's an outsider with unknown intentions and abilities. Do you really trust him more than you trust me? Peter sighed, shaking his head. You're really laying it on thick, aren't you? Ignoring Peter, Orochimaru continued, his voice urgent. Think about it, Tsunade, Jiraiya. We need to put our differences aside and fight together. For the sake of our world. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged uncertain glances. Peter sighed. Hurry up and make your decisions. I need to be back in Konoha by the morning. If you're going to help Orochimaru, decide now. But it doesn't matter. With or without your help, Orochimaru will die. The confidence and calm demeanor of Peter seemed to piss off Tsunade. She felt like she was being looked down on. Originally, she hadn't planned on helping Orochimaru, as she didn't expect to be fighting anyone when she came here. But now, she felt the itch to pound Peter's face into the ground. Stepping up beside Orochimaru, Tsunade said, I'll help, but you have to pay my debts as you promised. Seeing this, Jiraiya freaked out. Tsunade, take it back? Get away from Orochimaru. You don't understand how strong Peter is. Humph. Tsunade looked away, her arms crossed under her breasts, unmoving. Orochimaru smiled, chuckling darkly as he turned to Jiraiya. I don't think she's going to change her mind. But if you want to protect your precious princess, then stand with us. It's been so long since the legendary Sun and fought together, hasn't it? With an extreme amount of reluctance, Jiraiya stepped up beside Tsunade, only joining to protect her. I don't like this, he muttered, his eyes fixed on Peter. But if it means keeping Tsunade safe, I'll do it. Peter watched the trio, unfazed. All right then, he said, his tone calm but resolute as his gaze locked onto Orochimaru. Just to be clear, you're refusing my kind offer, right? Orochimaru started to speak. Yes. Before the snake Sunin could say anything else, Peter appeared in front of him in an instant, moving far faster than Orochimaru could see or react to. Peter raised his leg and delivered a powerful Spartan kick square to Orochimaru's face, launching him backward as a small shockwave from the impact filled the hall. Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyes widened in shock, their minds barely processing Peter's sudden and brutal attack. They hadn't even noticed Peter's movement until they heard the sickening sound of Orochimaru's nose breaking. Peter's kick sent Orochimaru flying down the hall, the sheer speed and force of the blow leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade in stunned silence. They watched in shock as Peter casually turned to them, waving his hands in front of their faces. Hello. Peter taunted, a mocking smile on his face. Is anyone in there? Snapping out of their shock, both Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately jumped back, putting some distance between themselves and Peter. But before they could even catch their breath, Peter appeared behind them, his movements a blur. Going somewhere, he sneered, slamming both palms into their backs with a resounding impact. Ugh! Grunting in pain, Jiraiya and Tsunade were sent flying in the opposite direction, crashing into the walls of the hallway. Before they could recover, suddenly, Orochimaru reappeared behind Peter, his jaw unhinging like a snake as he bared his fangs, attempting to bite Peter's exposed neck. But just as he was centimeters away, Peter turned and grabbed him by the neck with lightning speed. Were you really just going to bite me? Peter muttered in disgust. Dude, that's so gross. In response, Orochimaru's snake-like tongue shot out of his mouth like a hidden dagger aimed directly at Peter's face. Raising a brow, Peter tilted his head to the side, easily dodging the tongue attack. Here, go visit your friends. With a casual flick of his wrist, Peter tossed Orochimaru into the air and windmill kicked him down the hall. Orochimaru's body hurtled towards Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were rushing back, only to be hit by Orochimaru's incoming body, sending all three of them sprawling. Peter's taunting smirk never left his face as he approached the trio. Come on, is this really the best the legendary Sunin can do? Tsunade, enraged by Peter's taunts, charged at him with a feral scream, her fist cocked back and glowing with chakra. But just as she was about to land her punch, Peter sidestepped effortlessly, grabbing her arm and flipping her over his shoulder, slamming her into the ground with a bone-jarring thud. Too slow, he mocked, watching as she struggled to get up. You're the weakest of the group, aren't you? What a pity. Jiraiya, focusing on protecting Tsunade, exclaimed, Gameuden, spewing a stream of toad oil toward Peter. The sticky substance aimed to slow him down, giving them a moment to regroup. Peter dodged the stream with a casual leap, landing gracefully behind Jiraiya. Nice try, he said, delivering a swift kick to Jiraiya's back, sending him crashing into the ground beside Tsunade, stuck in his own toad oil. As Jiraiya and Tsunade tried to regain their footing, Orochimaru, ever the opportunist, attempted to escape by melding into the shadows. But Peter was faster. In an instant, he was beside Orochimaru, yanking him out of the darkness by his hair. Where do you think you're going? Peter asked, his grip tightening painfully. Orochimaru hissed, his eyes burning with hatred. You insolent wretch. Peter just chuckled, throwing Orochimaru back towards Jiraiya and Tsunade. You're not getting away that easily. Realizing they were outmatched, the three Sunin shared a brief, wordless look. They knew they had to resort to their strongest summons. With a nod, they bit their thumbs, drawing blood, and slammed their hands onto the ground. Kukiyos no Jutsu, they shouted in unison. In a massive cloud of smoke, the three legendary summons emerged, obliterating the bunker base in an instant. From outside, it looked like an explosion as the colossal creatures ripped through the ground and surrounded Peter, who stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. Manda, the colossal serpent, loomed menacingly. Katsuyo, the giant slug, towered protectively over the battlefield. Gamabunta, the gigantic toad, landed with a thud, his pipe clamped between his teeth. On each of their heads stood one of the three Sunin. Peter watched the massive creatures materialize with mild amusement. Impressive, he said, clapping slowly. But it won't make a difference. Manda hissed, lunging at Peter with lightning speed, its jaws wide open. Peter dodged effortlessly, his movements a blur. He landed on Manda's head, driving his fist into the serpent's skull with such force that it sent shockwaves through the ground. Katsuyo, in an attempt to protect Tsunade, unleashed a torrent of acidic slime towards Peter. He merely waved his hand, creating a barrier that deflected the attack. The acid splattered harmlessly to the sides, sizzling against the floor. Gamabunta, brandishing his giant blade, swung at Peter with all his might. Peter jumped, landing on the blade and running up it with incredible speed. He reached Gamabunta's face, delivering a powerful kick that sent the giant toad reeling. Tsunade, seizing the moment, rushed at Peter, her fists glowing with chakra. She aimed a powerful punch at his chest, but Peter caught her fist midair, stopping her attack dead in its tracks. Nice try, he said, tossing her aside. Jiraiya, determined to protect Tsunade, launched himself at Peter with a Raisnon in hand. But Peter sidestepped, grabbing Jiraiya's wrist and redirecting the Raisnon into the ground, creating a massive crater. Peter's taunting smile never wavered. Is this really all you've got? Orochimaru, now desperate, attempted to summon more serpents to bind Peter. But Peter moved too quickly, slicing through the summoned snakes with ease. Pathetic, he sneered. As the battle raged on, Orochimaru, desperate, raised the demon mask to his face, ready to finally put it on. He had hoped he wouldn't have to use it, but it appeared like there was no other choice. I'll need to switch to a new body after this. Though before he could don the mask, Peter appeared in front of him and snatched it out of his hands. You know, Peter said, holding the mask up and examining it, you probably should have put this on earlier. I mean, I would have to be beyond brain dead to let you use this to power up or summon some devil, or whatever this thing does. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock and frustration as he lunged to reclaim the mask, shouting, that doesn't belong to you. However, Peter effortlessly backhanded him aside, launching him backward. Nah, I think I'll keep it. With a smirk, Peter stored the mask away in his storage necklace for later examination. Realizing they were outmatched even with their summons, and now deprived of Orochimaru's trump card, the Sunin regrouped, panting and bruised. Peter stood before them, completely unharmed, his expression a blend of boredom and annoyance. This is getting tiresome, Peter said. You've had your fun. Now, it's time to end this. The Sunin prepared for one last stand, determined to fight until the end. But deep down, they knew they were no match for Peter. The gap in power was simply too great. Peter sighed, his patience wearing thin. Any last words? Tsunade, her pride wounded, glared at Peter. Don't underestimate us, she spat, her resolve unwavering. Jiraiya, bruised and battered, stood protectively in front of Tsunade. We won't go down without a fight, he declared, his voice steady despite the pain. Orochimaru, still seething with rage, hissed, when this is over, I'll make you my newest lab rat. You'll beg for death by the time I'm done with you. Not the best final words, but whatever. I'll take it. Peter simply shook his head and vanished, reappearing behind Orochimaru in an instant, catching everyone off guard. In one swift motion, he bisected Orochimaru with his bare hand, the snake Sunin's body collapsing to the ground in 2 pieces. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood there, frozen in shock, horror, and a mix of anger and sadness. Orochimaru, Jiraiya shouted, his voice tinged with anguish. Despite everything, Orochimaru had once been their friend and teammate. Seeing him killed so brutally struck a chord deep within them. Tsunade's eyes widened, her hands trembling with a mix of rage and sorrow. "You be *****, she screamed, turning her furious gaze on Peter. How could you? Before she could finish, Jiraiya placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down. But the grief and anger were too much. They began to mourn Orochimaru's death, their emotions raw and unfiltered. As they were about to lash out at Peter, blaming him for Orochimaru's death, a tiny, almost unnoticeable white snake slithered out of Orochimaru's body. Using the rubble and grass as cover, it tried to sneak away. Peter, however, appeared in front of its path and picked it up, holding it firmly so it couldn't bite him. He looked at the snake, a smirk playing on his lips. Did you think I wouldn't notice you trying to sneak off, Orochimaru? Hearing Peter call the snake Orochimaru, a spark of hope flickered in Jiraiya and Tsunade's eyes. Maybe their former teammate was still alive. But Peter crushed that hope as he crushed the snake in his hands with a simple squeeze of his fingers, killing it instantly. Yeah, not gonna happen. He tossed the lifeless body aside, his expression indifferent. No, Tsunade screamed, her grief turning into rage. Incensed, both Jiraiya and Tsunade launched themselves at Peter, one coming from the front and the other from the back. Their movements were fueled by a mix of anger, sorrow, and desperation. But Peter simply disappeared just as they collided, making them hit one another instead. The impact sent them both sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain and frustration. Peter reappeared a few feet away, watching them with a mixture of pity and disdain. I told you, he said calmly. Orochimaru was going to die, no matter what you did. Jiraiya, his body aching, struggled to his feet, his eyes blazing with anger. You didn't have to kill him like that, he spat. He was our friend, damn it. Peter nodded. And I'm sorry for your loss. Tsunade, her fists clenched, stood up beside Jiraiya. We won't forgive you for this, she snarled, her voice trembling with rage. Peter sighed, shaking his head. You can try to fight me all you want, but it won't change anything. Orochimaru is dead, and there's nothing you can do about it. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged a glance, silently questioning whether they should continue the fight. But before they could decide, a voice called out, Lady Tsunade, are you alright? Shizun came rushing over, having just freed herself from the rubble, her face etched with frenzied worry. She immediately began examining her sensei, her palm glowing as she healed Tsunade's wounds. Letting out a sigh, Peter raised both of his hands. Okay, he said, his voice firm. This fight is over. Let's call it here before someone gets hurt. Jiraiya and Tsunade hesitated, unsure of what to do. They knew they couldn't defeat Peter, but they felt like they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Seeing their reluctance, Peter sighed. Look, I didn't come here to fight you two. My target was Orochimaru, and now that he's dead, there's no reason for us to keep fighting. Tsunade glared at him, her eyes filled with suspicion. And we're just supposed to believe you. Peter nodded. Yes. I have no quarrel with either of you. So let's end this here. Just as Peter was about to walk away, he paused, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the small snake he had killed moments earlier. Is he still not dead? He asked himself, confused as he sensed Orochimaru's soul lingering there. Instead of disappearing as it was supposed to, the soul flew down into the rubble, back inside the mostly destroyed base. Confused, Peter followed the soul without a word, leaving Shizun, Jiraiya, and Tsunade baffled. Where are you going? Jiraiya called after him, but Peter didn't respond, his focus solely on tracking the soul. Navigating through the underground base, Peter followed Orochimaru's soul, which swiftly found its target, the teenage Anko Midarashi, who bore a seal on her neck. Anko had packed her bag and was running for the exit on the other side of the base. Betrayed by her sensei, Orochimaru, she saw the ongoing battle as the perfect opportunity to escape and report everything to the Leaf Village. I can't hear them fighting anymore. She glanced back before quickening her pace. I need to hurry. But before she could step out of the exit, Orochimaru's soul shot into the seal on her neck, entering her body. Peter arrived just as the soul invaded her, watching curiously as Anko suddenly collapsed to the floor. Seconds later, Anko's body began to move, awkwardly picking itself up as a mad cackle escaped her lips. Haha, I'm alive. He really is a body snatcher, huh? Peter immediately realized what happened. Orochimaru, now in control of Anko's body, smirked and straightened his clothes, ready to escape. But suddenly, he He froze, eyes widening as he glanced back to see Peter standing directly behind him, waving. Yo! Just then, Jiraiya, Shizune, and Tsunade arrived, their eyes widening in surprise and alarm. Knowing he couldn't escape, Orochimaru smirked, his voice a sinister hiss. If you kill me again, I'll take this girl with me. I'll even eradicate her soul if I have to, he warned, causing both Tsunade and Jiraiya to tense with worry. Peter, however, didn't look too concerned. He simply sighed and turned to the Sunin beside him. See? This is the guy you two were crying over just a minute ago. Still think I should spare him now? Tsunade and Jiraiya frowned and looked away, no longer having the will to defend their former teammate. That's what I thought. Peter scoffed as he turned his gaze back to Orochimaru, who had somehow pulled out a knife and held it to Anko's throat, making his intentions clear. Peter sighed again. All right, I think this has gone on long enough. With a snap of his fingers, shadowy hands sprang up from the floor, binding Anko's body and preventing Orochimaru from slitting her throat. Peter walked over slowly as Orochimaru frantically shouted, "Stay away. I'll do it. I'll burn her soul into smoke." But Peter didn't listen. He stopped directly in front of Orochimaru, staring him in the eye before pointing a finger at him and uttering, "Avada Kedavra." Anko's eyes widened in horror as a sickly green lightning shot from Peter's finger and struck her, eradicating Orochimaru's soul and causing her body to collapse like a puppet with its strings cut. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood there, stunned and silent, processing the finality of what had just happened. Orochimaru was truly gone this time. Peter turned to them, his expression calm but firm. There, it's done. Now, one of you pick her up, and let's get back to Konoha. We have more pressing matters to attend to. The morning sun barely peeked over the horizon, casting long shadows over the Leaf Village. Despite the early hour, the village was alive with activity, a stark contrast to the usual serene mornings. The air buzzed with tension as everyone prepared for the impending attack from the allied forces of Iwagakuer, Kumagakuer, Kirigakuer, and Tsunagakuer. Ninja mobilized in every corner, gathering their gear and taking their assigned positions. Teams of shinobi darted across rooftops, relaying messages and coordinating strategies. The village's elite Umbu squads were on high alert, their masked faces revealing nothing of the anxiety they felt. In the heart of the village, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, stood on a high platform overlooking the main square. His presence was a beacon of calm and determination. Clad in his signature white cloak adorned with flames, he exuded an aura of unwavering confidence. His piercing blue eyes scanned the bustling activity below, taking in every detail. "Kushina, have you secured the evacuation routes?" Minato asked, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. Kushina Uzumaki, his wife, and the village's powerful Kunoichi, nodded firmly. "Yes, Minato. The civilians are being moved to the underground shelters. Our seals are in place to reinforce the barriers. They'll be safe there." Minato placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Good. And Naruto?" he asked. Kushina smiled sadly. "Don't worry, he's with Mikoto. She took him and her children to evacuate." Though her heart ached to be with her child, Kushina knew she was one of the strongest ninja in the village. She needed to be here to give them a fighting chance against the incoming army. The battlefield was no place for a newborn, after all. As Minato turned back to the crowd, he saw Kakashi Hatake, his student and one of the village's most skilled jonin, directing a squad of ninja. Kakashi's face was hidden behind his mask as usual, but his visible eye conveyed a seriousness that was rare even for him. "Kakashi," Minato called out, beckoning him over. Kakashi jogged up to the platform, his posture straight and ready. "Yes, Lord Hokage. Go to the evacuation zone and find Mikoto Uchiha. She has my son with her. Protect him," Minato instructed, noticing the reluctant look on his student's face. "Please, Kakashi. I know you want to help, but you and Naruto are all we have left. Please, just look after him for us. Please, Kakashi." Kushina added, guilting him even more. Kakashi hesitantly nodded. Understood. Though Kakashi wanted to stay and fight alongside his sensei, he understood how worried and anxious Minato and Kushina must be without Naruto nearby. As Kakashi left to carry out his orders, Minato turned his attention to the village's gates. He could see Shikaka Nara, the head of the Nara clan and the village's chief strategist, deep in conversation with several other clan leaders. They were discussing battle strategies, their expressions grim but determined. Minato made his way over to them. "Shikaku, what's the status of our defenses?" Shikaku looked up, his sharp mind already anticipating the Hokage's questions. "We've fortified the outer walls and placed seals in strategic locations. We've also set up multiple layers of defense within the village. If the enemy breaches the outer perimeter, they'll be met with heavy resistance." Minato nodded, satisfied with the preparations. "Excellent work, Shikaku. We need to be ready for anything. The enemy is strong and well coordinated, but we can't let them overpower us." As Minato continued his rounds, he saw the Yamanaka, Akimichi, Uchiha, Hyuga, and many other clans all preparing for battle. Their members were sharpening weapons, setting up medical stations, and reinforcing barriers. The entire village was united, ready to defend their home at any cost. A sudden hush fell over the crowd as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, approached. Much of his body was covered in bandages, a testament to the brutal beatdown Kushina had given him. But, despite his injuries, a determined look etched across his face conveyed his unwavering resolve. As Hiruzen walked towards the main platform, Kushina's eyes met his for a brief moment. The tension between them was palpable, a silent conflict that everyone could feel. Kushina's frown deepened before she turned away, refusing to even glance in his direction again. She felt no guilt for his current condition either, nor should she. Hiruzen sighed, his expression filled with a mixture of sadness and resignation. He tore his gaze from Kushina and directed his attention to Minato. With a bow of his head, he addressed the fourth Hokage. Lord Hokage, I report for duty. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. None of them had ever seen the third Hokage bow his head before. The gesture carried weight, signaling the severity of the situation. Minato frowned, concern evident in his eyes. Hiruzen, you should return to the hospital. You won't be any help in your current condition. You need to rest and heal first. But Hiruzen remained steadfast, keeping his head bowed. I am here to assist in the defense of our village. This is my home, and I will not stand idly by while it is threatened. Please, Lord Hokage, accept my help. Minato's frown deepened as he looked at the elder Hokage, feeling his determination. He knew that Hiruzen wouldn't take no for an answer. Fine, he conceded, but you will take a position in the rear lines. Your guidance and experience will be invaluable there. Hiruzen lifted his head, a blend of gratitude and determination in his eyes. Thank you, Minato, he said with a smile, glancing over at Kushina, who still wouldn't meet his gaze. The third Hokage's presence, despite his injuries, seemed to bolster the morale of those around him. The villagers and ninja alike felt a renewed sense of unity and strength. The sight of their former leader, battered but unbroken, was a powerful reminder of the will of fire that burned within each of them. Minato turned back to the gathered ninja, his voice ringing out with authority. Our village stands united. We will defend our home, our families, and our future. Prepare yourselves. This battle will not be easy, but we will stand strong together. A collective cheer rose from the crowd, their voices filled with determination and resolve. The Leaf Village was ready. Soon enough, the army of Konoha took their positions at the village's outer wall, a formidable barrier that stood as the first line of defense against the approaching allied forces. Shinobi of all ranks, from genin to jonin, lined the wall, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the enemy. The tension was palpable, a mix of fear and determination settling over the defenders. Minato stood at the forefront, his gaze steady and unyielding. Beside him were Kushina, Fugaku, the many clan leaders, and other high-level ninja, their faces reflecting a blend of readiness and anticipation. Hiruzen had taken his position as well, directing the rear lines with Shikaku. As they waited, a common thought ran through everyone's mind. Where was Peter? The mysterious and powerful ally had proven his strength and was said to be on his way. His presence would undoubtedly turn the tide of the battle in their favor, that is, if he actually shows up. Fugaku glanced at Minato, his expression one of concern. Do you think he'll make it back in time? Minato nodded, though there was a hint of worry in his eyes. I believe he will. We have to trust that he knows the urgency of the situation. Kushina, her gaze trailing off into the distance, added, he'll be here. We just need to hold our ground until then. The defenders of Konoha maintained their vigilance, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The first rays of dawn began to break, casting a golden hue over the landscape. The calm before the storm was almost surreal, a fleeting moment of peace before the impending clash of forces. As the minutes ticked by, the tension grew. The sound of marching footsteps began to echo in the distance, a rhythmic thud that signaled the approach of the allied army. The defenders tensed, their grips tightening on their weapons. Minato raised a hand, signaling his troops to ready themselves. Hold your positions. Stay strong. Less than a minute later, the allied forces of Uegakuer, Kumigakuer, Kirigakuer, and Tsunagakuer appeared on the horizon, a vast sea of shinobi marching in unison, their banners fluttering in the wind. Fugaku, his Sharingan eyes activated, scanned the approaching army. For an allied army, each village sure brought a lot of ninja. They must really want to get rid of us. The allied armies arrived in a formidable display of power. The Kaze Cage, Raza, stood at the forefront of his Tsunagakuer troops, his red hair and piercing eyes reflecting the harsh desert sun. Insert picture of Raza here. The Konoha shinobi braced themselves, their resolve unwavering. They were prepared to defend their village, no matter the cost. The allied armies arrived in a formidable display of power. The Kaze Cage, Raza, stood at the forefront of his Tsunagakuer troops, his red hair and piercing eyes reflecting the harsh desert sun. Insert picture of Raza here. The Mizu Cage, Genjutsu Hojiki, with a stern expression, led the Kirigakuer forces, their blue and gray uniforms blending seamlessly with the mist they often fought within. Insert picture of Genjutsu Hojiki here. The Reikage, a towering figure of strength and resolve, commanded the Kumigakuer army, their presence as imposing as a thunderstorm. Standing beside the Reikage was his younger brother, Killer B, often referred to simply as B. Insert picture of A and B here. Lastly, the Tsuchikage, Oniki, floated above his Uegakuer soldiers, his eyes sharp and calculating. Insert picture of Oniki here. The four cages gathered at the front of their respective armies, staring up at Minato and the injured Hiruzen who stood at the top of the village's wall. The air was thick with tension as the leaders of the allied forces assessed the situation. They had come here with a singular purpose, to finish off the Leaf Village, weakened by the recent Ninetales attack. Raza, the Kaze Cage, was the first to speak, his voice carrying across the battlefield. Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage. It seems Konoha has seen better days. Minato's expression remained stoic as he replied, Kaze Cage, Mizu Cage, Reikage, Tsuchikage. What brings you here today? I think you know why we're here. The Mizukage stepped forward, his gaze icy. We heard what happened with the Ninetales, so we came to bring aid to our tree-hugging friends of the Leaf Village, he said, his tone razor-sharp. The Rakage, crossed his massive arms over his chest, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Seeing the state of the third Hokage, I'd say we made the right decision. He looked directly at Hiruzen, who stood beside Minato despite being told to stay back. Feeling tired up there, old man? Hiruzen, despite his injuries, straightened his posture and met the Rakage's gaze with unwavering determination. Do not underestimate the strength of our village. We will defend our home with everything we have. Oniki floated a little higher, his expression one of amused contempt. Your bravado is commendable, but foolish. You're outnumbered and weakened. This will be over quickly. Minato's eyes flickered with a hint of concern, but his voice remained firm. We are prepared to defend our village, no matter the odds. You may have come here thinking you would find us broken, but you will find us stronger than ever. The allied cages exchanged glances, their confidence unshaken. They had expected to find a weakened and vulnerable Konoha, and the sight of the injured Hiruzen confirmed their beliefs. They were ready to launch their assault and crush the Leaf Village once and for all. As both sides stared each other down, a sudden slurping noise drew everyone's attention. The unexpected sound echoed across the tense battlefield, causing all eyes to turn in that direction. There, Peter sat on the wall, casually holding a bowl of ramen as he slurped the noodles like a vacuum. Peter gave them a sheepish look, his mouth full of noodles. Oh, sorry. Did I ruin the moment? He asked, swallowing his food. Just pretend I'm not here. Continue with your taunting and insults. Don't mind me. The allied cages stared in disbelief as Peter went back to eating his ramen, the slurping sounds continuing unabated. Don't mind me. The allied cages stared in disbelief as Peter went back to eating his ramen, the slurping sounds continuing unabated. Beside him stood Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune, who was holding a sleeping Anko. Zzz. Is that Lord Orochimaru's student? Whispers filled the Konoha side, noticing the student of the traitor who fled their village. Tsunade crossed her arms and glanced around the village, her expression one of irritation. Why did I have to come back here? I never wanted to return, she grumbled, clearly unhappy as she gestured to Peter. Besides, can he deal with all this? Jiraiya sighed, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We needed your help, Tsunade. Besides, it's not all bad being back, right? Tsunade shot him a withering look. Speak for yourself, perv. I left for a reason. Shizune, holding Anko gently, looked around at the familiar surroundings, a mixture of nostalgia and concern in her eyes. We're here now, Lady Tsunade. We have to do what we can to protect the village. Peter, still munching on his ramen, glanced down at the gathered armies. Well, this should be interesting. The allied cages, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of Peter and his companions, quickly refocused. The Kaze cage, Raza, narrowed his eyes. Who is this fool? The Rakage, clenched his fists, his temper flaring. Enough of this nonsense. We came here to crush Konoha, not to watch some idiot eat ramen. Peter raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with amusement. Idiot, huh? That's not very nice. He paused mid-bite, pointing his chopsticks at A. Everyone watched in surprise as white energy gathered at the tips of the wood and shot toward him. The Rakage's size widened as lightning covered his body, enhancing his speed. But, unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Ugh, he grunted as the energy struck his forehead, sending him flying back into the army behind him, knocking down many of his own soldiers. B exclaimed as he rushed over to his brother. The allied army and their leaders turned, beginning to take Peter's presence much more seriously. Slurp, Peter finished off his ramen, drinking the last of the broth before setting the bowl down beside him. Glancing down, he noticed that despite his earlier instructions to ignore him, all eyes remained warily fixed on him. The tension in the air was palpable. Sighing, Peter decided to just get involved. He stood up, brushing off his clothes. All right, seems like I'm the center of attention now. With a casual hop, he jumped down from the wall, landing gracefully in front of the allied armies. His sudden movement caused the assembled forces to tense, their hands gripping weapons and their eyes watching for a possible attack. But Peter simply stood there, calm and unthreatening. The silence stretched for a moment, heavy with anticipation. Then, breaking the tension, B and a slightly injured A leapt out from the crowd, their combined assault aimed directly at Peter. Peter's eyes narrowed as he watched them approach. B's fists were wrapped in a shroud of lightning, his speed blinding as he aimed a punch at Peter's head. At the same time, A charged with his body encased in a cloak of lightning, his fist drawn back for a powerful strike. Just as B's fist was about to connect, Peter sidestepped, his movement a blur. He grabbed B's wrist, twisting it behind his back with a quick, painful motion that forced the Rakage's brother to his knees. Arg. B grunted in pain, trying to wriggle free, but Peter's grip was ironclad. A's fist came crashing down next, but Peter released B and spun around, catching A's punch with his open palm. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, but Peter remained unshaken. Nice try, Peter said, his voice calm. He tightened his grip on A's fist before launching him into the air with a powerful kick to the gut. A's body soared into the sky, crashing into the forest with a thunderous impact. Bro, B shouted, his voice filled with concern for his brother. He tried to stand, but Peter grabbed him by the collar and effortlessly tossed him after a bee's body collided with the trees, the sound of breaking wood echoing through the forest. Peter dusted off his hands, turning his attention back to the assembled armies. Now, where were we? The allied forces stared in disbelief, their confidence shaken by how easily Peter had dealt with two of their strongest warriors. Minato and the other Konoha ninja watched from the wall, a mixture of awe and relief washing over them. Peter had just demonstrated the level of power that had given them hope. Oh, I remember now. Peter took a step forward, his gaze scanning the ranks of the enemy forces. You all came here thinking Konoha was weakened, that this was the perfect time to strike. But did you ever wonder who fed you that information? Who manipulated you into this? A murmur ran through the allied armies, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. Peter raised his hand, creating a portal in midair. Allow me to enlighten you. With a wave, he opened several more portals, and from each one, a Zetsu clone dropped to the ground, bound and gagged by glowing eldritch restraints. The clones wriggled and squirmed, their black and white bodies struggling against the bindings. The cages stared in shock, recognizing the beings that had assisted in organizing this whole operation. Peter waved his hand again, and a final portal opened, this one dragging the original Zetsu out and depositing him at Peter's feet. Alarmed, Zetsu immediately tried to flee, but Peter cast a spell circle with a flick of his wrist, locking Zetsu in place with glowing runes of containment. This, Peter said, pointing at Zetsu, is your true enemy. He and his clones are the ones who fed you lies, manipulated you into attacking Konoha while knowing full well the village wasn't weakened whatsoever. All for his and his master's agenda. The cages exchanged concerned glances, wondering whether they had actually been played or not. A, limping slightly, stepped forward alongside B, his expression twisted with anger. Even if he misled us, it doesn't matter. We have the combined strength of all the major villages here. Konoha still doesn't stand a chance against us. Genjutsu Hojiki, the Mizukage, nodded in agreement, his gaze icy. Whether we were misled or not, the fact remains that Konoha is vulnerable. Oniki floated a little higher, his expression one of contempt. Our armies are here, ready and willing. We will not turn back now. Seeing the resolve in their eyes, Zetsu laughed, his voice dripping with malice. Fools, do you really think you can stand against every major village? Peter sighed, casting a spell circle to gag Zetsu, silencing his mocking laughter. Enough of that. If you won't see reason, then I suppose you'll have to learn the hard way. With a wave of his hand, Peter cast a spell circle that swiftly created a barrier, locking the entire allied army inside and leaving only their cages outside. Alarmed, the soldiers and their cages tried to break through the barrier from both sides, but nothing worked. Peter turned to the cages, his expression serious. Here's what's going to happen. Since I don't feel like creating countless widows and orphans today, we'll settle this between ourselves. You cages are free to come at me all at once, and when you've learned your lesson, you can turn around and go home in peace. Seeing their wary gazes turn to Minato and the other ninja, Peter added, don't worry, they won't interfere. Realizing they had no choice, the cages exchanged glances, their expressions grim. They silently made a battle plan before disappearing in a burst of speed, appearing in a circle around Peter. Peter smirked, his hands casually in his pockets. All right then, let's see what you've got. As if on cue, Raza, the Kaze cage, was the first to strike. He raised his arms, manipulating his gold dust to form massive waves that surged toward Peter. The shimmering particles moved with deadly precision, intending to engulf and crush their target. Peter moved with blinding speed, weaving through the waves of gold dust. His movements were a blur, too fast for the eye to follow. As he dodged and deflected the attacks, his expression remained calm, almost bored. Is that it? Peter taunted, his voice carrying over the battlefield. Next, Genjutsu Hojiki, the Mizukage, stepped forward, summoning a giant water bubble. The sphere grew rapidly, aiming to trap and drown Peter. The water swirled menacingly, reflecting the cold determination in Genjutsu's eyes. Peter watched the water bubble approach, his expression unchanging. Just as it was about to engulf him, he struck it with a wave of energy, causing it to burst and send the Mizukage sprawling. Pathetic. Peter muttered, shaking his head in disappointment. A and B charged together, their bodies crackling with lightning. Their combined speed was incredible, and they aimed powerful punches at Peter from either side. The air around them sizzled with electricity, the sheer force of their attacks creating shockwaves. Peter caught their fists midair, stopping their attacks dead in their tracks. Did you two get weaker? He asked tauntingly, lifting both A and B off the ground and slamming them into each other with a resounding crash. Ugh! They were sent flying backward, tumbling across the battlefield. Oniki, the Tsuchikage, floated above, his eyes sharp and calculating. He summoned a massive rock golem, directing it to crush Peter. The golem's heavy footsteps shook the ground, and its immense size cast a shadow over the battlefield. Peter jumped onto the golem, running up its massive arm with incredible agility. He reached the golem's head and delivered a powerful punch, shattering it into pieces. Oniki barely had time to react before Peter appeared behind him, sending him crashing into the ground with a swift kick. The cages regrouped, panting and battered. Their combined efforts had been futile, and Peter stood in the center of the circle, completely unharmed. His expression was one of boredom and mild amusement. You're going to have to do better than that, Peter taunted, his eyes glinting with confidence. Raza tried again, manipulating his gold dust to form spikes that shot toward Peter. but Peter moved with such speed that he seemed to vanish, reappearing behind Raza and delivering a crushing blow to his back. The Kaze cage fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Genjutsu attempted to summon another water attack, but Peter intercepted him, grabbing his arm and twisting it behind his back. With a swift motion, Peter sent him flying into the ground, the impact creating a small crater. A and B, determined to protect their allies, launched themselves at Peter once more. But Peter sidestepped their attacks effortlessly, delivering precise, powerful strikes that left both brothers sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Oniki, refusing to give up, directed his rock golem to attack again. But Peter shattered the golem with a single punch, then grabbed Oniki by the collar and threw him to the ground with bone-jarring force. The battlefield fell silent as the cages lay beaten and battered, their bodies aching from the relentless assault. Peter stood in the center, completely unscathed, dusting his hands off. Okay, you can go now. He shooed them off. I still have to train my new students today, so leave quietly. Don't disturb people. Watching from the wall, Minato, Kushina, and everyone else felt a mixture of relief and awe. Peter had single-handedly dismantled the combined might of the 4 cages. But, just as everyone thought it was over, a sudden hush fell over the battlefield. A man in a black cape, appearing to walk with a cane, stood atop the barrier Peter had created to contain the armies. His red eyes glowed ominously under his hood, drawing everyone's attention. It seems this old man has to step in, the mysterious figure said, his voice carrying an eerie calm. It seems this old man has to step in, the mysterious figure said, his voice carrying an eerie calm. Peter looked up at the new arrival, his eyes immediately recognizing the red Sharingan. Madara Uchiha, he thought, one of the coolest villains in anime history and his favorite character in Naruto. From the walls, Minato's voice called out, "Who are you?" Madara refused to answer, his piercing gaze locked on to Peter. He could feel his very soul vibrating, an instinctual recognition of Peter's strength. Stronger than Hashirama, he thought, the thought both thrilling and daunting. Minato asked again, his voice louder and more insistent, "Who are you?" Ignoring Minato completely, Madara spoke directly to Peter. "You're strong." Peter responded with a respectful nod. "Coming from someone like you, that's a true compliment." The man tilted his head ever so slightly. "You know who I am?" Peter nodded again. "How could I not recognize the great Madara Uchiha? It's truly an honor to meet you." The name sent shockwaves through the crowd. From Konoha's defenders to the allied army and the beaten cages, everyone was in disbelief. "Madara Uchiha," they echoed, incredulous. But he died at the hands of the first Hokage. Fugaku Uchiha, standing by Minato, suddenly froze. His eyes went wide with shock as realization struck him. If someone like Danzo could use Izanagi to cheat death, then why wouldn't Madara Uchiha be able to do it? He looked across at Madara and uttered, You used Izanagi, didn't you?" Confusion spread among the ranks. Izanagi was a forbidden technique not widely known, even among the seasoned shinobi. Most of them, including Minato until recently, had no idea what it entailed. Hearing his former clansman's correct guess, Madara chuckled, letting down his hood to reveal his wrinkled face and pure white hair. "Yes," he said, his voice dripping with a mixture of amusement and menace. "After all, how could I let that idiot Hashirama kill me?" Insert picture of Madara Uchiha here. Everyone old enough to recall Madara's appearance, like Oniki and Hiruzen, felt a shiver of fear up their spine. There was no doubt now it truly was Madara Uchiha. The air grew heavy with tension, the realization sinking in for everyone present. The legend had returned, and the stakes had just been raised to an unimaginable level. Madara's red Sharingan eyes scanned the crowd, seeing the fear in the eyes of everyone around him, before finally settling on Peter. "Return Zetsu," he demanded, his voice carrying a cold authority. "And bring me Obito Uchiha, who is currently in your custody. Do this, and I will leave you in peace." The weight of his words settled over the gathered forces like a shroud. Although Madara desired to test his strength against Peter, he was in the last years of his life. He much preferred to wait until his plans came to fruition and he was resurrected at peak physical condition. Based on what he felt from Peter, he wasn't sure if he could win if they fought now. Hearing this ultimatum, many people in the allied forces and Konoha seemed interested in agreeing, ready to hand over the prisoners to avoid further conflict. However, Minato and Kushina immediately disagreed. "We will not hand over Obito," Minato declared, his voice firm and resolute. Kushina's eyes burned with a fiery intensity. "So you're the one who manipulated Obito and turned him into a monster? You're the reason he attacked our village with the 9 tails. You corrupted him." Minato and Kushina's realization hit them like a sledgehammer. It explained everything: why Obito had targeted them, why he had attacked the village, why the once happy and goofy boy they knew had turned so dark. It was all because of Madara. Their anger and hatred were palpable, and in unison, the husband and wife jumped off the wall, launching themselves at Madara with fierce determination. Madara smirked, his eyes narrowing. Brave, but foolish. Unraveling a scroll that unleashed a hail of seal-covered kunao, Minato moved with incredible speed. Using his Flying Thunder God technique, he flickered around Madara, using the multitude of kunao as teleportation points to try and land a blow. Meanwhile, Kushina, her hair flaring out like crimson flames, attacked with her powerful chakra chains, attempting to bind Madara. But Madara was no ordinary opponent. With a flick of his wrist, he countered each of Minato's attacks with ease. His Sharingan eyes tracked Minato's movements effortlessly, predicting and avoiding his strikes even through teleportation. Simultaneously, Madara dodged Kushina's chains with fluid, almost disdainful grace. She screamed in anger, her chains twisting and shooting towards her elderly opponent, but he sidestepped her attack and struck her with a powerful kick that sent her flying back. Ugh! In a swift, decisive movement, Madara caught one of Minato's arms as he tried to come to the rescue of his wife, twisting it painfully, and sending him crashing into the ground. Minato tried to teleport away, but Madara was faster. Madara drew his blade, his eyes glinting with cold malice. "You're brave, but you're no match for me," he said, raising his sword to deliver the final blow. Kushina's eyes widened in horror. "Minato, no." Just as Madara's blade descended, a hand appeared, catching the blade between two fingers. It was Peter. Madara's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't sensed Peter's approach at all. Peter's expression was calm, almost bored. "But I am, aren't I?" Madara leapt back, putting distance between himself and Peter, his mind racing. "I didn't even sense him." Minato and Kushina looked up at Peter, their faces a mixture of relief and awe. Peter had saved Minato's life in the blink of an eye, demonstrating once again his incredible power. Madara's eyes narrowed, re-evaluating his opponent. Peter waved his hand, creating a portal beneath Minato and Kushina, dropping them back onto the village wall. "Leave this one to me," he told them, his tone leaving no room for argument. Turning back to Madara, Peter stated, "I'm afraid that I won't be giving you Obito or Zetsu. So, what are you going to do about it, old man?" The sheer audacity of Peter's words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. No one dared speak to Madara Uchiha like that. Doing so was a death sentence. Oniki laughed, his voice filled with contempt. "You're a dead man walking. I've felt Madara's wrath before. Let's see how long you last." Madara's eyes narrowed, his expression a mix of amusement and irritation. Bold words. "But are you prepared for the consequences?" Peter smirked excitedly. "Oh, I've been waiting for them." He was about to fight the Madara Uchiha. "Maybe I can recruit him? Or at the very least turn him into a shadow." Madara's body tensed, his eyes flashing with the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. "Then let's dance." The two combatants stood still for a moment, the air around them charged with anticipation. Then, without warning, Madara moved, his speed almost incomprehensible. He closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, aiming a powerful punch at Peter's face. Peter sidestepped effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. He countered with a punch of his own, which Madara blocked with his forearm, the impact sending a shockwave through the ground. Madara's eyes glinted with recognition. Fast. Madara jumped back, summoning his chakra. The ground beneath him cracked and splintered as he exhaled a wave of blazing fire, which covered the entire battlefield. Peter waved his hand, creating a shield that protected him and everyone else. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted, his voice calm. Madara's expression darkened. "You haven't seen anything yet." With a burst of chakra, Madara activated his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. His right eye began to memorize and record Peter's movements and attacks, while his left eye prepared to rewind time if necessary. A/N, his Mangekyo powers were never given a name, so I don't know. Person shrugging. He dashed forward again, his movements now more calculated. He aimed a series of precise strikes at Peter, each one aimed at a vital point. But Peter dodged them all with ease, his body moving like water. Peter's eyes glinted with amusement. "Nice try, but you'll have to do better than that." Madara's expression twisted with frustration and determination. He focused more chakra into his eyes, trying to find an opening, but there was none. Suddenly, he activated his Susanoo, the massive, ethereal warrior forming around him. The giant ethereal warrior swung its sword at Peter, the blade cutting through the air with deadly force. But Peter raised his hand, catching the blade with his bare hand. The impact sent a shockwave through the ground, but Peter remained unmoved. Madara's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible." Peter smirked. "Nice toy, but it's not going to help you." He swatted the sword away, shattering the Susanoo's arm in the process. Madara stumbled back, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never encountered someone who could break his Susanoo so effortlessly. "I shouldn't have come here," Madara realized, particularly without his Rinnegan, which he had given to Nagato, a pawn in one of his many schemes. The eyes Madara used now were among the many he and Zetsu had collected over the years for their grand schemes. Sadly, even with Hashirama's DNA coursing through his veins, these eyes couldn't unlock the Rinnegan. He would need to retrieve his eyes from Nagato, which was easier said than done in this situation. Peter moved forward, his speed blinding. He struck Madara with a series of powerful punches and kicks, each one landing with devastating force. "Is this it?" Peter asked, disappointment evident in his voice. "I thought you'd be stronger." It made sense, though. Peter was used to seeing the Bada *S version of Madara from the Fourth Ninja War, not this old and dying version. Madara tried to use his Mangekyo Sharingan to rewind time and negate the attacks, but Peter's relentless assault was too overwhelming. He would negate one attack only for two more to take its place, leaving him helpless and unable to counter. In the end, Madara's body was battered and bruised, his movements growing sluggish. He activated his time rewinding ability, but Peter was so much stronger that it didn't matter. Peter adjusted with ease, effortlessly sensing the shifts in time. "That's a good ability you have, but unfortunately, it won't work on me." After all, Peter has used and studied the time stone, a crystallization of time itself. Madara's ability may be impressive, but compared to what Peter could do, it's insignificant. With a final, powerful punch, Peter sent Madara crashing into the ground. The impact created a massive crater, dust, and debris filling the air. Peter stood over Madara, his expression calm and composed. Looks like our dance is over. Madara struggled to get up, his body aching with pain. He looked up at Peter, his eyes filled with a mix of rage and respect. You're stronger than I anticipated. Yeah, well, you kinda never had a chance to begin with. Peter shrugged as he looked down at Madara, a smirk playing on his lips. Hey, do you want to get some ramen after this? The question hung in the air, shocking and confusing everyone. No one could believe Peter's casual demeanor in the face of such a dangerous opponent. Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, his confusion evident. But before he could answer, a small, furious figure burst from the nearby trees. Kurama, still stuck in his small puppy size thanks to Peter's magic, appeared, his eyes filled with hatred for Madara. He had watched the fight from a nearby tree, relishing every second of the beatdown Peter had given his greatest enemy, Madara Uchiha, but when he saw that Peter wasn't finishing Madara off and instead invited him out to eat, Kurama couldn't take it anymore. Die! Kurama barked, charging up a small Bijudama in his tiny form. With a fierce growl, he fired it directly at Madara, the concentrated ball of chakra hurtling through the air with deadly precision. Madara's eyes widened, unable to move in time. As the tiny Kurama fired his Bijudama, Madara's eyes widened as he felt his death approaching. But he knew he couldn't die, at least not yet. After all, he had so many plans that needed preparation, not to mention his biggest pawn, Obito, was currently captured and being held somewhere in the Leaf Village. But sadly, he couldn't move. His old body had been beaten and battered thoroughly by Peter, leaving him helpless as the ominous chakra attack closed in. Just as Madara was about to accept his fate as a failure and meet his old friend Hashirama in the afterlife, a figure appeared before him. It bent down, reaching out with 2 fingers, and casually plucked the Bijudama out of the air. Madara looked up to see Peter holding the powerful and potent Bijudama between his fingers as if it were a child's toy ball. The surrounding ninja reacted in shock and surprise. They knew Peter was strong, but they never expected him to be able to do that. Impossible. Oniki muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. He caught a Bijudama, with his bare hands. Hiruzen, despite his injuries, managed to stand, his gaze fixed on Peter. Just how strong is he? Peter, who had just caught the most deadly attack that all tailed beasts could muster, an attack that all humans have feared for hundreds and hundreds of years, casually tossed the ball of chakra aside. The Bijudama flew into the nearby forest, and seconds later, it exploded in a huge bright flash followed by a shockwave that rustled the nearby trees as well as everyone's clothing and hair. The explosion's light illuminated the stunned faces of the ninja from Konoha and the allied forces. The sheer power of the explosion was a stark reminder of the danger that had just been neutralized with such ease. Peter turned to Madara, who lay on the ground, battered and beaten. You should be more careful, he said, his tone light but carrying a hint of warning. You almost got killed. Madara, still in shock from his near-death experience, managed to find his voice. Why did you save me? Peter smirked. Because, I invited you to lunch. You can't die, at least not until we've eaten. Kurama, still in his small puppy form, growled in frustration. Why didn't you let me finish him? Peter glanced down at Kurama, his expression softening slightly. Because I wasn't done with him yet, he said, his eyes narrowing to convey his displeasure with the little fox's actions. Gritting his teeth, Kurama's fur bristled, though he refrained from attacking, knowing Peter would just stop him. When will you be done with him? He asked in frustration. Peter scratched his chin and shrugged. I'm not sure. I have to talk to him first. And after that talk? Kurama pressed. I'll decide whether he lives or dies, Peter stated plainly. Madara's eyes narrowed as he realized the situation. He was at Peter's mercy, and for the first time in a long while, he felt a glimmer of uncertainty. This man was unlike anyone he had ever faced before. Kurama fell silent for a moment before asking, if you do decide to kill him, can I do it? This mangy fox. Madara couldn't help but silently curse Kurama. Sure, Peter answered quickly, as he didn't care either way. The surrounding ninja, both from Konoha and the allied forces, watched in a mix of awe and apprehension. They had come expecting a battle to the death, but what they witnessed was something far beyond their understanding. Minato stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Peter. What do you plan to do with him? He asked, his voice carrying the weight of the village's concern. Peter looked back at Minato, a thoughtful expression on his face. I haven't decided yet. Minato appeared apprehensive, remaining silent. Noticing Minato's unease, Peter patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry so much. He won't be causing any trouble with me around. Alright. Minato seemed to calm down, though still a bit nervous. Anyway, while I'm dealing with him, why don't you finish things up here? Peter gestured to the surrounding ninja. Send them home immediately if you want. But if you want some advice from me, hold a meeting with the other village leaders and try to use this as an opportunity for lasting peace. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to turn this crisis into a chance for growth and change. Minato turned quiet, his mind racing with Peter's advice. Oh, Peter muttered, realizing he had forgotten something. And have villagers return now that it's safe. I need Ichiraku to make our lunch. With a wave of his hand, Peter summoned a series of magical chains that wrapped around Madara, binding him tightly. The chains glowed with a mystical energy, ensuring that even Madara's formidable strength and abilities wouldn't be enough to break free. Now, Peter said, turning back to Madara. We have a lot to discuss. With that, he effortlessly lifted Madara, carrying the bound Uchiha as if he weighed nothing. Hey, where are you taking me? Madara demanded. I already told you, Peter replied, rolling his eyes. We're getting some ramen. As they entered the village, Minato flared his chakra, summoning a team of masked Ambu who kneeled before him. Follow them at a safe distance and report back to me, he ordered, his worry getting the best of him. The masked ninja vanished in swirls of leaves, departing to fulfill their Hokage's orders. Turning around, Minato eyed the allied army and the cages who had led them there, Peter's words replaying in his mind. The battle he had expected had turned into something entirely different. What are you looking at? Oniki exclaimed gruffly. Sighing, Minato gestured toward the village. Would you and the other cages like to talk inside the village? All 4 enemy cages' eyes widened, wondering if this was some sort of trap. Peter walked the empty streets of Konoha, carrying the bound Uchiha as if he were a duffel bag. The Ambu ninja followed at a distance, their minds racing with questions and possibilities. As they moved, the few villagers, who had been unwilling to evacuate and leave their homes behind, began to peek out from their shelters, curiosity and apprehension evident on their faces. Soon enough, Peter arrived at Ichiraku Ramen, the famous ramen stall that had always been a haven for Naruto in the show. He unceremoniously dropped Madara onto the street and waved his hand, the magical chains disappearing. Ugh! The old Uchiha grunted, glaring up at Peter. But before Madara could react, Peter placed a hand on his shoulder, healing him with a soft glow of magic. Madara's eyes widened in awe, dumbfounded by how good his body felt. Years of old injuries, experimentation, and the wear and tear of age had plagued him, but now he felt rejuvenated. Though still very old, the aches and pains that had been his constant companions were significantly reduced. Breaking from his blissful shock, Madara watched as Peter took a seat at the Ichiraku stall and patted the seat beside him. Have a seat, Peter said, his tone friendly. A silent war raged inside Madara's head as he stared at Peter's unguarded back. The urge to attack, to regain his honor and power, was incredibly strong. But after a moment's thought, he realized the futility of it. Peter had healed him with a wave of his hand and caught a Biju Dama as if it were a toy ball. Madara didn't stand a chance, as much as he hated to admit it. Reluctantly, Madara took a seat beside Peter. What do you want from me? He asked, his voice wary. Peter smiled. Nothing at the moment. But I may have an offer for you later, depending on how everything goes, of course. For now, why don't we just have a meal together? I'd like to get to know you. Madara watched Peter suspiciously for a moment, then looked around at the empty stall. I don't think we'll be getting any food here. Peter's smile widened. Just give it a minute. They'll be here soon. As if on cue, the citizens of Konoha began to return to the village, their initial fear giving way to cautious curiosity. Among them was Tuki, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, accompanied by his daughter Ayam. They approached the stall, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion at seeing Peter and Madara sitting there. Peter, Tuki asked, his voice tentative. Is everything all right? Peter nodded, his smile reassuring. Everything's fine, Tuki. We're just waiting for some ramen. As a visiting tourist in this universe, Peter has eaten at Ichiraku twice already and is even on a first-name basis with the owner. Tuki glanced at Madara, not recognizing him. All right then, he said, more than willing to cook for some hungry customers. What will it be? Peter turned to Madara. What do you want? Madara, still trying to process the surreal situation, managed to reply. I haven't had ramen in decades. You choose. Peter nodded. 2 bowls of your best, Tuki. As Tuki and Ayam began to prepare the ramen, some of the ninja from earlier slowly gathered around, their curiosity overcoming their fear. They watched in awe as Peter and Madara sat together, the atmosphere surprisingly calm despite the tension. Madara remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts and questions. He glanced at Peter, still trying to understand this enigmatic figure who had so effortlessly defeated him and now wanted to share a meal. As the aroma of freshly cooked ramen filled the air, the tension in the village began to dissipate. The sight of Peter and Madara, 2 powerful figures, sitting together at Ichiraku Ramen, brought a strange sense of normalcy back to the surrounding ninja, who had thought they'd be fighting a bloody and vicious war today. As 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed in front of them, Peter and Madara began to eat. Madara took his first taste, and his eyes widened slightly. The flavors danced on his tongue, a small, almost unnoticeable smile forming on his lips. Peter noticed the reaction and grinned. Good, isn't it? Madara nodded, savoring another bite. It's been a long time since I've had something this good. Peter was about to ask Madara something when suddenly, the sound of running footsteps caught his attention. 2 young boys, who had just returned from the evacuation, came rushing over, calling out to Peter. Teacher. Itake called out, his face expressionless despite his quick pace. Sensei. Shisui echoed, his enthusiasm on full display, unlike Itake. The surrounding ninja's eyes widened, fearing what might happen should the 2 kids interrupt a meeting between these 2 powerful beings. But to their surprise, Peter simply smiled at the kids, turning in his chair to greet them. Hey, you 2. What's up? Are we still training today? Shisui asked, his eyes shining with eagerness. Peter nodded, his smile widening. Yeah, but we'll have to do it later. I'm a bit busy right now. Madara watched the interaction with intrigue, realizing that the two boys before him who called Peter their teacher were from his clan. Watching them interact, he felt a surprising pang of jealousy. These boys had the chance to learn from a monster like Peter. No doubt, they would grow up to be very powerful, perhaps even surpassing him. But his thoughts were interrupted when Itaki, his curiosity piqued, pointed at Madara and asked innocently, "Who's this?" Peter smirked, glancing at Madara. "Oh, you mean this old man?" Madara's brow twitched in irritation. "This is my new friend, Madara Uchiha." The words sent a shockwave through the immediate area. Itaki and Shisui's eyes widened in awe and disbelief. Tuki and Ayam, who were working in the stall, froze as they heard that name. The same reaction rippled through some of the nearby citizens who were simply walking by, unaware of the situation. "This is my new friend, Madara Uchiha." The words sent a shockwave through the immediate area. Itaki and Shisui's eyes widened in awe and disbelief. Tuki and Ayam, who were working in the stall, froze as they heard that name. The same reaction rippled through some of the nearby citizens who were simply walking by, unaware of the situation. Both Itaki and Shisui scrutinized Madara for a moment before turning back to Peter. "That isn't Madara Uchiha," Shisui declared confidently. "Yeah, it can't be," Itaki added, his tone calm but firm. "Madara Uchiha is dead. We're from the Uchiha clan. We should know about our own ancestor." They both looked at Peter with concern. "Are you getting scammed by some old con man, teacher?" Shisui asked, tilting his head. Hearing his descendants call him a con man, Madara felt a strong urge to beat the two kids in front of him. His hands twitched slightly, but he knew better than to act with Peter there. The nearby civilians, overhearing the exchange, began to murmur amongst themselves. "That's supposed to be Madara Uchiha? He looks like an old beggar," one whispered. "He must be joking," another chuckled. "Or maybe he's gone crazy." A few even laughed openly, pointing at Peter. What a ridiculous claim. Madara Uchiha has been dead for ages. Peter didn't blame these people for doubting him. After all, to the world, Madara Uchiha had been dead for a very long time. Many of them didn't even know what Madara looked like. Of course, the surrounding ninja, who had come to watch, saw the scene unfolding and immediately got to work dispersing the crowd. They were fearful that these idiotic civilians would get themselves killed by unknowingly angering two very powerful beings. "Move along, everyone," a jonin ordered, waving his hands. "There's nothing to see here. This isn't a spectacle," another added sternly. "Go back to your homes." The crowd began to disperse reluctantly, their curiosity unsatisfied. The whispers gradually faded as the civilians returned to their daily routines, leaving Peter, Madara, and the two young Uchiha alone at the ramen stall. Madara glanced at the departing civilians, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "It seems the village has truly forgotten me." Itaki and Shisui exchanged confused glances, still struggling to process the situation. Peter turned back to them with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry about it, you two. Let's focus on your training later." The two young Uchiha nodded, still puzzled but trusting their teacher. They moved to sit at a nearby table, keeping a close eye on Peter and Madara. Glancing at Madara, Itaki mutters, "He does kinda look like him though." "Itaki," Shisui whispered, leaning closer to his friend. "You don't really think that's Madara Uchiha, do you?" Itaki, his expression thoughtful, glanced over at Madara. "I don't know. At first, I thought he was just a scammer, like you said. But the more I look at him..." He paused for a moment, in thought. "You know, he kinda resembles the images I've seen of Madara in my family's library. He just looks older and his hair is white." Shisui scoffed, crossing his arms. "Yeah, right. He's just some old scammer trying to pull one over on our new teacher. There's no way he could be the legendary Madara Uchiha." As Shisui spoke, he glanced disdainfully at Madara, who seemed to hear their conversation despite the distance. Madara turned his head ever so slightly, his eyes flashing red with the Sharingan. Both Itaki and Shisui froze, their eyes widening in shock and fear. The unmistakable red glow of the Sharingan sent a chill down their spines, dispelling any remaining doubts they had about the old man's identity. It really is him," Itaki murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Seeing Madara scare his students, Peter rolled his eyes and said, "Stop scaring the kids. Aren't you supposed to be the great and mighty Madara Uchiha? Why get mad at some innocent children?" Madara scoffed, turning away from the cowering boys and back to Peter. "What now?" he asked, his tone impatient. Peter raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? You said you wanted to get to know me so that you can decide what to do with me. We've eaten together as you wanted, so what now?" Madara's voice was edged with frustration. Peter thought for a moment, then shrugged. "I don't know." Madara's eyes widened in surprise. "Well, this was your idea, so figure it out. Unlike you, I don't have much time left on this earth, and I would rather not waste it in this godforsaken village." Peter tilted his head, curiosity piqued. "Why do you hate the Leaf Village so much?" he asked, receiving a reluctant and annoyed look in return. "Look, the faster you explain, the faster I can make my decision." Madara sighed, knowing he wouldn't be able to leave unless he gave an answer. "Fine. When the Leaf Village was just a concept, I was willing to join forces with the Senju and Hashirama. Despite the many wars fought between our clans, we became friends, sharing a common dream of a shinobi village. We built this village together and brought our clans together through our strength alone." He paused, his eyes reflecting a mixture of nostalgia and bitterness. But things began to fall apart with Hashirama's plan to install me as the first Hokage. Despite how we ended things, that idiot Hashirama was a true friend, believing in me even though he was more loved by the people. He wanted me to lead the village. But his brother, Tobirama, had other plans. Madara's voice grew increasingly aggrieved as he continued. Tobirama incited the villagers and the other clans that joined us to support Hashirama instead, manipulating them into rejecting me. Despite Hashirama's unwillingness to lead and support for me, somehow, I never stood a chance. The people refused to follow me, swayed by Tobirama's words and Hashirama's popularity. He clenched his fists, the memories clearly still painful. But I let it go, thinking that the creation of the village was more important and that Hashirama's leadership would be beneficial. Madara's gaze turned distant as he recalled the past. As the years went by, the village prospered, but I began to see the discrimination against the Uchiha. Unlike the Senju, we weren't known for making friends. We relied on our strength, the power of the Sharingan. This made us proud, but it also made others view us as arrogant. And I admit, some of us were arrogant, but I was doing my best to fix that. I hoped that joining hands under one banner and living together would change things, but it didn't. He looked at Peter, his eyes burning with a mixture of anger and sorrow. Our past reputation haunted us. The Uchiha were excluded from high-level positions, treated as adversaries rather than partners. The other clans and even the civilians looked at us with suspicion and envy. They saw us as an internal threat rather than allies. Madara's voice grew colder. I sensed danger in this and warned my clan, but they didn't believe me. They thought I was just bitter about losing the Hokage position. He paused, his hands tightening into fists. From that day, I was treated as an outcast, even by my own clan. Soon enough, I began to grow resentful, even towards Hashirama. I asked myself things like why did they choose to follow him over me? Or why isn't he doing anything about this? His expression darkened. These feelings and thoughts festered until I couldn't take it anymore. I declared war against Hashirama and became a rogue ninja. I no longer cared about the Uchiha clan. I took the Nine Tails to challenge Hashirama, and we fought in the Valley of the End. Madara's voice was filled with bitterness and a sense of betrayal. This village turned against me, treating me like an enemy. They forgot everything we built together and everything I did for them. That's why I hate this place, and that's why I can never forgive them. Peter listened quietly, absorbing Madara's words. He could see the pain and betrayal etched into every line of Madara's face. For the first time, he understood the depth of Madara's hatred and the reasons behind his actions. It's not easy to let go of betrayal, Peter said softly, his eyes meeting Madara's. But it doesn't have to define you. Madara scoffed, turning his gaze away. Spare me your platitudes. The village will never change. They will always fear and distrust those they cannot control. Even today, they still ostracize the Uchiha. Peter leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Maybe you're right, he said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. But what if, just maybe, there's a chance for something new? What if you could leave your past grudges behind and start over again? Madara raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. What do you mean by that? I want to recruit you, Peter said bluntly. Madara scoffed, a dry laugh escaping his lips. Recruit me, a dying man? I won't live past the next few months, you know. Why waste your time? Besides, I'm not much of a follower. Peter smirked. What if I help you with your plans? Madara's interest was immediately piqued, though confusion clouded his features. How do you know about my plans? Or that I have any to begin with? Peter shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, you have plans. You kidnapped Obito for whatever reason and you have that plant thing skulking around everywhere. He looked Madara in the eyes, his expression serious. Simply tell me your end goal, and I'll get it done. Once it's finished, you can let go of your past, start over, and work for me. How does that sound? Madara's eyes narrowed, suspicion mingling with temptation. Even if I wanted to, this doesn't change the fact that I won't live past the next few months. Peter waved his hand dismissively. That's easy. I'll just make you young again. Madara's eyes widened in shock. Why you can do that? Peter nodded. Yeah, it's easy. Just tell me your end goal, and I'll get it done. Then you can join me, and I'll make you young again. After all, I can't have my newest recruit dying of old age right after he joins me. Madara fell silent, the weight of Peter's offer settling over him. He had spent so long chasing his dream, fighting against the world, that the idea of starting over seemed almost impossible. Yet the allure of a second chance, of seeing his plans come to fruition, was too tempting to ignore. After a moment, Madara made up his mind. My goal is to create a lasting peace for this world. I want to free the world from pain and suffering. Peter smirked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I don't believe a truly peaceful world is possible, but I think I can create something pretty damn close, as long as you're willing to follow my lead. Can you do that? Madara hesitated. I already have a plan in motion, he revealed. Peter shrugged. Plans change. If you want my help, which is invaluable, you'll need to follow my lead and adapt to my methods. Besides, I'm pretty sure your plans have already failed. I have Obito, that plant thing, and you. How can you expect to complete your plans like this? Aren't you dying soon? Madara turned silent and studied Peter for a long moment, his eyes narrowing as he weighed the options. Finally, he let out a slow breath and nodded. You make a compelling argument, Madara admitted, his voice tinged with reluctant respect. Perhaps my plans do need to adapt if we are to succeed. Very well, I'll follow your lead. Good, Peter smirked victoriously. Now, tell me all about your plans so far. After listening intently to Madara's detailed explanation of the Eye of the Moon plan, Peter leaned back in his chair, a look of mild amusement on his face. Wow, Peter says, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. What a wonderfully idiotic and convoluted plan. Madara's eyes narrow dangerously. Excuse me. Peter continues, unperturbed by the edge in Madara's voice. I mean, just think about it. You're basing the entire future of the world on a plan filled with holes and reliant on sheer dumb luck. Let's go over this, shall we? Madara, feeling a rare sting of offense, listens as Peter recounts his plan, listing the glaring flaws with each step. First off, Peter begins, ticking off his fingers. You fake your death and somehow manage to get your hands on a piece of Hashirama's flesh, which by some miracle you integrate into your body. Then you wait, what, decades? All while banking on the hope that you might awaken the Rinnegan just before you croak. And, surprise, surprise, it works. But barely. Madara's expression darkens, but Peter presses on. Then you implant your Rinnegan into some kid, Nagato, because, what? You thought it was a good idea to entrust your world-changing plan to a child? A kid who, by the way, you've never even met before. Peter shakes his head, disbelief clear in his voice. You did this because you needed Nagato to eventually revive you, but why not give the Rinnegan to Obito? He's an Uchiha, isn't he? Wouldn't that mean he'd have an easier time using your eyes? He paused, an incredulous expression on his face. You had him in the palm of your hand, completely broken and obedient, and yet you chose some random orphan instead. Makes no sense. Madara's jaw tightens, but Peter doesn't give him a chance to respond. And let's talk about Obito. You're banking on him staying on course, following your every word, once you're dead. Do you really think a kid who watched his childhood love die in front of him is the most stable person to trust with your grand plan? And what if he decided to do something else? Or what if he, like most traumatized kids, just shut down completely? Peter's voice grows more incredulous as he continues. And then there's this whole infinite Tsukuyomi thing. Trapping the entire world in a dream? Really? You think that's peace? That's not peace, Madara. That's a delusion. You're essentially forcing everyone into a coma, robbing them of their free will until the day they die of old age, and calling it salvation. How does that fix anything? Madara's eyes flicker with frustration, but Peter keeps going, not giving him an inch. And what's your end goal here? To sit around as some sort of god while everyone else is trapped in their dream worlds? And then what? You eventually die, and the world falls apart again, maybe even worse than before. Congratulations, you've successfully delayed the inevitable for what, a few decades. Peter finally pauses, leaning forward, his eyes locked on to Madara's. And let's not forget the biggest problem with your plan, the stone tablet. How do you know that thing wasn't feeding you lies? You've built your entire strategy on something you found carved into a rock. Did it ever occur to you that the information might be false? Or that someone, somewhere, manipulated that tablet for their own gain? Madara, who had been silent up until now, grits his teeth, anger bubbling beneath the surface. You think you're so clever, don't you? Mocking a plan that you barely understand. Peter shrugs, unimpressed by Madara's indignation. Oh, I understand it just fine. It's you who didn't see the flaws because you were so blinded by your own pride and desperation. You were so consumed with the idea of being the world's savior that you didn't stop to think if any of it made sense. Madara's hand clenches into a fist, but he remains silent, knowing that Peter is right. The flaws in his plan, laid out so plainly, leave him floored. For the first time, he sees the carelessness in his actions, the risks he took that could have easily led to failure. Peter, sensing Madara's turmoil, leans back in his chair again, his tone softening slightly. Look, I'm not saying your intentions were bad. You wanted peace. You wanted to end the cycle of pain and suffering. But the way you went about it? It was flawed from the start. Madara looks away, the weight of Peter's words pressing down on him. His entire life's work, his grand plan, was being dismantled before his eyes. He had never considered the possibility that he could be wrong, that his strategy had been fundamentally flawed from the beginning. Peter watches him carefully, giving him a moment to process. So, Peter finally says, breaking the silence, what are you going to do now? Madara remains quiet, the anger in his eyes slowly giving way to a resigned acceptance. He had no answer, no defense for the points Peter made. His plan, the one he had spent the latter half of his life building, was crumbling, and for the first time, he didn't know what to do. Peter, seeing the conflict in Madara's eyes, offers a small smile. You can still achieve peace, Madara. But maybe it's time to reconsider how you go about it. Madara glances back at Peter, the intensity in his gaze tempered by a newfound respect. Perhaps you're right, he admits, his voice low but firm. But I can't just abandon everything I've worked for. I'm not asking you to, Peter replies calmly. I'm asking you to adapt, to think bigger, to work with me instead of against the world. Together, we can come up with something that actually works. Madara nods slowly, the gears in his mind turning as he considers Peter's words. It's a bitter pill to swallow, realizing that everything he's done might have been for nothing, but he knows deep down that Peter is offering him a way forward. For the first time in a long while, Madara feels the stirrings of hope, tempered by the knowledge that he has much to atone for. Very well, Madara finally says, his voice almost pleading. What should we do? Well, Peter said, stretching his arms casually, if you're serious about changing things, there's no time like the present. Let's start the beginnings of world peace today. Madara raised an eyebrow, curious yet skeptical. And how exactly do you plan to do that? Peter grinned, motioning for Madara to follow him. We've got a meeting to crash. Without further explanation, Peter began walking toward the Hokage Tower, his stride confident. Madara hesitated for only a moment before getting up and following Peter, his curiosity piqued. He couldn't help but wonder what Peter had in mind and how this man intended to begin creating peace so soon. As the two walked off, Tuki and Ayam, still behind the counter of their ramen stall, exchanged glances. Little Ayam's wide eyes followed the pair as they disappeared down the street. Dad, Ayam whispered, her voice tinged with both awe and fear, was that really Madara Uchiha? Tuki, who had lived long enough to know the significance of that name, nodded slowly, still somewhat in disbelief. I think so, but if it is, it's a miracle we're still standing here, Ayam. The weight of the situation began to settle over the two, realizing just how significant the events unfolding before them truly were. Meanwhile, Peter and Madara continued their walk toward the Hokage Tower. The streets of Konoha were still relatively quiet as the village recovered from the earlier chaos, though a few villagers glanced at the pair with curious eyes, none daring to approach them. Peter, sensing movement behind them, glanced back and noticed both Itachi and Shisui following at a distance, their eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and determination. They had tried to remain unnoticed, but their intentions were clear. Peter stopped in his tracks, turning fully to face them. Itachi, Shisui, he called out, his tone firm but not unkind. Go wait for me back at the Uchiha district. I'll be there to train you soon. The two boys froze, realizing they had been caught. Itachi glanced at Shisui, who shrugged, and the two reluctantly nodded in agreement. They cast wary glances at Madara, still uncertain about the man's true identity, before turning and heading back in the direction of the Uchiha district. Madara watched the exchange, a small smirk playing on his lips. They're persistent, he remarked. Peter chuckled. They're good kids, just a bit too curious for their own good. Madara said nothing in response but continued walking beside Peter, his mind still racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. He could sense the shift in his fate, the new path opening up before him, and for the first time in many years, Madara felt a glimmer of hope that things could be different. As Peter and Madara approached the Hokage Tower, the two guards stationed at the entrance stood stiffly, their hands instinctively tightening on their weapons. But when the guards saw who was approaching, their resolve quickly melted away. They exchanged nervous glances, knowing full well who Peter was, the hero who had beaten the Ninetales. As for the older man walking beside him, they knew exactly who he was, having witnessed his arrival just outside the village. Madara Uchiha, they thought, a mixture of awe and fear gripping them as they felt the overwhelming aura of power radiating from him. So, despite their training and orders, the guards stepped aside without a word, allowing Peter and Madara to pass unhindered. Madara noticed this, a smirk forming on his lips as he enjoyed the feeling of fear and respect that still followed him, even after all these years. The same pattern repeated itself as they entered the Hokage Tower. People who might have normally stopped or questioned them chose to look the other way, pretending they didn't see the two men walking through the corridors. Some hurriedly ducked into side rooms, and others simply froze in place, eyes wide with uncertainty. Finally, they reached the Hokage's office. A young, nervous secretary sat at a desk outside the door, her hands trembling as she worked. She looked up as the door to the office opened, and her eyes widened in fear when she saw Peter and Madara approaching. Wait, you can't go in there, she stammered, standing up quickly, trying to fulfill her duty despite her fear. Peter barely glanced at her as he continued forward. It's all right, he said, his voice calm and reassuring but with a finality that left no room for argument. They won't mind. The secretary's mouth opened and closed as if she wanted to protest, but she found herself unable to form the words. Instead, she watched helplessly as Peter and Madara ignored her and pushed open the doors to the Hokage's office. Inside, the room was filled with tension. The cage summit that Minato had hastily arranged in the wake of the earlier events was already in progress. At the head of the room sat Minato, the fourth Hokage, with his predecessor, the still injured Hiruzen, standing beside him. Across from them were the other cages: Raza, the Kaze cage, Genjutsu Hoshiki, the Mizu cage, A, the Reikage, along with his brother B, and Oniki, the Tsuchikage. All of them looked up sharply as the doors swung open. I thought we told them not to allow anyone inside, Hiruzen began, his voice stern but trailing off as he recognized who it was. His eyes widened in shock as he saw Peter and Madara walk into the room. Peter smiled warmly as he looked around at the assembled leaders. Sorry to interrupt, he said, his tone polite yet carrying a confidence that made it clear he wasn't really apologizing. But we'd like to join the peace talks. As Peter announced that they would like to join the peace talks, the realization dawned on everyone present. Peter wasn't asking for permission. He was declaring it. The assembled cage understood immediately that they had no choice in the matter. With Peter and Madara seated at the table, the balance of power in the room had shifted dramatically. Both of them were the strongest individuals there, likely the strongest in the entire ninja world. After all, might makes right, and right now, Peter and Madara held all the cards. Minato nodded in acknowledgement of Peter's declaration and tapped his fingers on the desk, a subtle signal. Tap tap. In response, the Umbu, who had been silently observing, materialized out of nowhere with 2 additional chairs, placing them at the table before disappearing again. Peter casually took his seat at the head of the table, across from Minato, a slight, confident smile playing on his lips. Madara followed suit, sitting beside him, his expression unreadable but his presence undeniably imposing. After settling in, Peter spoke. The reason we're here is simple. We want to bring the ninja world to lasting peace. The room fell into a stunned silence at Peter's statement. The cage exchanged glances, each processing the weight of his words. Oniki, the Tsuchikage, broke the silence with a dry, cynical laugh. Peace. Oniki scoffed, his voice dripping with skepticism. Lasting peace? Impossible. Madara's eyes narrowed at Oniki's dismissal, his gaze icy and intense, causing the small, elderly cage to feel an uncomfortable chill run down his spine. The room tensed, the unspoken threat in Madara's glare palpable. But Peter remained calm, seemingly unperturbed by Oniki's reaction. He met Oniki's gaze evenly. Why don't you think it's possible, Oniki? Can't you all act like grown men and put the past behind you? Why hold on to grudges when countless lives could be spared? Oniki snorted, crossing his arms over his chest. Grudges? You think this is about grudges? He shook his head, a bitter smile forming on his lips. You have no idea what you're talking about. The wars aren't just about old rivalries or petty grudges, though those certainly play a part. The real reason is much more pragmatic: resources. The other cage nodded slightly in agreement, their expressions grim as Oniki continued. Look around this room, Oniki said, gesturing first to Raza, the Kaze cage. Sand, he stated flatly, his voice heavy with the weight of long-standing difficulties. The land of wind is nothing but endless deserts. No fertile land, scarce water. The people there struggle just to survive. Raza, who had been quietly listening, gave a solemn nod, his eyes reflecting the harsh reality Oniki described. Oniki then pointed at the Reikage mountains. The land of lightning is rugged, inhospitable terrain. Their people are isolated, the land difficult to cultivate. They have some resources, but nowhere near enough to support a healthy population without difficulty. A's expression remained stern, but there was a faint flicker of agreement in his eyes. Next, Oniki gestured toward Genjutsu Hoshiki, the Mizu cage. Muddy and rain. The land of water is plagued by constant storms and dense fog. Agriculture is a challenge, and the terrain is treacherous. The people of the Hidden Mist face not only external threats but also the very land they live on. Genjutsu nodded slightly, his expression as impassive as ever, but his silence spoke volumes. Finally, Oniki pointed to himself. And stone. The land of earth is barren, rocky, and infertile. Farming is nearly impossible, and resources are scarce. My people work hard, but it's never enough. We are forced to fight for what little we can get because, without it, our people starve. Oniki's voice grew more intense as he continued. All of us have our own predicaments. But Konoha, you occupy the best land in the world. Lush forests, fertile soil, abundant water, everything you could possibly need. But of course, you would never give any of it away. So, we have to fight for it. We have no choice. If we don't, our people suffer, starve, and die. Our wars are about survival, not just old grudges. The other cage nodded in agreement, their faces grim. Even the Reikage, who was known for his fiery temper, seemed subdued by the harsh reality Oniki laid out. Peter listened intently, his expression thoughtful. He could see the truth in Oniki's words. The other villages were fighting not just for power or revenge, but for the survival of their people. It wasn't just about pride or grudges, it was about necessity. Oniki leaned back in his chair, his gaze hard as he looked at Peter. It's easy for Konoha to say, let's bury the hatchet and forget the past, but it's not all about grudges for us. It's about survival. And until you understand that, there can be no lasting peace. Peter nodded slowly, taking in everything Oniki had said. The room fell into a heavy silence as everyone awaited his response. Madara's expression was unreadable, though it was clear he was weighing Oniki's words carefully. Peter glanced at Madara, then back at the cage. You're right, Oniki. But that doesn't mean peace is impossible. It just means we need to find a solution that addresses those needs, a solution that ensures everyone has what they need to survive without resorting to war. The cage looked at him with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Peter had their attention. If I can fix the resources issue, he said, his voice calm but resolute, would you be willing to actually consider and work toward peace? The cage turned to Peter, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. The Reikage, was the first to voice the collective doubt. How can you possibly fix it? Unless you can persuade Konoha to surrender a portion of their land to each of us, I don't see any way to resolve this. Oniki remarked, his gaze shifting between Minato and Hiruzen, who remained silent, deep in thought. Neither Hokage offered a response. They had their own people to consider. If they surrendered such a significant portion of land to 4 different villages, would there be enough left for their own citizens? And then there was the matter of the daimyo, the true rulers of the land whose reaction could not be overlooked. Peter leaned forward slightly, his eyes scanning the faces of each cage before he spoke. I can give you 2 options. The first option is that I can assist in bringing every ninja village into the land of fire, where you can all share the land and make a united ninja village. This village would be governed by a council of cage from each village who would rule together. The cage exchanged incredulous looks, clearly stunned by the proposal. Raza, the Kaze cage, was the first to speak up, his voice filled with skepticism. How would you possibly do that? And how do you know that Konoha would agree? The other cage turned their gazes to Minato and Hiruzen, searching their faces for any sign of agreement. Minato's expression was thoughtful but open to hearing more, while Hiruzen's was cautious. Peter shrugged casually. They'd have to agree, or I'd do it forcefully. The bluntness of Peter's statement left the room in stunned silence once more. The idea that someone could force all the ninja villages into one united entity was almost unimaginable, but the sheer confidence in Peter's voice left them questioning what was truly possible. Seeing the disbelief in their eyes, Peter continued, the second option, which is harder but still entirely doable, is that I can terraform the lands you currently live on. I can make them similar to the land of fire, giving you the same resources, fertile land, water, everything you need to prosper. But if you accept this offer, you must still form a council of cage that meets regularly to solve any issues that may arise and to maintain the peace. The cage sat in stunned silence, their minds reeling at the possibilities laid out before them. The idea of terraforming their lands, of turning barren deserts, rugged mountains, muddy rain-soaked lands, and harsh stone into something as prosperous as the land of fire, it was almost too incredible to believe. Oniki, the oldest and most experienced among them, narrowed his eyes at Peter. You expect us to believe that you can just change the very nature of our lands? Make deserts bloom and mountains fertile? It sounds like a fairy tale. Peter met Oniki's gaze steadily, his expression unwavering. It may sound unbelievable, but I'm not offering you a fairy tale. I'm offering you a future where your people don't have to starve or fight for survival. A future where peace is not just a dream, but a reality. But it's up to you to decide if you're willing to take that chance. The room remained silent as the cage processed Peter's words. The enormity of the offer, the sheer audacity of what he was proposing, left them grappling with their doubts and fears. Peter let the silence stretch on, allowing them time to think. He knew that what he was offering was unprecedented, something that would change the very fabric of their world. But he also knew that if they truly wanted peace, they would have to take a leap of faith. Madara, who had been silent up until now, glanced at Peter with a new sense of respect. He had never considered such a bold approach to solving the world's problems, and though he still had his doubts, he could see the potential in Peter's plan. Finally, Minato, who had been deep in thought, spoke up. If what you're offering is possible, then I believe it's worth considering. But this isn't a decision we can make lightly. It will take time to discuss and come to a decision. Peter nodded in agreement. Of course. I'm not asking for an immediate decision. Take your time, discuss it amongst yourselves, and think about what's best for your people. Oniki, still skeptical but intrigued, leaned back in his chair. If you can truly do what you say, then it would be foolish not to consider it. But I'll believe it when I see it. The other cage nodded, their expressions showing a mixture of hope and hesitation. The possibility of a future without war, without the constant struggle for resources, was something they had never dared to dream of. Peter smiled, sensing that they were starting to come around. I'll give you time to think it over. But remember, the choice is yours. Peace is within your reach, but you have to be willing to take the first step. With that, Peter and Madara rose to their feet and exited the room, leaving the cage to continue their discussions in private. As Peter and Madara walked into the Uchiha district, a wave of tension swept through the area. The clan guards, usually stoic and disciplined, found themselves stiffening with a mix of awe and fear. Their eyes widened as they recognized the two figures approaching. Peter, the hero who had aided them during the Ninetales attack, was a powerful ally whose strength they had witnessed firsthand. But the man walking beside him was a different story altogether. Madara Uchiha, a name that resonated deeply within the clan, a name both revered and reviled. Madara was a legend, but also a traitor who had turned his back on the village and clan. The sight of him now, alive and walking beside Peter as if he were some sort of subordinate, sent a shockwave through the guards. They knew their duty. Madara was labeled a traitor, and technically, they were supposed to bar him from entering the clan area. But who in their right mind would dare to stop Madara Uchiha? That would be suicide. The very thought of trying to halt his steps brought a cold sweat to their brows. But thankfully, Peter's presence offered them some comfort. The guards had seen Peter's power, had felt the might of his abilities during the Ninetales attack, and if anyone could keep Madara in check, it was him. So, they did nothing as the two men walked past them, the tension in the air palpable. As they made their way deeper into the Uchiha district, passing by stores and houses along the way, the reactions of the clan members were varied but intense. Some watched from a distance, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. They whispered amongst themselves, the name Madara passing through their lips like a ghostly chant. Others, less bold or perhaps more fearful, immediately retreated into their homes or shops, slamming doors, locking shutters, and pulling blinds closed. Madara, who had expected such a reaction, still felt a slight pang in his chest as he witnessed it firsthand. He frowned ever so slightly, surprised by the unexpected sting of seeing his clan react to him like this. He had long thought he had severed all ties with his clan, had convinced himself that they no longer mattered to him. And yet, seeing them cower and hide, a small part of him still saw them as family that now feared him. Peter, noticing the subtle change in Madara's expression, said nothing. Instead, he quietly patted Madara on the shoulder, offering silent support. It was a simple gesture, but one that Madara found strangely comforting, though he didn't show it. As they continued walking, the tension remained thick in the air, but Peter's presence kept the situation from escalating. Madara's frown slowly faded, replaced by the impassive mask he usually wore, though the weight of the moment lingered in his mind. Eventually, they arrived at the clan head's house. Outside, Itaki and Shisui stood waiting, both dressed in their gear for training. Itaki's mother, Mikato, was fussing over them, holding baby Suzuki in her arms as she ensured the two boys were prepared for their first day of training with Peter. Are you sure you have everything? Kunao? Shuriken? Water? Mikato asked, her voice full of motherly concern as she checked their gear one last time. Yes, Mom, Itaki replied, his tone polite but slightly exasperated. We've got everything. Really, Aunt Mikato, Shisui added, trying to gently reassure her. We're ready. But Mikato, ever the caring mother, wasn't quite convinced. I just want to make sure you're both prepared. This is a huge opportunity, and you need to do your best. You don't want to disappoint Peter. The boys exchanged glances, both of them feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Despite their growing impatience, they understood Mikato's concerns. After all, Peter was an extraordinary teacher to have, and they wanted to make a good impression. However, their attention soon shifted as they noticed Peter and Madara approaching. The moment they saw the two figures, their conversations halted, and Mikato's smile vanished as her eyes locked onto the imposing figure walking beside Peter. Madara Uchiha. Mikato's breath caught in her throat, her body tensing as she instinctively pulled Suzuki closer to her chest. The warmth and joy she had shown just moments ago drained away, replaced by a deep unease as she stared at the man who was both an ancestor and a feared traitor to the clan. Madara. She whispered under her breath, her voice barely audible, but the two boys heard her loud and clear. Itaki and Shisui, though trying to maintain their composure, couldn't help but glance at one another, thinking, so he really is Madara Uchiha. Peter, noticing the sudden tension in the air, gave Mikato a reassuring smile. Good morning, Mikato. It looks like Itaki and Shisui are ready for today. Mikato's eyes flickered to Peter, the lightness in his tone helping to steady her nerves, though the presence of Madara still loomed large in her mind. Why yes, she replied, forcing herself to focus on Peter. They're ready. But her gaze drifted back to Madara, unable to fully tear herself away from the sight of him, and the questions swirling in her mind remained unspoken. Mikato, her voice tense with worry, asked, will Madara be joining in their training? Peter, noticing her apprehension, gave her a reassuring nod. He might, Peter replied casually. After all, he's probably the most powerful Uchiha alive, so his input would be helpful. But I promise you, your children will be all right. To emphasize his point, Peter reached over and placed a hand on Madara's shoulder, pulling the older man slightly closer. This old man is softer than he looks, Peter added with a playful smile. Mikato, still uneasy, turned her gaze to Madara, trying to gauge his reaction. She saw a small scowl form on his face, but to her surprise, he didn't react violently or protest. It was a bit shocking, considering Madara's reputation. This moment of restraint proved to her that, at the very least, Madara wouldn't go against Peter's words, though it didn't entirely alleviate her concerns. Still cautious, Mikato asked, would you mind if Suzuki and I watched their training session? Peter smiled warmly and nodded. Sure, the more the merrier, he said, understanding that her request came from a place of concern. He didn't want to add to her anxiety, especially with Madara's presence being so intimidating. With Mikato holding Suzuki close, the group made their way to the training ground at the back of the house. The area was spacious, with plenty of room for the intense training that Peter had planned. Once they were all assembled, Peter began the introduction to the day's training. Alright, today we're going to focus on the most important part of training your bodies. Itaki and Shisui, who had been hoping to learn some of Peter's magic or advanced techniques, couldn't hide their disappointment. They had expected something a bit more exciting. Peter noticed their let-down expressions but continued undeterred. Without a strong body, you're just a glass cannon. Fire it once, or take any damage, and you're useless. Shisui raises his hand and asks, what's a cannon? Realizing his mistake, Peter quickly corrects himself. Think of it like a glass kunao. It may be sharp and usable, but it's also fragile. Throw it once, and there's a high chance it'll shatter. Oh, both boys mutter in understanding. Peter continued, so, first, we're going to start with some light stretching to make sure you don't pull any muscles. Both Shisui and Itaki exchanged confused glances. Stretching? They had been learning the importance of flexibility since they were toddlers. Was Peter seriously going to start their training with something so basic? Seeing the skeptical looks on their faces, Peter smirked. Let's get started, he said with a mischievous gleam in his eye. Before either of the boys could react, Peter snapped his fingers, and both Shisui and Itaki were suddenly lifted off the ground by an invisible force. Their eyes widened in shock as they found themselves suspended in the air, completely at Peter's mercy. Without warning, the same invisible force began to stretch and twist their bodies in odd angles. At first, the sensation was strange but bearable. However, it didn't take long before they began to feel a sharp pain as muscles they didn't even know they had were stretched to their limits. Madara, standing off to the side, watched with an amused expression, his lips curling into a faint smirk. It was clear he found the sight of the two brats being contorted in midair to be quite entertaining. The best reaction, however, came from Suzuki, who was still cradled in Mikato's arms. The infant giggled and laughed at the sight of his brother and cousin being twisted and turned above him, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Mikoto, on the other hand, initially looked worried as she watched her son and nephew being put through such a rigorous and unusual stretching routine. But as she observed more closely, she began to realize how beneficial this would be for them. Her concern gradually eased, though she had to fight to keep a smile from forming on her face. Suzuki's infectious laughter made it even harder to keep her composure, but she didn't want to laugh at Itake's pain, so she maintained her serious expression. Nearly an hour passed before Peter finally muttered, "All right, that's enough." With another snap of his fingers, the invisible force released the boys, and they were gently lowered back to the ground. Itake and Shisui stumbled slightly as they landed, their bodies feeling like jelly from the intense stretching they had just endured. "Now we can work on your physical strength," Peter announced, just as the two boys were trying to regain their footing. Itake and Shisui exchanged weary glances, but before they could even brace themselves, Peter snapped his fingers again, a sound they were quickly beginning to associate with something unpleasant. Sure enough, as soon as Peter's fingers clicked, a spell circle formed in the air above them and then shot down toward the ground. The moment it connected, the boys were suddenly pressed flat onto the earth, the weight of intense gravity pinning them down and sinking them into the dirt. Peter, watching with a satisfied smile, calmly instructed, "I want you to run around the training ground 5 times. Once you're done, we'll start the real training." The two boys' eyes widened in disbelief as they struggled to push themselves up against the crushing force. This isn't the real training. As the sun began to set, casting a warm orange glow across the training ground, Peter stood over Itake and Shisui, who were sprawled out on the ground, completely exhausted. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, their chests heaving as they gasped for air. The rigorous training Peter had put them through had pushed them to their absolute limits. Mikoto, who had been watching earlier with Suzuki in her arms, had left a couple of hours ago. Suzuki needed to eat his dinner before bed, and she also had to prepare dinner for Itake, Shisui, and her husband, who would be home later. Although she was still wary of Madara's presence, she trusted Peter enough to leave the two boys in his care. Madara stood off to the side, observing the scene with an impressed expression. He had watched as Peter subjected the children to a hellish training regimen that far surpassed anything he had ever put Obito through. What surprised him the most was how the two boys rose to the challenge. Despite their bodies being pushed to the brink, they had persevered, never once complaining or giving up. It was a testament to their strength and determination, qualities that truly marked them as Uchiha. As Itake and Shisui began to catch their breath, they looked up at Peter with pleading eyes. Are we done, sensei?" Itake asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Peter nodded. "Yeah, for today." He raised his hand, bringing his thumb and middle finger together, making both boys flinch instinctively. They had learned to associate that gesture with the beginning of more pain, but when Peter snapped his fingers this time, instead of pain, they were suddenly surrounded by a soft, glowing light. The light began to heal the minor bumps and scrapes on their bodies, but it didn't stop there. The fatigue and muscle soreness from Peter's brutal training also started to fade, leaving them feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. The boys slowly stood up, their previous exhaustion all but forgotten. They exchanged surprised glances before turning to their sensei, awe and curiosity evident in their eyes. "How did you do that?" Shisui asked, his voice filled with wonder. "Can you teach us?" Itake added eagerly. Peter smiled at their enthusiasm. "Sure, but not today. We'll get to that in time." The boys' faces lit up with excitement. The thought of learning such abilities, and possibly even more of Peter's powers, filled them with anticipation. They could hardly wait for the next day's training. Peter glanced back toward the house and began to say, "If I'm not mistaken, your mother should be." Before he could finish his sentence, the back door of the house swung open, and Mikoto stepped outside, calling out to her son and nephew. "Itake, Shisui, dinner's ready," she called, her voice carrying a note of motherly warmth. Peter had asked her earlier to prepare something filling, knowing that the boys' bodies would need the nourishment after the intense training. Peter pointed over his shoulder toward the house. "Go on, you two. We'll train again tomorrow." Itake and Shisui, ever respectful, bowed deeply to Peter. "Yes, sensei." "Thank you, sensei," they said in unison before turning and running off toward the house, their spirits lifted by the promise of delicious food. As the boys rushed past Mikoto and into the house, Mikoto hesitated for a moment before turning back to Peter. "Would you and?" She paused, glancing nervously at Madara. "Madara like to join us for dinner." Her invitation was polite but clearly hesitant. It was evident that she was still uncomfortable with the idea of Madara being in her home, but she felt it was only proper to extend the offer. Peter smiled warmly and waved off the invitation. "Maybe next time, Mikoto. I need to discuss something with Madara first." Mikoto nodded, visibly relieved that she wouldn't have to host Madara in her home. "All right. Thank you again, Peter," she said before heading back inside, where she quickly turned her attention to wrangling Itake and Shisui to the dinner table. Inside the house, the boys joined Mikoto at the table, where the warmth of family surrounded them. They ate together, their conversation lively, with Mikoto fussing over them as usual, ensuring they ate enough after such a tough day of training. As Mikoto and the kids ate inside, Peter and Madara remained outside in the backyard, the evening air cool and still. From where they stood, they could see through the window, watching as Mikoto fussed over Itake and Shisui at the dinner table. The boys were animated, recounting their training session to her, while she gently urged them to eat more. Peter noticed a subtle change in Madara's expression as he observed the scene inside. There was a flicker of something longing, perhaps, mixed with a hint of envy. It was fleeting, but unmistakable. It's beautiful, isn't it? Peter said, breaking the silence. Madara, caught off guard by the comment, snapped out of his thoughts. He raised an eyebrow, turning to Peter. What is? Family, Peter replied with a warm smile. Watching them together like that, it's a beautiful thing. Madara's expression darkened slightly, and he frowned. It can be, he conceded, though his tone was bitter. But it can also be quite ugly. As he spoke, memories flooded his mind, memories of betrayal, of the time when his own family, the Uchiha, turned their backs on him. The bitterness of that betrayal still lingered, even after all these years. Peter nodded, acknowledging the truth in Madara's words. Yeah, it can be. But I'm sure you had at least one family member who would have stood by you no matter what, right? Madara's frown softened as he thought back to his little brother, Izuna Uchiha. If there was anyone in the world he could truly trust and call family, it was Izuna. The memories of his younger brother were some of the few that Madara cherished deeply, a time when they shared dreams and aspirations, before everything went wrong. A small, sad smile appeared on Madara's lips as he nodded. Yes, I did, he said quietly. But sadly, he was killed by that B****starred Tobirama. When Madara spoke Tobirama's name, there was a growl of anger in his voice. The pain of losing Izuna was still raw, the wound never fully healed. Izuna never trusted the Senjo, but he shared the same dream as me, to create a village where our clan could live in peace. Sadly, he wasn't able to see the creation of Konoha. Madara paused, lost in thought, before adding, you know, not many people are aware of this, but those who are often think I was the one who named Konoha. But they're wrong. His voice softened as he spoke, the anger subsiding into a kind of melancholy. When we were still kids, Izuna and I would draw in the dirt with our toy Konoha, and one day, we drew our village. But when we were done, he told me to name it, since I would be the leader of the village and he would be my second in command. But I couldn't think of anything, so he called it Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves. Peter listened quietly, sensing that this was a rare moment of vulnerability from Madara. He didn't interrupt, allowing him to speak. Madara chuckled softly, but there was a mournful edge to it. And do you know why he named it that? He asked, glancing at Peter. Peter looked around, gesturing to the trees surrounding them. Because he wanted to make the village in a forest. Madara shook his head, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. No, it was because it was fall, and leaves were everywhere. They kept falling from the trees, covering our drawing and getting in the way. So, since the village we drew kept getting hidden under the leaves, that's what he decided to call it. Madara laughed, but the sound was tinged with sorrow. A single tear escaped his eye and traced a path down his cheek. Peter reached out and rested a hand on Madara's shoulder, offering silent comfort to the old man. But as he did so, Peter was secretly shocked by the new revelation. This was not something he had known about the world of Naruto. He wondered if he had just uncovered some secret lore that had never been published. They stood there in silence for a moment, the weight of Madara's memories hanging in the air between them. But then, as if on cue, both Peter and Madara simultaneously glanced in the same direction, their senses picking up on the presence of 6 individuals rapidly approaching. Madara quickly wiped the tear from his face, regaining his composure as Peter pulled his hand away. A second later, the cage they had met with earlier in the day appeared before them. Minato was the first to speak, his tone respectful but firm. Peter, we've made a decision. Peter raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by their quick turnaround. He hadn't expected them to come to a conclusion so soon, but speed wasn't a bad thing in this situation. He nodded, curious. And what did you guys decide? Oniki floated forward, his voice carrying the weight of their collective decision. We would like you to terraform our lands, if you can actually do it. He added, doubtfully. Although moving our villages to the land of fire would work as well, there are too many factors in place that could cause issues, mainly the daimyo. Madara scoffed at the mention of the daimyo, though he didn't comment on it. To him, it was ridiculous that the ninja villages remained subservient to the daimyo, especially when they had the power to deal with them easily. In his mind, the daimyo should answer to them, not the other way around. Peter, though he didn't scoff like Madara, felt the same. The daimyo were a relic of the past, a factor that often contributed to the instability and conflicts in the ninja world. Maybe I should figure out how to deal with the daimyo, he thought. They're a factor for war as well, but that can be handled later. Returning to the matter at hand, Peter nodded in agreement. Sure, I'll start working on it tomorrow. In the meantime, you all must work on setting up the council, he said, not bothered by Oniki's doubt. The cage exchanged glances, nodding in unison. They understood the importance of establishing a governing body that would ensure the peace they sought to achieve. Minato, taking the lead, spoke for the group. We'll begin discussions immediately and work out the details of the council. This is a crucial step, and we'll make sure it's done right. Peter smiled, pleased with their resolve. Good. I'll check in on your progress soon, but for now, focus on setting up a strong foundation. The cage bowed slightly in respect before turning to leave, each of them already thinking about the monumental task ahead. As they walked away, the tension that had hung over the village began to ease, replaced by a cautious sense of hope. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Peter was already up and preparing for the day ahead. He had a promise to keep, and he intended to fulfill it. He decided to start with Iwagakure, the hidden stone village, for one reason, Oniki's doubt in his abilities. The old succumbs had been skeptical of Peter's offer to terraform their lands, and Peter was eager to prove him wrong. But today wouldn't just be about terraforming. It was also a teaching moment for his new students, Itaki and Shisui. They had been training diligently under his guidance, and he thought this would be a good opportunity to show them more of the world outside the Hidden Leaf Village. With the two boys in tow, Peter set off toward Iwagakur. The journey was swift, thanks to Peter's abilities, and soon enough, they stepped out of a portal, finding themselves outside the massive stone gates that guarded the entrance to the village. As they neared the gates, Peter could sense the tension in the air. The guards stationed there were on high alert, their eyes narrowing suspiciously at the approaching trio. Itaki and Shisui walked closely behind Peter, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension. This was their first time visiting another village, and the imposing stone walls of Iwagakur only added to their nervousness. When Peter and the boys were within earshot, one of the guards stepped forward, raising a hand to halt them. "Stop right there," the guard barked. "State your business in Iwagakur." Peter smiled politely, trying to keep the interaction civil. "We're here to see the Tsuchikage. He should be expecting us." The guards exchanged wary glances, clearly not convinced. "Huh? Yeah right," one guard replied, his tone gruff. "Turn back, or we'll be forced to take action." Peter's patience was wearing thin, but he kept his composure. "I suggest you double-check with your superiors. The Tsuchikage and I have an arrangement." The guards, however, were not so easily swayed. They remained on high alert, their hands hovering over their weapons. One of them, a bit more hot-headed than the others, sneered. "You expect us to believe that a stranger and two kids have an audience with the Tsuchikage? Do you think we're fools?" Before Peter could respond, the guard who had spoken lunged forward, drawing his weapon with a swift motion. "I don't think so, outsider," he shouted, charging straight at Peter. Peter's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing in them. He could have killed the guard in an instant, but he tried to keep a level head. "Look, why don't we all just calm down?" he said calmly, even as the guard closed in. But the guard was too far gone, too consumed by his sense of duty or perhaps his pride. He swung his weapon with deadly intent, aiming straight for Peter's head. Itaki and Shisui tensed, their instincts screaming at them to move, to protect their sensei. But before they could react, a sudden blur of movement caught their attention. Oniki, the Tsuchikage, appeared out of nowhere, his small frame moving with surprising speed and agility. He struck the guard with a powerful blow, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. "Fools!" Oniki barked, glaring down at the guards who had dared to attack Peter. "Do you have any idea what you're doing?" His voice was filled with fury, but also a tinge of fear. The remaining guards froze, their eyes wide with shock. They had never seen their leader so angry or so afraid. Oniki turned to Peter and immediately bowed deeply, a gesture of both apology and respect. "I apologize for their actions, Peter. They didn't know who they were dealing with." Peter shrugged, his expression indifferent. "It's fine," he said, though there was a hint of amusement in his voice. "No harm done." Oniki straightened up, relief washing over his face at Peter's nonchalant response. He quickly barked orders to the nearby Umbu, who appeared in a flash, taking the unconscious guard and his shaken comrades away. "Take them to the holding cells," Oniki commanded, his tone stern. "They need to be reminded of their duties." The Umbu nodded and swiftly carried out their orders, disappearing as quickly as they had come. With the situation under control, Oniki turned back to Peter. "Please, come in. We have much to discuss." He then glanced at Itaki and Shisui, offering them a respectful nod. "Your students are welcome as well." Peter nodded, motioning for Itaki and Shisui to follow as they stepped through the gates. Oniki led Peter, Itaki, and Shisui deeper into the heart of Iwagakur. The presence of the Tsuchikage himself walking through the village was enough to draw attention, but when paired with a group that included Peter and two young Uchiha, it was impossible not to notice. Villagers paused in their daily activities to stare, whispers spreading quickly through the crowd as they wondered what could possibly bring such a strange group together. As they walked, Oniki began explaining the difficulties Iwagakur faced. "Our land is harsh and unforgiving," he said, gesturing to the rocky terrain around them. "The soil here is too tough for most crops to grow, and water sources are scarce. We have to work twice as hard as other villages just to maintain our food supply." He glanced at Peter out of the corner of his eye, a hint of skepticism in his voice despite his earlier apology. "And while I appreciate your offer, I find it hard to believe you can turn this land into anything resembling the fertile grounds around Konoha. I'm not sure anyone could." Peter simply smiled at Oniki's doubt, taking it as a challenge rather than an insult. "Seeing is believing, Oniki. Why don't we start now?" Oniki raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced, but also intrigued by Peter's confidence. He had seen many things in his long life, but someone claiming they could terraform the land was new. "Very well," Oniki replied, a slight shrug in his shoulders as he motioned for them to follow him to a side entrance of the village. They exited Iwagakur through a small gate, stepping out onto a wide expanse of barren, rocky terrain. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but jagged stones and dust, a stark contrast to the lush greenery of Konoha. Oniki swept his arm out toward the desolate landscape. "Here you go, Peter. Let's see if your claims hold any weight." Peter nodded, a confident grin on his face. He stepped forward, raising his hand in front of him. With a fluid motion, he conjured a golden spell circle in the air. The intricate lines and symbols of the circle began to draw themselves into completion, glowing brightly with an ethereal light. Itaki and Shisui watched in awe, their eyes wide with anticipation. They had seen Peter do incredible things before, but this was something entirely new. Even Oniki, despite his skepticism, found himself holding his breath. The spell circle shot out from Peter's hand, its golden glow spreading across the rocky terrain before them. As it struck the ground, a network of golden lines began to stretch out, weaving their way across the landscape like a web. The transformation was immediate and awe-inspiring. The hard, unforgiving rock began to soften, melting away to reveal rich, dark soil. The barren ground, once so inhospitable, now seemed to breathe with new life. Trees shot up from the earth, their roots digging deep into the freshly formed soil. Lush green leaves unfurled, stretching toward the sky as if reaching for the sun. Lakes and rivers carved themselves through the ground, their waters flowing clear and fresh. The sound of rushing water filled the air, a stark contrast to the silence that had dominated the area just moments before. Grass spread like a green carpet across the terrain, flowers blooming in a riot of colors as the golden lines continued to pulse with energy, transforming everything they touched. Oniki watched in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had doubted Peter, had been certain that no one could change the harsh landscape of Awakens so dramatically. But here it was, happening right before his eyes. The barren wasteland was becoming a paradise, its once harsh surface now teeming with life. This is impossible, Oniki muttered, his voice barely more than a whisper. Peter turned to him, a knowing smile on his face. Nothing is impossible, Oniki. Not if you have the right tools and the will to make it happen. Oniki could only nod, still too shocked to form a proper response. He had spent decades ruling Awakens, had fought countless battles and seen things that most people could only dream of, but this was beyond anything he had ever imagined. The transformation continued for several more minutes until finally, the golden glow began to fade, and the spell circle dissolved into the air. The land before them, once so barren and desolate, now stretched out in a vast expanse of fertile fields, forests, and flowing water. Peter lowered his hand, turning to face Oniki. Believe me now. Oniki, still in a state of shock, slowly nodded. I don't know what to say. You've done the impossible. Peter chuckled softly. Just consider it a new beginning for Awakens. And remember, this is just the start. There's still much work to be done, but with this, you'll have what you need to begin a new era of peace and prosperity for all villages. Oniki glanced around, his expression a mixture of awe and gratitude. Thank you, Peter. I never thought I would see this in my lifetime. No problem, Peter nodded, then turned to Itake and Shisui, who were still staring wide-eyed at the transformed landscape. Should we make a stop in the village to try some Awakens snacks before heading to the next one? The two boys nodded, still too stunned to speak. They had just witnessed a miracle, and it was clear that their training under Peter was going to be more extraordinary than they had ever imagined. After leaving the newly transformed Awakens, which now boasted lush forests, fertile fields, and flowing water where barren rock once lay, Peter and his students, Itake and Shisui, prepared for their next destination. The dramatic change had left Itake and Shisui awestruck, and even Peter felt a sense of satisfaction seeing the fruits of his labor. Peter turned to his students with a smile. All right, next stop. Let's see what we can do for the other villages. With a wave of his hand, Peter opened a shimmering portal in the air. Itake and Shisui stepped through with Peter close behind, and within moments, they emerged in the mountainous terrain of Kumagakur, the village hidden in the clouds. The terrain here was starkly different, dominated by craggy cliffs and towering peaks. But Peter had already envisioned how he would transform this place. Raising his hand, he conjured another golden spell circle, the intricate symbols weaving together in the air before shooting out across the landscape. As the spell took effect, the rigid, rocky terrain began to soften and reshape. Mountains that had once been formidable and barren were now covered in lush greenery. Waterfalls cascaded down their slopes, pooling into clear, fresh lakes below. Peter flattened some areas to create plateaus suitable for farming, making sure not to erase the unique mountainous identity of the region but instead to enhance it, turning it into a thriving ecosystem. Itake and Shisui watched in amazement as Kumagakur transformed before their eyes. They could hardly believe the spectacle, especially seeing the immediate change in the villagers' reactions. Those who had lived their entire lives surrounded by rock and stone now gazed in wonder at the newly fertile land. Peter nodded in satisfaction as the last of the transformation settled. All right, 2 down. Let's keep moving, he said, opening another portal. This time, they stepped into the mist-covered lands of Kumagakur, the village hidden in the mist. Known for its constant rain and muddy terrain, Kumagakur posed a different challenge. Peter could sense the dense moisture in the air and the sodden ground beneath his feet. Without missing a beat, Peter cast another spell, his magic taking root deep within the earth. The muddy terrain began to shift, firming up into fertile soil designed to thrive in the region's constant rain. He added enchantments to the land itself, ensuring it could channel excess water efficiently, preventing floods while retaining the necessary moisture for abundant farming. The villagers of Kumagakur, who had grown accustomed to their harsh, wet environment, were left speechless as they watched their land transform. They saw their home change from a dreary swamp to a vibrant land capable of sustaining rich agriculture. It's like a dream, one villager whispered in disbelief, and many others nodded in agreement, unable to tear their eyes away from the transformed terrain. With 3 villages down, Peter's final stop was the most challenging of all, Sunagakur, the village hidden in the sand. The vast desert stretched endlessly before them, the sun beating down relentlessly on the arid landscape. This one will be the most impressive, Peter mused, considering his options. He glanced at Itaki and Shisui, who were already anticipating the incredible transformation they would witness next. Raising his hand once more, Peter decided to go big. Originally, he had thought to create a small oasis around the village, but why stop there? With a grin, he expanded his vision. The golden spell circle formed in the air, larger and more complex than any before it, shining with an almost blinding intensity. It shot out over the desert, and immediately, the change began. The sand under their feet began to shift, softening into rich, dark soil. All around them, dunes were flattened, replaced by stretches of fertile ground. Trees burst from the earth, their roots digging deep, and rivers snaked through the land, creating a network of freshwater sources that brought life to the once barren desert. Lakes appeared as if by magic, their surfaces glistening under the bright sun. Flowers and grasses spread rapidly, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the monotonous sands that had dominated the landscape for centuries. The people of Sunagakuer watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock and awe. Many had lived their entire lives in the desert, where water was precious and food was scarce. To see their land transformed so completely, to see trees and rivers where there had only been sand, was nothing short of a miracle. Some villagers fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces as they whispered prayers of thanks, unable to contain their emotions. Others cheered and shouted, celebrating the miracle they had just witnessed. For the first time, their village was surrounded by abundance instead of scarcity. Raza, the Kaze Cage of Sunagakuer, approached Peter, his face a mix of disbelief and gratitude. "Thank you," he said, bowing deeply. "You've given us more than we could ever have hoped for. We are forever in your debt." Peter smiled and waved off the thanks. "Just doing what I said I'd do. Now, use this opportunity to build a better and peaceful future alongside the other villages." With their mission accomplished, Peter turned to Itaki and Shisui, who were still reeling from all they had witnessed. "All right, time to head back to Konoha. We've got more work to do." He opened another portal, and the three of them stepped through, returning to the familiar surroundings of their home village. As they arrived, Peter glanced around, feeling the familiar energy of Konoha. "Come on," he said to his students, "Madara should have finished the job I gave him by now. We can probably start today's training after I hear how everything went." Itaki and Shisui nodded eagerly, still buzzing with excitement from everything they've witnessed today, hoping that someday, they would be able to do the same. Flashback, earlier that morning. Before the first light of dawn, Peter stood in his home, reviewing the tasks he had planned for the day. Madara was already there, having arrived early to speak with him before he left for the other villages. Today was crucial for the future they were trying to build, and Peter knew there was more to do than just terraforming. Peter turned to Madara, his expression serious. "Today's work terraforming the other villages will help move us closer to peace," he began, his tone measured and thoughtful. "But there's still one group that has the power to start a war, even if the villages themselves don't want it. They need to be handled." Madara nodded, understanding immediately. "The daimyo, right?" he asked, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Should I just kill them?" To clarify, in this world, the daimyo are the feudal lords who govern each nation. Each ninja village, despite its power and autonomy, is technically under the jurisdiction of their respective nation's daimyo. The daimyo hold significant political power and can influence decisions regarding war and peace, often without considering the wishes or needs of the villages themselves. Peter shook his head. "No, you don't have to kill them, especially if they seem like good people. Besides, if we kill every daimyo across the continent, it would draw a lot of attention and cause more problems than it solves." Madara raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Peter's suggestion. "Then what do you want me to do?" "Use your Sharingan to mind control them," Peter explained, his eyes narrowing with determination. "Make them switch roles with the villages and put it into law. The daimyo should be subservient to the villages, not the other way around. This way, the council we're creating will have the power to maintain peace. Otherwise, the daimyo could override the council's decisions whenever they want, and wars would continue, even after we leave this universe." Madara considered this for a moment, a smirk forming on his lips. "I see. You want to make sure the villages are truly in control. Makes sense." He paused, a flash of his old ruthlessness in his eyes. "And I have no problem knocking those weak daimyo off their high horses. They've lorded over the ninja villages for far too long." Peter nodded, satisfied with Madara's response. "Good. Just make sure to handle it carefully. We don't need to cause unnecessary chaos. And remember, if any of the daimyo or their families seem like they could be problematic later on, ensure they're also brought under control." Madara's smirk widened. "I can handle that. Consider it done." With their plan set, Madara departed in a flash, ready to carry out his mission. Meanwhile, Peter left to pick up Itaki and Shisui, preparing to take them on their journey to the other villages for the day's terraforming. Madara's mission. Madara moved swiftly, his presence like a ghost in the wind as he traveled from palace to palace, each one belonging to a different daimyo of the great nations. His movements were precise and silent, each step calculated to avoid detection. Though each palace had guards, they were mostly ceremonial and far too weak to pose any threat to someone of Madara's caliber. The first palace belonged to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Madara easily slipped past the guards, using his Sharingan to cast subtle illusions to mask his presence. he found the daimyo alone in his chambers, reading a scroll by candlelight. Madara's eyes flared with the Sharingan's power, and the daimyo's gaze lifted to meet his, locking into the hypnotic spiral. Within moments, the daimyo's expression slackened, and his mind became open to Madara's influence. From now on, Madara commanded in a low, authoritative tone, you and your descendants will be loyal to the Leaf Village and serve under its command. You will support the decisions of the new United Ninja Council and never move against the village or its interests. The daimyo nodded slowly, his face blank. Yes, I will serve the Leaf Village. Satisfied, Madara moved on to the daimyo's family, repeating the same process to ensure complete control. He knew that the power structure needed to be secure at all levels. With the Land of Fire under control, Madara moved on to the next nation. The process was similar in each palace. He would enter unnoticed, locate the daimyo, and use his Sharingan to bend their will to the new order that Peter had envisioned. At the palace of the Land of Water's daimyo, Madara found the lord and his family having dinner. A flicker of annoyance crossed Madara's face at the sight, but he swiftly moved into position. In a matter of seconds, all their eyes were locked on his, the Sharingan's power overwhelming their minds. You will now serve the Mist Village and follow the council's directives, Madara instructed. Your role is to support the ninja, not to command them. Yes, we will serve. They all repeated, their voices eerily in sync. Madara continued his mission across the continent, visiting the palaces of the Land of Earth, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Wind. Each time, he moved undetected, his Sharingan ensuring that no one would defy the new order. The guards were oblivious to his presence, and the few ninja guards who were stationed at the palaces were far too weak to sense him or pose any challenge. In each palace, he also made sure to mind control the daimyo's family members. He knew that any one of them could become the next daimyo and potentially disrupt the new structure they were setting up. As he worked, Madara felt a sense of satisfaction. This task, given to him by Peter, aligned with his own beliefs about the true order of power. The daimyo were too weak to wield authority over the ninja villages, and it was time for a change. Finally, with all the daimyo and their families under control, Madara finished his mission. The foundations for a new power structure had been laid, one that would ensure the council's decisions could not be overturned by those unfit to lead. Madara allowed himself a rare smile as he stood on the balcony of the last palace, looking out over the land. The old order was ending, and a new era was beginning, one where the ninja villages would be the true power in their nations, just as it should be. As the portal shimmered and closed behind them, Peter stepped out into the Uchiha district alongside Itaki and Shisui, the soft orange glow of the setting sun casting long shadows across the village. The streets were quieter now, the day winding down as families prepared for dinner, and the sounds of evening life filled the air. Peter glanced around, expecting to see Madara somewhere in the distance, but there was no sign of him. It seemed Madara hadn't returned yet from his task, which Peter had anticipated would take most of the day. Noticing that Madara wasn't around, Itaka turned to Peter, his expression thoughtful. Sensei, would you like to join us for dinner? My mom should be cooking by now, Itaki asked, his tone polite but hopeful. Shisui, standing next to Itaki, nodded eagerly, clearly looking forward to having their teacher join them for a meal. Peter opened his mouth to respond when, out of nowhere, an umbu appeared beside them in a blur of motion, kneeling with a bow. Sir, the umbu began, his voice respectful but urgent, Hokage-sama requests your presence. He asks that you meet with him as soon as possible. Peter shrugged, completely unfazed by the sudden appearance. Sure, tell Minato that I'll be there soon. The umbu nodded and disappeared just as quickly as he had arrived, leaving Itake and Shisui staring after him in silence. Turning back to his students, Peter smiled reassuringly. I'll meet with Minato first, but don't worry, I'll join you both for dinner afterward. Itaki and Shisui smiled at his response, bowing in respect. We'll see you soon, Sensei, they said in unison before rushing off toward Itake's home, eager for dinner and the chance to unwind after the day's excitement. Peter watched them go, a fond smile tugging at his lips. Once they disappeared from view, he turned toward the Hokage Tower, his thoughts shifting toward whatever business Minato had for him. Well, let's see what Minato wants to talk about this time, Peter mused to himself, taking a step forward as he prepared to head toward his meeting with the Hokage. Peter walked through the corridors of the Hokage Tower, his footsteps light and unhurried. Soon enough, he reached the door to Minato's office and knocked lightly. A moment later, he heard Minato's voice from the other side. Come in. Peter pushed the door open and stepped inside. The office was lit softly by the setting sun, the rays highlighting the shelves filled with scrolls and books lining the walls. Behind the desk sat Minato, the fourth Hokage, his usual calm and determined demeanor in place. Beside him stood his wife, Kushina, her long red hair falling over her shoulders. She smiled warmly when she saw Peter. In a small cradle behind the desk, baby Naruto slept peacefully, his small chest rising and falling with each breath. The sight of the sleeping child softened the room's atmosphere, but Peter could immediately sense the tension in Minato and Kushina's posture. Minato gestured for Peter to take a seat, and once Peter was settled, Minato leaned forward, his hands clasped together. I appreciate you coming, Peter, Minato began, his voice calm but with an undertone of curiosity. I wanted to ask how everything is going with the other villages. How's the terraforming coming along? I know it's a massive task, do you think it'll take much longer? Peter smiled casually, leaning back in his chair. It's already done. Minato blinked, caught off guard by the response. Already, done. Kushina, too, seemed surprised, her brows raising in disbelief. That fast? We thought it would take weeks, maybe even months to transform all the villages. Peter chuckled softly, shaking his head. Nope. It took a day. I hit Kimagakur, Kirigakure, and Sunagakur after Iwagakur. The mountains are lush and fertile, the rain-soaked lands of the Mist Village are thriving, and the desert surrounding Sunagakur, well, let's just say it's no longer a desert. Minato and Kushina exchanged stunned glances, both struggling to process the sheer scale of what Peter had accomplished in such a short time. Minato's lips parted as he tried to grasp the enormity of the task. I don't know what to say, Minato admitted, leaning back slightly in his chair. That's incredible. Kushina, still looking somewhat amazed, nodded. You've really done something amazing, Peter. Those villages will be thriving in no time. Peter nodded, a sense of satisfaction in his voice. Yeah, the hardest part is out of the way. Now we just have to wait for Madara to return from his task with the daimyo. At the mention of Madara and the daimyo, both Minato and Kushina's expressions shifted. A bad feeling seemed to creep into the room. Minato frowned, his concern evident. Wait. Madara's dealing with the daimyo. Kushina's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that really a good idea? You know what kind of man Madara is, are you sure it's safe to leave something like that in his hands? Peter waved a hand dismissively, not appearing the least bit concerned. It's fine. He's not going to kill them, if that's what you're worried about. Kushina, still looking uneasy, exchanged a glance with Minato. But what is he doing with them, exactly? Peter shrugged, leaning forward slightly. He's just mind-controlling them to shift the power dynamic. They'll still technically be in charge of their respective lands, but now they'll be subservient to the villages, not the other way around. We need that to ensure the new council has real authority. The last thing we want is for the daimyo to keep overriding the council's decisions and causing conflicts. Minato sighed, though he seemed somewhat reassured. I understand the reasoning. I just hope things go smoothly. The daimyo are powerful political figures, and any drastic changes could stir up tension. Peter nodded. Madara will handle it. He's more than capable, and he knows how important this is. Kushina still looked a little uneasy, but she seemed to accept Peter's explanation. I hope you're right, Peter. Peter smiled. I am. With that, the conversation shifted, and Peter noticed the serious expressions on Minato and Kushina's faces. Minato hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Actually, Peter, there's another reason we called you here, Minato said, his tone growing heavier. He glanced at Kushina, who nodded, silently urging him to continue. Peter raised an eyebrow, curious. What's going on? Minato sighed, leaning forward with his elbows resting on the desk. It's about Obito. He began, his tone serious but laced with a hint of frustration. We've been trying to help Obito ever since you helped us capture him. I've tried talking to him, reminding him of the old days, of everything we fought for together. Peter leaned forward slightly, listening intently. But nothing seems to be working, Minato continued. He's not the same boy we knew. Whatever he went through has changed him. His ideals, his beliefs, it's like he's become a completely different person. He just isn't the Obito I remember. Kushina nodded in agreement, her brow furrowed with worry. We've even had the Yamanaka clan try to get through to him using their mind techniques, but even they're struggling. It's like there's this wall around his mind, and nothing is getting through. Minato sighed, running a hand through his blonde hair. I hate to ask you for more help after everything you've already done for the village, but we're at a loss. We need your help, Peter. I don't know what else we can do. Kushina's eyes met Peter's, and Peter could see the pleading in them. Please, Peter, she said softly. If anyone can help us reach Obito, it's you. We just want to bring him back. Peter looked from Minato to Kushina and back again. I'll help, he agreed easily. Minato and Kushina both let out a breath of relief, their tense shoulders finally relaxing. Thank you, Minato said, gratitude clear in his tone. Kushina nodded eagerly, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. We knew you'd be able to help. It's no problem, Peter smiled back. There are a few ways we could go about it. I'll lay out the options for you, and you two can decide which route you want to take. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance, excitement and curiosity building between them. What are the options? Minato asked, leaning forward slightly, eager to hear what Peter had in mind. Peter held up one finger. The first option is the most straightforward but comes with some complications. I could erase Obito's memories, completely wipe them out. This would give him a second chance at life without the trauma, brainwashing, or any of the baggage he's carrying right now. He'd have a fresh start. Kushina and Minato's eyes widened at the idea, and for a moment, they looked hopeful. But then Minato furrowed his brow, sensing that there was a catch. That sounds promising, but what's the problem with that? Peter sighed. The problem is that while it would give him a clean slate, he probably wouldn't be able to stay in Konoha. Too many ninja here know his face. Word would spread quickly among the villagers, and people would remember that he was involved in the Ninetales attack. Even if he didn't have his memories, others would, and it would make things complicated. Kushina's expression faltered, and Minato frowned, understanding the gravity of the situation. That could be a real issue, Minato murmured, glancing at his wife. He'd always be seen as a threat, no matter how much he's changed. Peter nodded. Exactly. Even if he's no longer the same person, the village might not be able to see past what he did. Kushina pursed her lips, clearly troubled by the potential fallout. What's the next option? She asked. Peter held up 2 fingers. The second option is a bit more traditional. We can help him the old-fashioned way with therapy, support, and guidance. It's the slowest method, but would allow him to work through everything at his own pace. Minato nodded thoughtfully. How long would that take? Peter gave a small, apologetic shrug. It's hard to say. Therapy takes time, and with the level of trauma he's gone through, it could take years to see any real progress. And honestly, I don't have that kind of time to stick around and see it through. Kushina bit her lip, her gaze shifting to the cradle where Naruto slept peacefully. She wanted to help Obito, but she knew Peter had his own obligations. Would we be able to handle it without you? She asked, her voice soft but filled with determination. Peter smiled reassuringly. I'd make sure you're well equipped before I leave. I'd help set everything up, give you the tools and resources to work with. But yeah, I'd have to leave before things really started to show progress. Minato looked conflicted, understanding that while this option was the safest, it was also the longest and most uncertain. He turned to Kushina, waiting to hear her thoughts. Peter held up 3 fingers now, signaling the last option. The third and final option is a bit more extreme, but it could solve most of the issues we're facing. I could use my powers to revert Obito back into the body of a child and erase his memories, like in the first option. That way, no one would recognize him, and he could have a completely fresh start, no baggage, no bad memories, and no reputation to follow him around. Kushina's eyes lit up at this option, the idea of giving Obito a true second chance without any of the weight from his past clearly appealing to her. That's it, she said immediately, her voice firm. Let's do that. Minato blinked, surprised by her quick decision. Kushina, are you sure? If he's turned into a child again, who's going to take care of him? It's not like we can just drop him off somewhere. Kushina turned to Minato, her expression incredulous as if the answer were obvious. We will, of course. As Peter stepped out of the office, leaving Minato and Kushina to discuss their decision regarding Obito, he couldn't help but smile. From the way the conversation was going, it was clear that Kushina had already made up her mind, and Minato would soon follow. The prospect of giving Obito a true second chance, free of his past, was too appealing to pass up. Stepping into the cool evening air, Peter took a deep breath. The village was quiet at this time of night, and the stars twinkled faintly above him. It was peaceful. As Peter prepared to head back to the Uchiha district, he sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, he was met with the familiar figure of Madara, the elderly Uchiha standing there with his arms crossed, a faint smirk on his face. Mission accomplished, Madara said, his voice low and confident. Every daimyo is now subservient to the ninja villages, just as you asked. More importantly, they'll all follow the orders of the future council without question. Peter raised an eyebrow, a grin forming on his face. That was fast. Madara shrugged. It wasn't difficult. They were all too weak to resist, and none of them suspected anything. Everything went according to plan. Good, Peter nodded, satisfied. That was an important step. Now we can focus on building the council and solidifying a lasting peace. With their tasks for the day complete, Peter gestured for Madara to follow him. Come on, Itaki invited me to dinner at his house, and I figured we could both go. Madara raised an eyebrow at the invitation, a rare look of curiosity crossing his features. Dinner with the Uchiha clan. I'm surprised they're willing to sit down with me. Peter chuckled. They might be a little scared at first, but don't worry. You're with me, so they'll get used to it. Besides, Mikato invited us last time. With that, the two men made their way to the Uchiha district, the streets quiet and deserted as the village settled down for the night. As they approached Itake's house, Peter could already sense the tension in the air. He knew bringing Madara along would cause some unease, but he figured the dinner would help break down some of those barriers. When they arrived at the house, the door was opened by Mikato, who immediately tensed at the sight of Madara standing beside Peter. She quickly composed herself, offering a polite smile despite the clear apprehension in her eyes. Good evening, Peter, Mikato greeted warmly before her eyes flickered nervously toward Madara. And, Madara-sama. Peter smiled reassuringly. I hope it's alright that I brought him along. We're all working toward the same goal, after all. Mikato hesitated for a moment before nodding. Of course. You're both welcome. They stepped inside, and Peter could sense the immediate shift in the room's atmosphere. Fugaku, who had been sitting at the table with baby Sasuke in his arms, stiffened at the sight of Madara, his eyes narrowing slightly. Itaki and Shisui, who were already seated, exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unsure how to react to this. Peter, sensing the tension, took a seat at the table with a casual smile. Thanks for having us, Fugaku, Mikato. The food smells great. Mikato offered a polite nod, quickly setting the table with the meal she had prepared. As they began to eat, the atmosphere remained tense for the first few minutes, everyone stealing glances at Madara, who sat silently, his expression unreadable. But as the dinner went on, Peter and Madara made no moves to escalate the situation. In fact, Peter engaged in casual conversation with Itaki and Shisui about their training, while Madara remained mostly quiet, offering the occasional comment. Slowly, the tension began to ease as it became clear that neither Peter nor Madara had any intention of causing trouble. By the time dinner was coming to a close, the atmosphere had lightened considerably. Fugaku, though still wary, seemed to relax slightly, and even Mikato managed a small smile as she cleared the dishes. Peter leaned back in his chair, glancing at Madara. See, I told you it'd be fine. Madara merely smirked in response. As the meal wrapped up, Peter and Madara thanked their hosts and didn't overstay their welcome. Mikoto, ever the gracious host, offered Peter a place to stay for the night, as she had done before. But Peter shook his head with a smile. I appreciate the offer, Mikoto, but I don't want to impose. Minato already gave me a house, so I'll just stay there from now on. Besides, I'll be back tomorrow for the kids' training. It's not like I'll be gone for long. Mikoto nodded in understanding, though there was a hint of relief in her expression, especially considering Madara's presence. Thank you again for dinner, Peter said as he and Madara stepped out into the cool night air. The streets of the Uchiha district were quiet now, the village settling into the calm of the evening. As they walked, the sound of their footsteps the only noise breaking the silence, Madara spoke up. I've been thinking, Madara began, his voice low and thoughtful, about the eyes I gave that Uzumaki kid Nagato. Peter glanced over at Madara, his curiosity piqued. What about them? Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. My old plans are being thrown out, which means I don't need to be without my original eyes anymore. I was thinking of retrieving them tomorrow. Peter's interest deepened. He had always been curious about Nagato and the Akatsuki. Mind if I tag along? Madara glanced at Peter, considering the offer for a moment before nodding. Fine by me. Peter grinned, clearly intrigued by the idea. Cool, maybe I'll bring the kids along as well. With that, the two men went their separate ways, their thoughts already turning to the events of the next day. I wonder if Yahiko is still alive. Peter stood before his new home, taking in the sight of the large, sprawling mansion that had been given to him as a gift from Minato and the village. When Minato had told him it was just a small house, Peter had shrugged and accepted, thinking it would be a modest place to rest. But now, seeing it in person for the first time, he realized Minato's idea of small was wildly different from his own. This is not a small house, Peter muttered to himself, sighing as he stared up at the towering structure before him. The mansion's elegant design and expansive grounds made it clear that this wasn't just a place to sleep, it was a full-blown estate. Still, Peter let out a resigned sigh, deciding to just roll with it. Guess it's better than sleeping in someone else's house, he said with a shrug before heading inside. The interior of the house was just as grand as the exterior. Polished floors, intricately carved woodwork, and spacious rooms greeted him as he wandered through the hallways. Despite its grandeur, the place felt oddly empty, with only the faint echoes of his footsteps filling the silence. After some exploring, Peter eventually found what he assumed was the master bedroom. He pushed open the door and stepped inside, already mentally preparing to collapse into bed after the long day. But as soon as he entered the room, he froze. Sitting on the bed with a thoroughly annoyed expression on his face, was none other than Kurama the Ninetales himself, still trapped in his tiny, shrunken form thanks to Peter's spell. Yo, Peter greeted casually, trying not to laugh at the sight of the once mighty beast looking so disgruntled in his miniature state. Kurama let out a low growl, clearly unimpressed. Don't yo me, the fox grumbled, his red eyes narrowing as he glared at Peter. You're late. Peter raised an eyebrow, leaning against the doorframe. Late? I didn't realize I was on a schedule. Kurama huffed, his tail swishing behind him in agitation. I've been stuck like this, waiting for you to come back, while you've been gallivanting around the other villages, getting all cozy with Madara Uchiha of all people. Peter's eyes gleamed with amusement. So that's what this is about? You're upset about Madara becoming my subordinate. Kurama's ears flattened against his head, his expression hardening. Madara is dangerous, Peter. I should know that better than anyone. He's not someone you can trust. Peter crossed his arms, letting out a soft chuckle. Madara's dangerous, sure, but so am I. Kurama bared his fangs slightly, his frustration bubbling to the surface. You don't get it. I've dealt with Madara before. He's a manipulator, and he'll stab you in the back the moment it's convenient for him. Peter tilted his head, watching Kurama intently. I hear what you're saying, but from what I've seen so far, Madara's not out to betray anyone. He's just a man who wanted peace, and he took the wrong steps to get there. Kurama scoffed, his eyes flashing with disbelief. You really believe that? After everything he's done? Peter shrugged. I believe people can change, given the right circumstances. And even if Madara does try something, I'm not exactly easy to stab in the back. He's not strong enough to take me down. Kurama's frown deepened, but he couldn't deny the truth in Peter's words. He had seen Peter's strength firsthand, and it was nothing short of monstrous. Still, the thought of Madara made Kurama's fur bristle. I don't trust him, Kurama muttered, his voice low and filled with a deep-rooted grudge. Peter smirked, an idea forming in his mind. Well, since you don't trust the old man so much, how about this? Why don't you join me? You can watch my back and make sure Madara doesn't try anything. If he does turn on me, I'll even let you take him down yourself. Kurama's eyes widened slightly at the offer, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. You'd let me kill him? He asked, his tone cautious, as if trying to gauge whether Peter was serious. Peter grinned. If he betrays me, sure. I don't think it'll come to that, but if it does, you can have the honor. Kurama seemed to mull over the idea for a moment, though his skeptical nature kept him from jumping at the offer right away. I thought you wanted me to be Konoha's guardian beast or whatever, Kurama said, raising an eyebrow. Why are you offering me this instead? Peter shrugged again. That was just advice. Now, I'm giving you a job offer. You can join me as well, keeping an eye on Madara and protecting me from anything he might try. The offer clearly piqued Karema's interest, but there was still one stipulation he had. If I agree to this, Karema began, his gaze narrowing slightly, you have to remove this spell that keeps me shrunken like this. I'm not doing anything as long as I'm stuck in this ridiculous form. Peter chuckled, raising a hand in agreement. Deal. With a snap of his fingers, the spell that had kept Karema in his tiny form was lifted. Of course, he held off on growing right away, conscious that it would cause the house to collapse. Karema let out a satisfied growl, stretching his limbs as he regained control of his full size. That's better. Peter smiled as he watched the Ninetales settle into his larger form. Now, let's fix your mind control problem. With another wave of his hand, Peter conjured glowing spell circles in the air, each one intricately designed with symbols and enchantments. The circles hovered for a moment before shooting directly into Karema's eyes, embedding the protective enchantments deep within his mind. The fox blinked. Feeling the new protection settle into his senses, a steady drizzle fell over a megakur, the droplets pattering softly against the countless steel structures that towered above the village. It was always raining here, the dark clouds seemingly perpetually hovering over the country, casting a gloomy atmosphere across the landscape. But despite the dismal weather, the people of Amegakur continued with their lives, navigating the rain-soaked streets with ease, having long since adapted to the constant downpour. Within the heart of the village, hidden from view inside one of the many towering buildings, the Akatsuki gathered. Their leader, Yahiko, sat at a table, a look of quiet contemplation on his face as he went over reports from their recent missions. His long orange hair framed his face, his eyes sharp with determination and resolve. Insert picture of Yahiko here. Beside him sat Nagato, his Rinnegan glowing faintly in the dim light, and Konan, the ever-stoic and calm presence at Yahiko's side. Insert picture of Nagato here. Insert picture of Konan here. The three of them had come a long way from the war orphans they once were. In the midst of the Third Shinobi World War, they had been lucky enough to be saved and trained by Jiraiya of the Sunin. Under his guidance, they had honed their skills, and in time, they had grown up to form the Akatsuki. What had started as a small group of survivors and idealists had blossomed into a movement, a beacon of hope for those caught in the crossfire of the five great shinobi countries' endless wars. Amegakur had suffered more than most in these wars. Situated between the larger nations, it was often used as a battlefield, its people mere collateral damage in the power struggles of others. The Akatsuki sought to change that. They sought to bring peace not just to Amegakur, but to the entire world, and under Yahiko's leadership, the group had begun to gain a following. But with that fame came danger. The current leader of Amegakur, Hanzo of the Salamander, had initially supported the Akatsuki, impressed by their ideals. But over time, as the Akatsuki's power grew, so too did Hanzo's paranoia. He began to see them not as allies in his quest to maintain peace and control of the village, but as a threat to his rule. And now, Hanzo had decided to eliminate that threat. Using his network of spies and informants to gather information about the Akatsuki's movements, Hanzo knew that while Yahiko was the charismatic leader of the group, it was Nagato who truly scared him. Despite the boy's seeming inability to use the power of his Rinnegan, he still possessed a legendary dojutsu said to be passed down by the Sage of Six Paths himself. This was an anomaly that Hanzo could not afford to ignore. If Nagato ever unlocked the power of his eyes and turned them against him, it would mean the end of his reign over Amegakur. So, Hanzo devised a plan. Rather than confront the Akatsuki head-on, where Nagato's Rinnegan would make the outcome unpredictable, Hanzo chose to strike from the shadows. Konan walked through the rain-soaked streets of Amegakur, her steps measured as she made her way to a rendezvous point where she was supposed to meet with one of their informants. Her sharp blue eyes scanned her surroundings, always alert, always watchful. Years of living in the war-torn village had made her wary of every shadow, every corner where danger could be hiding. But today, something felt off. The streets were quieter than usual, and though the rain continued to fall, there was an eerie stillness in the air that set her on edge. She quickened her pace, her instincts telling her something wasn't right. As she neared the rendezvous point, a narrow alleyway between two tall buildings, she paused, her eyes narrowing as she noticed something unusual. The informant she was supposed to meet wasn't there. Instead, the alley was empty. Konan's hand twitched toward the pouch on her hip as she took a cautious step forward, her senses on high alert when suddenly, the ground beneath her shifted. Konan's eyes widened in surprise as the earth gave way beneath her feet, revealing a hidden trap. Before she could react, the ground collapsed, sending her plummeting into a pit lined with iron spikes. Reaching quickly, a pair of paper wings flared out from her back, catching her in midair just before she reached the spikes. But it was too late. The trap had done its job, separating her from the safety of the open streets and putting her in a vulnerable position. Before she could escape, a series of explosions went off around the pit, filling the air with thick smoke and dust. Konan coughed, her vision blurred by the sudden onslaught. Through the haze, she could hear the sound of footsteps approaching, many of them. Emerging from the smoke were Hanzo's personal guards, their faces hidden behind gas masks, each one armed and ready to subdue her. Konan's eyes hardened as she realized what was happening. This was an ambush, a trap. She tried to fight back, but before she could finish forming her first attack, thick, heavy chains shot out from the ground, wrapping around her arms and legs, binding her tightly. The weight of the chains was immense, pulling her down to the ground with a force that even her wings couldn't counteract. Konan gritted her teeth, struggling against the bindings, but it was no use. The chains were laced with chakra-suppressing seals, designed specifically to keep her from using her abilities. As she fought against her restraints, Hanzo himself appeared, stepping through the smoke with his dark cloak billowing behind him. His cold, calculating eyes locked onto Konan as he approached, his expression unreadable. Insert picture of Hanzo here. It's over, Konan, Hanzo said, his voice calm and measured. Don't make this harder than it has time be. Konan glared up at him, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. If you think Yahiko and Nagato will just surrender to you, you're mistaken, she spat, her voice filled with defiance. Hanzo shook his head. I don't want them to surrender. He pauses, looking Konan in the eye. I want them to die. At his signal, more of his guards appeared, lifting Konan's chained body off the ground and dragging her away. Konan struggled, her mind racing as she tried to think of a way out of this, Hanzo's ominous declaration replaying over and over in her head. At the Akatsuki base, Yahiko and Nagato stepped outside, joined by several other members of their organization. They had been on edge ever since Konan had gone missing. She had left for a routine mission, but when she didn't return at the expected time, both Yahiko and Nagato had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Their fears were confirmed when they saw the approaching figure of Hanzo the Salamander, riding atop his massive salamander summon, surrounded by his elite ninja forces. But what truly made their blood run cold was the sight of Konan, bound and restrained, held captive in chains by Hanzo himself. Yahiko's eyes widened in shock, his heart hammering in his chest as he took in the scene before him. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, and his knuckles turned white. Nagato, standing beside him, felt a surge of fury unlike anything he had ever experienced. His Rinnegan eyes glowed ominously, reflecting the storm brewing inside him. The rest of the Akatsuki members stepped forward, instinctively reaching for their weapons, but Yahiko raised a hand to stop them, his gaze fixed on Hanzo. He knew this wasn't a battle they could rush into, not with Konan's life on the line. What do you want, Hanzo? Yahiko demanded, his voice cold and filled with barely contained rage. Why do you have Konan? Nagato, his expression equally dark, narrowed his eyes at the older man, his chakra flaring uncontrollably as his emotions threatened to take over. The sight of Konan, one of his dearest friends, bound and helpless before them, was more than he could bear. Hanzo dismounted from his salamander, walking slowly and confidently toward Yahiko and Nagato, his eyes cold and calculating as he surveyed the two leaders of the Akatsuki. His elite ninja forces stood at the ready behind him, their weapons drawn and prepared for battle, but Hanzo himself remained calm, knowing he held the upper hand. I believe you already know why I'm here, Hanzo began, his voice even and composed despite the obvious tension in the air. The Akatsuki has become a threat to a Megakure. Yahiko's jaw tightened, his anger boiling beneath the surface. We've only ever worked to bring peace to this land, to end the constant wars that plague our country, and you know that. Hanzo's lips curled into a bitter smile. That may have been your intention in the beginning, Yahiko, but your influence has grown too strong. Your ideals are dangerous. They attract too many followers, too much attention. The balance of power is shifting, and I cannot allow that. Nagato stepped forward, his voice trembling with barely suppressed fury. You captured Konan to lure us out. What is it you really want, Hanzo? Hanzo's smile faded, and his eyes grew cold as he raised a hand, signaling his men to bring Konan forward. Hanzo held Konan up, so Yahiko and Nagato could get a good look at her, her wrists bound tightly in chakra-suppressing chains. She struggled in his grasp, her eyes locked onto her two closest friends. Hanzo stepped closer, his expression hard as steel. It's simple. I want both of you to die. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged stunned glances, disbelief flashing across their faces. But Hanzo wasn't finished. You see, Hanzo continued, his voice dripping with malice, as long as you two live, your influence will continue to grow. The people will follow you. I can't allow that. He reached into his cloak and drew a kunai, holding it up so that the light glinted off its sharp edge. So, here's the deal. Yahiko, Nagato, you will both kill yourselves. Do it willingly, right here, right now, in front of me, or... He glanced toward Konan, and without hesitation, placed the blade of the kunai against her neck. If you don't, I'll cut off her head right in front of you. Yahiko's heart seized in his chest as he saw the blade press dangerously close to Konan's throat. His mind raced, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps. He knew Hanzo was serious, there was no bluff in his voice. If they didn't comply, Konan would die. Nagato, on the other hand, felt his blood boil as his Rinnegan flared with intensity. His rage threatened to consume him entirely. The sight of his closest friend in such a perilous position ignited a fire within him that demanded action, demanded vengeance. Stop this, Hanzo! Yahiko shouted, taking a step forward, his voice trembling with a mixture of fury and desperation. There has to be another way. You don't have to do this. But Hanzo shook his head, his expression cold and unyielding. This is the only way, Yahiko. You've left me no choice. If you truly care about Konan's life, you will do as I say. The kunai pressed harder against Konan's neck, drawing a thin line of blood as it grazed her skin. She winced but remained silent, her eyes filled with defiance as she looked toward Yahiko and Nagato. She was prepared to die for them, for their cause, but she couldn't bear the thought of them sacrificing themselves for her. Nagato's chakra flared dangerously as he took a step forward, his voice low and filled with barely controlled fury. If you harm her, Hanzo, I swear, I will make you regret it. Hanzo's lips curled into a twisted smirk. Oh, I'm sure you would. But that won't matter if you're dead. Yahiko's mind raced as he tried to find a solution, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew what Hanzo was asking of them, and he knew there was no easy way out of this. But one thing was clear, he couldn't let Konan die. With a deep breath, Yahiko's eyes softened as he looked at Konan, then at Nagato. It's okay, he whispered, his voice filled with a quiet resolve. We'll find a way out of this. We can. Enough talking, Hanzo said, his voice cold and merciless. Either you kill yourselves now, or she dies. Nagato's heart raced, and for the first time, he could feel a heavy sense of dread settling in his gut. His Rinnegan flared with uncontrollable emotion as the blade inched closer to Konan's neck. Yahiko's resolve was breaking. He was no fool, he knew that there was no escaping this situation without someone dying. His mind screamed at him to find another way, to fight back, but the cold steel of Hanzo's blade against Konan's neck brought the cruel reality crashing down. Yahiko glanced at Nagato, his friend's face contorted with barely contained rage. Nagato, Yahiko began, his voice thick with emotion. Nagato shook his head violently. Don't do it, Yahiko. There has to be another way. But Yahiko's eyes softened, his heart heavy with the weight of his decision. I can't let her die. You know that. Hanzo smirked, his grip tightening on the sword as he leaned closer to Konan. Enough stalling, he growled. Make your choice now, or I'll end her life right here. Yahiko's hand trembled as he reached for a kunao from his pouch. Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief, but he knew Yahiko was serious. His best friend was about to sacrifice himself to save Konan. Just as Yahiko raised the kunao, ready to plunge it into his own heart, the rain seemed to stop for a moment, and the air around them crackled with energy. Suddenly, without warning, a golden, glowing circular portal appeared in the space between Yahiko, Nagato, and Hanzo's forces. The portal shimmered with a strange energy, and the air hummed with power as it opened wider, and from it stepped small groups of unfamiliar individuals. Peter, along with his students Itaki and Shisui, Madara, Uchiha, and Karema in his now slightly larger form, emerged from the portal. But the gravity of their entrance was immediately undercut by the bickering that accompanied them. I swear, Madara, Karema growled, his deep voice filled with irritation, if you keep walking in front of me like that, I'm going to swat you like a fly. Madara shot an annoyed glance at the Ninetales. It's a free world, Fox, I can walk wherever I want. Peter rolled his eyes as he stepped between the two. Can you two knock it off for 5 minutes? We're in the middle of something here. Hanzo, Konan, Yahiko, Nagato, and every ninja present stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded by the sudden arrival. Even Hanzo, who had prepared for every possible contingency, was left speechless by the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Nagato's Rinnegan eyes flared as he instinctively took a step back, unsure of what was happening. Yahiko, still holding the kunao, looked between the newcomers and Hanzo, his mind racing to catch up. Hanzo narrowed his eyes, trying to size up the strange group. Who the hell are you? He demanded, his voice filled with suspicion and barely concealed irritation. Peter, hearing Hanzo's question, waved his hand in greeting. Yo, I'm Spider-Man. The rain continued to pour as Peter and his group made their sudden and dramatic entrance through the golden portal. Hanzo's forces, along with Yahiko, Nagato, and the Akatsuki stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock and confusion. After all, portals weren't a normal sight in this world, and the idea of someone using such a method for transportation had everyone on edge. Nagato tried to process what had just happened, his mind racing, trying to figure out who these people were and how they had managed to appear in the middle of such a critical moment. Yahiko, kunao still in hand, glanced between Hanzo, who looked equally stunned, and the newcomers. Hanzo, always calculating and cautious, narrowed his eyes as he studied the group. His elite guards shifted uneasily behind him, their weapons ready but their movements hesitant. The sudden appearance of such an unknown force had thrown them off balance. Who the hell are you? Hanzo growled, his voice cutting through the rain. His grip tightened on Konan as he held her hostage, clearly not willing to let go of his advantage so easily. Peter, standing casually with his hands in his pockets, simply smiled. Yo, I'm Spider-Man, nice to meet you, he said, giving a little wave with his free hand, as if this were a completely normal introduction. His relaxed demeanor only added to the confusion spreading through the crowd. Yahiko, still on edge, shot a glance at Nagato, who returned it with a silent, questioning look. Neither of them had any idea what was happening, but they knew that whoever these newcomers were, they had just turned the situation upside down. Hanzo's brow furrowed in suspicion. I don't know who you are or why you're here, he said coldly, his voice dripping with malice, but this has nothing to do with you. Leave now, and I'll spare your lives. Peter's smirk widened slightly. Nah, I don't wanna. He stubbornly refused, like a petulant child. And before Hanzo could react, Peter moved so fast that none of them even saw it happen. In an instant, Peter appeared beside Hanzo, standing just inches away. Hanzo's eyes widened in shock, his body instinctively trying to react, but before he could even move, Peter was already gone, vanishing just as quickly as he had appeared. And with him, Konan was no longer in Hanzo's grasp. The air around them seemed to crackle with energy as Peter reappeared in front of Madara, Karema, and his students, Itaki and Shisui, holding Konan safely in his arms. She blinked in surprise, her mind struggling to keep up with what had just happened. One moment, she had been a hostage in Hanzo's grip, and the next, she was being carried by a stranger, unharmed. As she looked up at Peter, still cradled in his arms, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. It was rare for her to feel vulnerable, but in this moment, the way Peter had swooped in and saved her so effortlessly made her feel like a princess being rescued from danger. Her heart pounded in her chest as she stared up at him in awe. Peter, noticing the look on her face, couldn't help but smirk. "Don't go falling in love now," he teased, his voice light and playful. "I'm already taken." Conan blinked, the blush on her cheeks deepening as she realized she'd been caught off guard. She quickly averted her gaze, mentally scolding herself for being distracted at such a critical moment. But even as she turned her attention back to the situation, the suddenness of the move left everyone stunned. Yahiko and Nagato stared in disbelief, their eyes flickering between Hanzo and Peter as they tried to comprehend how he had managed to take Conan so effortlessly. Hanzo, for his part, was seething. His plan had been going perfectly until this moment, and now it was crumbling before his eyes. He glared at Peter, fury boiling beneath his calm exterior. "You think you can just walk in here and interfere with my plans?" Peter shrugged, still holding Conan carefully as he glanced back at Hanzo. "Well, I just did, didn't I?" He smirked. "What are you going to do about it?" Behind him, Madara snorted out a laugh, watching the scene with mild interest, while Kurama grinned, clearly amused by Hanzo's frustration. Itaki and Shisui remained silent, their eyes trained on Peter, absorbing every detail of how their sensei handled the situation. Meanwhile, Conan still couldn't quite process what had happened, her mind reeling as she clung to Peter, still in his arms. "Conan." Yahiko and Nagato's voices broke through the confusion, both of them shouting her name as they watched her being taken from Hanzo's grasp. Nagato's Rinnegan eyes flared with intensity, despite his inability to use them, his chakra surging as he instinctively stepped forward, ready to intervene if necessary. "Are you all right, Conan?" he called out, his voice strained with worry. Yahiko's gaze darted toward Peter, his expression cautious but grateful. "Whoever you are, thank you for saving her." But his voice trailed off, his uncertainty clear. "Please, return Conan to us. We don't know who you are, but if you're here to help." Peter, holding Conan securely, turned his head to Yahiko with a casual smirk. "Don't worry, we're only here to..." Before he could finish his sentence, his spider senses flared to life, an unmistakable warning that danger was approaching fast. Peter instinctively took a step back, just as Hanzo appeared beside him in a burst of speed, his body moving with deadly precision. Hanzo's fist shot forward, aiming directly at Peter's head, the air around it whistling with the force of the punch. "Conan!" Nagato and Yahiko screamed in unison, their voices filled with panic. Without thinking, they both began to rush forward, determined to help. Nagato's chakra flared wildly, the intensity of his emotions nearly blinding him. Yahiko, too, moved to attack, ready to do whatever it took to save Conan from Hanzo's wrath. But just as they moved, they both stopped in their tracks, their eyes widening in disbelief at what they saw next. Peter was faster. He pivoted smoothly, effortlessly dodging the blow while still holding Conan in his arms. Hanzo's punch missed by mere inches, the force of it sending a gust of wind past Peter's face. Alarmed by the sudden attack, Conan instinctively tightened her grip on Peter, her hands clutching his shirt as she tried to steady herself, not wanting to fall or worse be captured by Hanzo again. Hanzo's eyes narrowed in frustration. He didn't stop. With a snarl, he followed up the missed punch with a powerful roundhouse kick, the heel of his boot aiming directly for Peter's ribs. Peter's body moved with supernatural grace. He ducked low, slipping under the kick with ease, his movements smooth and fluid. Even with Conan in his arms, he didn't seem the least bit hindered. Hanzo's kick sailed harmlessly over Peter's head, missing its mark entirely. Yahiko and Nagato, frozen in place, could only watch in shock as the battle unfolded before them. Their panic had turned into awe as they realized this strange newcomer was effortlessly dodging Hanzo's attacks while still holding Conan. The man they had feared moments ago was being handled like a common thug. "What?" Yahiko muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. "How is this possible?" Nagato's Rinnegan eyes continued to glow, but now it was more from curiosity than rage. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Those watching Yahiko, Nagato, and the other Akatsuki members could only stare in awe. Hanzo was renowned for his speed and strength, one of the most dangerous shinobi in the world. And yet this stranger, holding Conan no less, was moving as if Hanzo's attacks were nothing more than an inconvenience. Peter's students, Itaki and Shisui, stood off to the side, watching the exchange with wide-eyed fascination. It was clear that they were witnessing a level of skill far beyond anything they had seen before. "Whoa," Shisui muttered under his breath, unable to hide his awe. "Isn't that Hanzo the salamander?" Itaki, though quieter, was equally mesmerized. I think so, yeah." His Sharinon eyes whirled, trying to keep up with Peter's movements. He had always known his sensei was strong, but seeing him effortlessly counter one of the strongest shinobi in the world made it all the more real. Peter glanced back at his students, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. "Pay attention, you two. You might learn something." Hanzo, hearing Peter's words, snarled in frustration. He launched another flurry of attacks, punches and kicks coming at Peter with deadly precision. Each blow carried the weight of a man who had mastered the art of combat, his strikes swift and brutal. But Peter moved like water. Every time Hanzo attacked, Peter either sidestepped, ducked, or twisted his body just enough to avoid the hit. His agility was almost unnatural, each movement perfectly timed to dodge Hanzo's strikes by the smallest of margins. Hanzo's fist flew toward Peter's face once again, but Peter tilted his head to the side, letting the punch sail past him. He pivoted on his heel, shifting Konan in his arms as he stepped behind Hanzo in a blur of motion. Before Hanzo could recover, Peter swept his leg out, kicking Hanzo's supporting leg from underneath him. The older shinobi stumbled, momentarily losing his balance, but he quickly caught himself and spun around, his eyes blazing with anger. Peter smirked, clearly enjoying himself. Come on. Is that all you got? You must be pretty weak, huh? What are you? A genin? Hanzo growled in response, his pride wounded by Peter's taunts. He launched himself forward, faster this time, his fingers forming hand signs in a blur. In an instant, he released a torrent of flames from his mouth, the searing heat roaring toward Peter and Konan. But Peter, unbothered, leapt into the air with Konan still cradled in his arms, his movements fluid and graceful. He vaulted over the flames, the heat licking at his heels but never touching him. He landed softly on the ground a few feet away, still holding Konan securely. Watching from the sidelines, Nagato clenched his fists, his Rinnegan eyes wide as he watched the battle unfold. Yahiko, too, was tense, his heart pounding as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. This guy, Yahiko muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who is he? How is he moving like that? Peter, noticing their reactions, decided to use the moment as a teaching opportunity for Itaki and Shisui. You two watching, he called over his shoulder, his voice calm despite the intensity of the fight. Always remember power isn't everything. Speed, skill, and control are just as important. Hanzo, hearing Peter's words, snarled in frustration. Stop talking like you've already won, he roared, forming another set of hand signs in a blur. This time, a massive wave of water erupted from the ground, crashing toward Peter like a tidal wave. Peter's eyes gleamed with excitement. Time for the big finish. As the wave of water surged toward him, Peter stood his ground. Just as the wave was about to crash down on him and Konan, Peter snapped his fingers, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing behind Hanzo in an instant. Before Hanzo could even react, Peter struck him with a powerful, open palm strike to the back, sending him flying forward. Hanzo's body skidded across the ground, crashing into the rubble with a thunderous impact. The entire battlefield fell silent. Yahiko, Nagato, and the remaining Akatsuki members could only watch in stunned silence as Hanzo, one of the most feared shinobi in the world, was effortlessly tossed aside like a rag doll. Peter, still holding Konan, glanced down at her, a playful smirk on his face. You alright? Konan, her face still slightly flushed from earlier, nodded silently, too stunned to speak. With the fight clearly over, Peter looked back at his students. So, boys, did you get all that? Itaki and Shisui nodded, their eyes wide with awe. Peter shifted Konan in his arms once more, then turned his attention back to Yahiko and Nagato. Now, where were we? Peter turned back to Yahiko and Nagato with a calm expression, Konan still cradled safely in his arms. His tone remained casual as he spoke. Now, where were we? Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a look, still reeling from the display of power they had just witnessed. Their hearts raced as they stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Fear and awe mingled in their gazes, the earlier tension between them and Hanzo completely overshadowed by the sheer force of Peter's abilities. They had been prepared to die moments ago, and now they didn't know what to do. Neither of them wanted to anger this man, especially with Konan still in his grasp. Their minds whirled with questions: who was he? What did he want? But none of those questions found their way to their lips. Instead, silence reigned. Seeing their hesitation, Peter sighed, lowering Konan gently to the ground. His grip on her loosened as she found her footing, but before she could fully straighten herself, Peter's voice softened. Are you alright? Konan blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the concern in his voice. A faint blush dusted her cheeks once again as she stammered, why yes, I'm fine. Just a few bumps and bruises. Her voice trailed off, and Peter's eyes flickered briefly over her form. His gaze settled on the small injuries she bore, the marks of her earlier capture, and his expression darkened slightly. He raised his hand, and in an instant, a golden spell circle appeared, glowing brightly as it hovered over Konan's body. The circle flared with light, and in the blink of an eye, Konan's injuries began to heal. Her bruises faded, the cuts and scrapes mended themselves, and even the tears in her clothing were restored to their original state. As the warm glow of the spell washed over her, Konan's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked down at her arms, then back up at Peter, her mouth opening slightly in surprise. But before she could say anything, Yahiko and Nagato, seeing the glowing circle and Peter's outstretched hand, assumed the worst. Without hesitation, both of them rushed forward, their fear for Konan's safety outweighing any hesitation they had about facing Peter. Stop! Yahiko shouted, his voice hoarse with panic. Don't hurt her. Nagato's chakra flared wildly, his Rinnegan eyes glowing fiercely as he leaped forward, prepared to defend Konan at any cost. But just as they appeared beside Peter, ready to intervene, they froze in place. Both Yahiko and Nagato watched in stunned silence as the spell circle continued to glow softly, its magic not causing harm but instead healing Konan's wounds. The tension in their bodies evaporated as they realized what was happening. Peter wasn't attacking her at all. He was helping her. The two men stood still, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched Konan's injuries disappear completely. The golden glow of the spell faded, leaving her fully healed and looking as though she had never been touched by Hanzo's ambush in the first place. Yahiko's mouth opened slightly, his voice barely a whisper. What? Nagato, too, was speechless. His mind struggled to process what he had just seen. This stranger had not only saved Konan but was now healing her without any apparent cost or effort. Peter stood, seemingly unbothered by their reactions, his eyes flicking over to Yahiko and Nagato with a raised eyebrow. You two really need to relax, he said with a small smirk. I'm not here to hurt anyone. As Peter's words hung in the air, the silence was broken by the sudden shift of movement. The small army of ninja that Hanzo had brought with him snapped out of their daze. They had just witnessed their leader once thought invincible get effortlessly defeated by Peter, but their loyalty ran deep. Despite the fear gnawing at the edges of their minds, they drew their weapons, steeling themselves for what had to be done. The majority of them rushed forward with killing intent, their eyes locked on Peter, determined to strike him down. Meanwhile, a few others broke away, heading toward Hanzo's prone form, desperate to check on their leader, who hadn't risen since Peter's devastating blow. Peter's spider senses flared, his head turning as he sensed the incoming threat. A grin tugged at his lips as he watched the ninjas charge at him, weapons gleaming under the rain. Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato noticed the approaching army as well, their bodies tensing as they prepared for another fight. But before they could react, Peter spoke, his tone casual and completely unbothered by the onslaught. Hey, you two, Peter called out, glancing over his shoulder at Madara and Karema. Deal with the underlings, will ya? Madara, who had been observing the situation with a bored expression, sighed. TCH, what a chore. He muttered under his breath. Despite his irritation, he nodded, stepping forward. Karema, on the other hand, grinned wickedly, his excitement palpable. About time, he growled. Though working with him, he shot a glare at Madara, his distaste clear. Isn't my idea of fun. As the wave of aim ninja surged toward them, Madara and Karema moved into action. Their presence alone was enough to send chills down the spines of their enemies, but loyalty to Hanzo kept the ninjas pushing forward. Oh, and try to save a few for Shisui and Itaki, Peter added as an afterthought, watching calmly from where he stood. Both Itaki and Shisui tensed at the mention of their names. They had never fought real ninja before, only trained back home in their village. For a brief moment, nerves flickered in their eyes, but they quickly steeled themselves. If their sensei wanted them to fight, they would. Silently, they drew their kunao, their grips tightening as they prepared for the battle ahead. The first wave of aim ninja clashed with Madara and Karema, and it was clear from the very first strike that this was going to be a massacre. Madara moved with an eerie grace, his Sharingan spinning as he effortlessly dodged attacks, reading every move before it even began. One ninja, a sword raised high above his head, swung down at Madara with all his strength, but the Uchiha merely sidestepped, his movements so fluid that it looked as though he was gliding through the air. With a single twist of his wrist, Madara struck the ninja with a powerful open palm strike to the chest, sending him flying backward with a sickening crack. The man's body hit the ground hard, skidding to a stop several feet away, unconscious before he even hit the ground. Karema, in contrast, was all raw power and aggression. His large form, now towering over the battlefield, tore through the ranks of the aim ninja like a beast unleashed. One unfortunate soul rushed at him with a spear, aiming to pierce through the fox's side, but Karema merely laughed, his tails whipping out to meet the attack. The spear shattered into pieces as Karema's tail slammed into the ninja's body, sending him crashing into the dirt with enough force to leave a crater in his wake. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he hit the ground, the impact leaving him broken and defeated. Pathetic, Karema sneered, his red eyes gleaming with malice. More ninjas swarmed them, their attacks becoming more desperate, but it was clear that they stood no chance. Madara weaved through the chaos, every movement calculated and precise. He parried a kunao with ease, stepping inside his attacker's guard before delivering a lightning-fast kick to the man's ribs. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the rain-soaked battlefield as the ninja crumpled to the ground, writhing in pain. Karema wasn't any kinder. His massive paws slammed into two more ninjas, their bodies ragdolling through the air before crashing into the ground with bone-shattering force. The fox's grin only grew wider, his thirst for battle evident in the way he relished each strike. It wasn't long before the small army was reduced to just two aim ninja, both of whom were a little banged up, but in much better condition than their comrades. They could hardly believe that their comrades had been so easily decimated, fear written all over their faces. With a nod from Madara, the two remaining ninjas were kicked over to where Itaki and Shisui stood, both of them looking at the two children with fear and desperation in their eyes. Peter, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, stepped forward. All right, you two, he said, addressing the aim ninjas. Here's the deal. You and your beaten-up friends will be allowed to leave here unharmed as long as you beat these two kids in front of you. He motioned to Itaki and Shisui. One of the remaining aim ninja, blood trickling down the side of his face, turned to Peter with disbelief. Even Lord Hanzo as well, he asked, his voice shaky, yet filled with hope. Peter shrugged casually. Sure, even Hanzo. Hearing this, the two aim ninjas turned to face Itaki and Shisui. They exchanged a glance, the weight of their situation sinking in. They didn't want to harm the children, they had no personal quarrel with them, but this wasn't about morality anymore. This was about survival. We're sorry, one of them muttered, his voice hoarse. This isn't personal. It's just survival. With that, they pulled their weapons, one with a pair of kunao, the other with a katana, and rushed at the two Uchiha children, their killing intent clear in their eyes. Itake and Shisui, though nervous, felt the weight of the battle settling on their shoulders. They could feel their sensei's eyes on them, watching closely. This was a test, a moment to prove themselves. Their grips tightened on their own kunao, and they readied themselves for the fight to come. The two aim ninja stood ready, weapons drawn, their eyes locked on Itake and Shisui. Despite their beaten bodies, they were determined to fight with everything they had. After all, their survival and the survival of their comrades and leader depended on it. Itake and Shisui, though nervous, activated their Sharingan, their crimson eyes spinning into life. Itake's Sharingan showed a single tomo, while Shisui's eyes glinted with 3 tomo in each. Their breath was steady, but their nerves were unmistakable as they faced off against their older, more experienced opponents. The aim ninja moved first, attacking in tandem, their movements sharp and precise despite their injuries. The one with the katana surged toward Shisui with a swift, powerful slash aimed at his chest, while the other rushed Itake, striking with a flurry of kunao aimed at his vitals. Shisui barely managed to parry the katana strike with his kunao, but the force behind the blow sent a jarring shock through his arm. He grit his teeth, trying to hold his ground as the aim ninja pressed the attack, raining down slashes and thrusts with deadly precision. Itake, meanwhile, was forced to retreat under the relentless barrage of kunao from his opponent. He dodged and deflected as best as he could, but the aim ninja's speed and experience were evident, and Itake found himself struggling to keep up. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato watched the battle unfold with growing concern. Their eyes darted between Itake and Shisui, worry etched into their faces as they saw the two children on the back foot. Yahiko glanced over at Peter, unsure of whether they should intervene. Is this really okay? Yahiko asked nervously, his voice low but filled with unease. They're just kids. Konan, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, bit her lip. Should we step in? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her gaze was fixed on Itake and Shisui, watching as they struggled to keep up with their opponents. They're so young. What if they get hurt? Nagato remained silent but nodded in agreement with his friends. His worry for the children was obvious. Peter, standing beside them, glanced over with a calm, reassuring smile. They'll be fine, he said confidently. It's about time they faced a real challenge. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato exchanged uncertain glances. They didn't want to argue, but the sight of Itake and Shisui struggling made them feel uneasy. Konan frowned, her worry clear in her voice. But what if they get seriously hurt? Peter chuckled softly. They might get a few scrapes and bruises, sure. But I won't let anything severe happen. Trust me, they need this. Though they still had their doubts, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan turned their attention back to the fight, trusting that Peter wouldn't let the kids get hurt too badly. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Shisui dodged another katana strike, sweat dripping down his forehead as he narrowly avoided the blade. His Sharingan spun faster, analyzing his opponent's movements. I need to turn this around, he thought, his mind racing for a way to gain the upper hand. Itake, on the other side, was still being pressed hard by the kunao-wielding aim ninja. He was fast, but his opponent was faster. Every time Itake tried to counter, the aim ninja would slip out of reach, launching more kunao at him from different angles. Itake felt the strain in his muscles, but he pushed through, his Sharingan locking onto the trajectory of the incoming attacks. Suddenly, Shisui saw his opening. The aim ninja with the katana had overextended slightly on his last strike, leaving a small gap in his defense. Shisui moved quickly, slipping inside his opponent's guard. With a sharp twist, he disarmed the katana-wielding ninja, knocking the sword from his hands with a well-timed strike to the wrist. The aim ninja's eyes widened in shock, but before he could recover, Shisui struck with a vicious elbow to the ribs, sending his opponent staggering back, coughing and clutching his side. Itake, too, found his moment. His Sharingan picked up on the subtle movements of his opponent's hands, predicting the next volley of kunao before they were even thrown. He sidestepped the attack, dodging the kunao with ease, and closed the distance in a flash. His kunao flashed through the air, knocking his opponent's weapons out of his hands before driving a powerful kick into the man's chest. The aim ninja grunted in pain as he was sent sprawling to the ground, winded and disarmed. The tide had turned. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato watched in awe as the two young Uchiha began to gain the upper hand. The tension in their shoulders eased slightly, though they still couldn't help but feel nervous for the kids. Shisui pressed his advantage, launching a barrage of strikes at his opponent, who struggled to keep up. The aim ninja, still clutching his injured side, was forced to defend with his bare hands as Shisui's attacks rained down on him. Itake, meanwhile, moved with newfound confidence, his Sharingan allowing him to stay one step ahead of his opponent. He dodged and weaved through the aim ninja's desperate attempts to fight back, landing precise strikes that further weakened his foe. It wasn't long before the battle was decided. Both aim ninjas were on their knees, beaten and exhausted, barely able to stay upright. Shisui and Itake stood over them, their chests heaving as they caught their breath, their kunao raised, ready to finish the fight. But just as Shisui and Itake prepared to strike the final blow, Peter's voice cut through the rain. That's enough, Peter said calmly, stepping forward. His tone was firm, yet gentle. You don't need to kill them. Itake and Shisui froze, their kunao still raised. They glanced at each other, then back at Peter, unsure of what to do. Peter smiled at them. You've proven yourselves. There's no need to take their lives. Slowly, Itake and Shisui lowered their weapons, stepping back from their defeated opponents. The two AIM ninjas, their hopes crushed, slumped to the ground, their bodies trembling with exhaustion and despair. They had fought with everything they had, hoping to save their comrades and their leader, but in the end, they had failed. One of the defeated ninjas muttered under his breath, his voice filled with disbelief. But, we lost. Peter shrugged, his expression nonchalant. True, you lost. But I'm not disappointed in your performance. You fought well. He gestured toward the battlefield. Take your comrades and go. The remaining AIM ninja blinked in shock, unable to believe what they were hearing. You're letting us go? One of them asked, his voice shaking. Peter nodded. Yeah, you're free to leave. The ninja hesitated for a moment before glancing over at the unconscious form of Hanzo, still lying motionless on the ground. And, Lord Hanzo, he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Peter sighed, glancing over at the fallen leader. Sure, take him too, he said before adding, but when he wakes up, make sure Hanzo knows this is his only chance. If we meet again and I don't like what I see, I won't be so forgiving next time. The two AIM ninjas, overwhelmed with gratitude, immediately bowed deeply toward Peter. Thank you so much, they said in unison, their voices filled with relief. Without wasting any time, the two ninjas began to gather their unconscious comrades and their leader, preparing to leave the battlefield. It would take some time, as most of the AIM forces were unconscious, but they worked quickly, desperate to get away. As they worked in the background, Peter walked over to Itaki and Shisui, who were still catching their breath after the hard-fought battle. He smiled warmly at them, his pride evident in his expression. Well done, you two, he said, his voice filled with approval. You've both come a long way. Shisui and Itaki, still breathing heavily, exchanged tired smiles. They were exhausted, but the sense of accomplishment filled them with a quiet pride. Before Peter could say more, Nagato, who had been watching the scene unfold in silence, stepped forward, his Rinnegan eyes gleaming in the rain. I'm sorry to interrupt, Nagato began, his voice cautious, but, what do you want with me? Peter turned to face Nagato, a smile tugging at his lips. I want your eyes. As the rain continued to fall, drenching the battlefield with a steady downpour, Peter's words seemed to hang in the air, their weight settling over Nagato and his comrades like a thick fog. I want your eyes. For a moment, Nagato simply stood there, his body rigid with disbelief. His hands instinctively moved to his face, fingers brushing over his Rinnegan, as if trying to confirm that his eyes were still there. He stared at Peter, searching for any hint of deception in his expression. Could he possibly be serious? Yahiko and Konan were quick to react, both stepping forward to shield Nagato. Yahiko positioned himself directly in front of his friend, his posture defensive, while Konan's sharp eyes darted between Peter and Madara. Their bodies were tense, ready to spring into action at any moment. Yahiko was the first to speak, his voice wary and filled with suspicion. What do you mean, you want his eyes? He asked, his tone hardening. You saved us, but now you're asking for something like that? Why? Peter remained calm, holding his hands up in a non-threatening manner, his voice steady and reassuring. Relax, he said smoothly, his tone casual as though this was a simple conversation between friends. I don't mean I'm going to take them out of his head or anything. Well, I might, but I'd rather not do things that way. Yahiko's eyes narrowed further at Peter's words, his suspicion deepening. That's not exactly comforting. Konan, her face a mask of controlled worry, stood just behind Yahiko, her gaze locked onto Peter. She, too, didn't know what to make of this man anymore. First, he saved her, healed her injuries, and now he was making outrageous claims about Nagato's Rinnegan. Nagato, for his part, remained frozen in place, his mind racing as he tried to process what was happening. Why did this stranger want his Rinnegan? What was the real reason behind this sudden demand? Peter, sensing their rising tension, took a deep breath and decided it was time to explain. Look, he began, his voice measured and calm. Nagato's Rinnegan, it doesn't actually belong to him. The three of them stared at Peter as though he had just sprouted a second head. The disbelief was palpable, and it was clear that none of them bought his explanation. Nagato's grip on his own face tightened, his mind rejecting the idea immediately. What are you talking about? Nagato demanded, his voice tinged with frustration. These are my eyes. They've always been mine. Yahiko nodded in agreement, his eyes flashing with defiance. You expect us to believe that nonsense? That the Rinnegan isn't his? Come on. Peter remained unflinching, his calm demeanor never faltering. It's true, he insisted, though he knew they wouldn't believe him at face value. But you don't have to take my word for it. At that moment, Madara, who had been standing quietly off to the side, stepped forward, his presence commanding and imposing. His gaze locked onto Nagato, his crimson sherry non spinning lazily as he spoke. You can't use those eyes, can you? Madara asked, his voice cold and cutting. Nagato flinched visibly, the question striking him like a physical blow. His Rinnegan eyes, though they glowed with power, had always felt distant, foreign even. He had never fully been able to access their true potential, no matter how hard he tried. The others noticed Nagato's reaction. They knew he couldn't use his eyes, at least not yet, but concern still lingered. Yahiko quickly turned to his friend. Nagato, you okay? Madara continued, his voice low but steady. The reason you can't use those eyes is because they don't belong to you. They never did. While Nagato had the potential to unlock the ability to use the Rinnegan, he hadn't done so yet, giving Peter and Madara some leverage in bartering for them. Nagato's heart pounded in his chest as Madara's words echoed in his mind. What are you saying? He whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of the rain. Madara's gaze hardened. Those eyes belong to me, he said simply, his tone matter of fact. I gave them to you when you were still a child, long before you knew what power they held. But now, it's time I took them back. Yahiko's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you talking about? He asked, his voice rising in anger. You're saying that Nagato's Rinnegan is yours? That's absurd. Konan, too, was incredulous. You expect us to believe that story? Anyone could make up something like that to steal his eyes. Nagato's hands trembled slightly as they hovered near his face, his heart torn between disbelief and the gnawing feeling that there was some truth to Madara's words. He had always struggled to use the full power of his Rinnegan, but he had always assumed that it was because he wasn't ready, because he wasn't strong enough yet. But now, the seeds of doubt had been planted. Peter, watching the interaction closely, took a step forward, his expression still calm but his voice more serious now. I know this sounds crazy, he admitted, but it's the truth. He's not lying about this. And the sooner you accept that, the sooner we can move forward. Nagato's heart pounded as the realization began to sink in. Could it really be true? Could these eyes, the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, truly not belong to him? Peter stood silently as he observed the doubt and disbelief still etched into the faces of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Despite his explanations and Madara's revelation, it was clear that the trio didn't fully trust his words. Their skepticism lingered in the air, thick and palpable. Realizing that words alone wouldn't be enough to convince them, Peter shrugged casually, his voice calm and unbothered. Look, it doesn't matter if you believe us or not, he said with a nonchalant wave of his hand. The point is, I'm willing to make a trade. Anything you ask for in exchange for the Rinnegan. I'll even give Nagato some new eyes so he won't be blind for the rest of his life. Yahiko's eyes narrowed at the offer, suspicion clear in his expression. He stepped forward, his tone firm as he responded. Nagato's Rinnegan are the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Even if he can't fully use them right now, what could you possibly offer that would be equal to something like that? Konan nodded in agreement, standing at Yahiko's side. We don't want to fight you, but we can't agree to this. Her voice was calm but resolute, and it was clear that they were preparing themselves for a confrontation if it came to that. Both Yahiko and Konan turned toward Nagato, silently encouraging him to stand his ground. Despite their gratitude for Peter's earlier help, they couldn't give away such powerful eyes, not even in exchange for a promise. The stakes were simply too high. But Nagato, standing silently behind his two friends, didn't seem as resolute. Unlike Yahiko and Konan, he couldn't ignore the overwhelming power he had just witnessed. Peter had taken down Hanzo, one of the most feared shinobi in the world, with ease. They had feared ever facing Hanzo, believing he was untouchable, and yet Peter had tossed him aside like he was nothing. Nagato's gaze lingered on Peter, and as the rain continued to pour, he swallowed his pride and spoke, his voice low but firm. You said anything, right? Yahiko and Konan turned toward him, their eyes wide with alarm. Wait, Nagato, Yahiko began, his voice filled with concern, but Nagato cut him off, shaking his head. Think about it, Yahiko, Nagato said, his voice tinged with a mix of exhaustion and acceptance. We can't fight him. You saw what he did to Hanzo. He could kill us all if he wanted to. He turned to Peter, his eyes resolute. If this is the only way to protect our dream, then so be it. Both Yahiko and Konan looked at Nagato with disbelief, their hearts sinking as they realized where this was headed. Konan stepped forward, her hand reaching out to Nagato. You don't have to do this, Nagato. We'll protect you. But Nagato shook his head again, more firmly this time. No, he said softly, his voice steady. This is the only way. Yahiko and Konan remained silent, though the unease in their eyes was clear. Their mission, their goal of bringing peace to a Megakure was everything to them. It was why they had formed the Akatsuki in the first place. The Rinnegan, while a powerful weapon, wasn't what they had fought for. It wasn't what truly mattered. Nagato turned his gaze back to Peter, his decision made. As citizens of a Megakure, we've suffered through countless wars. We were orphaned by the Second Shinobi World War. Yahiko, Konan, and I created the Akatsuki to bring peace to our home, to stop a Megakure from constantly being caught in the crossfire of the great shinobi countries. His words were filled with a quiet determination as he looked Peter directly in the eyes. If you can bring peace to my country, if you can fulfill the dream that we've spent our entire lives fighting for, then I won't need the Rinnegan anymore. My goal will be accomplished, and I can live a normal, happy life with my friends without the burden of war or violence hanging over us. Yahiko and Konan were touched by Nagato's words, their expressions softening as they realized what he was willing to sacrifice for their dream. Though it pained them, they couldn't deny the sincerity in his voice. Peter smiled as he heard Nagato's request. It wasn't about power or greed. Nagato's wish was simple, and it aligned with Peter's own ideals in a way. You know what? I like you, Peter said with a grin. You've got a good heart. He nodded, his smile widening as he looked at Nagato with approval. All right. I'll do it. I'll bring peace to a Megakure. You have my word. Nagato exhaled a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, his heart lightening slightly as he heard Peter's agreement. Yahiko and Konan, though still wary, exchanged a look of quiet, skeptical hope. For the first time in a long while, there was a glimmer of hope for their future, a future without war. As long as Peter held up his end of the bargain, of course. But either way, the deal was made. As the rain continued to fall softly over Omegakure, the tension between Peter and the trio Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato was peculiar. Peter had just promised something that seemed impossible, to bring peace to their war-torn village and their country. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato stood there, still processing the monumental request they had made. They had assumed it would take months, maybe even years, to accomplish. Surely, such a task required careful planning, diplomacy, and time. Lots of time. So when Peter suddenly turned to Madara, Karema, and his students, Itake and Shisui, with a casual grin on his face and said, "Okay, let's get this done now so we can get Madara's eyes and get home in time for dinner," the three of them were stunned. Yahiko blinked in confusion, his mind struggling to keep up. "Wait, now," he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. "You're going to bring peace to Omegakure today?" Nagato and Konan shared equally baffled expressions. How could Peter possibly think he could accomplish such a massive task in such a short time? It seemed outlandish, even for someone who had displayed as much power as he had. They began to wonder if this had all been a trick, a way to scam them out of Nagato's Rinnegan. Before Yahiko or Nagato could voice their doubts, the question was asked for them. It was Itake, Peter's youngest student, who spoke up, his voice filled not with skepticism, but with pure excitement. "How are you going to do it, sensei?" Shisui stood beside him, his eyes gleaming with the same anticipation, clearly eager to see what Peter had in store. Their expressions confused Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato even more. How could these children look so excited? How could they possibly believe that this man could bring peace to Omegakure so quickly? Peter, unfazed by the confusion of the Akatsuki trio, grinned down at his students. "Just watch," he said confidently. "I'll explain later." With that, Peter raised his hands, the air around him crackling with energy. A glowing, golden spell circle materialized in front of him, hovering in midair. The circle was large, intricately detailed with strange symbols and lines that seemed to pulse with a soft, radiant light. It radiated power so much so that even Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato could feel it from where they stood. Itake and Shisui's eyes widened with awe, their gazes locked onto the spell circle. As Peter moved his hands, drawing new lines and symbols within the circle, the two children watched intently, their Sharingan spinning as they tried to memorize every detail of the spell. Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato, though skeptical, couldn't tear their eyes away from the sight. There was something about the energy Peter was conjuring, something that felt real, tangible. It was unlike anything they had ever seen before. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged a glance, their earlier doubts still present, but now mixed with a flicker of hope. Could Peter actually pull this off? Peter's movements were fluid, almost like he was conducting some grand symphony. The lines and symbols he traced in the air began to glow brighter, their light reflecting off the rain-soaked ground. Slowly, the golden spell circle expanded, growing larger and larger until it towered over the group. The villagers of Omegakure, who had been going about their daily lives in the rain, began to notice the strange phenomenon happening in the sky above them. They looked up, their faces reflecting curiosity and confusion as they saw the giant golden circle forming in the clouds. "Hey, what's going on?" one villager asked, shading their eyes against the rain as they stared up at the glowing light. "I don't know," another responded, a sense of unease creeping into their voice. "But whatever it is, it's big." Even from the hospital, where Hanzo and his ninja were being treated for the injuries they had sustained during their battle with Peter, the golden light was impossible to miss. One of Hanzo's elite ninja glanced out the window, his eyes widening in shock. "Lord Hanzo, something's happening in the sky." Hanzo, still weakened from the fight, struggled to sit up, his eyes narrowing as he saw the golden light shining above his village. "What is that?" Meanwhile, Peter continued to work, his hands moving deftly as he completed the spell. The giant golden circle was now fully formed, stretching across the entire village like a massive dome of light. It hummed with energy, the symbols within it shifting and swirling like they were alive. Konan took a step forward, her breath catching in her throat. What is this?" she whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. Peter, hearing her question, turned his head slightly, a small, satisfied smile on his face. "It's a barrier," he explained simply, his voice calm yet commanding. "One that will protect this village from any outside threat. No more invasions, no more attacks. As long as this barrier stands, Omegakure will have peace." Yahiko's eyes widened, his heart pounding as he realized what Peter was doing. You're protecting the village." Peter nodded. "That's right. This barrier will ensure that Omegakure won't be caught in the crossfire of the great shinobi nations anymore. No one will be able to enter this village with hostile intent. As of today, Omegakure is untouchable." Nagato, still staring up at the golden light in the sky, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Could it really be this simple? Could peace truly come to Omegakure with just a wave of Peter's hand? "I don't believe it," Yahiko whispered, his voice barely audible. "Is it really possible?" Peter turned to face Yahiko and Nagato, his expression softening. "Believe it," he said. "I gave you my word, didn't I?" Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato could only watch in silence as the barrier settled into place, its glow illuminating their faces. They had spent their entire lives fighting for peace, and yet here it was, given to them in a matter of moments. Peter dusted his hands off as if the monumental task he had just completed was nothing more than an everyday chore. "All right," he said with a grin. "Now that the barrier is done, let's evict all the people with hostile intent who are already inside." The three leaders of the Akatsuki turned to Peter, confused by what he meant, but before they could ask, Peter casually snapped his fingers. Instantly, the golden barrier glowed brighter for a brief moment before a pulse of light shot out from it, spreading rapidly across the entire village like a wave of energy. It moved swiftly through the streets, illuminating every corner and alleyway as it passed, scanning the entire population of Amegakur. The villagers, already startled by the barrier's sudden appearance, now found themselves bathed in this strange light, unsure of what to make of it. What's happening? Yahiko muttered, his eyes wide as he watched the light sweep across the village. Nagato and Konan exchanged anxious glances, their hearts pounding in their chests. Was this part of Peter's plan? The light didn't seem to be harming anyone, but the sheer scale of it left them feeling uneasy. Konan's hands tightened into fists as she watched the spectacle unfold. The villagers, too, were growing more anxious by the second. Some looked up at the sky, shielding their eyes from the radiant glow, while others hurried indoors, seeking shelter from whatever mysterious force was now moving through their village. Is it dangerous? One villager asked nervously, his eyes darting around as the light passed over him. I don't know, another responded, her voice trembling slightly. But it's not hurting us, so maybe it's not an attack. The light continued to scan the entire village, moving over every building, every street, and every individual within Amegakur. And just as suddenly as it had appeared, the pulse of light vanished, leaving behind nothing but the faint glow of the barrier overhead. For a brief moment, everything was still. The villagers looked around, confused and uncertain, their hearts pounding in their chests as they tried to make sense of what had just happened. But then, something strange began to occur. All around the village, seemingly out of nowhere, dozens of people began to vanish in flashes of light. One by one, they disappeared, some from within their homes, others from the streets, and a few even from the shadows where they had been hiding. The sudden disappearances sent shockwaves through the village, with those nearby staring in confusion and fear. What's happening? Where did they go? One villager cried out, his voice filled with panic as he saw his neighbor vanish before his very eyes. They just disappeared, another exclaimed, backing away in shock as the people around her began to blink out of existence. It didn't take long for the village to descend into chaos. People rushed through the streets, calling out for answers, unsure if they would be next. Mothers clutched their children close, and friends huddled together, their eyes darting around in fear. What is this? Konan whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of the rain. Her heart raced as she watched more and more people vanish in the distance. Are they dying? Peter, sensing the fear in the air, turned to Konan with a calm smile. Don't worry, he said reassuringly. They're not dying. The barrier isn't harming anyone. Nagato stepped forward, his voice filled with urgency. Then, where are they going? What's happening to them? Peter turned his gaze to the horizon, where beyond the village walls, a group of people began to materialize in flashes of light. Take a look for yourselves, he said, pointing toward the group outside the barrier. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan followed Peter's gesture, their eyes widening in disbelief as they saw the scene beyond the village. Outside the protective barrier, a large group of individuals had appeared, standing in confusion and panic as they tried and failed to re-enter Amegakur. Yahiko's heart skipped a beat as he realized what was happening. Those people, they're outside the village. Nagato's Rinnegan flared, his eyes focusing on the figures beyond the barrier. But why? Peter chuckled softly, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Those people you're seeing, he began, folding his arms casually over his chest. They're spies, assassins, criminals, all of them here in Amegakur with ill intent. The barrier found them, scanned their minds, and then ejected them from the village. Konan's eyes widened in realization. You mean, the barrier can detect hostile intent? Peter nodded. Exactly. It's not just a wall of protection. It's smart. It can sense anyone inside the village with malicious intent, and if they don't belong here, well, they're evicted. Yahiko, still trying to process what was happening, turned to Peter in disbelief. You're telling me that all of those people were enemies of Amegakur? Peter's expression darkened slightly, his eyes locking onto the group of individuals outside the barrier. That's right. Spies from other villages, hired assassins, wanted criminals. You'd be surprised how many people were hiding within your borders, waiting for the right moment to strike. Nagato clenched his fists, a wave of anger washing over him as he realized how deeply his village had been infiltrated. All this time, they were here, plotting against us. Peter's gaze remained fixed on the group outside the barrier, watching as they frantically tried to find a way back into the village. But no matter how hard they tried, the golden barrier remained impenetrable, keeping them locked out. The group of ejected individuals looked around in confusion, their panic growing with each passing second. Some of them tried to attack the barrier, launching jutsu and weapons at it, but their efforts were in vain. The barrier remained untouched, shimmering softly as it repelled every attack. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato stood silently, watching the scene unfold. The sheer scale of what Peter had done, creating a barrier that not only protected Amegakur but also purged it of its enemies, was beyond anything they could have imagined. Konan's voice was quiet as she spoke, her eyes still locked on the group outside the barrier. You really did it, she whispered, her voice filled with a mix of awe and disbelief. You've brought peace to Amegakur. Peter turned to her with a small, satisfied smile. I told you I would. The trio of Akatsuki leaders exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with gratitude. For the first time in years, the constant threat of war and violence hanging over their village had been lifted. Peter had done what they had spent their entire lives fighting for, and he had done it in a single day. Peter clapped his hands together, breaking the moment of silence. All right, he said with a grin, now that we've cleaned house, it's time to settle the other matter. He turned to Madara, his expression growing more serious. Let's get your eyes back. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato stood quietly, still trying to process everything that had just happened. But one thing was clear, their village was safe, and the future they had dreamed of was finally within reach. The golden barrier glows softly above the village of Omegakure, keeping the outside world at bay. Peter stood at the center of it all, his gaze turning serious as he declared, all right, it's time to give Madara's eyes back. Nagato tensed, his heart racing as Peter's words settled over him. His hands instinctively moved to his face, his fingers brushing over his Rinnegan as if trying to reassure himself that they were still there. The weight of what was about to happen, the loss of his eyes, the thing that had defined him for so long, made his stomach churn with uncertainty. Yahiko and Konan immediately moved closer to Nagato, their concern evident in their eyes. They could see the hesitation in his posture, the way his hands trembled slightly as they hovered near his face. Yahiko's voice was calm, but filled with concern as he spoke to his friend. Nagato, you don't have to do this, he said gently, his eyes flickering to Peter and Madara, both of whom stood watching. I know you made a deal, but if you're not sure, we can figure something out. We'll protect you, no matter what. Konan nodded in agreement, her hand resting lightly on Nagato's arm. It's your choice, Nagato. If you don't want to give them the Rinnegan, then maybe we can give him something else. Nagato swallowed hard, his thoughts racing. His friend's support meant the world to him, but he couldn't ignore the reality of the situation. Peter had already fulfilled his end of the bargain. He had brought peace to Omegakure in a matter of hours, something they had all thought was impossible. Could he really back out of the deal now, after everything Peter had done? As if sensing his internal struggle, Peter's expression hardened slightly, his gaze shifting to Yahiko and Konan. Nagato made a deal, Peter said, his tone firm. And that deal has been fulfilled on my end. Now it's time for him to fulfill his end of the bargain. Konan's eyes narrowed, but she remained calm. You said you would give him new eyes in return, she reminded Peter, her voice steady. You won't leave him blind, right? Peter nodded, his expression softening slightly as he addressed Konan's concern. That's right, he said. Once I get the Rinnegan, I'll give Nagato a new pair of eyes immediately. He won't be left in the dark. Yahiko and Konan exchanged a glance, their expressions still filled with doubt, but they nodded in understanding. Even though they were still uncertain about the situation, Peter had shown that he was willing to honor his word. Still, they couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in their chests. Suddenly, Madara stepped forward, his presence imposing as he moved closer to Nagato. His crimson Sharingan spun lazily in his eyes as he looked down at the younger man, his voice cold and commanding. We're not asking any more, Madara said, his tone leaving no room for argument. The Rinnegan belongs to me. It always has. It's time you upheld the deal, or there will be consequences. The weight of Madara's words hung heavily in the air, the threat clear. Nagato's hands clenched into fists at his sides, his mind spinning with 1,000 different thoughts. He didn't want to lose the Rinnegan, but Peter had already proven himself. And deep down, Nagato knew that fighting back would be futile. Despite the fear gnawing at his insides, Nagato took a deep breath and nodded slowly, his voice quiet but resolute. I'll do it, he said, his heart heavy with the decision. You've fulfilled your part of the deal, so I'll honor mine. Yahiko and Konan both looked at Nagato with surprise, their eyes wide with disbelief. Nagato, you don't have to. But Nagato cut them off, his voice firm as he shook his head. No, he said, more decisively this time. This is the only way. I trust him. Peter smiled, clearly pleased with Nagato's decision. Good choice, he said lightly, snapping his fingers. In an instant, a golden glow surrounded Nagato, enveloping him in a soft, ethereal light. His eyes widened as he felt a strange sensation, like the very power inside him was shifting, moving out of his control. Slowly, the glow intensified, and Nagato felt the world around him begin to fade. Darkness crept into his vision, and for the first time in years, he felt truly vulnerable. The Rinnegan, once a part of him, floated from his eyes, hovering above Peter's outstretched hand. Nagato's heart pounded in his chest as he felt the Rinnegan leave him completely, the connection severed. The world went dark. Nagato stood still, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths as he adjusted to the sudden loss of his sight. For a moment, he felt nothing but fear of the unknown, fear of what would happen next. But despite the darkness surrounding him, there was also a sense of peace. He had honored his word, and in doing so, he had trusted Peter to do the same. Peter, the Rinnegan floating above his outstretched hand, glanced down at the eyes with a satisfied smirk before turning back to Nagato. Don't worry, he said softly, his tone gentle. You won't be blind for long. I'm a man of my word, after all. Yahiko and Konan remained by Nagato's side, their hearts heavy with concern as they watched their friend stand blind and vulnerable. But they didn't speak. They trusted Nagato's decision, even if it pained them to see him like this. Meanwhile, Madara's gaze was fixed on the Rinnegan, expecting Peter to hand over his eyes immediately. But instead of doing so, Peter eyed the Rinnegan, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. You know, he said casually, before I give these back to you, Madara, I think I'll run a few tests on them. Madara's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion flashing through his crimson Sharingan. Tests, he repeated, his voice cold and edged with irritation. What are you talking about? Peter waved a hand dismissively, his usual calm demeanor unwavering. Relax. It won't take long, he said, his tone light. These are the highest level Sherinon and Rinnegan in existence. I'm curious to see how they work. If I can understand them well enough, I might be able to help Itake and Shisui evolve their eyes into something like this. At Peter's mention of his students, both Itake and Shisui perked up, their eyes widening slightly as they glanced at the glowing Rinnegan. They had both been working to master their Sherinon, but the thought of achieving the Rinnegan or something even stronger made their hearts race with excitement. Peter's gaze flickered to them for a moment, a small smile tugging at his lips. Or who knows, he thought, turning his attention back to the floating Rinnegan. Maybe I could even make myself a pair of powerful eyes. The Rhine-Sharingen in the show was pretty cool, after all. Madara's eyes narrowed further. Fine, he muttered. But make it quick. Peter, seemingly unbothered by Madara's growing impatience, raised his free hand, and with a swift motion, began drawing glowing spell circles in the air around the floating Rinnegan. The circles were intricate, filled with runes and symbols that pulsed with a golden light, encircling the eyes as Peter began his analysis. The others watched in silence as the spell circles spun around the Rinnegan, each one emitting a soft hum as it gathered information. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato exchanged confused glances, unsure of what Peter was doing. Even Itake and Shisui, who had seen Peter use magic many times before, were watching with rapt attention. Yahiko, his voice filled with uncertainty, spoke up next. Are you sure this is a good idea? Peter, still focused on the spell circles, glanced briefly at Yahiko before offering a reassuring smile. Relax. I'm just studying them, he explained. I want to understand how they work, that's all. Madara, clearly growing more agitated by the second, took a step forward, his presence imposing. You had better not damage them, he warned, his voice low and dangerous. Peter met Madara's intense gaze without flinching. I'm not going to damage them, he said, his tone calm. And even if I did, what would you do about it? Madara remained silent, his lips pressed together as he realized there was nothing he could do. The golden spell circles continued to rotate around the Rinnegan, scanning the eyes with meticulous precision. Peter's mind absorbed the information they gathered in real time, processing the complex nature of the Rinnegan's powers and the unique relationship it shared with the Sherinon. The intricate chakra pathways, the genetic factors involved, and the sheer potential that these eyes held, it was all flowing into Peter's consciousness. As the spell circles completed their task, they slowly began to fade, the glowing symbols dissipating into the air as the magical analysis came to an end. Peter blinked, his mind now filled with the knowledge he had sought, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. All right, Peter said, lowering his hand as the final traces of the spell faded away. I'm done. Madara's eyes narrowed further, his patience clearly wearing thin. And, he asked, his voice filled with barely concealed frustration. What did you learn? Peter smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. A lot, he said cryptically, offering no further explanation. But don't worry, your eyes are fine. Madara sighed in relief, turning his attention back to the floating Rinnegan. Here, Peter said, casually handing over the eyes to Madara. Madara stepped forward, his gaze never leaving the glowing Rinnegan in Peter's hand. He reached out, taking the powerful eyes with a sense of reverence. Peter watched as Madara carefully replaced the Sherinon eyes he had been using with his original Rinnegan. As the connection was made, Madara closed his eyes, a deep breath escaping him as he felt the overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins once more. His full strength had returned. Madara stood there, silent, his eyes still closed as he savored the sensation. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, the swirling patterns of the Rinnegan now dominating his gaze. Peter, watching with a smirk, took the discarded Sherinon eyes that Madara had been using and casually stashed them in his storage necklace. He had plans for those eyes later, but for now, they were tucked away safely. While Madara continued to take in the return of his full strength, Peter turned to the blind Nagato. Hold still, Peter said softly as he approached Nagato. Nagato, though initially startled by Peter's words, did as instructed, standing still as Peter raised his hands once more. A soft golden glow enveloped Peter's palms as he began to weave his magic. This time, the spell was different, gentler, more focused. Nagato blinked, unsure of what Peter was about to do, but before he could ask, a warm sensation spread across his face. The golden light seemed to seep into his skin, and slowly but surely, something incredible began to happen. Peter wasn't giving Nagato someone else's eyes. He was healing him, regrowing his original eyes. Nagato's body shuddered as the magic flowed through him, and after a moment, he let out a gasp. His knees buckled, and he collapsed briefly, his body trembling as he felt an overwhelming sensation of weakness wash over him. Easy, Peter said calmly, catching Nagato's arm to steady him. You'll feel a little weak at first. Nagato took a few deep breaths, his vision still blurry as he blinked repeatedly, trying to adjust to the sensation of having his original eyes again. But then, something remarkable happened. A wave of energy surged through his body, filling him with a sense of vitality he hadn't felt in years. His muscles, once worn and fatigued, felt stronger, and his mind, once clouded by the constant strain of the Rinnegan, felt clearer than ever. Peter stepped back, allowing Nagato to fully take in the transformation. How do you feel? He asked, a knowing smile on his face. Nagato blinked again, his vision now fully restored. He glanced around, his eyes wide with disbelief as he took in the world with his own sight for the first time in what felt like an eternity. His body felt lighter, stronger. He hadn't realized just how much of a toll the Rinnegan had been taking on him until now. I feel. Nagato stammered, his voice filled with awe. I feel amazing. Yahiko and Konan, who had been watching in silence, rushed over to their friend, concern and joy mixing in their expressions. Nagato, Yahiko asked, his voice filled with hope. Are you okay? Nagato nodded slowly, a look of disbelief still on his face. Yes, more than okay. I haven't felt this strong in years. Peter crossed his arms over his chest, his smirk widening as he explained. You see, the Rinnegan wasn't yours, so your body was constantly fighting to sustain it. It was draining your stamina and chakra at an alarming rate. That's why you always felt so weak. But now, with the Rinnegan gone and your original eyes restored, your body is finally back to where it should be. Nagato's eyes widened in shock as Peter's words sank in. He had always assumed that the Rinnegan was the key to his power, the very thing that would someday make him strong. But in reality, it had been draining him this whole time. I never realized. Nagato muttered, his voice trailing off. He glanced at his hands, clenching them into fists as he felt the strength surging through his body. Yahiko and Konan stood beside him, both of them smiling with relief and happiness. For a brief moment, the trio celebrated together, their hearts light with relief and hope for the future. Nagato was free from the burden of the Rinnegan, free from the constant drain on his body, free to live his life as he had always dreamed, peacefully on a Megakure. But just as they were beginning to smile and laugh, something changed. Nagato's body tensed suddenly, his eyes going wide with shock. A sharp, agonizing scream tore from his throat as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in pain. Nagato! Konan shouted, rushing to his side, her heart racing with fear. Yahiko knelt down beside him, his hands shaking as he tried to help his friend. What's happening? He cried out, his voice filled with panic. Nagato's eyes, now his original eyes, suddenly flashed a bright, unnatural blue, a light so intense it made Yahiko and Konan recoil in shock. As Nagato lay on the ground, clutching his head in pain, his body convulsing uncontrollably, Yahiko and Konan's panic grew by the second. The rain continued to pour down, mingling with their confusion and fear. Yahiko knelt beside his friend, his heart racing as he tried to understand what was happening. Nagato! Yahiko shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation. What's going on? What's happening to you? Konan knelt on the other side of Nagato, her arms wrapped around him as she tried to steady his trembling body. Stay with us, Nagato, she whispered, her voice trembling as her heart raced with fear. She could feel the tension coursing through his body, the pain evident in every shudder. But she had no idea how to help him. Nagato's screams pierced through the air, his hands clutching his head as if trying to contain something inside. His body shook violently, his muscles tensing and spasming uncontrollably. Yahiko's eyes darted up toward Peter, desperation clear in his gaze. Peter, he yelled, his voice filled with a mixture of anger and fear. What the hell is happening to him? What did you do? Peter remained calm, standing a few feet away, his eyes focused intently on Nagato. He hadn't done anything, and yet, something unexpected was happening. Something new was awakening inside Nagato. He watched the scene with a look of mild curiosity, observing Nagato's convulsions as if it were an interesting puzzle. Without responding to Yahiko's frantic questions, Peter stepped forward, his movements slow and measured. Move aside, he said calmly. Let me check on him. Konan hesitated, glancing between Peter and Yahiko. Both of them were panicking, but Peter's calm demeanor gave her a small sense of hope. Perhaps he knew what was happening. Perhaps he could help. Reluctantly, she let go of Nagato and stepped back, allowing Peter to approach. Peter knelt beside Nagato, his eyes narrowing slightly as he raised his hand. A soft, golden light emanated from his palm, casting a gentle glow over Nagato's body. The rain glistened against the light, refracting in a halo around the two of them. Yahiko and Konan watched in tense silence, their hearts pounding as Peter began his diagnostic spell. The golden light scanned Nagato's body, starting with his head and moving down to his chest. The spell focused particularly on Nagato's eyes, which remained tightly shut, and Peter's expression shifted slightly as he took in the results of the scan. As the spell finished, Peter stood up, a surprised but satisfied expression crossing his face. Well now, he muttered under his breath, this is interesting. Yahiko, still frantic, took a step forward, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. What's wrong with him? He demanded, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and frustration. Is he going to be okay? Peter glanced at Yahiko, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. He's not in any danger, Peter reassured them. In fact, I'd say he's extremely lucky. Before Yahiko could ask what Peter meant, Nagato's body began to glow. A soft, faint blue light radiated from his skin, growing brighter with each passing moment. The air around them seemed to thrum with energy, and Yahiko and Konan took a step back in shock as the glow intensified. Nagato! Konan whispered, her eyes wide as she watched the blue light envelop her friend. Nagato's eyes remained tightly shut, but the light continued to pulse around him, growing stronger and stronger until it became almost blinding. Yahiko and Konan shielded their eyes from the intensity of the glow, while Peter simply stood there, watching with interest. Then, with a sudden burst of light, Nagato's eyes snapped open. The blue light that filled the area was almost unbearable, causing everyone present Yahiko, Konan, Peter's group, and even Madara to shield their eyes for a moment. The sheer force of the light was overwhelming, as if it were a living, breathing entity all its own. When the light finally began to fade, the intensity lessening, Yahiko and Konan hesitantly lowered their hands, their hearts pounding in their chests. They stared in disbelief at what they saw before them. Nagato's eyes were no longer the Rinnegan he had once possessed. Instead, they glowed with an icy blue hue, the irises swirling with intricate, otherworldly patterns. The power emanating from his eyes was unmistakable, but it was unlike anything they had ever seen before. Peter stood there, his grin morphing into a contemplative frown, as he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect this." Yahiko, still in shock, stared at Nagato's glowing blue eyes, his mind racing as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. What is this? Nagato, still disoriented from the intense pain and the sudden change, blinked several times, his vision slowly adjusting to the new power coursing through him. His body felt lighter, stronger, but his mind was filled with questions. What had happened to him? What were these new eyes? Peter looked at Nagato, a sense of amusement and intrigue in his gaze. "Congratulations, Nagato," Peter said softly, his voice filled with genuine admiration. "You've just awakened the Tenseigan." Yahiko and Konan stared at Peter in disbelief, their eyes wide as they processed his words. "The Tenseigan," Konan repeated, her voice filled with confusion. What is that?" Peter remained calm, his gaze fixed on Nagato as he considered his response. After a brief pause, he began to explain. "Those are called the Tenseigan," Peter said, his voice steady and serious. "It's a dojutsu that's on par with the Rinnegan. Very few people in this world even know about its existence." "Tenseigan," Yahiko repeated, his brows furrowed in confusion. "I've never heard of it." Peter nodded. "I'm not surprised. The Tenseigan is incredibly rare and nearly impossible to achieve. It's a combination of the Byakugan, those white eyes you might have heard about from the Hyuga clan, and Atsutsuki chakra. Normally, for someone to awaken the Tenseigan, they need to be from the Atsutsuki clan and receive a Byakugan from a Hyuga, or the other way around." Konan's eyes widened as she absorbed this information. "The Byakugan? You mean the eyes that give full 360-degree vision and can see chakra points?" she asked, trying to understand. Peter nodded. "Exactly. When combined with the right chakra, the Byakugan can evolve into the Tenseigan, which grants not only Byakugan vision but also other abilities. Gravity control, quite similar to the Rinnegan's Deva path. Shikatsumayaku, the dead bone pulse of the Kagaya clan of Kirigakure. Tomagarashi no Haikotsu, the all-killing ash bones of Atsutsuki Kagaya. Upon contact, the target will disintegrate into ash. There may be other abilities as well." Peter thought, but he wasn't sure. Yahiko and Konan exchanged a glance, their worry for Nagato clear in their eyes. "But how is that possible?" Yahiko asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Nagato's not a member of the Hyuga clan. How could he have unlocked something like this?" Peter's brow furrowed in thought. "That's the part I'm still trying to figure out," he admitted. "For someone like Nagato to awaken the Tenseigan, it shouldn't be possible unless there's something we don't know about his heritage." Nagato, who had been silent as he adjusted to the overwhelming sensation of his new eyes, finally spoke, his voice quiet but filled with curiosity. "My heritage," he echoed, his gaze lifting toward Peter, though his eyes were still filled with uncertainty. "What do you mean?" Peter sighed softly, crossing his arms as he considered the possibilities. "The Tenseigan requires a connection to both the Atsutsuki and the Hyuga," he explained. "You already have Atsutsuki chakra, that much is clear from possessing Madara's Rinnegan. But the Byakugan is supposed to be the key. It's possible that one of your parents was a Hyuga, and you never knew. If that's true, then your eyes carried the potential for this transformation all along." Nagato blinked in surprise, his mind reeling with the implications. His heart raced as he considered what Peter was saying. "A Hyuga," he murmured, his voice filled with disbelief. "But I've always been an orphan. I never knew my parents." Konan and Yahiko exchanged a worried glance, sensing the turmoil Nagato was experiencing. "Nagato," Konan began softly, her hand resting on his arm. "If this is true, if you really are a Hyuga, that means you might have family out there. You could have relatives still alive in Konoha." Nagato's heart skipped a beat at the thought. Family? He had lived his entire life without knowing his heritage, without ever feeling the warmth of a family. Could it really be possible that he had living relatives? His mind swirled with questions, his emotions conflicted as hope and uncertainty warred within him. Peter watched Nagato's reaction closely, understanding the weight of what he had just revealed. He had seen the same reaction from others in similar situations, orphans who discovered they had family after years of living in isolation. It was a difficult reality to process, but it also opened up new possibilities for Nagato's future. Yahiko placed a reassuring hand on Nagato's shoulder. "If this is true, Nagato, maybe we should go to Konoha," he suggested. "You might find answers there. And if you really are connected to the Hyuga clan, they might help you train your new eyes." Konan nodded in agreement, her voice gentle. "We've spent our lives fighting for peace in a megakure, but you deserve to know who you are, Nagato. Maybe this is your chance to find out." Nagato's mind raced as he considered their words. For so long, he had defined himself by the pain and suffering of his past. But now, for the first time, he felt a flicker of hope, a chance to discover something more, something beyond the endless cycle of war and destruction. After a moment of silence, Nagato nodded slowly, his voice quiet but determined. I want to know, he said, his gaze steady. I want to find out if I have family in Konoha. If there are answers there, I need to see them for myself. Yahiko and Konan smiled, their relief evident as they saw the resolve in Nagato's eyes. Despite the uncertainty that lay ahead, they knew this was a step Nagato needed to take. Peter, watching the scene unfold, grinned slightly. Well, it looks like we've got a plan, he said with a wave of his hand, opening a golden portal. Konoha it is. As the golden portal swirled open at the gates of Konoha, Peter stepped out first, followed closely by Madara, Kurama, his students, Itake, and Shisui, and finally Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. The warm, afternoon sun bathed the village in a peaceful light, casting long shadows as it filtered through the trees. The sound of birds chirping filled the air, a stark contrast to the perpetual rain that had become the soundtrack of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato's lives back in a megakure. Nagato blinked, his newly awakened eyes adjusting to the vibrant colors around him. Yahiko stood still for a moment, his mouth slightly agape as he took in the bustling village, his head turning to observe the children playing in the distance and the relaxed demeanor of the villagers. Konan's gaze was softer, more contemplative, but no less awed by the tranquility of this place. It's so calm, Yahiko muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with disbelief. It's hard to believe a place like this exists. Konan nodded, her eyes following the movements of a young couple walking hand in hand, laughter and joy in their steps. Compared to home, this almost feels unreal. Nagato remained silent, his thoughts clouded by the contrast between the peace here and the endless struggle they had known. He glanced at Yahiko and Konan, seeing his own feelings mirrored in their expressions. But something else lingered in the back of their minds. Do you think we'll see him here? Konan asked quietly, her voice carrying the weight of nostalgia. Yahiko's lips tightened into a thin line. It's been so long. I didn't think we'd get the chance, but maybe. His voice trailed off as he glanced toward Nagato. What do you think, Nagato? Do you think Jiraiya-sensei is still here? Nagato frowned, his mind racing back to their memories of their mentor. I don't know, he replied softly. But if he is, I suppose we'll find out soon enough. As they exchanged these words, a hush fell over the crowd near the gates. The villagers and travelers, some lined up to enter the village, parted like the sea, their eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and fear as they noticed Peter and his group stepping through the portal. Whispers spread quickly among the gathered crowd, and even the gate guards tensed, reaching for their weapons as they prepared to stop the newcomers from entering. But before they could act, a group of Ambu appeared, materializing from the shadows like specters. Their masked faces turned toward the guards, and the leader of the Ambu team, a tall figure with sharp, alert movements, stepped forward. He moved with purpose, stopping the gate guards with a mere glance. The Ambu leader then turned to Peter, bowing deeply and with great respect. Welcome back to the village, Peter, the Ambu leader said, his voice reverent. The Hokage has requested your presence at your earliest convenience. The crowd around them murmured in astonishment. The way the Ambu addressed Peter, combined with the fact that the Hokage was asking rather than demanding his presence, left them wondering who this mysterious figure was. Even the merchants and officials waiting at the gate began to eye Peter with newfound interest, recognizing that he held a significant position within Konoha. One merchant, a man dressed in opulent robes and flanked by a group of attendants, saw an opportunity. He stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he prepared to speak. Perhaps, with Peter's favor, he could secure special treatment or favorable terms for his dealings. But before he could utter a word, another group of Ambu appeared, kunao gleaming in the sunlight as they pressed the blades against the merchant's throat, as well as the necks of his attendants. The merchant froze, his face draining of color as he realized the severity of his mistake. Step back, one of the Ambu growled. The merchant swallowed hard, nodding vigorously as he and his attendants stumbled backward, their ambitions snuffed out as quickly as they had arisen. Unfazed by the scene behind him, Peter nodded in acknowledgement to the Ambu leader. Thank you. I'll visit Minato once I've handled a few things. The Ambu leader bowed again before stepping aside, clearing the path into the village. Peter moved forward, his expression calm as ever, his companions following in step. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato hesitated for a moment, still overwhelmed by the grandeur of the village and the respect Peter commanded. But soon, they fell into line, their thoughts racing as they took in their surroundings. As they crossed the gates, Shisui leaned toward Itake, his voice filled with admiration. Sensei is so cool, he muttered under his breath, unable to hide the awe in his tone. Itake, usually more reserved, gave a slight nod of agreement. He is, he said simply, his eyes fixed on Peter as they entered the village. As they made their way deeper into the village, the streets gradually grew quieter as they approached, the once busy village now giving way to a more exclusive area where only members of the Hyuga clan resided. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato trailed behind Peter, still taking in the sights of the village. Their expressions were a mix of awe and hesitation, their minds wrestling with the weight of the journey they were about to embark on. We're heading to the Hyuga clan, Peter explained, his eyes focused ahead. If Nagato has any relatives in the village, this is where we'll find them. And even if he doesn't, with his new eyes, the Hyuga won't be foolish enough to turn him away. Nagato, still grappling with the strange power coursing through his body, gave a small nod. He trusted Peter's judgment, even if he was still unsure about the implications of this newfound connection to the Hyuga. As they approached the gates of the Hyuga compound, Two guards stationed at the entrance immediately stiffened at the sight of Peter and Madara. Their eyes widened with fear and recognition, their hands trembling as they quickly bowed and stepped aside, making way for the group to enter. Welcome to the Hyuga compound, one of the guards stammered. Please, you are invited inside. The clan head has instructed us to be ready for your arrival, should you ever come. Without a word, Peter nodded and continued forward, his presence commanding respect without effort. Yahiko and Konan exchanged uneasy glances, while Nagato silently followed, his thoughts fixated on what lay ahead. Meanwhile, inside the main residence of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi Hyuga sat with his brother Hisashi. They spoke quietly, tense looks on their faces. Hisashi's forehead bore the unmistakable mark of the caged bird seal, a symbol of the oppressive power dynamic between the main and branch families of the Hyuga. The elders, they refuse to change, Hayashi muttered, his frustration evident. Even after all these years, they cling to their power over the branch family, using that cursed seal as a tool for control. Hisashi, head of the branch family, sighed deeply. It's not just about the seal, brother. The system itself is designed to keep us divided, and as long as the elders remain in power, they'll keep using the seal to suppress us. Hayashi's fists clenched. I despise seeing you wear that mark. If I could, I would have it removed today. But we can't act rashly, Hisashi replied, his voice calm but firm. We need to be strategic. The elders won't give up their hold so easily. Soon enough, their conversation was interrupted when a Hyuga ninja appeared before them, kneeling respectfully. Hayashi's brow furrowed, ready to scold the interruption, but before he could speak, the ninja delivered his message. Forgive my intrusion, Hayashi-sama, Hisashi-sama. Peter and Madara Uchiha have arrived at the gates and are on their way here. Hayashi and Hisashi both froze, their eyes widening. The weight of the situation hit them instantly as they stood from their seats, exchanging a look of disbelief. Lead us to them, Hayashi commanded, his tone suddenly much more serious. The brothers moved swiftly, following the ninja out of the room. As they stepped into the front courtyard of the clan head's residence, Hisashi's one-year-old son, Niji, was playing on the lawn, while Hayashi's wife sat nearby, cradling their newborn daughter, Hinata, alongside Hisashi's wife. As the two wives saw Hayashi and Hisashi walk out, they smiled, thinking the meeting must be over, about to greet them, but their words caught in their throats as they noticed the worried expressions on their husbands' faces. Following their gazes, they saw Peter and his group approaching the courtyard. Shisui, Itaki, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato followed closely behind, while Madara and Karema walked at each of Peter's sides. The atmosphere grew tense, the weight of Peter's power and reputation palpable. Niji, oblivious to the tension, toddled up to the group, his small legs carrying him quickly to Peter. The toddler looked up at Peter with wide eyes, frowning in concentration. Why you shouldn't be here, Niji stammered, his voice full of childish innocence. You'll get in big trouble if you don't leave. The courtyard fell silent, every eye now on Peter and the small boy. Hisashi and his wife's hearts clenched with fear, their breaths catching in their throats as they watched the scene unfold. They knew of Peter's power, and the stories they had heard of him were enough to make anyone wary. To see their son boldly reprimanding Peter was enough to send them into a panic. Before they could rush forward to apologize, Peter knelt down, a smile on his face as he looked at the brave little boy. It's okay, Peter said gently. I was invited, so I shouldn't get in trouble. But as he spoke, his eyes caught sight of the mark on Niji's forehead, the cursed caged bird seal. His smile faltered, turning into a deep frown. The atmosphere around him shifted, and once again, the tension in the air skyrocketed. Hisashi's heart sank as he hurried forward, bowing deeply. Forgive my son's rudeness. Peter cut him off, his eyes still focused on Niji's forehead. Slowly, Peter raised his hand, his finger glowing with a soft golden light. Hisashi froze, his breath catching in his throat as he watched in fear. With a swift motion, Peter flicked Niji on the forehead. The world seemed to stop as Niji flinched, holding his stinging forehead with a confused expression, tears welling up in his eyes. Why'd you do that? Niji asked, his voice a mixture of anger and fear. Peter smiled again, this time more warmly. You had this ugly mark on your forehead, he explained casually. I did you a favor and got rid of it. Hisashi blinked, confusion and disbelief flooding his mind. That's impossible, he began, shaking his head. A flick can't remove the caged bird seal. But as Niji turned around to face his parents, their eyes widened in shock. The seal that had been placed on Niji's forehead at birth was gone. Hisashi and his wife gasped, unable to believe what they were seeing. Their son was no longer marked by the caged bird seal. Hisashi knelt in stunned silence, his hands trembling as he reached out to touch his son's forehead. The cursed seal, the mark that had bound his family for generations, was gone. His wife, still in shock, wrapped her arms around Niji, pulling him close as tears streamed down her face. Thank you, she sobbed, her voice breaking as she held Niji tightly. Hisashi, overwhelmed with emotion, just stared at his son in shock. Niji, still too young to fully understand the weight of what had just happened, stood there with wide eyes, looking up at Peter in awe. He could feel the tears from his parents' faces dampening him as they continued to embrace him. Hayashi and his wife watched the scene unfold, their emotions a mix of happiness and worry. They were genuinely relieved for Hisashi and his family, but a looming sense of dread gnawed at the back of Hayashi's mind. As much as Peter's actions had brought a sense of hope, the political reality of the Hyuga clan was far more complicated. The elders. If they found out about this, they wouldn't sit idly by. They might even force Niji to endure the cursed seal again. Hayashi's wife shifted nervously beside him, her hand reaching for his. Hayashi, she whispered, her voice filled with concern. What will the elders say? You know they won't allow this. Hayashi's expression darkened, his gaze flickering toward the entrance to the courtyard. I know. And we won't have to wait long to find out. They're already here. As if summoned by Hayashi's words, a group of 5 elderly Hyaga men and women in ornate robes entered the courtyard. Their expressions were stern, their movements deliberate as they made their way toward Peter and the others. Hayashi's stomach tightened at the sight of them, knowing all too well what their presence meant. These people were the true power behind the Hyaga clan elders whose influence extended far beyond his title as clan head. They had the authority to overrule his decisions, and in most cases, they acted as the final word on all matters. The elders approached, their eyes scanning the courtyard with cold precision. Though they were outwardly respectful, Hayashi could sense the discomfort in their expressions. They didn't want Peter here, and they certainly didn't want him meddling in the affairs of the Hyaga clan. But they weren't foolish enough to cross him directly. Even they understood that Peter held the power to destroy the Hyaga if he so wished. One of the eldest, a stern-looking man with a long white beard, took a step forward, his eyes narrowing as he noticed Hisashi and his wife on their knees before Peter. His lips curled in disdain, assuming the worst. Have you offended our guest? The elder demanded, his voice sharp. Why are you groveling like that? Before either Hisashi or his wife could respond, the elder formed a hand seal, his fingers moving in a practiced motion. If you've disrespected Peter, I'll have to remind you of your place. Without warning, the cursed seal on Hisashi's forehead activated, followed by his wife's. Both of them screamed in pain, clutching their heads as the familiar, agonizing sensation tore through their minds. Their bodies convulsed, unable to resist the torment inflicted by the seal. Niji watched in horror, his small voice trembling as he called out to his parents. Mom? Dad? The elders froze, their eyes snapping toward Niji. It was then they realized the boy wasn't writhing in pain alongside his parents. He stood there, untouched, his eyes wide with panic. One by one, the elders' gazes shifted to Niji's forehead. Where the cursed seal should have been, there was nothing. The mark had vanished. What? One of the female elders muttered, her voice filled with disbelief. The seal. It's gone? Meanwhile, Madara stood at Peter's side, his eyes narrowing as he observed the chaos unfolding before him. His lips curled in disdain as he watched Hisashi and his wife writhing in pain, their bodies contorting under the torture of the cursed seal. The screams that echoed through the courtyard didn't faze him, but the barbarity of the act itself struck a chord deep within. How barbaric, Madara muttered under his breath, his voice dripping with contempt. Even in my time, the Uchiha never stooped to something like this. And our eyes are worth far more than some pathetic Byakugan. His sneer deepened as he cast a cold glance at the 5 elders. The elders, now fixated on Niji's unmarked forehead, turned livid. Their once measured and respectful demeanor toward Peter evaporated, replaced by an ugly rage. They marched past Hisashi and his wife, completely ignoring their agonized cries and their sobbing son. The child's pleas fell on deaf ears as the elders stormed up to Hayashi and his wife, their faces twisted with fury. Hayashi? How dare you remove the seal from Niji? One of the elders spat, their voice filled with venom. Do you think you're above the traditions of this clan? How could you do something so reckless? The others joined in, their voices rising in anger as they berated Hayashi and his wife, forgetting entirely about Peter and his group in their outrage. Hayashi stood there, silent and seething, his fists trembling at his sides as he watched his brother and sister-in-law writhing in pain. The desire to strike down the elders where they stood gnawed at him, but he knew he couldn't act on it. As much as he wanted to end this nightmare, his position as clan head was tenuous, and the elders held too much power. They'll die if you hold the seal any longer, Hayashi finally said through gritted teeth, his voice straining to maintain calm. Please, release them. One of the elders sneered, their lips curling into a cold smile. Why should we care if they die? He asked, his tone dripping with malice. They aren't from the main family. Their lives are insignificant. Hayashi's fists clenched tighter, his knuckles white as he fought to keep control. He could feel his blood boiling, his restraint thinning with every passing second. The casual cruelty with which they dismissed his brother's life was almost too much to bear. His body shook, his eyes burning with a barely contained rage. Just as Hayashi was about to snap, a soft voice cut through the tense air. How unsightly. The words were spoken calmly, but they carried a weight that instantly silenced the courtyard. Everyone turned their eyes to Peter, who had begun walking toward Hisashi and his wife. The elders, mistaking Peter's comment for disdain toward the suffering couple, exchanged smirks and sneered. We apologize, Peter, one of the elders said, chuckling, for showing you such an unsightly pair. If you wish, you can end them yourself. After all, they're only from the branch family. Their lives don't matter. Peter's steps didn't falter as he reached Niji, who stood beside his parents with tears and snot streaming down his face. Kneeling down, Peter gently patted the boy's head, his gaze softening as he looked at the crying child. Niji looked up at Peter, his small voice trembling as he begged, please, help my mom and dad. Please. Peter smiled warmly at the boy. Sure, he replied softly. Then, his eyes shifted back to the elders, and the warmth disappeared, replaced by a cold, unyielding glare that froze them in place. I wasn't talking about them, Peter said, his voice low and dangerous. I was talking about you. The smirks on the elders' faces vanished in an instant, replaced by fear. Peter's gaze alone was enough to make them tremble, and for the first time, they seemed to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Peter then turned back to Niji, his expression softening once more. "Don't worry," he reassured the boy. "They'll be fine." With a simple snap of his fingers, golden light flared briefly around Hisashi and his wife. In an instant, the cursed seals on their foreheads vanished, the pain dissipating as quickly as it had come. Both of them let out relieved sighs, their bodies relaxing as they collapsed to the ground, unconscious but alive. Niji's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his parents' pain vanish before his eyes. He rushed forward, tears streaming down his face as he hugged them both. "Mom, Dad." Peter stood, watching the reunion with a soft smile. "They'll be fine," he said quietly. "They just need to rest." The elders, who had been reduced to trembling silence, now stood frozen, too afraid to move. Peter's glare bore down on them. Despite the fear that choked her voice, one of the elders managed to stammer out, You can't do this. This is Hyuga clan business. It's our law." Peter scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Your law, huh?" He crossed his arms, a dark smirk tugging at his lips. "You know, I don't think I like the Hyuga clan." Beside Peter, a low chuckle rumbled as Kurama stirred. "Should we exterminate them?" the nine-tailed fox growled, his sharp fangs glinting. His question hung in the air like a threat, his gaze locked on the elders, clearly enjoying this. Madara, who had been watching the scene with cold amusement, smirked, his voice laced with dark satisfaction. "For once, I agree with the furball." Kurama's growl rumbled louder at the name, his fiery eyes flickering with annoyance, but he didn't bother to respond. Instead, he kept his attention fixed on the elders, savoring their growing fear. Hearing the words exterminate and sensing the lethal intent in the air, Hayashi stepped forward quickly, his face pale but determined. He dropped to one knee, his head bowed as he begged, "Please, spare my clan. Punish the elders if you must, but don't destroy the Hyuga." The elders, hearing Hayashi's desperate plea, turned on him instantly, their fear giving way to anger. "Hayashi, you coward," one spat. "How dare you throw us to the wolves? You are supposed to protect the clan." Peter watched the exchange with a flicker of amusement in his eyes. When Hayashi looked up, Peter could see the calculation behind his request. He wasn't just trying to save his clan, he was using this opportunity to rid himself of the elders, something Peter found himself willing to facilitate. Peter nodded slowly, his voice casual as he said, "All right, but if I'm going to help you pull some weeds, I might as well pull them all." The elders paled, their fear returning tenfold. They scrambled to their knees, begging Peter for mercy. "Please, spare us. We'll change. We'll." Peter ignored their pleas, his eyes shifting to Madara. "Madara, deal with these elders and get them to give you every name of those who have misused the branch family seal to abuse their power." Madara's smirk widened, his Sharingan spinning lazily as he stepped forward. "And what should I do with them once I have the information?" he asked, his voice thick with dark anticipation. Peter tilted his head toward Kurama, whose smirk widened dangerously. "Give the information to Kurama," Peter replied. "He'll handle exterminating the vermin hiding in the Hyuga clan." Kurama chuckled, the low, menacing sound causing the elders to tremble even more. Before Peter could say anything else, Yahiko stepped forward, flanked by Nagato and Konan. Yahiko's eyes gleamed with righteous fury as he said, "We'll help with that as well. This kind of injustice shouldn't be allowed to continue." The elders' pleas for mercy grew more frantic as they realized their fates were sealed. Desperation setting in, they made a last-ditch effort to escape. In a swirl of leaves, they disappeared from sight, their decades of training and experience as ninja kicking in. But they weren't the only ones with that skill. In an instant, Madara vanished as well, his smirk widening as he pursued them. Barely a second passed before they reappeared in the courtyard, Madara standing over the elders with his arms crossed. Too slow. The once proud Hyuga leaders lay on the ground, their legs broken, their anguished screams echoing just as loudly as Hisashi's had moments earlier. Peter sighed, kneeling down to shield Niji's eyes from the sight. "No need to scar the kid," he muttered, shooing Madara away. "Take them somewhere else." Madara rolled his eyes, his tone dry. "I killed my first man at his age," he said, clearly unbothered. But, seeing Peter's look, he complied without further complaint. He gathered the screaming elders, disappearing with them once more. As the chaotic scene dissipated, Peter rose to his feet, dusting off his hands as if nothing had happened. His expression turned serious as he walked up to Hayashi, who was still kneeling, his mind reeling from the events that had just transpired. "Now," Peter said, his tone shifting back to business, onto the matter that brought me here in the first place. Hayashi blinked, momentarily stunned by the sudden change in tone. "Yes, of course. What can I help you with, Peter?" Peter glanced over his shoulder at his group, then pointed directly at Nagato. "I have a long-lost family member of yours who's hoping to see if he has any direct relatives here in the village. Would you be able to help?" Hayashi's brow furrowed, his gaze sweeping over the group. His eyes lingered on Nagato, noting the unusual color of his eyes but not quite understanding. "A family member?" he asked, confused. "But none of them have the Byakugan." Peter's smirk returned, a knowing gleam in his eyes. "That's because Nagato here doesn't have the Byakugan. He has something much stronger. He has the Tenseigan." Hayashi furrowed his brow. "The Tenseigan," he echoed, unfamiliar with the term. Peter nodded. "An evolved and much more powerful version of the Byakugan."
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.